Liang has passed away. His departure was remarkably serene. If there is one commonality among introverted males, it would undoubtedly be their manner of demise. Clutching his mobile device, engrossed in a game, leaning against the sofa, he succumbed to a sudden death. Where am I? How did I end up here? What is this place? Liang opened his eyes to find himself in an inexplicable cavern. He moved his arms, feeling an unsettling weakness in his limbs, surrounded by endless rubble. Have I been kidnapped? I distinctly remember playing a game. Confusion clouded his face. At that moment, a dispute erupted from the depths of the cave. Orochimaru Sensei. Human experimentation is strictly prohibited. This will be regarded as treachery by the third Hokage. TSK. Hondo, you are simply too honest otherwise. I would not hesitate to implant a curse mark on you. Hondo, Orochimaru, what is happening? Could it be that I have traversed dimensions? Liang was utterly bewildered, but the fluent Japanese spoken before him was undeniably authentic. Liang did not speak Japanese, yet he comprehended every word. How is this possible? Could this be the inherent benefit of a traveler? Ha! I have truly crossed over. Liang erupted into laughter. As a devoted otaku, the notion of transmigration had always been his fervent desire, especially considering that the mobile game that led to his untimely demise was none other than Naruto Online. Ding dong. A sudden buzzing resonated in his mind. Host Awakening detected initiating distribution of the beginner's gift package. Beginner Taijutsu maxed out. Beginner Chakra maxed out. Beginner Ninja Tool usage maxed out. Is this the reward? Liang was elated, but after a moment of contemplation, his expression turned blank. Why are they all beginner skills? As a diehard fan of Naruto, he was acutely aware of what beginner skills represented, akin to the abilities of a genin from the Hidden Leaf Village. Although the series has a hierarchy of ninjas, Liang lacked the innate talent of a protagonist like Naruto. While he was musing, another buzz echoed in his mind. Ding dong. Host currently in a perilous environment detected initiating distribution of an SS-rated legendary mission Rescue Hondo. Reward will be issued based on mission completion. Evaluation 1. Bring Hondo out of Orochimaru's laboratory, regardless of life or death. Reward. Intermediate Taijutsu maxed out. Intermediate Chakra maxed out. Intermediate Ninja Tool usage maxed out. Evaluation 2. Bring Hondo out of Orochimaru's laboratory unharmed and win her favor. Reward. Advanced Taijutsu maxed out. Advanced Chakra maxed out. Advanced Ninja Tool usage maxed out. Evaluation 3. Bring Hondo out in front of Orochimaru, unharmed. Reward. In addition to the rewards from Evaluation 2, an extra reward of the Divine Ninjutsu, Shinra Tensei. Liang was rendered speechless. Even the simplest task of bringing Hondo out of the laboratory was not straightforward, let alone doing so in front of Orochimaru. At this moment, he was merely at the level of a genin. However, some things must be done. That is Shinra Tensei. Liang was astounded. In his previous life, his favorite ninjutsu was indeed Shinra Tensei, not because of its power, but due to its sheer elegance in the Hidden Leaf Village. Pain single-handedly faced all the elite ninjas using this technique. Such a flamboyant move could not be overlooked. Liang made a swift decision and commenced brainstorming. The system's task was not necessarily fatal as long as he could bring Hondo out of the cave intact. He would receive advanced taijutsu and the like. Coupled with the divine ninjutsu, Shinra Tensei, Liang was confident that with this technique, he could escape from Orochimaru, as at this point, Orochimaru had yet to become the formidable foe he was during the later ninja wars. Liang immediately reached out toward the cave. Orochimaru Sensei, do not make a grave mistake. You are a direct disciple of the third Hokage. If you turn back now, the third will surely forgive you. Bah! Hondo, be more realistic. Obediently allow me to implant the curse mark and become a vessel for my body. Sensei, please reconsider. Orochimaru continued to argue with his disciple inside. Liang had been listening intently, feeling increasingly anxious, but if he did not act now, it would truly be too late, as Orochimaru was about to make his move. Stop! Release that girl! He immediately stood up and sternly commanded Orochimaru. Silence enveloped the cave. Orochimaru was taken aback. It was too sudden. Like a fledgling bird caught by its parents while attempting to taste forbidden fruit, it was utterly unexpected. Who is this little brat? Orochimaru's gaze shifted towards him. The legendary Sannin was caught off guard by the stealthy approach of a stranger. Without even a hint of awareness, it was simply astonishing. He felt a twinge of anxiety. Liang swallowed hard. To be honest, he was more nervous than Orochimaru. The presence before him was intimidating, and he felt as flustered as a frightened dog. Orochimaru was a high-ranking ninja among the elite. A mere fireball from him could likely spell doom for Liang. Mr. Orochimaru, greetings. I have been dispatched by the leader to negotiate with you. Leader? What leader? I do not recognize anyone by that title. Orochimaru continued to regard Liang with caution, but Liang had already formulated his next statement. Our leader is none other than the renowned Pain. I trust you have heard of him. You are from the Akatsuki organization. How dare you come to this place? Are you not afraid of being discovered by the third Hokage? Do you not fear being discovered for establishing a laboratory in such a location? Though internally anxious, Liang maintained a resolute demeanor as he gazed unwaveringly at Orochimaru. Naturally, a hint of timidity could lead to his demise. Liang understood what Orochimaru desired, and his plan was to use this opportunity to bait him. Our leader has long been aware of your desire for a powerful body and has been waiting for you outside. Leader, Pain has come to the Hidden Leaf. Indeed, he has even offered you the body of Itachi Uchiha, should you choose to join the Akatsuki organization. What? Orochimaru was taken aback. This time. Itachi Uchiha was only 8 years old, yet already a prodigy within the village had it not been for the fear of capturing him and prompting the third Hokage's intervention. Orochimaru would have long since made his move. Hearing that the Akatsuki organization had brought Itachi, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with fervor. Then I invite you to accompany me. Liang observed Orochimaru's intent and promptly gestured for him to follow, then turned his gaze towards Hondo, who was bound to a stone pillar. This was the most critical moment. There could be no room for error. Orochimaru-sama, may we also take this hostage? She has overheard our conversation and needs to see how the leader intends to deal with her. Hostage? Orochimaru cast a fleeting glance at Hondo, immediately betraying a hint of suspicion. If the sole intention was to prevent Hondo from divulging information, he could have easily eliminated her. However, the allure of profit tempered his thoughts. This is your choice, but do not deceive me, for I would not hesitate to make you my next subject of experimentation. Orochimaru warned coldly, his ominous slit-like pupils sending a shiver down Liang's spine, prompting him to nod vigorously. Absolutely. Of course. As Orochimaru strode towards the cave's exit, Liang swiftly approached Hondo, untied her bonds, and lifted her onto his back. There was no alternative. Only someone as agile as Liang would willingly undertake such a burdensome task. For my Shinra Tensei, carrying a woman is a trivial matter. Liang reassured himself as he hoisted the delicate Hondo onto his back. Surprisingly, at this moment, Hondo was far from the plump figure she often portrayed. Her body was remarkably light and well-proportioned. While her figure was not perfect, it was certainly pleasing. Liang chuckled softly, only to feel a sudden softness beneath his hands. It is well known that a ninja's skin is exceptionally taut, akin to those fitness enthusiasts who frequent the gym, devoid of any excess flesh. Moreover, Liang's hands inadvertently rested on Hondo's rear. Forgive me, little beauty, one must balance when carrying, he thought, though he felt a twinge of shamelessness. He attempted to rationalize his actions with a somewhat plausible excuse. Bah, you spies will never escape under the watchful eye of the third Hokage. Await your doom. Hondo spat angrily, glaring at Liang, though a faint blush unexpectedly adorned her cheeks. Liang offered an awkward smile and chose to ignore her outburst. This was not the time for flirtation. Orochimaru remained cautiously observant, and Liang was acutely aware of the need to maintain his composure. Any slip could spell disaster. Shaking his head, Liang forcefully dispelled any distracting thoughts and earnestly followed Orochimaru. It seemed that Uchiha Itachi's physique was indeed quite enticing, as Orochimaru, though suspicious, refrained from revealing his true feelings. Liang assessed the situation. Orochimaru, still moving swiftly ahead, appeared to be in his 30s, drawing from his memories of a past life. Liang surmised that Orochimaru was still a student under the third Hokage, evidenced by the fact that he had yet to inject Hondo with his cursed seal and had not yet defected. Thus, he was not particularly formidable at this stage. This detail was crucial. Orochimaru's human experimentation had not yet yielded success, which meant he had only acquired some foundational advanced ninjutsu. Lacking the grotesque, godlike techniques that would come later, such as Edo Tensei, the threefold rebirth gate, and the formidable eight-headed serpent technique. It appeared that my foresight was quite commendable, indeed. Liang admired his own courage. He believed that upon fulfilling the system's tasks, it was entirely plausible to stand toe-to-toe with Orochimaru. At the very least, an escape should still be within reach. Yes, indeed. Liang nodded vigorously, then began to dream of the sensations that would accompany the acquisition of Shinra Tensei. Having advanced a considerable distance, a glimmer of light finally appeared ahead. It seemed that an exit was in sight. Liang mused silently, and soon he beheld an endless expanse of lush forest. It was remarkably unadorned, yet tinged with a hint of green. "Where is the leader you mentioned, boy?" Orochimaru exclaimed, stepping out ahead. He cast a wary glance around the surrounding underbrush, then immediately turned his furious gaze towards Liang. With his exceptional Jonin strength, he could discern no sign of concealment among the foliage. "Do not be hasty. The leader is hiding just outside," Liang replied dismissively. Orochimaru, having moved ahead, was already outside, while Liang remained within. "Do not falter now," he urged himself, quickening his pace. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The scenery outside was enchanting. If viewed through the lens of his past life, it could easily be deemed a tourist attraction. Liang counted his steps nervously, treading carefully onward. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the SSS-level mission to rescue Hongdo. Rewards are now being bestowed upon the host. Advanced Taijutsu at maximum level. Advanced Chakra at maximum level. Advanced Ninja Tools at maximum level. As a result of the host's exemplary performance, an additional reward of the divine ninjutsu, Shinra Tensei, has been granted. It is accomplished. Yi Bufan marveled at the newfound strength coursing through his limbs. A formidable power surged within his muscles, a direct infusion of the system's strength into his body, requiring no learning. Thus, Yi Bufan was assured that he had attained the prowess of a Jonin. His mind resonated with a peculiar hum as a unique chakra flow pattern materialized in his memory. So this is how Shinra Tensei operates. He chuckled joyously. He then promptly endeavored to manipulate his chakra along that mysterious trajectory. "Boy, you truly are deceiving me." Orochimaru, now exasperated, observed Liang standing bewildered and rushed toward him. In Orochimaru's eyes, Liang was merely a standard chunin, easily subdued without the need for ninjutsu. And that was precisely his intent. Shinra Tensei. Just as Orochimaru approached, an invisible wall of energy suddenly erupted from Liang's body. Bam! Caught off guard, Orochimaru was flung backward by this force. What ninjutsu is this? Such overwhelming power. He spat blood in shock. Shinra Tensei not only repelled foes, but also delivered a forceful impact, one not to be underestimated, in Liang's recollection. It had once subdued the 3 colossal toads of Miyaboku Mountain with a single strike. The strength of the toads far surpassed that of Orochimaru. After crashing through several large trees, Orochimaru finally tumbled to the ground. Just moments ago, he had seemed merely a chunin. How could he possess such strength now? This power was on par with a Kage. No, even the 3rd Hokage could not wield such formidable ninjutsu. Who on earth is he? Could he possibly be the leader of that enigmatic organization, Akatsuki? Orochimaru, having frequented the black market for live specimens, had heard whispers of Akatsuki. After all, he often traversed the black market in his capacity as the agent of Akatsuki. He cast another wary glance at Liang, yet hesitated to make a move. Liang could hardly contain his laughter. Indeed, the current Orochimaru possessed merely the strength of a special Jonin. With his present abilities, a single use of Shinra Tensei would suffice. Moreover, he had already developed the qualities of a Jonin, and even if he lacked ninjutsu, he could easily escape. Liang calculated in his mind, immediately dashing away while also carrying the delicate Akatsuki. Adhering to the principle that one should not let go of a beauty in one's embrace, Liang, despite not being well acquainted with Akatsuki, resolved to take her along. "Where do you think you're going? Stop right there," Orochimaru bellowed, his frustration palpable. Liang was anything but an obedient child. Otherwise, he would not have disregarded his parents' advice in his past life, leading to his untimely demise during a gaming session. Damn it! Orochimaru's anger surged. As he could not tolerate being deceived, he swiftly pursued the rapidly fleeing Liang. Ninjutsu, hidden shadow snake hands. A flurry of serpentine creatures erupted from Orochimaru's sleeves towards Yi Liang's back. Having learned from previous encounters, Orochimaru refrained from engaging in close combat. Shinra Tensei, yet again, an old tactic. Before the snakes could even reach Yi Liang, they were violently torn apart by the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei, leaving no trace of flesh behind. Shinra Tensei, Yi Liang, in a moment of anxiety, shouted once more. To his astonishment, he discovered that the technique had been activated. What the? Yi Liang gasped. In the original narrative, Shinra Tensei had a clear activation interval. However, his version appeared to possess no cooldown. Truly, it was an unexpected delight. Nevertheless, Yi Liang failed to notice that the original Shinra Tensei was a bloodline limit of Nagato. The fact that he could invoke it without regard for the bloodline was inherently illogical. Of course, this was an ability forcibly granted by the system, rendering it explicable. Yi Liang shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it. Orochimaru was still in pursuit. The two darted through the trees at a breakneck pace. What the hell? How far have we run, and you're still on my tail? Aren't you hungry? Orochimaru threatened menacingly from behind. Put her down? At your age? Are you really that frail? She's just a young girl, in the prime of her youth. Honestly, you wouldn't stand a chance, Yi Liang taunted while desperately running, even raising his middle finger behind him. Young upstarts often behaved this way. A slight increase in ability led to a loose tongue. For reasons unknown, the gesture of the middle finger transcended dimensions. Initially intended as mere provocation, Orochimaru was pushed to the brink upon witnessing Yi Liang's audacious display. You deceitful brat. You shall pay for this, he roared. Curse of heaven. Activate. With a fierce shout, Orochimaru's muscles transformed dramatically. His skin gradually turned a ghastly shade of gray, and inexplicably, a pair of palm-like wings sprouted from his back. With a powerful flap, he soared forward several meters. In no time, he had closed the gap to Yi Liang. Wait. Isn't that Sasuke's curse mark? How can you wield it as well? Yi Liang exclaimed in astonishment. Reflecting on it, it is only natural that Sasuke's curse seal was developed by Orochimaru, and he would possess it as well. Alas, it seems that I have ventured too far. Yi Liang felt the impending sense of doom. After once again repelling Orochimaru, he finally realized that his chakra reserves were nearly depleted. After all, he was merely an elite shinobi. The designation of elite shinobi may imply strength, yet its true measure remains uncertain. In Shippuden, amidst the numerous elite shinobi of Konoha, there are but a few who can genuinely hold their ground. Yi Liang suddenly sensed that his elite shinobi chakra was running low, estimating he could only utilize it a handful of times more. Hey, little beauty, he called to the woman on his back, having feigned death for so long. It is time you spoke. Where is Konoha? If we go there, we might survive. In these dire times, it is essential to unite all possible forces. As Mr. Lu Sun wisely stated. Bah, you pervert. It would be better if you were dead. Hey, what are you talking about? Did I not get pursued by Orochimaru because I was saving you? As a party involved, you must bear some responsibility. You touched my backside. All right, women are indeed vengeful. Yi Liang mused in silence. Yet, before long, Orochimaru caught up with them once more. Surely you can at least tell me where Konoha is? If not for my sake, consider your own. Yi Liang was desperate. He did not wish to meet his end, especially after acquiring his newfound abilities. You touched my backside. Damn it. Yi Liang was losing his mind. The ancients were indeed correct. Only women and petty men are difficult to nurture. Yi Liang was not at all misogynistic, truly. Gazing at the precipice ahead, he gradually stowed away his reckless thoughts. He could not afford to act foolishly now. Life and death hung in the balance, and he must remain serious. However, at that moment, without the need for Akane's reminder, Yi Liang had already discerned the location of Konoha. He ran haphazardly and unexpectedly found himself at the site of Hokage Rock. Indeed, at the edge of the great cliff. The four illustrious Hokage were magnificently carved into the stone. From a distance, Yi Liang spotted the statue of the first Hokage smiling down at him. It was reminiscent of a child, he exclaimed, turning to look at the approaching Orochimaru, finally regaining his composure. Shinra Tensei. Once again, he repelled Orochimaru and leaped off the cliff. Below lay Konoha. Although Orochimaru had yet to betray them with Akane's assistance, he could certainly confirm Orochimaru's illicit research on forbidden techniques. At that time, even if Orochimaru had excuses, they would be indefensible. It was apparent that Orochimaru was relentlessly pursuing Yi Liang because of Akane. All right, once I enter the village, let us see what you can do. Liang chuckled, having even concocted an identity for himself. When witnessing injustice, he would draw his sword to assist, a hero saving a damsel with a resounding shout. He was the epitome of a good youth championing righteousness in the new era. I shall bring the warmth and enthusiasm of our Chinese people to Konoha, Liang muttered to himself. Who goes there? Suddenly, two figures clad in green appeared ahead, adorned with the forehead protectors of Konoha, undoubtedly the village's guarding elite shinobi. Beneath the Hokage rock lies the residence of the Hokage, diligently guarded by elite shinobi, a most ordinary occurrence. Liang remained unperturbed, quietly alighting on the roof of a nearby building, gently placing Hongdo beside him. At this point, Hongdo was already capable of walking, as Orochimaru merely regarded her as a test subject and had not administered excessive sedatives. Two of you, the rogue ninjas from Konoha, are pursuing us. We hope you can assist us in severing their trail. Konoha renegades? The two guarding shinobi exchanged puzzled glances, only to be astounded by the sight of Orochimaru behind Liang. What has become of Lord Orochimaru? You, from Konoha, should inquire about the forbidden techniques he has been experimenting with on live subjects. If you doubt my words, you may ask the girl beside me. She is one of the test subjects. What? The two guarding shinobi gasped in shock. Initially skeptical, they found it hard to dismiss the evidence presented by Orochimaru's cursed seal. Lord Orochimaru, could you please elucidate the current situation? They immediately positioned themselves in front of Liang. Step aside. Orochimaru disregarded them, utilizing the shadow snake hand technique to effortlessly cast the two elite shinobi aside. This exemplified the unparalleled strength of a special jonin. Despite their elite status, these ordinary guardians were no match for Orochimaru. Nevertheless, Liang felt no trepidation. A smile graced his face as he observed the approaching Orochimaru. 3, 2, 1. As soon as he concluded his mental countdown, a long staff struck Orochimaru, sending him sprawling. Here it comes. Liang inwardly rejoiced, for he had long suspected the presence of a formidable ally nearby. Thus, when Orochimaru approached, he felt no anxiety. Even if this powerful figure did not directly protect him, it was inconceivable that he would neglect Hongdo, who was in close proximity to him. After all, Hongdo was with Liang. Liang turned to glance at the elderly man leaning on an iron staff. It was he who had intervened. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage of Konoha. Renowned as the ninja professor, Liang understood that while Hiruzen may not possess godly ninjutsu techniques, his foundational skills were exceptionally formidable. Indeed, one could describe them as astoundingly solid. Liang swallowed hard. The aura exuded by Hiruzen was quite formidable, by any measure, given Liang's current strength. He was far from being a match for him. As he observed Hiruzen retracting his staff and advancing toward Orochimaru, Liang finally felt a sense of relief. Teacher Sarutobi, it's not what you think. I merely wish to resurrect my comrades, to bring back my parents. I do not wish to perish. Orochimaru, how many times must I remind you? Research on human subjects is strictly forbidden. Regardless of your reasoning, you shall never trample upon the sanctity of human life. But I am only studying the bodies of captives. That is unacceptable. Sarutobi Hiruzen was incensed. As the third Hokage, he was the most life-respecting of all the Hokage. In stark contrast to Danzo from the Umbu, Hiruzen had been nurtured under the principles of the first Hokage, cultivating a profound respect for human rights, a sentiment that Liang firmly believed. He took a few steps back, pulling Hongdo with him. As the battle between Orochimaru and the third Hokage was now inevitable, as an observer, he felt compelled to concede the battlefield. Ding dong. Just as he stepped back, a notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the side quest, Spectating. Completing this task will reward you with a random D-rank ninjutsu. A friendly reminder, the more challenging the task, the stronger the ninjutsu you may acquire. Please hasten to embrace danger. This system holds little regard for such trivial tasks. Liang felt as though a crow was cawing above his head. What constitutes a trivial task? Such an insignificant quest was not one he had chosen. Nevertheless, despite his grievances, the prospect of obtaining a ninjutsu merely by spectating was indeed quite advantageous. Liang grinned as he cradled the somewhat reluctant Hongdo in his arms. It was a pity there were no popcorn. Otherwise, watching Naruto live would have been an immensely enjoyable experience. Hongdo wore a face of reluctance, but with her body still not fully recovered, She could only allow Liang to hold her as they perched atop the rooftop. The distant clash of combat had already commenced. Just as Liang had anticipated, Orochimaru was no match for the third Hokage. His serpent techniques were swiftly countered, and the power of his curse seal was thoroughly eroded by the third's earth-style techniques. Though the heavenly curse seal was formidable, it could not be sustained for long. And under the assault of the earth release, Earth Flow River, it was utterly incapable of approaching the third Hokage. Now, the disciple was perpetually on the offensive, but it would soon turn into a brutal beating of the disciple. Meanwhile, Liang unabashedly made scornful remarks from the sidelines. Huh, you lecher. Once Lord Third resolves this, he will not let you off easily. Hongdo, unwillingly, attempted to wriggle free from Liang's embrace, but her weakened body could scarcely move. Perhaps sensing her discomfort, Liang gradually loosened his grip. Suddenly, Liang retracted his dismissive demeanor. The battle between Orochimaru and the third Hokage was fiercely intense. While Liang looked down upon the current Orochimaru, he had to admit that, as a special jonin, he possessed certain skills. Despite being constrained by the third's ninjutsu, his resilience was commendable. Having endured numerous high-level techniques, he remained steadfast in place. Alas, you shall still be defeated. Liang shook his head from afar. As Orochimaru's disciple, how could he possibly surpass Sarutobi Hiruzen? That was simply impossible. Liang's gaze intensified, and suddenly, a glimmer of realization flashed through his mind. He did not quite understand why, but it felt as though the fight between the two was replaying vividly in his mind, etched deeply in his memory. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have completed the side quest, Spectating. Reward. You have received D-rank ninjutsu, body flicker technique. Due to the host's newfound understanding of combat techniques, the quality of this reward has been enhanced. The body flicker technique has been strengthened. The body flicker technique? This skill is merely a D-rank task? Liang felt a twinge of confusion. In his memory, the body flicker technique was one of the most practical ninjutsu, utilized by everyone from shadow-level masters to ordinary chunin. Nearly every ninja would undertake its study. Because it was so deceptively simple, Liang felt a surge of surprise. With the instantaneous movement technique, his agility would be significantly enhanced. The prospect of repelling his opponent with the Divine Wrath technique and then swiftly retreating was simply flawless. However, what did the enhancement of the instantaneous movement technique signify? Did it imply an increased distance for teleportation, or perhaps a reduced chakra requirement? Liang found himself bewildered. He had yet to truly employ this technique, leaving him uncertain of its implications. Nevertheless, he decided to set aside such thoughts for the time being. The battle before him was approaching its conclusion. Orochimaru, battered and bruised, crouched on the ground, gasping for breath. The effects of the Heaven-S curse seal had faded, and his previously paralyzed nerves were now awakening. A wave of excruciating pain surged into his mind, causing his body to lose all control. Regrettably, had he fully developed his abilities, he would not have succumbed so swiftly. Orochimaru lamented in silence, only to be completely engulfed by a massive fireball moments later. Several Umbu ninjas swiftly carried the injured Orochimaru away. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen approached Liang step by step. As anticipated, the inevitable had arrived. Liang brushed off the dust from his attire. The knowledge of the modern world illuminated the necessity of maintaining an air of confidence. To do otherwise would invite contempt and lead to his downfall. You must be the Hokage of Konoha. I am a ninja from the Sound Village, traveling through this region, and I inadvertently collided with your disciple. I hope you will not take offense. Liang extended his hand toward the third Hokage. Regardless of the world, a handshake remains a universal sign of courtesy. Sarutobi hesitated momentarily, but eventually extended his hand. Just as their palms made contact, an overwhelming force erupted from the third Hokage's hand, and Liang noticed a shadow of gloom cross his face. This man seeks to test my strength. Liang quickly discerned the intent behind the Hokage's actions. He immediately summoned his own power. Although he had exhausted chakra while pursuing Orochimaru, his physical stamina remained intact, and he decided to gamble on the strength bestowed by the system. With a sudden crack, Liang's sleeve tore apart. The amplification of his strength caused his arm to swell like an inflated balloon, and his previous attire could not withstand the pressure. In an instant, he had torn his sleeve. Goodness, this wandering ninja possesses the strength of a jonin. No wonder he could delay Orochimaru for so long. Yet, How have I never heard of such a formidable individual before? The Sound Village? Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered, perplexed. However, no matter how he speculated, he could never fathom the location of the Sound Village, as it was a creation of Orochimaru, who now teetered on the brink of survival. Mr. Hokage, is it not somewhat excessive to treat a traveling guest in such a manner? Liang gazed defiantly at the third Hokage. His palm throbbed with agony. More excruciating than a fracture. He even felt as though his bones might splinter. So this is the power of the third Hokage. Liang recognized the disparity between them, yet he remained undaunted. MMP, whoever falters first is but a pup. With a furious roar in his heart, Liang was determined to confront the third Hokage to the bitter end. Then let go. The third Hokage, feeling rather vexed, had just emerged from a fierce battle, and the depletion of his stamina was immense. Suddenly being challenged to a test of strength by the impetuous young man was, quite frankly, a blow to his heroic spirit. As Liang was aware, the third Hokage was already in his 50s during this era. Yet, the third Hokage had his pride. An old man of such age still possessed such formidable strength. Was he a rhinoceros? Liang's face flushed crimson, and the third Hokage was no less affected. The two of them stared at each other intensely, like two monkeys in a headstand. Lord Hokage, perhaps we should end this now. You have been holding on for quite some time. A nearby ninja could no longer bear to watch. Both combatants were on the verge of bursting from the strain, and the others, though initially oblivious, could discern the gravity of the situation. Who exactly was this young man to match the Hokage? Unsure. They recalled his mention of the Sound Village, suggesting he was a ninja from there, though they had never heard of it before. It must be a powerful hidden village. It was said that during the era of the first Hokage, some peace-loving hidden villages had concealed themselves deep within the mountains to escape the ravages of war. No wonder he could hold his ground against the Hokage. What an audacious display. A hidden village with potent bloodline limits. Mysterious superlative experts. Such a village I had never known of. It truly shamed Konoha. The crowd expressed their lamentations, as the third Hokage hastily withdrew his hand from the fierce grip. With someone providing a way out, it was the perfect moment to release the tension. Kid, you possess considerable strength. However, since the matter regarding Orochimaru remains unresolved, why not stay in Konoha for a few days? I do admire you. The third Hokage laughed heartily, swiftly leading his subordinates away as if fleeing. Pathetic. Liang shook his head in disdain at the old man's behavior. Yet, the proposition to stay in Konoha for a few days left him quite troubled. As a young man who had traversed into this world, Liang found himself devoid of any monetary resources, and even if he had money, it would be of no use here. Thus, where would he reside? Liang quietly turned his head and noticed the anxious Mitarashi Anko was preparing to make her escape. How could she report him, an expert and scathed even by the Hokage? Miss Anko, if I am not mistaken, you should be living alone now, correct? What did this person intend? How did he know I lived alone? Could it be? Indeed. He had long coveted my body. No wonder he had always been so handsy with me. Lord Hokage, save me. After a long while, during the twilight hour, Liang arrived at a secluded dwelling. It was quite dilapidated, situated in the impoverished district of Konoha, yet Liang immediately surmised that this was indeed Mitarashi Anko's residence. In her early years, Hongdo lost her parents, as the village of Konoha was engulfed in darkness, rife with the bloodshed of war. Thus, as an orphan, Hongdo had no choice but to dwell alone in the slums, much like Naruto. At this juncture, Liang discerned the present time. It was still under the reign of the third Hokage, and Orochimaru had already commenced his research into forbidden techniques. This indicated that the era was still dominated by Hanzo the Salamander, a time rife with conflict. However, it would not be long before the fourth Hokage emerged, followed by the Nine Tails attack on the village, marking the beginning of the Shippuden saga. To his surprise, he found himself transported to the early stages of Shippuden. This was, indeed, fortuitous. Otherwise, with his current capabilities, he would be utterly incapable of contending with those godlike aberrations. Liang felt an inner sense of gratitude for this twist of fate. In the later stages, the Akatsuki would appear, and the forces of Kagaya would assail the village. That would be the time when true powerhouses would grace the scene. At present, this transitional period afforded Liang ample time to develop. However, the goddess Hinata had yet to be born, which posed a bit of a dilemma. Hinata was likely to be born within the next 2 years. Would he have to wait for her for 20 years? Currently, Liang was still an 18-year-old young man. And even if he were to wait 20 years, he would merely be 38. Liang believed he could wait. Moreover, with Orochimaru's research into those immortality techniques, Liang could significantly enhance his own capabilities, allowing him to remain ageless and with plenty of time to spare. Splendid. Liang smacked his lips and casually entered Hongdo's intimate sanctuary. Hey, you scoundrel, what do you intend to do? How shameless can you be? This is my home. And what of it? I saved your life before. What's the harm in sharing a bed? What are you doing with my wallet? Let's go grab some ramen. Any objections? My poor wallet. The following morning, Liang awoke with a smug expression on his face, having risen from Hongdo's bed. Of course, nothing untoward had transpired. Even if the third Hokage himself were to inquire, he would respond similarly. Hongdo was not in the room. The kitchen echoed with the sounds of clattering utensils. This young lady was certainly an early riser. Liang realized that Hongdo was preparing breakfast. Ninjas had to leave early to carry out their missions. Stretching lazily, he got up to find it was raining heavily outside. He pondered whether the rain was as intense as it was when Yuxian and Yun Hai parted ways. Approaching the window, he felt a sense of nostalgia, observing several figures stationed outside. Liang understood that these were sent by the third Hokage. Although he had been permitted to stay in Konoha for a few days, trust was still lacking, hence the presence of elite shinobi to monitor him. Quite interesting, he thought. This monkey was rather cautious. The third Hokage was often referred to as the monkey. As Liang entered the living room, he was immediately greeted by a delightful aroma wafting through the air. To his surprise, Hongdo's breakfast skills were commendable. Finish up and leave quickly. Thanks to you. My wallet is nearly empty. I can't afford to starve, so go and bother someone else. She shot him an irritated glance, but as their eyes met, her cheeks flushed, and she quickly averted her gaze. Although the two had not engaged in anything improper, they had shared a bed, for Hongdo's home had but one room. Red Bean, being a young girl, could hardly endure this situation and dared not meet Liang's gaze. Understood, Liang replied lazily. The predicament they faced today was largely of his own making. Last night, during an outing for ramen, he whimsically indulged in several bowls, leading to Red Bean's wallet being utterly depleted. Nevertheless, the ramen at Yale was indeed delectable, and Liang still savored the memory. However, he realized he needed to seek out some means of earning money today. He had not anticipated that even after his transmigration, he would find himself troubled by financial constraints. This was rather disheartening. Ding dong. At that moment, the voice of his system finally resonated. In response to the host's current needs, it promptly activated a side quest. The task required him to earn his first pot of gold. Reward, a random C-rank ninjutsu. Yet another menial task of this nature. By now, Liang had deduced the specifics of the mission. The more perilous the task, the greater the reward. Simple, everyday tasks like this merely yielded common ninjutsu. Liang felt somewhat helpless. However, based on his modern experiences, he understood that those who truly thrived over time were not the ones who took unnecessary risks. Risk was never commensurate with opportunity. He pondered briefly. Besides acquiring rewards through tasks, he could also learn from masters who already possessed divine-level missions. Seeking apprenticeship was undoubtedly another option. While Liang was uncertain of his own aptitude, he recognized the pressing need to venture out and earn money. After assisting Red Bean in tidying up the dishes, he set out alone. The streets of Konoha were rather desolate, apart from a few furtive glances directed at him. Liang knew these individuals were the Konoha Jonin tasked with surveillance. To his surprise, there seemed to be quite a number of them. Liang clicked his tongue, contemplating whether to visit the Yao ramen shop to inquire about job openings when an unsettling chill suddenly crept up his neck. There was a palpable aura of hostility. Liang immediately sensed the looming danger. As a Jonin, he was sufficiently alert. The intensity of this murderous intent was profound, yet he found it perplexing. How could he encounter such animosity so soon after arriving in Konoha? So far, he had only offended Orochimaru, and it was well known that Orochimaru was a solitary figure, unlikely to have friends seeking vengeance. Thus, the source of this hostility was quite intriguing. Suddenly, a name sprang to his mind. Danzo. If anyone harbored animosity towards him in Konoha, it could only be Danzo. He could think of no one else. Danzo was the shadow of Konoha. In this era, Danzo's Umbu Corps were particularly active. Although Hiruzen Sarutobi appeared to govern Konoha, Danzo had accomplished numerous significant feats during this time. For instance, he had recruited Itachi Uchiha and orchestrated the downfall of Shisui Uchiha. Even the Uchiha massacre was intricately linked to Danzo. Opinions of Danzo in the three-dimensional world were polarized. While many vilified him, others held him in high regard. His unwavering dedication to the prosperity of Konoha was a true testament to his character. If it truly is him, then we are in deep trouble. Liang was acutely aware that his presence instilled a sense of crisis in Danzo, prompting him to hastily flee in search of an escape. Yet, how could he possibly evade in the confines of Konoha? In a deserted alleyway, he found himself confronted by several Umbu, shinobi clad in dark attire. 1, 2, 3, 7 of them. It seemed Danzo had taken particular care in his arrangements. Liang scoffed softly, surveying the Umbu encircling him. Just you few? Huh. If you insist on courting death, then do not blame me for the consequences. With bravado, he uttered those words, as he was at a loss for anything else to say. Given their numbers, he surmised that even if his chakra were depleted, he could not possibly eliminate these 7 before him. Haha, little brother Liang, you jest. You are our esteemed guest in Konoha. How could we possibly harm you? A robust man with short hair emerged from the crowd. Liang immediately recognized him as Danzo. At this point, Danzo had yet to transplant the Sharingan, so he did not yet bear the appearance of being swathed in bandages. Your jutsu is quite remarkable, having severely injured a special jounin like Orochimaru. However, since you have arrived in Konoha, you must adhere to our village's customs. I am curious as to why you are wandering about aimlessly. Were you perhaps investigating? Danzo's voice suddenly boomed, startling Liang. It was not a matter of volume equating to intimidation, and Liang found himself speechless. No wonder the position of Hokage was held by Sarutobi Hiruzen and not you, Shimura Danzo. You only possess a louder voice. What did you say? Danzo's temper flared instantly. He scanned the faces of the nearby Umbu, signaling them to advance towards Liang. This, however, played directly into Liang's hands. He knew that mere intimidation would not instill genuine fear in Danzo, so he resolved to reveal a glimpse of his prowess, to keep Danzo guessing regarding his true capabilities. Only then could he live peacefully within Konoha. Otherwise, being dragged from his room in the dead of night or poisoned in his meals would be utterly unjust. Come at me then. Liang regarded the swiftly approaching Umbu shinobi with silence and a stoic expression. Suddenly, an invisible wall of force erupted outward, enveloping the surrounding ninjas. Shinra Tensei would never be absent. It would merely arrive late. Bang! As if colliding with tempered glass. The Umbu ninjas hadn't even touched Liang when their feline masks shattered, followed by their bodies twisting and hurtling away. Is this the mysterious technique Orochimaru spoke of? Danzo exclaimed in shock from a distance. But before he could finish, Liang's figure abruptly vanished from sight. Do not provoke me again, or this shall be your fate. His voice echoed in the air. As soon as the words left his lips, the Umbu ninjas crashed heavily against the walls, losing consciousness. Danzo quickly checked their breaths. They were alive but gravely injured, essentially bidding farewell to the world of shinobi. Liang harbored no intentions of killing. After all, this was Konoha, and to slay the Umbu here would be akin to lighting a lamp in a restroom, an invitation to death. Such a formidable repulsion, and this technique of disappearance. Is it the body flicker technique? Yet, it does not quite seem like it. Shursui, what are your thoughts? Tawanzo inquired of the man beside him, adorned with a cat-faced mask. This individual had previously participated in the pursuit of Liang, yet when the formidable Shinra Tensei approached, he instantaneously retreated to Tawanzo's side. Lord Tawanzo, he must also possess the body flicker technique. However, the depth of his skill is unfathomable, surpassing even my own speed. What? You cannot outpace him? Tawanzo exclaimed in astonishment. The man beside him was already recognized as the swiftest in Konoha. If even he could not match Liang's speed, it would seem that no one could rival him. Very well, very well. Since he has not turned against us, it indicates no intention of hostility. We shall assign someone to keep watch. Tawanzo sighed and subsequently departed the scene with the masked man. Before long, Liang was gasping for breath in a distant alley. Under duress, he had expended nearly half of his chakra in a single burst. There was no way he could have been defeated by a mere technique, especially given that the opposing party was unaware of the Shinra Tensei's nature. Boss, 1 bowl of ramen, please, and make it large. Liang settled into the Ichiraku ramen shop. Regardless of his financial situation, sustenance took precedence. Coming right up. Please wait a moment. The proprietress, Shobu, replied, promptly preparing his order. Unexpectedly, he found himself in the bustling city center in an instant, marveling at the potency of the body flicker technique. This enhanced version is truly remarkable, Liang exclaimed with delight. In his frantic escape from the alley, he instinctively employed the newly acquired technique. And in the blink of an eye, he felt an extraordinary lightness in his limbs. With a mere shift, he had teleported several meters. Thus, he dashed through the streets, covering a distance of nearly a kilometer in mere seconds. However, once his chakra was depleted, he halted. From the current circumstances, it appeared that his enhanced body flicker technique differed from the standard version. The ordinary technique required a specific amount of chakra to move a defined distance. Yet as long as he had chakra, he could continue to teleport. It was simply ideal for home, travel, or escape. Liang felt a profound satisfaction as he devoured the ramen served by Shobu, who was a vision of youthful charm at around 15 or 16, already taking on responsibilities for her family's business. The ramen shop was frequented by many gentlemen, most of whom were amicable like Liang. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that Shobu never married in the end, and the reasons behind it were unknown to him. What a pity, Liang mused, clicking his tongue. At that moment, the surrounding crowd suddenly parted, piquing his curiosity. He then spotted several Konoha shinobi, dragging massive puppets through the center of the marketplace. Clad in uniforms, the leader stood out distinctly with his bright yellow hair, casting a fleeting glance at Liang as they passed. Liang grimaced. Being overshadowed in this unfamiliar world was decidedly displeasing, and the fact that the captain seemed to have taken notice of him intrigued him further. Madam Boss, who are these individuals? They command such a presence, and everyone is yielding to them. Liang inquired of the nearby Changpu. They are the heroes of Konoha. It is said that they recently eliminated 2 special jonin from Tsunade during battle. Those puppets you see are their trophies, Changpu explained. Engaged in battle with Tsunade? Liang pondered the history of the Shippuden saga, but since the plot had not yet commenced, he could not recall the scene of their triumphant return. Could it be that I overlooked some details? What is the name of their captain? I believe he just cast a glance in my direction. The captain? Oh, you mean Lord Minato. He is the hope of our village, the illustrious Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato? Liang spluttered, spewing out his ramen in astonishment. No wonder they exude such grandeur. He is the father of the protagonist. Quickly, he turned his gaze toward the recently passed Namikaze Minato, who appeared to be in his 20s, seemingly on the cusp of assuming the mantle of the 4th Hokage. This was indeed a significant figure, deserving of careful observation. Miss Changpu, I am also a fan of Lord Minato. Might you have any paper currency? I wish to request his autograph. What? You want Lord Minato's autograph? Then could you please procure one for me as well? I have business that relies on it. Certainly, Liang said as he took the paper and pen, swiftly departing the ramen shop, albeit in a direction entirely opposite to that of Namikaze Minato. Fortunately, I am astute. I need not pay for the meal. In the evening, a golden figure pride opened the door to the Hokage's office. You've arrived, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, turning in his Hokage chair at the sound of the visitor. Lord Third, during our mission to the Land of Wind, we intercepted special intelligence indicating that Tsunade has allied with Kirigakure to launch a surprise attack on Konoha in 3 months' time. I am already aware. The spies dispatched by the Umbu have reported the details. You will be responsible for the handover when the time comes. Yes, Lord Third, Minato replied. Yet he did not take his leave. Is there something else? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired. I recently encountered a young man in the village who possesses a peculiar aura. However, he is not from Konoha, which raises some questions. Oh, that individual is a traveler from another village, possessing considerable strength. Even Orochimaru is no match for him. What? Lord Orochimaru was bested by that young brat. Indeed. Regarding this individual, someone will inform you later, but you must not provoke him. It is said that Danzo also suffered a setback at his hands today. What? The Umbu was also defeated? Not exactly defeated. It can only be described as a minor setback, Minato mused, his mind rife with uncertainty. The very fact that the 3rd Hokage had uttered such words indicated the true strength of that enigmatic master. Otherwise, the 3rd would never have warned him against provoking him. This cannot stand. For the safety of the village, I cannot allow such a dangerous element to remain here. I shall investigate him tonight, Minato resolved. Bidding farewell to the 3rd Hokage before departing the Hokage building. Ah, Minato, I sincerely hope you do not cause any trouble. After Minato's departure, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a sigh, He was all too familiar with Minato's temperament. Though young and upright, his affection for the village surpassed even that of Danzo. Thus, Hiruzen was certain that Minato would indeed seek out Liang tonight. Meanwhile, the true instigator clung foolishly to the thigh of Akane, pleading, "Akane, I am your savior. Please, grant me a morsel to eat. I am truly on the brink of starvation." Liang's expression was exaggerated, a cacophony of tears and wails. His hands desperately clutching Akane's leg. Whether out of genuine desperation or a desire to take advantage remained unclear as he playfully pinched her thigh. "Not a chance. This is the reward for my mission today. I will not part with it." "Is that truly how cold-hearted you are?" "Indeed it is." Frustrated and fruitless in his pleas, Liang stormed into the bedroom, slamming the door behind him. "That is my room," Akane exclaimed, left speechless as the door clicked shut. Inside, Liang's stomach grumbled audibly. Although he had conned a bowl of ramen from Ichiraku earlier, he had not eaten since then. He had initially hoped Akane would sponsor him another bowl. But to his dismay, the young girl proved to be quite unyielding. Fuming with indignation, Liang remained blissfully unaware of the skilled figure lurking on the rooftop just outside his window. Is this truly considered a skilled individual? Minato's face reflected mild astonishment as he had witnessed Liang's shameless antics. To extort even Akane, a lonely orphan, for food. How could such a person be deemed formidable? For the first time in his life, Minato found himself questioning the words of the third Hokage. Should I test my skills? A fleeting thought crossed Minato's mind as he hurled a shuriken through the window. Whoosh! A golden flash materialized within Akane's chamber. The Flying Thunder God technique, an S-rank space-time ninjutsu, was Minato's signature skill. The very reason he shone brilliantly on the battlefield and earned the moniker Konoha's Yellow Flash among countless foes. Just moments ago, he had inscribed a spatial mark on his shuriken. No matter where it landed, he could instantly appear at its location. Such was the power of S-rank ninjutsu. Liang was taken aback. As he rolled on his bed, a golden figure suddenly loomed overhead, prompting an instinctive response. He executed a technique known as Shinra Tensei. Boom! Akane's bed shattered into splinters, and Minato was propelled out the window. What on earth? Is this a haunting? What was that? Liang was utterly oblivious to what had transpired. His reaction had been purely instinctual. Upon glimpsing Minato's ethereal form, he had unconsciously unleashed Shinra Tensei. One must acknowledge that the reflexes of a Jonin were indeed astonishing. Yet, as the thunderous echo reverberated, Liang's heart sank heavily. Oh no, the bed is destroyed. That girl will surely make a fuss tomorrow. How will I explain this? A haunting? Will she even believe me? Liang felt a wave of bitterness wash over him. Meanwhile, outside the window, Minato was left dumbfounded. After crashing through 2 or 3 chimneys, he finally landed heavily on a stable rooftop. Remarkable. Incredibly formidable. He spat out a mouthful of blood. How could someone possess such terrifying ninjutsu? I couldn't even discern how this individual moved before I was sent flying so far. Moreover, I failed to perceive a single action. Is this prowess a testament to the mastery of taijutsu? Countless questions flickered through Watergate's mind, while his previously unshakable confidence was severely undermined. The third Hokage had initially hoped for me to inherit the mantle of Hokage, yet with my current capabilities, how could I possibly be worthy of such a title? With my laughably inadequate speed, I dare to be called the Golden Flash. I couldn't even grasp the techniques employed against me. How absurd. In that moment, Watergate felt an overwhelming sense of impotence. Perhaps I should venture out for a few years of training. My current strength is utterly insufficient to protect the village of Konoha. Yes, that's it. Mysterious young man. Once I have grown stronger, I shall return to challenge you. Resolute in his decision, Watergate promptly set off beyond the village. The following day, a farewell letter lay upon Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. Child, do you harbor many questions? Watergate, that foolish boy, had been intended to inherit the position of Hokage. Yet he has chosen to leave. This infuriates me. The third Hokage slammed his palm upon the desk before him, and the once iron-hard surface splintered into several pieces with that strike. What on earth transpired, Lord Hokage? Narashikaku inquired, his expression one of confusion as he observed the enraged third Hokage. This morning, he had arrived as per his usual routine to report on the state of affairs, only to find the Hokage in a fit of rage. Behold, this imbecile truly offers no respite. Sarutobi Hiruzen disdainfully tossed the farewell letter to Shikaku. What is this? Nara Shikaku perused the letter, his countenance growing increasingly grave. "Lord, although the captain has departed, he would never betray the village. I trust in his integrity. In this era, leaving the village without permission is tantamount to defection, especially during these times of war when battles rage across the nation. I am well aware that he has not betrayed the village, yet as a former hero, his departure will undoubtedly have a significant impact on the front lines. Then, my lord, perhaps we should disseminate the word that Captain Watergate has embarked on a prolonged covert mission? Indeed, that is an excellent idea," Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed in approval. Though Nara Shikaku may not be particularly formidable in strength, his intellect is indeed sharp, much like his son. After parting ways, Shikaku swiftly made his way to the front lines, beginning to spread the news of Watergate's departure. One can only hope that Watergate does not succumb to despair, otherwise, the impending Third Shinobi World War may prove perilous. A hint of melancholy flickered in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. Liang never imagined that his inadvertent misstep would yield such dire consequences for Konoha. After visiting several markets without finding suitable employment, Liang resolved to seek his fortune at the Hokage's office. In these extraordinary times, most ninjas survive by fulfilling bounties issued by the Hokage. Those like Liang, who are outsiders, find it nearly impossible to secure work in ordinary shops. Thus, if Liang wishes to endure, he must have a word with the third Hokage. Knock, knock. Yi Liang knocked on the door of the Hokage's office. It was rather quiet inside. He furrowed his brow. Along the way, he had only seen a youth resembling Shikamaru hurriedly leaving. Nothing else caught his eye. "Please come in," came the voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen from within. Yi Liang entered with an air of composed confidence. His current demeanor was shrouded in mystery, so much so that everyone regarded him as an extraordinary master, and a master, of course, must exude the aura befitting his stature. Thus, his attitude was anything but humble. "Third Hokage, it has been a while," Yi Liang said lightly, casually choosing a chair to sit. "Indeed, it has been a while," the third Hokage replied. "What is going on? Today, the old man seems a bit off, somewhat cold. But I don't believe I have provoked him, do I?" Yi Liang pondered, yet the situation compelled him to continue speaking. "Third Hokage, as you can see, my current circumstances are quite dire. Although you have granted me free passage in Konoha, as a wandering traveler, I find myself without even the funds for a meal. Therefore, I wish to inquire about any simple bounty tasks available. I would like to assist Konoha and, in turn, receive some compensation." "Bounty tasks?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily startled. However, he quickly realized that Yi Liang had a valid point. Despite having retained him, this young man truly seemed to lack the means for sustenance, which was rather awkward. There are indeed a few bounty tasks, but they are classified missions of Konoha, not particularly suited for outsiders. As for the lower-tier tasks, the rewards are merely a few hundred ryo. I trust you would find them beneath your interest and would not wish to undertake them," Sarutobi Hiruzen said, shaking his head. "A few hundred ryo? I would gladly accept," Yi Liang exclaimed suddenly. In the world of Hokage, a few hundred ryo was akin to a modest sum in the real world. Here, a bowl of ramen costs around 40 ryo. Thus a few hundred ryo would suffice for several hearty meals. "I desire those few hundred ryo," Yi Liang fervently thought, though he refrained from expressing it outright. After all, he was a master and must maintain the poise of one. Though the amount is small, how could one refuse to assist others simply due to a lack of funds? "I believe I am still capable of undertaking such tasks." Sarutobi Hiruzen uttered in surprise. He had not anticipated Yi Liang would voice such sentiments. Yet he was disinclined to engage with him further. Even if Yi Liang was willing to take on these lower-tier tasks, he was too apathetic to assign them. After all, Yi Liang had been the one to drive away Minato Namikaze. Even a person in a high position like the Hokage could harbor personal feelings. Just as he was preparing to dismiss Yi Liang, 3 young boys burst into the room, flustered. "Third Hokage, our teacher has gone out on a mission. When will he return? What are we to do about our tasks during this time?" They clamored, voices overlapping in a chaotic chorus. Yi Liang paid them little mind. He cast a casual glance at the newcomers, estimating their ages to be around 13 or 14, 2 boys and 1 girl. The boys were handsome, while the girl possessed a delicate beauty. Why does that white-haired boy look so familiar? A flicker of confusion crossed Yi Liang's face. Upon glancing at another youth adorned with wind-resistant goggles, a sudden clarity dawned upon him. It was none other than Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Obito. Indeed, it was previously Minato Namikaze who had guided their class. "Lord Hokage, Has our teacher truly departed? The group inquired with urgency. Yes. Your teacher has been assigned a secret mission and has left on short notice. However, fret not. He shall return before long, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, though his gaze subtly lingered on Yi Liang. What was this old man staring at? Yi Liang silently mused, then turned his attention to the sole girl present. So this is Noera Rin. She is indeed strikingly beautiful. At such a tender age, she possesses such alluring curves. It is no wonder Obito and Kakashi are so envious. Truly a femme fatale. As Yi Liang observed Noera Rin pouting her lips, this moment did not escape the keen eyes of Uchiha Obito. Alas, the Sharingan is exceedingly perceptive. Despite Yi Liang's cautious glances, he was still noticed by Obito. Who the hell are you, you pervert? Keep staring, and I'll knock you out, Obito exclaimed, swinging his fist like a fool. No wonder Rin is not fond of him. With such a lack of grace, she must surely prefer the suave Kakashi. Yi Liang shook his head in disapproval. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen grew anxious. To him, Yi Liang was an enigmatic powerhouse, and he feared Obito's sarcastic remarks might provoke a response from Yi Liang. After all, Yi Liang had once forced Minato back with sheer prowess. Stop your nonsense. This gentleman is a distinguished guest of Konoha. Do not display such rudeness, Hiruzen admonished. What kind of esteemed guest stares so lecherously without regard for decorum? He added, his frustration mounting. At that moment, Rin bowed deeply towards Yi Liang, her innate sensitivity evident. Understanding the third Hokage's demeanor, she quickly grasped the situation. I apologize, sir. Obito tends to be quite disrespectful, but he truly means no harm. Please do not take offense, she offered graciously. Yet, Obito was indignant. How could his goddess apologize to another boy? Though Yi Liang appeared several years his senior, Obito boldly issued a challenge. I demand a duel, he declared, raising his middle finger defiantly at Yi Liang. Yi Liang frowned slightly, contemplating Obito's sheer foolishness. Just look at Kakashi beside him, who remains composed and silent. That is the mark of a true gentleman. No wonder girls are not drawn to you, he thought with a smirk. Without further ado, Yi Liang swiftly lunged towards Obito. The simplest way to silence someone is through action. Bang! Before Obito could react, Yi Liang had him firmly pinned to the ground. Yet, being a child, Yi Liang refrained from applying excessive force. How swift! Kakashi observed, his eyes widening in surprise, a sentiment echoed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who sat astounded in his swivel chair. Previously, when Orochimaru had given his instructions, he did not mention that this individual possessed such rapid body flicker technique. It appears that my assessment of him must be significantly elevated. Instantly, I became vigilant. Let go of me. Let go of me. If you have the ability, don't hold me back. Watch how I'll strike you. Uchiha Obito shouted from the ground, but Yi Liang was not inclined to release him easily. Mr. Yi, let it be. After all, he is still a child. Sarutobi Hiruzen urged. Seeing that the Hokage had spoken, Yi Liang begrudgingly yielded a bit of respect and loosened his grip. Humph. This time, I was not in my prime. Next time, it shall not be so simple. Obito huffed, clearly not satisfied. At that moment, Kakashi suddenly cast a somewhat serious glance at Yi Liang. Third Hokage, may I request that Mr. Yi take over for our teacher and guide our class? What? The third Hokage was taken aback, as was Yi Liang. He never anticipated that the usually taciturn Kakashi Hatake would make such an unusual request. Are you jesting? I, Yi Liang, have come to the world of Hokage to enjoy myself, not to take on a teaching role. How could that be possible? He intended to refuse without a second thought. However, at that moment, the previously disgruntled Uchiha Obito sprang forth. Kakashi, have you lost your mind? Our teacher has just departed, and you want an outsider to lead our class. Moreover, this person seems dubious at first glance. Having him in charge would be a farce. His straightforwardness led him to voice his thoughts without reservation. Yi Liang was instantly incensed. You dare to say I'm unfit? I'll certainly take charge of your class. Third Hokage, I implore you to allow me to take over Minato's class. To be frank, I possess an undeniable talent for teaching. Within 3 years, I will ensure these students carry on the legacy of the sages and usher in an era of peace. What? The third Hokage was nearly thrown from his swivel chair in astonishment. Such grand proclamations of establishing peace for all time. As a man from the three-dimensional world, a true child of the island nation, he had never encountered such magnificent rhetoric. At that moment, inexplicably, a wave of unspoken admiration welled up within him. Upon looking at Yi Liang again, The perception in his eyes had transformed. How had this young man suddenly become so upright and just? Not only had his demeanor become less unseemly, but his appearance had also grown remarkably handsome. The once agitated Uchiha Obito was also moved. Although his intellect could not fully grasp the meaning behind those words, he could sense their impressiveness. The statement was simply extraordinary. Even without understanding, it resonated with greatness. Obito was instantly in awe. Meanwhile, beside them, Nara Rin gazed at him with hearts in her eyes. So cool. How can Mr. Yi articulate such impressive words? He is truly the ninja among ninjas, a paragon among male deities. Comparatively, the once brilliant heroes like Kakashi and Uchiha Shursui now paled in comparison to Mr. Yi. Kakashi's expression had also shifted. Originally, his suggestions stemmed from a lack of guidance from a teacher, leading to his inability to accept many tasks, which undoubtedly posed a significant blow to his finances. Thus, upon realizing that Yi Liang was a skilled individual, he casually proposed that Yi Liang become his team leader. However, he was taken aback when this teacher uttered such grandiloquent words, instantly transforming Kakashi into an ardent admirer of Yi Liang. From that moment on, Kakashi was completely enchanted by Yi Liang's charisma. A faint blush crept onto Kakashi's face. Ahem. Since you are willing to assume the role of the teacher for Team 7, let us settle this matter. During Minato's absence, you shall temporarily lead Team 7. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt reassured. How could someone who spoke such lofty declarations be a questionable individual? Indeed, Yi Liang nodded in agreement. Although he had initially acquiesced out of frustration, upon reflection, taking on Team 7 would enable him to accept the bountiful missions offered by Konoha. While it might be a bit hectic, at least he wouldn't go hungry. Thus commenced Yi Liang's splendid journey, free from the pangs of hunger. 3 days later, on the grassy field, the Konoha forces gathered at the village entrance. Their mission was to defend the Grass Shadow Village. According to intelligence reports, the invading ninjas from the land of Earth numbered in the thousands. Therefore, our objective was to infiltrate stealthily, launch a surprise attack from the rear, and disrupt their formation, thereby granting the Grass Shadow a valuable opportunity for victory. So, it is an infiltration mission? Kakashi, pondering while stroking his chin, mused. At this time, Kakashi was merely 12 years old but had already attained the rank of Jonin in Konoha, having developed some insights into combat strategies. Consequently, Yi Liang was prepared to heed his guidance, under the pretext of honing his tactical skills. Yet, in truth, Yi Liang was somewhat befuddled by the intricacies of strategy. Speaking of which, how could there be thousands of them? This was indeed an S-rank mission. Although the rewards were exceedingly tempting, the sheer number of adversaries was daunting. Yi Liang felt a surge of frustration. He never anticipated that his first assignment as a team leader would be such a critical task from Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was uncertain whether to express gratitude or exclaim in exasperation. Teacher, I propose we start from the Kemonobe Bridge. This is a crucial route for the transportation of food from the land of Earth. By severing this bridge, we can undoubtedly impede their offensive speed, which is a sound strategy. Indeed, you make a valid point. I share the same thoughts. Yi Liang nodded, suppressing any semblance of arrogance. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that the marked location of Kemonobe on the map seemed vaguely familiar, yet he couldn't quite recall why. Perhaps in his previous life as an avid fan of Naruto, this place was deemed insignificant. Yi Liang prided himself on being a superfan of Naruto. Although this location appeared familiar, he dismissed it as inconsequential and did not dwell on it further. After the group finalized their plans, they promptly set forth towards Kemonobe. In the following days, Team 7 traversed tirelessly, day and night, towards their destination. Alas, there were no trains. Yi Liang mused to himself, reflecting on the backwardness of the Naruto world. Despite the existence of communication facilities, transportation remained firmly entrenched in the style of the Edo period. They were merely horse-drawn carriages and stone ships, their speed not even rivaling that of a lower-ranked ninja's swift dash. Thus, most ninjas undertook their missions on foot. Yet, Yi Liang's velocity surpassed the norm. His enhanced body flicker technique allowed him to traverse over 10 to 20 meters per second, enabling him to cover approximately 70,000 meters in an hour, far exceeding the capabilities of an ordinary automobile from his previous life. Although his endurance was limited to just 2 hours, he deliberately slowed his pace to wait for the others. Ahead lay the Kemonobe Bridge, seemingly devoid of ambushes. Shall we proceed to sever the bridge? Teacher, you can scout the area for intel, Kakashi suggested. Severing the bridge was a straightforward task. In this era, a wooden structure could be easily shattered with a single earth release technique. Thus, Kakashi did not require Yi Liang's accompaniment. All right, this task is entrusted to you. Do your best. I have faith in you, he encouraged, lightly tapping Kakashi on the forehead as a gesture of support. Yes, we shall proceed, Kakashi exclaimed, beaming with pride at being acknowledged by such a formidable instructor. He quickly dashed towards the Kamianabi Bridge, accompanied by the envious Obito and Rin. The bridge appeared desolate, and after inspecting the surroundings, Kakashi cautiously approached. Meanwhile, Yi Liang found a secluded tree trunk and closed his eyes for a brief respite. Kakashi, it's completely empty here. There is not a soul in sight. Let us just go ahead, Obito boldly asserted as he advanced towards the bridge. Let us hold on a moment. Just because it seems deserted doesn't mean there aren't ninjas lurking nearby, Kakashi cautioned. What are you afraid of? Even if someone shows up, I can take them down with a punch. No one will harm Rin, Obito replied with bravado. I fear you might be the first to kneel. Don't say I didn't warn you. Today, our mission is stealthy, and I've heard there are elite ninjas from the land of Earth roaming about, Kakashi retorted. Rin couldn't help but chuckle at their banter. So what do you think we should do? Should we continue to lie in wait, or head over now? She inquired. I believe we should move directly. After all, it's a stealth mission, and completing it sooner would be beneficial, Rin suggested. Kakashi sighed but, seeing their determination, agreed to follow. Just as they departed, the previously tranquil grass rustled ominously. Captain, they've fallen into a trap. Should we take action now? Came a voice. Let us wait a moment. Once they trigger the trap, we can strike and achieve our goal with minimal effort. Understood, Captain. The foliage shifted, revealing several individuals camouflaged as grass and trees, their green hues akin to chameleons. Kakashi, place the explosive tags here. The bridge's structure is rather loose. If we detonate the surroundings, it should sufficiently damage the suspension bridge, Rin instructed, her theoretical knowledge proving invaluable despite her lack of combat prowess. Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest, Kakashi agreed, promptly coordinating with Obito to set the explosive tags in place. Just as the group arrived at their intended destination, a flurry of shurikens suddenly rained down upon them from above. This is bad. It's a trap. Kakashi was the first to react, swiftly brandishing his kunai to block the onslaught. As a jonin, he found it relatively easy to counter such a rudimentary shuriken trap. However, for Lin, the situation was perilous. Lin, be careful, stay behind me. Obito, ever concerned for Lin's safety, disregarded his own peril and quickly positioned himself in front of her. Yet, at that moment, Obito's strength was lacking, and he was unable to fend off the simple shuriken trap. After a few desperate attempts to shield her, he found himself wounded. Damn it! Earth-style, Earth Flow Wall. Kakashi immediately unleashed his Earth-style ninjutsu. Towering earthen walls erupted from the ground, rapidly forming a sturdy shield before them. Although Earth-style techniques consumed a significant amount of chakra, they proved effective against such widespread attacks, instantly providing the group with a fortified bastion. Are you all right? Kakashi inquired as he assessed the other's injuries. I'm fine, but Obito is gravely injured while trying to save me. Lin quickly removed Obito's shirt and employed her healing jutsu. As the medical ninja of the team, she had learned that since the Second Ninja War, the inclusion of medical ninjas in squads significantly reduced casualties. Thus, this practice had persisted. There is no time for healing. If I'm not mistaken, the enemy is nearby, and we must break through immediately. Before Lin could finish her sentence, Kakashi hoisted Obito onto his back. Let us go. The group began to retreat, but at that moment, four shadowy figures blocked their path. So, you are the ninjas from the Leaf? I never expected Konoha to send such small fry to the battlefield. Have the adults all perished? One of them jeered. Ha ha. Daisher, your tongue grows ever sharper, but this young lady is quite appealing. I find her intriguing. How dare you? If you lay a finger on Lin, I swear I will make you pay. Obito shouted while squirming on Kakashi's back. Lin, take care of Obito. I will handle them, Kakashi said, entrusting Obito to Lin before stepping forward alone. The aura of the four adversaries was formidable. They were likely Jonin-level ninjas, while Lin and the others were merely genin. Although they could lend assistance, it was evident that they were not equipped to deal with such opponents. However, if it came to merely stalling for time, Kakashi believed he could manage. In his mind, the only viable escape was to signal their teacher, Liang, who was patrolling at a distance. Water-style, Water Dragon Jutsu. A gigantic water dragon surged toward the heads of the four assailants. They appeared to be ninjas from the land of Earth, so wind and fire techniques would be less effective. Only water style could afford them a fighting chance. The four quickly leaped aside. Oh, this kid actually knows advanced ninjutsu. He must be a genius from the leaf. No wonder Konoha felt secure sending these youngsters here on a mission. Humph, they underestimate us. Even if he is a genius, he is still just a child. Daisher, you deal with those two little ones. We will take care of this genius. Understood, boss. Ninjutsu, shadow camouflage. The initially provocative ninja acknowledged with a sound, and suddenly his body became translucent, gradually vanishing from sight. No wonder they had gone unnoticed before. They possessed such a unique ninjutsu. Obito, Rin, be careful. Kakashi hastily warned his companions behind him, but by that time, the remaining adversaries had already charged towards him. These individuals bore striking resemblances to one another, slightly plump, and aside from the leader, who exuded a formidable aura, the others were unlikely to match Kakashi's prowess. Clang! One of them drew a long sword from his back, aiming a downward strike at Kakashi's head. A master of swordsmanship, indeed. Earth style, split earth palm. The leader placed both hands on the ground, channeling chakra, causing the earth behind Kakashi to shatter, severing the connection between him and Obito. Kid, there's nowhere for you to run. The final ninja launched a side attack at Kakashi. Earth style, rockhouse collapse. A series of undulating earth surged rapidly towards Kakashi. This is bad. They intend to encircle and eliminate me, Kakashi thought, realizing the urgency of the situation. Suddenly, a shout echoed from afar. A few drops of blood dripped onto the previously barren ground. Impossible. How could you possibly detect my presence? After this incredulous exclamation, the previously invisible ninja abruptly appeared beside Noera Rin, a kunai lodged in his chest. He staggered back in disbelief before collapsing. Heh, don't underestimate me, Obito, supported by Rin, remarked with a wry smile, his hand still poised as if to throw the kunai. Great stone. How infuriating. You've managed to see through my great stone ninjutsu. Fire style magic leech. You two go take care of those two kids. I'll hold off this jonin. The leader immediately commanded. Kakashi found it hard to believe. He suddenly noticed Obito's eyes, two deep crimson tomo swirling fiercely around the pupils. It was the Sharingan. Obito had activated the Sharingan. Indeed, as the nemesis of all illusion techniques, the Sharingan could undoubtedly unveil the invisibility technique. Kakashi's fighting spirit ignited. Shadow clone technique, shuriken. A barrage of sharp shuriken flew swiftly towards the opposing leader. Humph, do you think such a trivial tactic could be effective against me? The leader casually tossed a kunai, blocking the incoming shuriken. However, when they collided, a violent explosion resonated through the air. A detonating tag? Ridiculous. Such low-tier tricks could never harm me. The leader laughed heartily and charged at Kakashi. Yet a cold smile crept onto Kakashi's lips. The plan had succeeded. The two quickly engaged in combat. Haha, kid. While you may be clever, you're still just a child. With my years of experience, you stand no chance against me. The leader guffawed, gaining the upper hand in their initial clash. As he stated, although Kakashi is a prodigy, he is still quite young. The taijutsu of Konoha, while exquisite, pales in comparison to the lack of combat experience necessary to defeat the leader before him. After a few exchanges, Kakashi began to falter. Meanwhile, from a distance, Rin Noera was also struggling. She was not a combat ninja, and without Obito's Sharingan guiding her, she might not even have been able to accurately throw a shuriken. Give it up, kid. You're all doomed today, the leader taunted. Yet, at that moment, Team 7 showed no signs of loosening their resolve. Despite being at a disadvantage, their fighting spirit surged higher. They had come to understand one critical fact. The explosive tag had detonated. Indeed, the sound of the explosion was sufficient to summon reinforcements. The outcome remained uncertain, shrouded in the unknown of life and death. Kakashi stubbornly endured the leader's onslaught, and just as he was on the brink of death, a figure suddenly appeared on the battlefield. With piercing eyes, he cast a cold gaze upon everyone present. Who? The leader of the Earth Village exclaimed. But before he could react, a shuriken had pierced his neck. Your father. The figure kicked him over and instantaneously flashed to Rin's side. Shinra Tensei. With a furious roar, a white barrier enveloped Rin, swiftly propelling the two surrounding ninjas away. With a tilted neck, the leader lay lifeless. Liang sensei, you finally arrived. I knew you would come to save us. Rin exclaimed excitedly, rushing into Yang's embrace, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. Damn, Team 7 nearly faced complete annihilation. You scared me to death, Liang remarked, a cold sweat forming behind him. At that moment, he finally recalled the nature of this mission, the infamous incident at the Kaminobi Bridge. It had been mentioned in Naruto, but since it was part of Minato's memories, Liang had not connected the dots in time. In the original story, Minato led a team to disrupt the Kaminobi Bridge, a seemingly straightforward task that ultimately went awry. Team 7 was ambushed by the Earth Village here. In that battle, Rin was implanted with the Three Tails, leading to her tragic demise. Kakashi lost an eye. And after giving his own eye to Kakashi, Obito was crushed by a giant tree, ultimately succumbing to darkness and becoming Toby. Damn it. How could I forget such a crucial plot point? What a monumental oversight. Liang lamented. How could one forget such an important storyline when playing Naruto? It should not have happened. Fortunately, the situation had concluded satisfactorily. Otherwise, Liang would have been consumed by regret. Phew, since everyone is all right, let's prepare to leave. I discovered a large number of ninja from the land of Earth nearby, and they will likely arrive shortly, Liang stated with a sense of urgency. In truth, it was all a fabrication. Had it not been for Kakashi's explosive tag, Liang would still be sound asleep. Nevertheless, whether truth or fiction, Liang only wished to depart swiftly. Since this truly is the Kaminobi Bridge, it stands as the epicenter of conflict. Regardless of whether other ninjas lie in ambush, it is destined to become a battleground. Very well, we shall take our leave. Kakashi replied anxiously, swiftly hurling several explosive tags attached to shurikens towards the Kaminobi Bridge before hoisting Obito onto his back. Let us go. The group reached a consensus, but just as they were preparing to depart, the leader of the Earth Village, previously pierced by Yi Liang's blade, suddenly charged at him with unwavering determination. His heart was wounded, yet he still clung to life. I shall not allow you to thwart the master's plan. Perish. He gripped the shuriken tightly as he lunged towards Yi Liang. Teacher, be careful. The shuriken bears an explosive tag. Kakashi immediately cautioned. It was evident that this shuriken was the very tool Kakashi had intended to use to obliterate the Kaminobi Bridge. Before Yi Liang could react, he was seized by the leader of the Earth Village. Damn. Being a modern individual, his combat awareness was lacking. He quickly activated the universal pull, attempting to repel the leader who was clinging to him. However, just as he managed to activate it, the explosive tag on the shuriken detonated. The explosion occurred even before it reached Yi Liang. At this rate, it appeared that the leader of the Earth Village intended to perish alongside Yi Liang. Blasted. Following the explosion, Yi Liang's body was reduced to a mere fragment of a branch. Fortunately, before departing, he had learned the body replacement technique from Little Red Bean. Otherwise, he would have truly met his demise today. Gasping for breath, Yi Liang reflected on the harrowing scene that nearly left him paralyzed with fear. Such dedication to a mission, willing to sacrifice one's life, is undeniably admirable. Yet, when the target is oneself, it becomes a cause for great concern. Leader? What leader? At the last moment, Yi Liang certainly heard the words of the Earth Village leader, but he could definitively assert that the original narrative made no mention of this individual. In the original story, the leader of the Earth Village was utterly vanquished by Minato after repelling Team 7, thus no leader existed. Yi Liang was filled with profound suspicion. Could it be that this is not the Konoha from Shippuden? Days later, Yi Liang sat in the Hokage's hall, exuding an air of cool confidence. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the initial task. Reward, Summoning Technique. Summoning Technique? I never expected to acquire this ninjutsu. Yi Liang felt a surge of excitement. In the world of Hokage, summoning techniques are a common ability, yet each individual's summoned beast varies based on their unique attributes, which made Yi Liang quite eager about this ninjutsu. Just as he collected his reward and prepared to exit the Hokage's hall, a series of chimes echoed in his mind. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for exceeding the S-rank task of repelling Minato. Reward, Flying Thunder God Technique. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, Grand Feast. Reward, Transformation Technique. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for exceeding the A-rank task of Kaminobi Bridge. Reward, Shadow Clone Technique, Shadow Camouflage Technique. Due to the exceptional completion of the task, the Shadow Clone Technique has been upgraded to the Multi-Shadow Clone Technique. Why? Yi Liang was left utterly astonished. What is the situation? Where did these rewards come from? A free meal? Shinobi? Yi Liang pondered for a moment. These were all experiences he had already encountered. Shinobi was a recently completed bounty task, while the free meal referred to his previous indulgence at a ramen shop. These events had already transpired. But why were they surfacing now? Liang felt a hint of confusion. After a moment of contemplation, clarity washed over him. I understand now. The first two tasks were triggered almost without delay, indicating that the activation of tasks was not as prolonged as he had presumed. Yet now, there had been no new tasks. It was not due to a lack of activation, but rather because he had unresolved tasks lingering overhead. Unfinished tasks meant that new ones could not be displayed. So that was it. He comprehended fully, though new tasks were not visible. As long as the current task was completed, subsequent rewards would still be duly dispensed. A wave of joy spread across Liang's face. He had not anticipated that within just a few days, he had accomplished such a multitude of tasks. He estimated there were about 7 or 8. But apart from the Shinobi Bridge, the rest were merely mundane errands. Free meals, catching thieves in the streets, and pilfering red bean garments. All rewards consisted of commonplace, low-tier incentives, transformation techniques, shadow clones, and substitution techniques, all rudimentary ninjutsu taught at the Ninja Academy. Yet, this was of little consequence. However, what was this flying thunder god? Liang was suddenly overwhelmed with elation. The golden, shimmering flying thunder god. Yet, he pondered, when had he ever repelled Minato? Had he lost his memory? Or perhaps he had done so in a sleepwalking state. Could it be that he had dreamt of defeating him? Liang suddenly recalled that he indeed dreamt of Minato, pinning him down while embracing Kushina closely. The thought of Kushina's vibrant form nearly made him drool. Mr. Yi, if you have nothing else, you may return to rest. After completing a task, there are always a few days of leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen reminded him. He observed Liang, the corners of his eyes twitching. Was it really necessary to drool over a mere bounty? The third Hokage found it quite odd and hurriedly urged Liang to depart. Oh. Liang immediately snapped back from his reverie. Regardless of how it had come about, he decided to enjoy himself first. He dismissed the thoughts. He weighed the bounty in his hand. The Shinobi Bridge was an A-rank task, likely worth several tens of thousands of ryo, sufficient for him to indulge for a while. Teacher Liang, if you're free, could you guide me in training this afternoon? At that moment, Yawahara Rin, a shy girl, posed the question softly. Yet Liang heard her clearly. No problem. Meet me at the training grounds this afternoon. Liang laughed heartily, still basking in his newfound wealth. Agreeing to Yawahara Rin's request without a second thought, he had simply forgotten that apart from his cheat abilities, he possessed no concrete ninjutsu skills or methods. Yawahara Rin nodded in response. Her face distinctly radiated joy. As a medical ninja, the expectations regarding strength were not excessively high. However, following the recent incident, Naira Rin felt a profound sense of her own frailty. Despite Obito's evident weakness, she found herself reliant on his protection, which made her feel like a hindrance. Consequently, Naira Rin was determined to enhance her abilities. At that moment, Obito had already gone to the infirmary with Kakashi's assistance, leaving only the two of them. Teacher, shall we leave together? Naira Rin inquired casually as she exited the hall with Liang. However, Liang chose to disregard her. One could only imagine how astonished Hongdo would be upon seeing such a sum of money. His mind wandered, and unexpectedly, he abandoned Naira Rin, who had intended to accompany him. Never mind, the teacher probably has something to attend to, Naira Rin thought, feeling a bit dazed but forcing herself to find solace in the situation. As for Liang, he had long forgotten his earlier promise. It was a habitual response for him as a reclusive individual. In his past life, he was known for being overly accommodating, and this tendency had naturally persisted. After some twists and turns, Liang returned home. A few days later, Uchiha Obito rushed into Hongdo's small dwelling in a state of urgency. Teacher Liang, Rin is in trouble. What happened? Liang, engrossed in his meal at the table, was momentarily taken aback. Rin was practicing alone at the training ground and seems to have gotten into a conflict with a group of Chunin. Kakashi has already gone to assist. I came to inform you. What? Liang was stunned. A scene from a few days prior flashed through his mind. Teacher, could you guide me in my training this afternoon? Of course. Wait for me at the training ground. That was their conversation. How could I have forgotten about this? He immediately abandoned his meal, following Obito outside the village. The training grounds of Konoha were located on the outskirts of the village. Due to the immense power of ninjutsu, it was clear that unleashing such force within the village was impractical. Thus, Konoha had established a relatively adequate training area within a small grove outside the village. This was where Naruto trained in the original story. The area was equipped with numerous targets for shuriken practice. And being in a forested area meant there were also rivers nearby for practicing water and fire techniques. It was by this river that Sasuke and Itachi trained with the great fireball technique. I want to see which fool dares to trouble our Team 7. Liang stormed into the training ground. A group of ninjas, around his age, had encircled Naira Rin and her companions, appearing ready to strike, if not for Kakashi's presence. What is going on? Liang approached. Teacher Liang, they were already surrounding us when I arrived, Naira Rin replied, casting her gaze away and not addressing him further. It seems this young lady is upset with herself, Liang thought. I apologize. It is my fault. There was an urgent matter at home that prevented me from meeting you on time. Please trust your teacher. Liang spoke solemnly, yet Naira Rin remained unresponsive. Rin, one must learn to be self-reliant and strong. The teacher's absence from the appointment was, in fact, a lesson to convey this truth. Only by mastering independence can one truly become formidable. Liang reiterated. Self-reliance and strength? Naira Rin suddenly reacted, casting a doubtful glance at Liang. Could it be that the teacher genuinely held such thoughts? Observing Rin's wavering resolve, Liang seized the opportunity. Indeed, once you embrace the spirit of self-improvement, the teacher can proceed with the next phase of your education. Rin, you have not disappointed me. Even in my absence, you have persevered in the training grounds. The teacher is deeply gratified. So it was. The teacher was testing me all along. I was completely oblivious and almost wronged the teacher. How foolish of me. Naira Rin felt a wave of remorse, her gaze fixed intently upon Liang, filled with contrition. Rin, it is good that you understand. Liang's audacity knew no bounds. He regarded Naira Rin with utmost seriousness, passionately articulating the bond between teacher and student, not betraying a hint of amusement, as though he truly believed in his own words. Hey, have you finished your chatter? Do you truly think we are invisible? A group of Chunin interjected. Upon Liang's arrival, they noted his incessant prattling with the girl. Though they were unsure of the content, they felt inundated with sentimentality. You must be the instructor of this squad. We are the newly promoted Chunin, and with the impending battle, this young lady has taken over our training target, severely disrupting our practice. So, you decided to attack my team members? Liang's expression darkened. Naira Rin seemed unscathed. Yet Liang distinctly observed a charred mark on Kakashi's wrist. It was evidently a burn from a fire technique. What do you mean? Are you implying that you have no intention of yielding to us? Let me tell you, pre-battle training is entirely justified. You are merely a bunch of worthless genin, unworthy of utilizing such precious training resources. If you do not step aside, be wary, for we may take action. Worthless genin? Liang's countenance soured further. Haha. Someone who cannot even throw a shuriken accurately. What else could they be but worthless genin? The crowd erupted in laughter. Suddenly, Liang noticed Naira Rin's eyes glistening with unshed tears. Realization struck him. They must be referring to her. He could not fathom Kakashi failing to hit his mark. Anger surged within him. It was acceptable to insult him, but to disparage Naira Rin was intolerable, though not typically one to defend indiscriminately. Liang felt a protective urge towards Rin, especially given the unfair treatment she had endured due to his careless words. Since you claim the genin cannot throw shurikens accurately, let us settle this with a demonstration. A demonstration? With whom? With you? With her. Liang suddenly grasped Naira Rin's arm and raised it high. Ah, teacher, what are you saying? My shuriken skills are quite lacking. Yawahara Rin exclaimed immediately. Do not worry. If the teacher believes you can, then you can. Do you not trust the teacher? No. Rin certainly trusts the teacher, she hastily explained, but the few Chunin nearby erupted in laughter. They had just witnessed Rin's lackluster performance, and to suggest she could hit even 1 out of 10 was clearly an exaggeration. It was more likely that out of 20 shuriken, she would hit at most once. This teacher, surely you jest. I might believe you could throw, but her? Huh. You must be out of your mind. Humph. Are you going to compete or not? Liang scoffed. Of course we shall compete. However, merely competing is rather dull. Why not wager something? Wager? What do you propose? Liang asked, somewhat irritated. I have just completed a mission and possess 10,000 taels in my pocket. As the teacher, you may wager any amount you desire, but it must come with some stakes. Very well, I accept your challenge. Let us wager 10,000 taels. Liang declared boldly. Having just completed a mission, he still had some spare change. However, Yawahara Rin immediately expressed her displeasure. Teacher, I truly cannot. She frantically signaled to Liang. Competing without a stake was acceptable, but 10,000 taels was far too much. It would require several B-rank missions to earn such an amount. Do not fret, just give it your all, Liang urged as he gently pushed Yawahara Rin forward. Given that he dared to have her compete against the Chunin, he felt somewhat confident. After all, how could a money-hungry upstart joke away half of his fortune? Internally, Liang felt a surge of delight as he already had a complete plan in mind. All right, since we have agreed, let us commence. The Chunin immediately assumed their stances and moved towards one of the targets. Let us begin from here. He positioned himself 100 meters away and hurled his shuriken with a grunt. 4 rings. The blade landed just beside the center, narrowly missing it. Excellent. Hitting 4 rings from 100 meters is an impressive score. The Chunin could not contain their glee. Let us continue. Liang gestured nonchalantly. This competition would consist of 10 throws each, to see who would achieve the highest final score. It was a test of endurance, as throwing shuriken required substantial focus, thus significantly affecting stamina. Do not panic, follow my instructions, and you will surely surpass him. Liang whispered a few words into Yawahara Rin's ear. At that moment, Rin was sweating profusely, clearly nervous. After giving her a few instructions, Liang ceased speaking. Meanwhile, the Chunin completed their 10 throws, achieving a remarkable score of 6 4 rings, 1 5 ring, and 3 misses. Such scores were already exceptionally high. In the original narrative, those extraordinary ninjas would often hit the bullseye, creating an impressive spectacle, but in reality, it was quite challenging for an average Chunin to consistently achieve 5 rings, especially from a distance of 100 meters. Teacher, is Rin truly capable? Kakashi inquired. From 100 meters, hitting 10 times consecutively. The vastness of the distance rendered even Kakashi unable to guarantee absolute precision, let alone the inexperienced Rin. Yet, when Rin cast her shuriken for the first time, the collective gasps of astonishment silenced the crowd. A perfect 5 ring. How could this be possible? The opposing Chunin were taken aback. To them, the girl who had struggled to hit a target even 10 meters away had somehow achieved the highest score at 100 meters. This was utterly inconceivable. It's all right, relax. Keep going. Liang encouraged Rin. With a deep breath, Rin launched another shuriken. Thud. Another 5 ring. How could this occur? This time, not only were the Chunin dumbfounded, but Rin herself was also momentarily stunned. I actually did that. She marveled, gazing at her hand, astonished that her teacher's methods had proven effective. Liang instructed her to stand upright, feet together, harnessing her strength, and to focus intently. This was akin to the mantra for throwing darts from his previous life. Having dabbled in the art of dart throwing, Liang had diligently learned the techniques for accurate hits. Of course, mere knowledge would not suffice for such precision. But one must remember this is the world of ninjas. Keeping one's gaze fixed on the target ensures a perfectly vertical trajectory. The same principle applied to throwing shuriken. Before imparting the dart-throwing mantra to Rin, Liang had also refined it with the techniques of the Naruto universe. Do not forget, Liang had acquired advanced ninja tool skills bestowed by the system. Such knowledge, reserved for high-ranking ninjas, was far beyond the capabilities of these mere Chunin. Moreover, when combined with the expertise of his past life and his own shuriken techniques, Liang's prowess transcended that of ordinary jonin. Even elite jonin might struggle to match him. After hitting the target, Rin swiftly launched the remaining shuriken in her hand. 5 times she scored 4 rings, and 5 times 5 rings. A remarkable display. This score undoubtedly surpassed that of the Chunin, and by no small margin. A bet is a bet, let us go? The Chunin, witnessing this spectacle, immediately signaled to depart. However, with quick reflexes, Liang would not permit them to leave empty-handed. You may leave, but the money stays. You. Don't push your luck. Be wary of our head's retribution. The Chunin muttered, clearly intent on fleeing without paying, but Liang was the very embodiment of a rogue. Modern-day ruffians were not to be compared with their meager ilk. After deftly handling the situation with a bit of persuasion, Liang weighed the pouch of money in his hands. Though his hands ached slightly, he watched with delight as the Chunin departed. Kakashi, is your arm all right? Liang finally remembered to check on Kakashi. Had you not attacked my disciple first, I would not have resorted to extorting you. He rationalized his own greed in silence. My arm. Kakashi extended his hand. Indeed, this wound was inflicted by their fire technique, but it's nothing to worry about. Let Rin tend to it. She'll heal it in no time. Huh. Kakashi looked bewildered. Teacher, I accidentally burned it last night. If you don't believe me, feel it. It's already scabbing over. What? Liang reached out and touched the mark, which promptly fell away. Indeed, the wound has scarred. No worries, you should let Lin take care of it. Teacher, it's really nothing. Tend to it. Why be so fussy about it? Liang emphasized his tone slightly and then departed from the training ground. Lin, what do you think is wrong with the teacher? It's merely a small injury, yet he insists you waste your chakra. I suspect it may be related to my training. It's my fault for misunderstanding the teacher earlier. I shall heed his teachings from now on, diligently practice alone, and strive for self-reliance. Seeing the earnest expression on Yawahara Lin's face, Kakashi, with a hint of exasperation, chose to leave the scene. Lin genuinely believed the teacher's words. Though Kakashi admired Liang, today's clumsy lie was hardly enough to deceive his intellect. It seems women are often large of bosom, yet lacking in wit. Days passed. The wind was gentle and the clouds sparse. Since the incident at the training ground, Liang encountered no further troubles. One day, he was lounging on a soft couch with Akane, engaging in conversation. Hey, you've earned some money. Why haven't you moved out? Are you really that shameless? It was the same old tiresome topic that Liang could hardly be bothered to address. He closed his eyes and contemplated the tasks for the day, engaging in a meaningful discussion about life with Akane. Reward: C-rank Taijutsu, Konoha Whirlwind. Simple and unremarkable. Over the past few days, Liang had been receiving numerous mundane tasks, which he referred to as daily missions, akin to the routine of a game. However, the rewards were hardly worth looking at, merely useless, ordinary ninjutsu. And no noteworthy skills emerged later on. Liang had accumulated countless low-level ninjutsu, many of which were duplicates. Of course, when the system drew a duplicate, it would enhance the original, but overall, they remained unimpressive. Liang reflected on the significant ninjutsu he had mastered: Flying Thunder God and Shinra Tensei. He had successfully acquired two S-rank ninjutsu through great effort. As for the Flying Thunder God, its secrets remained elusive. Nevertheless, it was an eternal truth that only the most challenging tasks yielded substantial rewards. Regarding low-level ninjutsu, the only ones Liang frequently utilized were body flicker technique and substitution technique. It is worth noting that he had drawn the substitution technique multiple times, indicating that his mastery of it had reached an extraordinary level. When activated, he could instantly transform merely by focusing on an object, often requiring no chakra at all. Such low-level ninjutsu typically demanded little chakra, and even more so, after countless enhancements. Liang rolled around on the couch for a moment when suddenly, a particular ninjutsu came to mind: summoning technique. It had been mentioned before that summoning technique was quite unique. As one's strength grew, the summoned entities would also become increasingly formidable. Furthermore, the type of creature summoned varied depending on the individual. Liang decided to give the summoning technique a try. If he were to summon something incredibly powerful, it would surely be delightful. With that thought, Liang promptly left Akane's abode. Summoning techniques constitute a unique form of ninjutsu, and Liang had no intention of training in the practice grounds. Should he invoke the colossal toad, Gamabunta, it would undoubtedly wreak havoc upon the training facilities. A prospect Liang was keen to avoid as he had no desire to incur financial losses. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved to venture to the Valley of the End. Surrounded by rocky terrain, this was the very site where Naruto and Sasuke had engaged in their fateful battle. The gentle flow of water could be heard, fed by a magnificent waterfall upstream, ensuring a constant supply of water, while the wide canyon below kept the currents from becoming too deep. Liang chose this location precisely for its spaciousness, which was ideally suited for summoning vast creatures. He found a relatively smooth boulder and settled himself upon it. Numerous stones littered the brook, allowing for easy passage. This would suffice, he thought. He then produced a large scroll and unfurled it atop the stone. This was a high-level summoning scroll, essential for mastering the art of summoning, as it required a complex series of runic rituals. Without the scroll, inscribing the runes in situ would consume an inordinate amount of time. Thus, having the runes inscribed on a scroll for easy transport became a fundamental requisite for summoning techniques. With a gleeful smile, Liang gazed at his summoning scroll, which he had procured for 10,000 ryo from the third Hokage, rumored to be at an internal price, as the average ninja would be obliged to pay tenfold that amount. The location was ideal, and the tools were adequately prepared to conduct the summoning ritual. Over. Liang, somewhat oblivious to his own ramblings, suddenly withdrew a small knife from his pocket and made a cut across his thumb. Blood was essential for the summoning technique. Liang's scroll was a random summoning scroll. Traditional summoning scrolls were typically passed down through generations. For instance, Naruto's scroll was gifted to him by Jiraiya, already inscribed with runes and bound by a contract with the toads of Mount Myaboku, allowing Naruto to summon them directly. However, Liang lacked such a hereditary scroll. Hence, he could only utilize this random scroll to summon nearby creatures, which he would then tame and add to his roster of summoned beasts. With a sense of anticipation, Liang pressed his finger against the scroll. In an instant, a tadpole the size of his thumb materialized upon the parchment. No way. How could I possibly summon merely a tadpole with my summoning talent? Liang exclaimed, perplexed. As a jonin with ample chakra, he believed that the strength of the summoned creature should correspond with the amount of chakra he possessed. Given the chakra he had just expended, summoning a tadpole was utterly disappointing. Resolute, he proceeded to attempt another summoning. This time, a snail the size of a fist appeared. As long as no contract had been established, he could attempt summoning anew without concern for the previous failure. Liang made another incision on his finger and initiated the summoning once more. Time passed, and far away in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was reviewing documents when suddenly, an urgent jonin burst into the room. The third Hokage was taken aback when he learned that a high-level summoning scroll had gone missing from the warehouse. The high-level summoning scroll? Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered briefly before returning his attention to the documents in hand. Ah, that one. Mr. Yi came this morning to purchase a scroll, and I gave it to him. Gave it to Mr. Yi? The jonin suddenly realized, but an unsettling tension gripped his mind. That summoning scroll seemed to be defective. Not only could it not summon any advanced summoning beasts, but it also consistently called forth peculiar and bizarre entities. He wondered if the Hokage was aware of this. He glanced back at the third Hokage, but Sarutobi Hiruzen paid him no heed, leaving him with no choice but to withdraw. At the Valley of the End, Liang had failed his summoning attempt for the 100th time. Damn it! If I fail to summon again, I swear I'll smash the Hokage's office. At that moment, he realized he had been deceived by the third Hokage. As a jonin, he had expended countless chakra, yet he had not summoned a single worthy beast, instead conjuring an assortment of absurd items. What a wretched shoe! What a paint bucket! The most horrifying of all was the enormous slug he had summoned. As large as a mountain, Liang nearly retched his ramen from the morning. He had always detested such slimy creatures, prompting him to hastily cancel the summoning ritual. Please, let this be the last time. Oh heavens, grant me a reliable summoning beast. Liang prayed, feeling increasingly lightheaded. 100 cuts on his fingers had plunged him into a dangerously anemic state, and he surmised that he would need at least 10 bowls of rich bone broth to recover. With a puff of smoke, the summoning scroll materialized once more. A gooey, excrement-like entity emerged, slowly wriggling into view. Liang stared in disbelief at this grotesque creature. To his dismay, it lunged toward him. He instinctively raised his hand to shield himself. Just as they made contact, a flash of golden light erupted. The contract had succeeded. For a summoning technique to succeed, it generally requires emotional rapport, essentially forming a bond of friendship with the summoned beast. However, there exists an alternative method, dominance through strength. As long as your fist is formidable enough, even the most unruly of summoning beasts can be tamed. Liang had unwittingly employed this latter approach. When he instinctively blocked the creature with his palm, he had inadvertently channeled a portion of his power. The creature, sensing that its strength paled in comparison, instinctively chose to submit, thus achieving a successful summoning. Why, oh why, must fate treat me so cruelly? A summoning of excrement? This must surely be a first in the annals of ninja history. Liang grimaced at his newly acquired summoning beast, the soft, sludgy mass still writhing before him. He instinctively understood that this substance was not genuine excrement. It was likely some unknown mollusk or perhaps the remnants of a biological cell. However, one undeniable truth remained. This entity possessed no combat prowess whatsoever. Observing its snail-like pace, Liang deduced everything he needed to know. 30 minutes later, an irate figure stormed into the Hokage's office. If one were to suggest that 1,000 prayers in a past life could culminate in but a single encounter, Liang would gladly forego that encounter altogether. Following the excrement incident, he received a compensation of a staggering 100,000 taels of silver, an immense sum. Yet, Liang would have preferred to be rid of this fortune. Once the summoning technique was activated, acquiring other summoning beasts became exceedingly arduous, as subsequent summoning rituals could only invoke creatures akin to the original. For instance, if Liang summoned excrement, he could only call forth its close relatives, perhaps a snail or another mollusk, all of which were undeniably feeble. To summon other spiritual beasts, he would require an ancestral scroll, a prospect that seemed utterly impossible. He felt despondent. An important opportunity had yielded nothing but refuse. Even though Sarutobi Hiruzen compensated him with 100,000 taels, it could not mend the sorrow in his heart. Kakashi, what is wrong with our teacher lately? He has been staring at that pile of excrement and laughing foolishly. He must be going mad. Obito, do not speak recklessly. I heard from Lord Third that this is teacher Yi Liang's summoning beast, a divine-level creature with power rivaling that of the legendary beasts from the 3 great holy lands. I have even heard that it could outmatch the toad Wanta from Mount Myaboku. What? This thing is that powerful? Obito gasped in disbelief. They were currently en route to execute a mission. Having rested for several days, their second assignment was imminent. Liang attentively listened to his teammates' conversations, feeling slightly reassured. To uphold his dignity, he not only extorted a considerable sum from the 3rd Hokage, but also threatened him to keep the fact that he had summoned a piece of garbage under wraps. To the outside world, this excrement could only be portrayed as an immensely powerful summoning beast. Yet, he was taken aback by how exaggeratedly the 3rd had boasted about it, comparable to the legendary beasts of the 3 holy lands. Softy, are you really that formidable? Liang mused, stroking the mollusk summoning beast perched on his shoulder, aptly named Softy. After some time of experimentation, Liang suddenly realized that this summoning beast was not without its merits. Aside from its utter lack of combatability, it could morph into the appearance of any creature it touched, albeit in a somewhat diminished size. Nevertheless, Liang believed that given time to grow, it would undoubtedly become an extraordinary shapeshifter. According to tests, Softy's transformations were so convincing that even perception-type ninjas could not discern the truth. A delightful surprise indeed. Liang thought contentedly. Today, they were heading to the Land of Waves to hunt down a group of rogue ninjas. Due to the frequent occurrence of warfare, the majority of fearful ninjas chose to defect from their villages. However, it is one thing to abandon one's home, but quite another to wreak havoc and engage in robbery. This is simply unacceptable. Liang glanced at the map and realized they were approaching the Land of Waves. First, they would seek out a local to inquire about the situation. Being near the mist-hidden village was exceedingly perilous, making it unwise to reveal their identities. Understood, Sensei. Kakashi and the others responded, following Liang stealthily into the village. Their destination was the home of a fisherman named Kaijo. The Land of Waves was surrounded by vast moats, making travel reliant on fishing boats. Thus, the profession of fishing was quite prevalent in this region. This must be it, Liang noted after questioning several passers-by, finally locating Kaijo's dilapidated yard. The ramshackle earthen house raised doubts in Liang's mind regarding Kaijo's ability to pay the bounty from the hidden leaf. Although it was merely a C-rank mission, it still bore a reward of several thousand ryo. In this chaotic era, such an amount represented half a year's wages for a fisherman, assuming there were clients daily. Most fishermen only earned sporadically, as competition was fierce in the Land of Waves. Let us go in, Liang signaled to his team before pushing the door open. At that moment, a wooden stick swung towards his face. Startled, Liang quickly realized the blow lacked force. He merely turned his head slightly to evade it. Get lost. You black merchants. We have nothing you want. A child burst out from within, wielding a rotting wooden stick, evidently the one who had just attempted to strike Liang. Hey kid, you've mistaken us. We are ninjas from the hidden leaf, not merchants, Liang explained calmly, observing the little rascal. Humph, don't try to deceive me. You've pretended to be ninjas from the leaf several times this month. You want to fool me. The child swung again. Liang could only shake his head in exasperation, swiftly snatching the stick from the child's grasp. Give it back, you scoundrel, the child cried, attempting to reclaim the stick. At that moment, a dark-faced fisherman rushed out from the earthen dwelling. His identity as a fisherman was unmistakable. The scent of seafood clung to him, a distinct aroma only those who had spent years at sea possessed. Kaijo, stop this. These are esteemed ninjas from the leaf, he exclaimed, pulling the child aside. Esteemed ninjas? The child gazed at Liang, momentarily stunned. I apologize, esteemed sir. I am Kaijio, the client for this mission. The child is simply being naive. I ask for your forgiveness. It's quite all right. I am not concerned, Liang replied nonchalantly. He scrutinized the fisherman anew, and his heart sank. His initial judgment proved correct. The man appeared gaunt and thin, permeated with a stench of sweat from neglecting hygiene for days. Such a person could hardly afford the hiring fee. He unconsciously cast a glance at Kakashi, only to find Kakashi frowning as well, suggesting he had noticed the same thing. Uncle Kai, do you have any food? I'm on the verge of starving, exclaimed Obito abruptly. He was rather dense, having traversed the mountainous terrain without an opportunity to eat. While Liang hurriedly sought out their employer, resulting in his stomach growling audibly. Kai's face immediately displayed a hint of discomfort, but after a moment's hesitation, he welcomed the group into his humble abode. Uncle, your house is quite dilapidated. Won't you catch a cold staying here at night? Obito remarked, surveying the walls riddled with holes, even noticing a significant section of the roof missing. Well, it's summer now. A bit of coolness is rather pleasant. Kai replied as he greeted the others and led the child to the kitchen. Kakashi, what do you think? I suspect this might be a freebie mission. A freebie mission refers to a situation where the client, having paid a deposit, lacks the means to pay the remaining bounty, leaving Konoha to work for nothing after the task concludes. Of course, the term freebie was one Kakashi learned from Liang. Such tasks were originally termed as false missions. I believe so too. Liang nodded in agreement. Inori's eyes reflected a flicker of confusion. Sensei, should we continue with this task? Since it is a false mission, we might as well cancel it directly. Let's hold off for now. There may be further developments, Liang replied. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito looked foolishly at the others. Kakashi, what exactly is a freebie mission? His ignorance of such common knowledge left him perplexed. However, Kakashi chose to ignore him. Obito then turned to Inori, who likewise did not respond. Liang remained silent as well. There was little to be done. After all, he was rather dense. After a while, Uncle Kai emerged with a bowl of sweet potatoes. With a cheerful demeanor, he placed the sweet potatoes on the table, saying, "Adults, please enjoy." Obito glanced at the sweet potatoes in front of him and immediately reached out. Yet, Liang distinctly noticed the child's eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance upon seeing Obito grab the sweet potato. In that instant, Liang understood everything. That bowl of sweet potatoes was likely their entire supply of food. Everyone, please eat. There are more in the kitchen. Do not be shy, Kai urged warmly. However, aside from Obito, the others remained unmoved. Noticing their hesitation, Kai sent the child away before returning to them. Adults, this time we truly have a problem. He bowed to Liang, indicating he was about to get straight to the point. The rogue ninja is hiding in the river mode of the Land of Waves. They are robbing all merchants attempting to cross into the Land of Waves. If this continues, we will have no visitors left in our country. His expression was tense. Yet Liang maintained an impassive demeanor. I understand your concerns, but I would like to inquire about the bounty for this mission, 3,000 Ryo. Are you certain you can afford it? Are you doubting me? Keilu shouted immediately. Though his expression was one of embarrassment, his neck flushed crimson, clearly lacking confidence. So what? Liang replied coldly. There is no such thing as a free lunch. As a modern individual, Liang understood this principle well. To offer assistance naturally requires compensation. Even if Liang wished to be a benefactor, he presently lacked the means to do so, and besides, the bounty of 3,000 taels was intended for the village, from which they would only receive a few hundred at most. Seeing the change in Liang's demeanor, Keilu immediately fell into despair. My lord, it's not that I do not wish to pay the bounty, but the funds meant for it have been seized by the Black Merchant Guild just this morning. He added hastily, that was collectively gathered by all of us fishermen. The Black Merchant Guild? A hint of confusion crossed Liang's face. Indeed, the Black Merchant Guild is a local tyrant in our Land of Waves, led by a man named Cardo. Over the years, they have established this guild, controlling all maritime transport and infrastructure. They have been suppressing their competitors through their underhanded tactics, and it won't be long before they completely seize the lifeblood of our nation. We fishermen are the only industry disrupting their operations. Thus, they have targeted you? Yes, Keilu affirmed. Liang fell into deep contemplation. Upon seeing that the mission involved the Land of Waves, he recalled the original storyline tied to this land. That event would occur a decade later, when the protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki, was entrusted by the bridge builder, Tsunade, to protect the Great Bridge. with the malevolent merchant Cardo seeking to destroy it. Liang remembered that this man was ultimately slain by a rogue ninja, Zabuza Momochi. Of course, Zabuza was not present at this time, as it was still 12 years prior. Yet, Liang did not expect that even now, Cardo had already begun to control the very essence of the Land of Waves. It seemed the time had come to confront this shadowy merchant. Liang resolved to investigate this individual. Although Keilu's task was to eliminate the rogue ninjas threatening the city's defenses, Liang understood that the true puppeteer was undoubtedly Cardo of the Black Merchant Guild. This merchant not only commanded countless underlings, but also frequently employed passing rogue ninjas to carry out his nefarious deeds. The fisherman's trade conflicted with his monopolized transport industry, and now that they were in distress, it was highly probable that Cardo was orchestrating these troubles from the shadows. Considering all possibilities, Liang, amidst Keilu's countless expressions of gratitude, led Team 7 out of the earthen house. Teacher, are you certain we should assist this Uncle Keilu? This appears to be a false mission. Kakashi, remember, one must prioritize humanity before duty. Liang was aware that Keilu could not afford the bounty. However, since the events were intertwined with the original narrative, he could not turn a blind eye. Moreover, a chime resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the SSS-level mission to eliminate the Merchant Cardo. Condition 1. Directly slay Cardo. Reward, random A-level ninjutsu. Condition 2. Slay Cardo while simultaneously dealing with his underlings. Reward, random A-level ninjutsu x2. Condition 3. Slay Cardo while extinguishing all his influences. Underlings, rogue ninjas. Reward, random S-rank ninjutsu. How astonishing. The S-rank skill has returned. Liang was taken aback. This time, the task was a selection of 3. Such a mission had not been witnessed since Liang first traversed into this world. It was undoubtedly a mission of great significance. The last time such a task was presented, the reward was the Divine Realm's heavenly strike. For the sake of that reward, I must give it my all. Kakashi, standing nearby, was momentarily stunned. First, be a person, then do the work? He was suddenly enlightened. The teacher truly is remarkable. He never imagined such profound and moving words would come from him. Back in the Earth House, Kakashi had forgotten the teacher who spoke of world peace due to Liang's reality. However, upon hearing first, be a person, then do the work, he was instantly awakened. Indeed, the teacher's seemingly ruthless demeanor in the Earth House must have been calculated. I always thought, how could the teacher be merely a money-hungry bumpkin? Yahiko Rin felt a stir within her heart. She slowly leaned closer to Liang, her eyes sparkling even more fervently. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito nodded knowingly. Impressive. The black market of Kado was rampant in the Land of Waves. After a day's investigation, Liang had gathered a general understanding of the black market's divisions. As evening fell, the group met at the edge of the city moat. Liang-sensei, I have located Kado's mansion, where several rogue ninjas from the Mist Village are guarding. All of them Chunin level. Sensei, there were rogue ninjas appearing at the moat today, but I drove them away. Obito boasted proudly. To prevent any rogue ninjas from attacking fishermen, Liang had instructed Uchiha Obito to follow Kai closely, which evidently proved effective. At that moment, Yahiko Rin appeared somewhat hesitant. What's wrong? Did you uncover anything about Kado's black market? Liang inquired. The Kado black market was composed of various mafia groups, although numerous. They were merely ordinary individuals lacking ninjutsu skills. Hence, Liang decided to send the weakest, Rin, to scout the area. Sensei, today I observed the situation at Kado's black market. I found that most of the workers were merely 7 to 8-year-old children, struggling to carry tools and bamboo baskets. Laboring on construction sites. I even witnessed their hands and feet worn to the point of bleeding. As Rin spoke, she suddenly bowed earnestly to Liang. Teacher, I implore you to help them. Liang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Rin would have such profound realizations, which left him feeling somewhat ashamed. In contrast to Rin's noble intentions, Liang's motivation, driven by the desire for task rewards, seemed somewhat trivial. I have already contacted Konoha. It won't be long before they take control of the rogue ninjas in the water. As for Kado's black market, they are merely ordinary mafias. I believe resolving that issue afterwards will not be troublesome. At this point, Liang swallowed slightly. As for Kado himself, once reinforcements arrive, I will personally deal with him. Thank you, Sensei. Rin expressed her gratitude. Liang's plan was flawless, employing a multifaceted approach. As long as the reinforcements arrived, he was confident that completing the mission would be within easy reach. At that moment, a sudden surge of over 20 ninjas erupted from the moat, methodically surrounding Liang and his companions on the shore. TSK, your plan is rather clever, but alas, that brash young lad has exposed you today. An ambush. Liang and his group were immediately taken aback. Meanwhile, Obito was stunned, casting a shocked glance at the speaking leader. Aren't you the rogue ninja who attacked the fisherman today? How dare you show your face here? I'll make you regret it. He cursed vehemently, preparing to confront the man, but was abruptly yanked back by Kakashi. Whoosh. Several swift shurikens pierced the air, landing where Obito had just been standing. Shadow clone of shurikens. You're a jonin, Kakashi exclaimed. As Obito charged forward, he realized the gravity of the situation. The leader remained utterly unperturbed by Obito's attack, which was a clear indication of trouble. Instinctively, Kakashi pulled Obito back. Gasp. Obito was drenched in cold sweat. The Shuriken Shadow Clone was an A-rank ninjutsu, notoriously difficult to master. And rarely would a jonin possess such skill. Those who did were exceptional jonin. TSK, this white-haired lad is quite quick on his feet. The leader smacked his lips. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Liang. In this predicament, it was evident to anyone that Liang was the strongest among them. You seem rather formidable, Liang remarked, suddenly breaking into applause. He smiled at the rogue ninja leader, exuding an air of nonchalance, as though the 20-plus ninjas surrounding him were merely ordinary individuals. What on earth is going on with this guy? The leader's expression turned to one of suspicion. Liang, however, maintained his calm demeanor. Seizing the initiative was characteristic of his approach. When faced with uncertainty, he would feign confidence, knowing that even the strongest adversaries would harbor some trepidation. This was Liang's current strategy. Remarkably, another jonin. When he watched Naruto in his previous life, he never encountered so many jonin. Yet now, in this world, they seemed to abound. Moreover, Liang discerned that this rogue ninja was no ordinary traitor. He subtly glanced at the weapons enveloping the man behind him. A broken blade. A decapitating sword. This man was Hozuki Shikiso, the first wielder of the decapitating sword, renowned as a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. With such an impressive array of titles, Hozuki Hanzo was a legendary ninja in the Land of Water, and although he was ultimately defeated by Might Guy, he remained an extraordinarily powerful figure. Liang was certain that without the study of forbidden techniques, Orochimaru would not stand a chance against him. No wonder this mission was classified as an SSS-level task. Liang suddenly recalled the system's evaluation of this mission. At the time, he hadn't paid much attention. But now, upon reflection, it sent chills down his spine. The first SSS-level mission had pitted an ordinary person against Orochimaru. Had it not been for his intellect, he might have perished then and there. The recent inflation of his capabilities, combined with the inexplicable acquisition of the Flying Thunder God technique, had led Liang to feel somewhat invincible. However, having recognized the reality of the situation, he understood the need to adopt a more serious demeanor. Kakashi, you can handle these minor nuisances. Allow me to confront their leader, Liang solemnly declared. The 7 ninja swordsmen are not foes these children can contend with. Even though Kakashi has attained the rank of jonin, facing Pipajuzo would merely be a matter of delivering a meal. To avert unforeseen complications, Liang resolved to confront Pipajuzo of the 7 ninja swordsmen alone. Indeed, teacher, Kakashi replied promptly, hastily leading Obito and the others away from these trivial adversaries. It was rare for Liang to appear so serious. Thus he naturally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Young man, I once held a degree of admiration for you. However, it is unfortunate that there are those who seek your demise, and I find myself powerless to intervene. Seek my demise. Liang was momentarily taken aback by Juzo's words. At that moment, he suddenly grasped a crucial point. Pipajuzo is the very pillar of strength for the Mist Village. And at this juncture, he had not defected from the village. How could he possibly be here? Someone seeks my life. He pondered Juzo's words once more, perplexed. There exists an elderly man, yet his prowess is formidable, and he has provided financial backing. An elderly man? Danzo? Or perhaps the 3rd Hokage? But that seems implausible. Liang rifled through his memories, yet could not identify such an individual. What is his name? Pipajuzo shook his head, clearly unaware. Enough of this idle chatter. Prepare for battle. With a sudden flicker, Yi Liang's body vanished from sight. Shinra Tensei. A sudden burst of energy. This was the most coherent combination he could conceive at that moment. Yet the reality proved far more complex. Upon witnessing Yi Liang's disappearance, Juzo instantly positioned his beheading sword defensively behind him. Boom. A tremendous force propelled Juzo backward. However, thanks to the sword's protection, he merely endured a minor impact, emerging unscathed. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. A colossal water dragon surged forth from the moat towards Yi Liang. Water release. Water clone technique. 3 figures stepped upon the water dragon. Water release. Hidden mist technique. A vast shroud of mist enveloped the surroundings in an instant. Yi Liang furrowed his brow. The visibility was instantly obscured by the thick fog, while the 3 water clones riding the dragon advanced toward him. What a rapid water dragon bullet. Yi Liang swiftly hurled a shuriken to the side. The water dragon bullet is an A-rank ninjutsu, valued for its relentless pursuit of its target until the chakra sustaining its form is exhausted. Yi Liang did not intend to confront it head-on. The might of the water dragon bullet was fearsome, and lacking defensive jutsu, he could only evade. Flying Thunder God. Yi Liang's form vanished from the spot. The shuriken that had previously disappeared into the mist was suddenly grasped by someone. Yi Liang surveyed his surroundings intently. The water dragon bullet had vanished over 100 meters away, yet with Pipa Juzo's tracking technique, it would only take a moment to locate him. As expected, through the distant fog, 3 shadowy figures were rushing towards him. Fire release. Grand fireball technique. Yi Liang unleashed his newly learned fire technique towards the 3 silhouettes. In this mist-laden environment, the potency of fire release is considerably diminished. However, the strength of the water clone is merely a tenth of its original form. Thus, this ninjutsu still dispelled the 3 dark silhouettes. Suddenly, a dagger plunged into Yi Liang's lower back. Silent assassination technique of water release. Tenzo's voice coldly echoed against Yi Liang's neck as the dagger fully embedded itself within him. Apologies, but no one can extract me from my hidden mist technique. Yet, just as Tenzo believed he had succeeded, a pair of pristine arms emerged from the ground. Earth release. Heart decapitation technique. It was indeed an earth release ninjutsu. Yi Liang had activated this technique upon realizing he could not see clearly around him, and what appeared on the surface was merely a shadow clone. As anticipated, the moment those hands dragged Tenzo beneath the earth, the injured Yi Liang above transformed instantly into white mist. How is this possible? When did you use earth release? I was watching you the entire time. Tenzo exclaimed, astonished. As the progenitor of the assassination realm, Tenzo held immense confidence in his vision. When I repelled you, Yi Liang replied coolly, his body suddenly erupting from the ground. Repelled me? Tenzo expressed a hint of confusion, but then recalled the initial use of Shinra Tensei. That powerful repulsion technique was merely a feint. How could this be? You do not even know me. How could you employ such a powerful ninjutsu as a ruse? Indeed, I do not know you, but from the very beginning, I had prepared extensively. Yi Liang stated indifferently. Although he was unfamiliar with Tenzo, he had perused the original text. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist left no room for carelessness. Before long, Tenzo found himself reduced to a mere head as the hands dragged him down. The heart decapitation technique directly ensnares the opponent into the earth, and by reinforcing the thickness of the ground, once ensnared, it becomes arduous to escape. Though a low-level ninjutsu, all of Yi Liang's basic techniques had been enhanced through routine tasks. After all, with repetitive rewards, the enhancements would continue indefinitely. Damn it, you bastard. Where do you acquire so many powerful ninjutsu? Tenzo glared at Yi Liang in fury, attempting to burrow himself out of the earth, but despite his exertion, he remained immobile. The decapitation technique should indeed be a low-tier ninjutsu. Do not move, or I will take your life immediately. Yi Liang wielded the decapitating blade that had fallen to the ground, placing it against Tenzo's neck. I shall pose questions to you. Answer truthfully what I inquire. Should I discover that you are lying, I will take your life without hesitation. Yi Liang spoke coldly. First, what does the elder who ordered you to kill me look like? Second, why do you obey this elder's commands? Third, why has your hidden mist village appeared in the land of waves? If I am not mistaken, you are still under the rule of Yagura, and leaving the hidden mist village without permission is a grave crime. Yi Liang posed 3 questions consecutively. Though these inquiries seemed ordinary, they were intrinsically linked to his own fate. He needed to ascertain who sought to take his life. After all, Being constantly on someone's mind is ultimately not a favorable circumstance. If I speak, will you let me go? Should I find satisfaction in your words? I might indeed contemplate it. Upon hearing this, Shizong swallowed hard. Very well, but I hope you do not go back on your word. I was not previously acquainted with that elder. My purpose for venturing out was to seek a host for the Three Tails. It is well known that Isabu has long been concealed within the village lake of Kirigakure. Yet recently, the balance of the Three Tails' power has been disrupted, hinting at an uncontrollable trend. Yagura has tasked us with searching for elite-level ninjas on the outskirts to reconduct the human sacrifice experiment. The host for the Three Tails? Liang pondered briefly. It seems the original host of Isabu was their teammate, Noera Rin. Back at the Kanabi Bridge, Rin was forcibly made into the Three Tails host by the ninjas of the Land of Earth. Wait, ninjas from the Land of Earth? A host? Isn't the Three Tails from Kirigakure? A flicker of doubt crossed Liang's mind. Why would the Three Tails from Kirigakure be entangled with the Land of Earth? He suddenly realized that there seemed to be an inexplicable issue with the original plot. The nine-tailed beasts are controlled by various ninja villages. Yet why was the beast belonging to Kirigakure under the dominion of the Land of Earth in the original narrative? This was undoubtedly a plot hole. Could it be that something extraordinary had transpired? Liang sensed that something was amiss. The events at the Kanabi Bridge had already deviated from the original storyline. The originally tragic fate of Noera Rin had been altered due to his intervention, and thus, subsequent developments would naturally change as well. So what followed? Liang inquired further. Shizong had merely recounted the mission without addressing the matter of that elder. Then, I encountered that terrifying elder. Shizong's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of fear. He was a super elite shinobi, nearly at the level of a Kage, and such a person exhibiting fear because of an elder was astonishing. A grave expression appeared on Liang's face. I shall never forget the visage of that man. He possessed thick, straight hair, was bare-chested, and his eyes resembled crimson moons. Just a glance plunged me into an abyss of infinite terror. Thick, straight hair? Crimson moons? Liang instantly recognized the identity of this individual. Good heavens, was that not the infamous Uchiha Madara? Although the description of straight hair was vague, the blood-red eyes could only belong to the Sharingan. In this era, the only elder with such power could only be the aged Uchiha Madara. However, why would Madara wish to eliminate me? Liang felt a sense of confusion wash over him. He began to sift through his memories from his previous life, quickly gaining clarity on many aspects. Indeed, the Kanabi Bridge incident was orchestrated by Uchiha Madara to manipulate Obito. Thus, the reason the Land of Earth possessed the Three Tails was likely due to Madara's machinations. Uchiha Madara utilized the Three Tails to bring about Noera Rin's demise, consequently leading to Obito's complete descent into darkness and sowing the seeds for his resurrection. It dawned on him that by thwarting the ninjas of the Land of Earth, he had disrupted Madara's plans, and that was the rationale behind his desire to eliminate him. Liang suddenly understood everything. If that is the case, then the unfortunate situation faced by Shizong of the Loquat truly qualifies as an undeserved calamity. Coughing twice, Liang redirected his gaze towards Shizong on the ground. I have conveyed all that I wish to express. Whether you believe it or not, the truth remains. Gradually, Liang turned to depart. Now that he comprehended the entirety of the situation, he could no longer linger here. Since Uchiha Madara sought to eliminate him, it posed an exceedingly perilous predicament. This time it was merely Shizong, but next time it could just as easily be Nagato, Haiden, or even himself. Liang recognized that. Despite possessing a wealth of S-rank ninjutsu, he still fell short when confronted with such formidable adversaries. Contemplating this, Liang let out a sharp whistle. This was his means of communication with his team, a unique signal learned from war dramas, a captain's call. Kakashi swiftly dispatched a minor foe and sprinted towards Liang. The remaining adversaries hesitated to pursue. They had already experienced Kakashi's overwhelming prowess previously. However, fearing the consequences of failure, they had been stalling Kakashi. With his departure, they dared not continue their chase. Rin and Obito also made their way towards Liang. The group swiftly convened in the town of the Land of Waves. Teacher, have you dealt with the leader? Yes, I have temporarily confined him. Once the village sends someone, he can be taken away directly. However, plans have changed. There are greater forces at play behind this incident. The previous strategy is null and void. We must act swiftly. Liang sighed heavily. Kakashi and the others immediately wore expressions of concern. A few days later, Liang furrowed his brow as he gazed at the third Hokage in the Hokage Hall. Are you saying that when the Umbu arrived, Shirzong was already dead? Indeed. It appears he succumbed to a jinjutsu, his face reflecting terror before his demise. Yet his body bore no other fatal injuries, the third stated calmly. Liang fell into deep contemplation. It seemed there was no doubt it was Uchiha Madara's doing. Dying from fear induced by a jinjutsu, beyond Tsukuyomi, he could not fathom any other illusion capable of directly slaying a super-elite shinobi. However, in the days to come, he had no intention of leaving the village. It was far too perilous. To think that he had become a target for Uchiha Madara was utterly terrifying. One must understand that he was a master of devious schemes. Ahem, if you have no further business, you may take your leave. The mission was executed commendably. And due to the emergence of Shirzong, I will raise the reward, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked succinctly. Understood, Liang nodded in acknowledgement. Exiting the Hokage Hall, he made a beeline for Hondo's cottage. Counting money is a fine talent of the people of Huagua. As he tallied his rewards, Liang promptly cast aside thoughts of Uchiha Madara. To his astonishment, it was a tailed beast bomb. Can this even be classified as ninjutsu? Liang mused to himself within Hondo's chamber. After resolving the matter with Kato, the system rewarded him with a ninjutsu called tailed beast bomb. However, in a strict sense, this bears no relation to ninjutsu. The tailed beast bomb is a lethal technique employed by creatures known as tailed beasts, wherein they concentrate their power in their mouths and unleash it in a single breath. Although its might is formidable, it necessitates an immense amount of chakra. Liang previously conducted an experiment. While he could indeed utilize the tailed beast bomb, its power was so diminished that it could only fell a jounin. This was due to his insufficient chakra. Being not a tailed beast himself, Liang lacked the inhuman chakra reserves associated with them, rendering S-rank ninjutsu inferior to even A-rank techniques. Was there truly no other way? Liang found himself ensnared in contemplation once again, with Uchiha Obito fixated upon him. The imperative to enhance his strength became paramount. Imagine, if you will, entering a novice village only to be targeted by the ultimate boss. The pressure of such a reality is beyond comprehension. Yet, how could one augment their chakra? Liang engaged in deep reflection. In the world of Naruto, chakra is derived from the ancient god tree of Kagaya. At that time, Kagaya Otsutsuki, an extraterrestrial being, had just arrived on Earth, not as a benevolent entity. The plan of the Otsutsuki civilization was to extract the energy of the planet through the god tree, thereby elevating their own civilization as cultivation. Alas, just as she was on the brink of success, she was seduced by a local native. One must acknowledge that Kagaya's civilization was on par with Liang's previous life. Meanwhile, the Earth of Naruto was still in the age of cold weapons, scarcely distinguishable from that of monkeys. Perhaps her desires overpowered her reason. Liang sighed. This beautiful woman had allowed herself to become pregnant by a monkey. Astonishing. He found it utterly incomprehensible to grasp her thoughts. Incidentally, in his past life, Liang had encountered a rumor that AIDS had originated from chimpanzees, and the first man to contract it was inextricably linked to these great apes. Kagaya Otsutsuki was such a case, the first woman to have relations with a monkey. TSK. Indeed, she was a woman. After her affair with the local monkey lord, she soon bore offspring, initially believing her life to be prosperous and fulfilling. Yet, tragically, in her prime, another monkey lord set his sights upon her. This new contender was larger and stronger. Her beloved swiftly betrayed her. Alas, in the wild, might reigns supreme, and her monkey husband could not defy the will of the superior. Kagaya was ambushed, left on the brink of death. In her moment of crisis, she awakened to her true potential, wielding the power of the god tree to eliminate all those who dared to oppose her, save for two individuals, Hari and Hakamura. These two were, in fact, her children, born of a union with a native. There was no recourse. Even a tiger does not consume its offspring, and Kagaya's heart softened. Sparing the two boys, the subsequent events unfolded with clarity. Under Kagaya's protection, the brothers gradually ascended to leadership among the natives, and through a series of events, they inadvertently uncovered the truth of their mother's extraterrestrial origin. My mother is an alien. How could they bear such a revelation? With righteous indignation, they resolved to slay their mother. With the assistance of the natural energy bestowed by the Sage of Toads, Elder Yu swiftly accomplished this remarkable feat. He was subsequently revered by future generations as the progenitor of the ninja world, the Sage of Six Paths. This marks the genesis of the Naruto universe. Liang understood that all chakra emanated from the entire Kagaya clan. It was their demise that allowed every inhabitant of the earth to inherit a fragment of chakra. However, the chakra within each individual's body is fixed, concealed in every nook and cranny, yet simultaneously restrained by meridians. The training of ninja chakra is, in essence, a gradual unshackling of these restraints, enabling one to access greater latent chakra. Liang was uncertain whether he possessed any chakra, as his abilities were conferred by the system, leaving his innate potential untapped. The chakra training undertaken by ninjas typically required years of effort during their youth, a luxury Liang did not possess. He had contemplated employing special training methods to temporarily open his body's meridians in order to access his chakra, but this was evidently impractical. Such techniques were solely mastered by Might Guy, a method known to many in his previous life as the Eight Gates. Unfortunately, Might Guy had been dispatched to the front lines by the Hokage. Thus, the only remaining option was to emulate the Sage of Six Paths and learn to absorb the natural energies through sage techniques. Sage techniques. These are essentially the original energies of the earth, which the Sage of Six Paths learned from the Sage of Toads. However, the White Snake Sage and the Slug Sage also possessed this knowledge. The whereabouts of the Slug Sage were unknown, as the original text did not mention it. But the White Snake Sage was a viable option. In the second part of Boruto, Boruto had previously ventured to the lair of the White Snake Sage, the Ryuchi Cave, to rescue his companion, Mitsuki. Liang vaguely recalled how Boruto accessed the Ryuchi Cave. Although such sacred places required a destined individual to enter, he was eager to give it a try. After all, he was the son of a traveler. Haha, let us get started. Lying in his room, Liang suddenly burst into laughter. Liang, what madness has possessed you? Are you not going to sleep? Complained Hongdo, who found his behavior quite peculiar. Liang, usually carefree, had taken to poring over chakra-related materials and often appeared deep in thought, as if engaged in study. Women, always sleeping, lacking ambition. You speak as if you are genuinely reading. Of course, reading brings me joy. Books are the ladder of human progress. Genius is comprised of 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. Light offers us experience. Reading grants us knowledge, Liang proclaimed, delivering a series of retorts that left Hong Do speechless. By the way, what does Ostrovsky mean? She asked, utterly perplexed, having never witnessed Liang's fervent passion for learning before. Yet, his words today seemed so profoundly reasonable. Such a terminal particle, truly a Philistine, she mused. He had recited his lines too quickly, inadvertently letting slip. Thus it was. In the dead of night, Liang ventured alone to a small grove near the Valley of the End. In the original narrative, Boruto discovered the Dragon Cave near this grove. However, it is worth noting that this grove had long been traversed by others. Besides Boruto, the only individuals who truly entered the Dragon Cave were Mitsuki and Kabuto. At that time, Boruto had not yet been born, and Mitsuki had not yet been developed. As for Kabuto, it is certain that he was still at the orphanage. In his past life, Kabuto had been sent to the orphanage amidst the turmoil of war. But unfortunately, after a period of training, he was dispatched to the front lines as a spy. Consequently, he later caught Orochimaru's attention and was groomed into a formidable powerhouse. However, at present, it seems he no longer has that opportunity, as Orochimaru has already been imprisoned. Of course, Liang did not harbor any expectations of finding the Dragon Cave. He thoroughly searched the grove, employing an enhanced version of the body flicker technique to scrutinize every corner, yet found no clues regarding the Dragon Cave. Could it be that I am truly devoid of fate? For the first time, Liang felt uncertainty about himself. As a traveler, even without the benefit of destiny, one would anticipate some form of adventurous advantage. Yet, after scouring the grove, he found himself utterly bereft of leads. Was he really fated to be without fortune? Disheartened, Liang's spirits fell. But in an instant, he lifted his head once more. If he did not grow stronger, he would be killed. Although Liang did not possess an extraordinary intellect, he was certainly aware of the urgency that accompanied peril. Thus, he began to contemplate. After an hour of deep thought, he recalled that Boruto had encountered the Dragon Cave following a dense mist, yet Boruto had not ventured too far. This implied that the Dragon Cave must still lie within this grove, albeit perhaps obscured by environmental factors or other deceptive means. Suddenly, Liang had an epiphany. As a modern individual, He believed in science and the law of conservation of mass, and he held the conviction that the world of Naruto was not merely fantastical. In a scientific realm, there must exist methods to forcefully explain phenomena. With a flash of inspiration, Liang summoned the almighty push towards the expansive grove. "Take that," he shouted, as his body gradually began to levitate into the air. The almighty push could amplify its power geometrically with sufficient charging. Liang surmised that since he could not find the existence of the dragon cave, he might as well employ a wide-ranging attack to obliterate the grove. With the obstacles removed, the dragon cave would surely reveal itself. He concentrated his energy and unleashed all his chakra in one breath. Boom! A substantial portion of the grove, nearly half the area of Konoha, was cleared away by the almighty push. This method is undoubtedly effective. Liang swiftly assumed a cross-legged position to recover his chakra. Having just decimated half the grove in one go, he calculated that with 20 full-powered almighty pushes, he could entirely eradicate all the trees. Considering his recovery time, he estimated that this grand feat could be accomplished in about a month. Liang then procured some energy-restoring military rations from Konoha and commenced the implementation of his plan. Boom, boom. Within a month, the cacophony of the grove had not ceased. Fortunately, this world lacked any forest protection legislation. Otherwise, Liang would have found himself imprisoned. The denizens of Konoha village, though perplexed, dared not confront him upon realizing he was the instigator, for he was a mysterious and formidable master. At last, he had discovered it. After clearing the land, Liang stumbled upon the entrance to the dragon cave, nestled at the heart of the grove. It was indeed an illusion, explaining why he had been unable to locate it. As he touched the cave's grand entrance, he felt a surreal presence, accompanied by an unsettling chill that seeped into his bones. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. What lay before him resembled a resplendent palace, adorned in opulence, with a plaque at the entrance inscribed with the words Dragon Cave. Yet Liang was acutely aware that this was merely a facade. This ethereal realm was a product of illusion, a mere ordinary snake den beneath its enchanting exterior. He felt a twinge of anxiety. In the original tale, entry into the Dragon Cave did not immediately grant one the immortal mode. Rather, it required the completion of the 3 trials set forth by the White Snake Immortal. Failure to do so would result in being devoured by the snake maidens within, leaving only bones behind. He swallowed hard. 3 trials, he mused, having read the original text. What was there to fear? Mustering his courage, he recalled that the first trial was one of fasting. Initially, an array of delectable dishes would materialize before him. The illusion would induce a profound hunger, but consuming the food would result in being incapacitated by its poison. Thus, one would become the prey of the snake maidens. Liang felt a tinge of embarrassment. As a modern recluse, he was indeed quite fond of food, and despite the simplicity of the trial, he felt somewhat intimidated. Entering the cavern, he was greeted by a lavish spread of delectable delicacies, alongside a strikingly beautiful maiden. He glanced at the feast, then at the snake maiden, and found himself momentarily frozen. Snake maiden, what are you staring at? Liang, at a fool. Snake maiden, who are you calling a fool? Liang, I am referring to you. The snake maiden felt deeply insulted. Why would you not partake in this grand feast, but instead gawk at me? I have no blemishes upon my face. Liang fixated on her ample bosom, redirecting his focus as a masterful means of abstaining. While he resisted the temptation of food, he channeled his desires elsewhere, revealing a character that prioritized carnal urges over intellectual pursuits. Encountering such a simpleton, frustrated by Liang's indifference to the food, the snake maiden could only storm away in anger. Disappointed, Liang rubbed his eyes, and the surroundings faded from view, including the maiden's ample form. It appeared he had succeeded in this trial, though a pang of regret lingered. Should he not attempt it once more? Soon, he arrived at the site of the second trial. The palace remained striking, yet within lay a profound pit. Liang surveyed the pit's perimeter. The entrance to the next trial was obstructed by a grand door, featuring a cruciform keyhole, though no key was provided. Liang, of course, understood the nature of this challenge. In Naruto, Next Generations, the second challenge is known as the test of intellect. Within a deep pit lies a seemingly endless array of rubble, and Liang must find 2 specific stones to insert into the keyhole to unlock the Great Gate. However, this task proves exceedingly arduous, for among the tens of thousands of stones, only 2 are precisely suitable. In the original tale, Naruto spent a considerable amount of time before successfully opening the third gate. In contrast, Liang casually picked up 2 stones and returned to the gate. He did not hasten to try them. Instead, he became lost in reminiscence. Third uncle, I no longer wish to attend school. I want to learn masonry from you. I want to earn money for our family. Liang, are you out of your mind? You possess the intellect to attend university. Why would you choose such folly? Do you realize that our family has exhausted its savings to support your education? That is precisely why I do not want to continue my studies. I wish to work and alleviate the burden on our family. The plight of impoverished families is universally challenging, and Liang's was no exception. As he pondered this, he abruptly halted. This memory encapsulated his conversation with his third uncle. Due to their financial struggles, he had to forego his education. After working a few days on a construction site with his uncle, he ultimately returned to school. The hardships were unbearable. Tears welled in Liang's eyes. For the sake of a laptop, he, a mere child, had ventured to the construction site to labor. He even deceived his uncle about wanting to ease the family's burden. His uncle was a contractor. After all, could he truly not afford the tuition? Swallowing hard, Liang swiftly concentrated chakra to form a chakra knife in his hand. This was a simple C-rank ninjutsu he had learned through daily tasks. With a swift motion, he expertly crafted a cross-shaped key from the stones. Masonry. I am serious about my studies. The entrance to the third challenge swung open. Is this the White Snake Sage? Upon entering, Liang immediately spotted a massive white serpent, over 10 meters long, lying beside him. It bore the head of an elderly woman. Yet its lower half was entirely serpentine, twisted and somewhat grotesque. Of course, Liang was referring to the visage of the White Snake Sage. In the original narrative, Naruto did not encounter this serpent directly, as he was merely a child and was thus ensnared by illusions, only able to perceive the challenges of the third gate. However, Liang was an adult and a seasoned jonin. Goodness, this elder woman is rather large. Gazing at her corpulent form, Liang felt a chill run down his spine. Should he be swallowed by such a lengthy serpent, he feared he might never escape. He chose to feign ignorance of her presence and proceeded straight into the third challenge. The interior of the third challenge was shrouded in darkness. This segment tested the mind and thus required no elaborate setting. In the original story, Naruto entered the mental challenge after succumbing to the serpent's venom, but Liang was different. He had not been affected by the snake's poison. As the preceding challenges had been too simplistic, the serpent women had not afforded him the opportunity to fall victim to their venom. This led to an awkward predicament. Without the venom, he could not initiate the challenge. Without the challenge, he could not progress. And without progression, the sage mode would remain inaccessible. Liang never imagined he would encounter such a convoluted situation. Had he known, he would have taken his time during the earlier challenges. Liang felt a profound regret, yet the current situation left him with no viable options. He surveyed his surroundings, finding nothing but the immense white serpent. Could it be that he truly had to resort to this? Slowly, Liang approached the white serpent sage. She was his only means of acquiring the venom he sought. The white serpent sage was asleep, entirely unaware of his stealthy arrival. Goodness, this creature hadn't brushed her teeth in ages. How revolting. Liang gingerly probed the sage's mouth. And although the serpent bore a human face, it was considerably larger than his own. He carefully cupped his hands to catch a few drops of her saliva. To drink or not to drink? This was the question. He recalled a quote from Singed, a remarkable figure from a past life who had dedicated himself to the study of poisons, ultimately succumbing to his own experiments. Such was the spirit. Liang found this notion to be quite enlightening. However, consuming the saliva of an elderly woman felt rather distasteful. Just as he hesitated, the enormous white serpent suddenly opened her eyes. Young man, do you seek power? Then you must pay a price, your body or your soul. Liang was nearly paralyzed with fear, teetering on the brink of kneeling before her. He gazed at the serpent in a daze, only to notice she seemed to be in a state of semi-consciousness before collapsing back into slumber. Was she merely speaking in her dreams? Liang pondered this. Yet after weighing the pros and cons, he swallowed the saliva in one swift motion. There was no choice. The serpent's awakening was overwhelmingly formidable. He was nearly terrified into submission by her words. If such power were to truly unleash its wrath upon him, he would stand no chance of resistance. He had to complete his task swiftly. Liang was not a fated individual. He had forcibly entered the dragon's cave, leaving him uncertain whether the white serpent sage would attack him. Nonetheless, he believed that if he could complete her trial in advance, she would eventually acknowledge his strength, ensuring his safety. Indeed, the strong fear no adversity, particularly not a mere woman. Liang let out a low growl, but quickly retreated from the great white serpent. A mere woman, indeed. Just as he departed, the slumbering sage opened her eyes once more. I was prepared to devour you, but considering your words, I shall grant you an opportunity. Let us hope you do not disappoint me, she sneered. The white serpent was a formidable being, and she was also a woman. Most of the ninjas who had previously come here were prodigies, and many were far stronger than Liang, yet they had all failed to escape the third trial. In summary, they were consumed, devoured by the white serpent sage. Even the mightiest prodigies, who had not even been granted the chance to begin the trial, had no hope of exiting the dragon's cave. Previous geniuses had wielded great power, yet they all shared a fatal flaw. They sought to appease the white serpent sage. This was, in fact, contrary to reason. It is well known that women must not be indulged. The moment one shows her a hint of kindness, she will take advantage of it. Though the white serpent sage was a serpent, she was still very much a woman. Those geniuses, in their attempts to curry favor with the white snake sage, naturally earned her disdain. Yet, Liang's overt machismo captivated the heart of the white snake sage. Even though she was an elderly woman, a hint of blush graced her cheeks. In the center of the room, Liang sensed a wave of faintness, likely due to the toxin. In the original tale, Naruto succumbed to this very toxin, leading him to witness former companions hurling harsh words at him. The Land of the Isles places immense value on camaraderie, making such verbal assaults particularly difficult to bear. However, Liang was different. How could a recluse possibly have friends? He feared nothing of solitude. Liang, wake up! Suddenly, Liang felt a gentle shaking on his back. Instinctively, he glanced over to find Orochimaru. What is it? Liang replied coldly. To maintain an air of superiority was Liang's mantra. Seeing his demeanor, Orochimaru appeared momentarily taken aback. Liang, let us play soccer. Otoheim has been waiting for us. Soccer? Liang was momentarily perplexed. While soccer existed in reality, it was a relic from his past life. And in the era of Shippuden, the focus was primarily on battles, leaving no room for such pastimes. Yet, that was not what intrigued him. Orochimaru was kindly inviting him to play soccer? Was there truly such an oddity in this world? With a determined gaze, Liang unleashed a powerful technique. Boom! Before Orochimaru could react, an invisible wall of energy sent him flying. What transpired? How did you discern my ruse? She exclaimed, transforming into a serpent before collapsing lifelessly on the ground. In the distance, the white snake sage's eyes flickered with interest. This young fellow possessed a certain quality. Even when faced with his deepest fears and cherished memories, he remained remarkably composed. Indeed, a prodigy. The white snake sage offered her admiration. These illusions adapted automatically to the inner thoughts of their opponents. For instance, if someone aspired to become Hokage, with their most profound memory being their father, the illusion would manifest as their father leading them to the Hokage ceremony. This was a perfectly reasonable occurrence. However, Liang faced an anomaly. His passion lay in soccer, and his most poignant memory was Orochimaru, as she was the first formidable adversary he encountered after his transmigration. Quite significant. Thus, the serpent's illusion morphed into Orochimaru, leading him to play soccer. By the heavens, this trial in the Dragon Cave is treacherous, Liang exclaimed, spotting the third Hokage approaching him with a playful sway. Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned in closely, whispering enticingly, "Guest, would you like a special treatment?" "I'd rather not," Liang shouted, leading to yet another serpent's demise. Next, the figure of Akado, carrying a child, appeared. Despicable. You abandon your own child. You are heartless, shameless, and unreasonable. Aren't you equally heartless, shameless, and unreasonable? Liang retorted weakly. Nonsense. You are far more heartless, shameless, and unreasonable. In this relentless cycle, the formidable Shinra Tensei was unleashed. Liang, unable to bring himself to act with cruelty, found the repetition overwhelming when another woman emerged, Miss Chongpu from Yao Noodle Shop. The serpent woman discerned the lengthening of Liang's hesitation, recognizing his vulnerability, his affinity for women. "Liang, would you care for some noodles? I can serve you below," she provocatively suggested. "Begone, Shinra Tensei, Tailed Beast Bomb, Earth Explosion Star, Triple Rashomon." Liang hurled a barrage of S-rank ninjutsu towards her. even resorting to techniques he had never mastered, driven by fury. How can this be? Isn't this your preference? The serpent woman shrieked, while the distant white snake sage looked on in astonishment. These illusions were drawn from the depths of Yi Liang's heart, given his fondness for ramen. It was expected that he would be unable to evade the ensuing consequences. This is an affront to me. I refuse to indulge in such fantasies. Yi Liang exclaimed in shock. Once more, he asserted that he was not a misogynist, witnessing the futility of all the illusions cast upon him. The white snake sage found herself in a quandary. The essence of this trial was to observe how the candidate would extricate themselves from the web of illusions. However, Yi Liang faced a grave dilemma. He could not succumb to the Jinjutsu. Thus, how could he escape it? The white snake sage began to question her own existence. It was not the illusions that faltered, but rather the insufficiency of manpower that hindered their efficacy. Why must you slay an examiner for each trial? Even with the multitude of serpent women in Lungdi Cave, they cannot withstand such slaughter. The white snake sage lamented, and after countless internal deliberations, she resolved to intervene personally. No matter how formidable Yi Liang was, he would not match the prowess of the white snake sage. My love, do you not desire me any longer? A seductively exotic woman approached Yi Liang. Startled, he recognized her as yet another manifestation of the white snake, yet this time he found himself unable to act. For this woman was none other than the famed star from his past life, Dilababa. How is it possible that these serpent women are aware of my past memories? He pondered in disbelief. His past life memories constituted his very essence, the one secret he wished to keep from others. Confronted with such revelations, he was left horrified, with no thoughts beyond shock. No, even if she is Dilababa, she must be vanquished. Yi Liang's eyes blazed with determination, and after a tumultuous internal struggle, he clenched his fists tightly. Flying Thunder God, Shinra Tensei. This was a sequence of advanced techniques, the very moves Yi Liang had honed to perfection. How can this be? Gasped the white snake sage. As she observed Yi Liang vanish from sight, she immediately sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Quickly, she enveloped herself in natural chakra, only to be propelled from the palace by the force of Shinra Tensei. She must perish. The invasion of toxins combined with his rage rendered Yi Liang increasingly uncontrollable. Body flicker technique, tailed beast bomb. This time, it was a relentless pursuit. The tailed beast bomb typically required preparation, yet fueled by anger, Yi Liang unleashed it without hesitation. Feeling another powerful impact from behind, the white snake sage could no longer withstand the assault. What are you all staring at? Come out and assist. With her command, all the serpent maidens surrounding them surged towards Yi Liang. Although these women lacked mastery in ninjutsu, they were transformed from large serpents, and in an instant, the entire dragon cave was densely filled with countless white serpents. We cannot let anyone find out. Damn it. With urgency, Yi Liang activated his chakra scalpel. Though this technique was relatively weak, after countless enhancements, it was now comparable to a true blade. Clang! The scalpel struck the scales of a great serpent, producing a sharp sound, followed by a spray of blood. Goodness! It seemed he had gone mad from the intrusion of serpent venom. Yet, how could this fellow, clearly of Jonin caliber, be employing so many S-rank ninjutsu? It seemed improbable. The white snake sage pondered in confusion. Having regained her breath, she was taken aback by Yi Liang's subsequent assault. The prowess of S-rank ninjutsu did not solely stem from its immense power. Rather, it was the arduous learning curve that set it apart from other techniques. Even a standard S-rank ninjutsu required years, even decades, to master. For instance, the Flying Thunder God technique developed by Minato took him several years to perfect upon the foundation laid by the second Hokage. Minato was a genius in the Shippuden series. However, Yi Liang's level of genius was somewhat terrifying. It seemed imperative to neutralize his serpent venom. Otherwise, at this rate, the dragon cave would face annihilation. The white snake sage's gaze shifted, already formulating a plan. A talent as unparalleled as Yi Liang was naturally worthy of her recognition. Moreover, he had previously seen through her illusion technique, which was the strongest in the entire dragon cave. To see through her illusions was tantamount to passing the third trial. The white snake sage spat out a mouthful of green liquid and swiftly approached Yi Liang. Senjutsu, white surge technique. A massive, ethereal red serpent materialized beside Yi Liang's ear. Senjutsu is the ultimate secret of summoning beasts, a transcendent art possessed by the ancestors of the three great sacred lands. With a thunderous sound, Yi Liang immediately covered his ears. The white surge technique generates vibrations through sound, causing the bones of the opponent's body to resonate. In the original story, Kabuto utilized this technique to immobilize the female protagonist. Liang was rendered immobile. The white snake sage swiftly approached. Her serpent-like body, composed of flexible bones, was unaffected by this senjutsu. She reached out to grasp Liang's back and quickly forced the green liquid into his mouth. Liang collapsed into unconsciousness. At that moment, the dragon cave was in disarray, utterly ravaged by Liang's actions, with numerous Shinra Tensei and tailed beast orbs littering the space, now battered and bruised. Even the original palace had ceased to exist. Elder, this guy has destroyed our dragon palace. Why save him? Indeed, it would be better for such a character to perish. He holds no value. The surrounding serpent maidens retorted vehemently. Enough. I have my own plans. The white snake sage dismissed the crowd and gently placed Liang's body upon the stone table where he had originally rested. I truly wonder where you, little ghost, acquired such perverse ninjutsu, she remarked coldly, her gaze fixed upon Liang, only to have her expression soften suddenly. I have heard that Mayaboka Mountain has recently welcomed a legendary child of fate. I shall observe whose disciple proves more formidable, yours or mine. Young man, you are fortunate. The white snake sage gradually roused Liang, commencing his instruction in the mystical arts. As time flowed by, 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. This year, Konoha village had entered a state of preparation for battle, having just emerged from the Third Great Ninja War. Although Konoha should have taken a moment to recuperate, the relentless onslaught of calamities left the villagers utterly overwhelmed. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the reports laid before him. Is the Nine-Tails Fox truly about to invade the village? Damn it! Who is orchestrating this? The tailed beasts could not possibly attack humanity without provocation. Hiruzen's anger flared. In these 3 years, an avalanche of events had transpired, including Liang's abrupt disappearance, which was swiftly followed by the onset of conflict. Soon after, a mysterious man wearing a peculiar mask assaulted the village. According to what Minato Namikaze had recounted after their encounter, this masked man possessed formidable strength and unparalleled fire-release ninjutsu. Had he not slightly improved his own abilities over the years, he would have surely been defeated. Minato, now the 4th Hokage, found himself at a loss against this adversary, underscoring the terrifying prowess of the masked stranger. If only Liang were still here, Hiruzen sighed. Although Liang was not originally from Konoha, after several missions together, Hiruzen had come to trust him completely. Truth be told, he even wished for Liang to fully join Konoha village. Alas, such a remarkable talent ultimately departed Konoha. Had he returned to the Sound Village? Just as he pondered these thoughts, a scout approached once more. Lord Third, the masked man has returned, this time riding atop the Nine-Tails Fox. The 4th Hokage has already gone to intercept him. Understood. Go gather more information. I shall follow shortly. Hiruzen dispatched the scout and quietly removed his long robe. With his dark complexion and well-defined 8-pack abs, the Sarutobi of this era still possessed a measure of strength, despite his advancing years. He was preparing for battle. As he rose to depart, Mitarashi Anko appeared at the doorway. Hokage-sama, is there still no news of Liang? She inquired, hesitating slightly at the situation. Every month at this time, she would visit the Hokage's office to inquire about Hiruzen, even though he had already made it clear that Liang had indeed left Konoha. Anko, you mustn't dwell on it. Liang will not return. The battlefield is fraught with prohibitions, leaving no room for such concerns, Hiruzen explained before taking his leave. Meanwhile, Anko gazed blankly at the sky, unsure why she felt such anxiety for Liang. It was puzzling. She had been quite angry when he first went missing. Yet as time passed, her worry for his whereabouts only deepened. Could it be that I have developed feelings for him? At this moment, Hongdo is already 15 years old, having matured over the past 3 years into a woman of remarkable allure. Her naturally voluptuous figure has become even more pronounced, with an enticing curvature and skin so fair and delicate that it seems almost fragile. She gazes into the distance, and suddenly feels a pair of strong arms encircling her slender waist. Who could it be? Hongdo is taken aback. This is the Hokage Hall, the most fortified location in the entire Konoha village. To be ambushed here is utterly astonishing. Just as she prepares to unleash an attack on the shadow behind her, a familiar voice whispers in her ear, "Xiao Hongdo, long time no see." It is Liang's voice. Hongdo's heart leaps with joy. Though his voice has changed significantly, She recognizes it immediately. Turning her head in surprise, a familiar face comes into view. It is indeed Liang. Compared to her previous memories, he has lost some of his boyishness and gained a touch of maturity, exuding a distinctly masculine charm. Liang, you rascal, where have you been? I thought I would never see you again. Hongdo exclaims, leaping into Liang's embrace, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if she might burst into sobs. Liang awkwardly ruffles her hair. In his mind, he believes that Hongdo, constantly tormented by him, should harbor a deep aversion towards him. Why, then, this reaction? Could it be that I am now more handsome? Liang muses. Indeed, there is no other explanation that fits. He wholeheartedly accepts this notion. Hey, if you keep holding me like this, I might just suffocate, Liang jokes. When it comes to women he has conquered, there is no need for excessive indulgence. Women should not be spoiled. Suffocate? Hongdo gives Liang a puzzled look, only to suddenly realize that her arms are tightly wrapped around his neck. Her body pressed against him so closely that her upper form is nearly contorted by his chest. Ah, pervert. In an instant, she reacts and swiftly pulls away. Liang is startled and quickly dodges. It was you who clung to me first, and now you call me a pervert? Are you really going to hit me? He feels quite exasperated. Truly, women are incomprehensible. Meanwhile, Liang, who had been admiring Hongdo's figure, is now taken aback. Her neck is so pale, but wait. What is this birthmark? A dark floral pattern adorns her neck, resembling a small flower. What the? This is the earth curse mark. He recognizes it immediately. But wait, wasn't Orochimaru dealt with? In the original narrative, Hongdo indeed bore this curse mark, but when Liang first arrived, he had interrupted Orochimaru's ritual. And since Orochimaru had been captured, based on his current strength, there is no way he could have escaped from the ANBU's prison. Hongdo, what on earth is going on? This mark? Liang asks earnestly. At that moment, he is devoid of any inclination to jest. The earth curse mark may bestow power, yet once it manifests, it can severely impact mental stability, leading, in extreme cases, to a complete psychological breakdown. Orochimaru has escaped. Hongdo's expression instantly darkened. After your disappearance, a man named Akatsuki attacked the village. He was extraordinarily powerful. Even the fourth Hokage was no match for him. Subsequently, the third Hokage led a team of elite shinobi to barely repel him. It was during this chaos that Orochimaru made his escape. Akatsuki? Liang inquired, a hint of confusion crossing his face. With the memories of his past life intact, he understood that Akatsuki's Akatsuki was actually Uchiha Obito in disguise. Uchiha Madara sought to make a resurgence, but his age rendered him frail. Thus he orchestrated the downfall of Obito, who was also of the Uchiha clan, to serve as his proxy. However, Obito had been saved by him. It was this very act that inspired Obito to train diligently to contend with Madara. What about Obito? Is he unharmed? Liang asked. Obito? Oh, you mean Team 7. They are still in the village, guarding it. I remained behind due to the curse mark. Came the reply. Obito is still here? That can't be right. If Obito is here, then who is masquerading as Akatsuki now? Liang pondered, confusion clouding his thoughts. After conversing with Hongdo for a while, he gathered a general understanding of the present situation. Upon Watergate's return, he had distinguished himself during the Third Great Ninja War, thus earning the title of the fourth Hokage. Originally, Liang's Team 7 had been reassigned to Watergate due to his disappearance. Later, Akatsuki caused chaos, damaging many of the village's structures, and it was during that time that Orochimaru fled. Although they managed to repel Akatsuki, it was not long before he returned, launching a fresh assault on the village alongside the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails has appeared as well. Liang began to realize that events were spiraling out of control. Yet a subtle glimmer of delight ignited within him, for the time of the Shippuden had finally arrived. Outside the village, 10 kilometers from the entrance, a thunderous roar reverberated through the mountains. Watergate gazed melancholically at the colossal fox before him. The Nine Tails, adorned with 9 tails, was the most formidable of all tailed beasts, a legacy of the Sage of Six Paths. Yet, such a powerful beast was presently under the unwavering control of a shadowy figure clad in a mask. Damn it! Who is this man? Watergate found himself at a loss for words. Once heralded as a genius, the center of attention wherever he went, his life began to take a strange turn after encountering Liang. First, he had been utterly defeated by Liang's peculiar jutsu, and now, he was confronted by this enigmatic masked man. In truth, he could forgive himself for being vanquished by Liang the first time, considering he was still weak then. However, after his training, Watergate believed he had become immensely powerful, yet he was still bested by this mysterious masked figure. This was utterly perplexing. Where, then, did these formidable and enigmatic beings originate? His brow furrowed deeply, just as Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived with reinforcements. Watergate, what is the current situation? Hiruzen called, swiftly navigating through the treetops. The masked man has been repelled by us several times, yet the Nine-Tails proves to be exceedingly troublesome. It can share its chakra innumerable times with the masked man, making it imperative that we address this issue without delay. Sharing chakra? Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a wary glance at the masked man standing atop the Nine-Tails. Indeed, as Minato had said, the individual was enveloped in a thick layer of deep crimson fluid, stacked upon itself like a mantle of chakra. It is unmistakably the chakra of the Nine-Tails. However, given its massive form, resolving this matter immediately seems implausible. Fear not, Sensei, I have devised a solution. A solution? Sarutobi's eyes narrowed as he turned his attention back to Minato. He was uncertain where Minato had drawn such confidence, for in his estimation, even the former Leaf Village's elite might struggle to contain such a colossal beast. Sealing. Sealing? Precisely. Minato cleared his throat. I intend to employ my original technique. The Reaper Death Seal, to bind the Nine-Tails within Naruto. Kushina is already en route, and I believe that once the Nine-Tails is subdued, the masked man will become significantly more manageable. You must be mad. The Reaper Death Seal requires a soul as a vessel. It's all right, Sensei, I am willing. The determination in Namake's Minato's gaze was resolute as he looked at his teacher. In the original storyline, the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato, was a man of great integrity, fully aware of his duties. Though he had deviated somewhat due to the presence of the previous hero, his character remained steadfast. Sensei, after my demise, I entrust Kushina to you, he said quietly to the third Hokage. Understood. Just then, the masked man once again launched an assault. He leapt from the back of the Nine-Tails, swiftly unleashing a great fire annihilation. A colossal wave of flames surged towards the Leaf Village ninjas, obscuring the sun. Even the Nine-Tails, as a tailed beast, was engulfed in the inferno. How outrageous. How can this fire be so potent? It's nearly on par with S-rank ninjutsu. Indeed, the Great Fire Annihilation is supposed to be a B-rank technique. The surrounding Leaf ninjas gasped in astonishment. After deploying over 20 water-style techniques, they finally managed to fend off the fiery onslaught. Hiss! This fellow is indeed formidable. The third Hokage inhaled sharply, realizing why Namake's Minato would rather sacrifice his life to seal the Nine-Tails. Defeating such a powerful ninja is undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Everyone, we cannot retreat any further. Behind us lies the Leaf Village. We must demonstrate our strength. Minato leapt forward, his expression somber, clearly resigned to his fate. The two red sun formation. A square red halo instantly enveloped the Nine-Tails and the masked man within it. This was a scaled-down version of the four red sun formation. Due to the urgency of the situation, there was insufficient time to employ the full technique, and Minato understood that such a simple sealing array would be inadequate against the masked man. Sensei, it's up to you now, Minato suddenly shouted. His actions aimed not to defeat the masked man, but to confine the Nine-Tails. As long as the masked man dismounted from the Nine-Tails, he would possess the capability to utilize the Reaper Death Seal. All right. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately grasped the situation as a tactical master of the ninja world. The third Hokage discerned Minato's intentions at a glance. He swiftly led a group of elite shinobi into the Urchiang formation. Humph, mere grains of sand are beneath me. The masked man retaliated with the fire release, great fireball technique. As the third had anticipated, the masked man's fire release transcended its expected intensity. Even a simple C-rank ninjutsu could unleash effects akin to an S-rank technique. 5 release, great multitude of bullets. He promptly executed the shadow clone technique. And then 5 different elemental dragon bullets surged towards the masked man's great fireball. The dragon bullet technique is classified as A-rank ninjutsu, and the fusion of 5 distinct elemental dragon bullets far exceeded the strength of a typical S-rank technique. Even if the masked man's fireball possessed S-rank power, it would be utterly incapable of withstanding such an assault. Boom. The masked man's body was thrust out from the Nine-Tails by the 5 elemental dragon bullets, and the other ordinary jounin rushed forward. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Fire release, Fire Whirlwind. Fire Release. Dragon Fire Technique. A flurry of miscellaneous ninjutsu rushed toward the masked man. Their objective was clear during Minato's sealing of the Nine Tails. They aimed to completely expel the masked individual from the Urchiang formation. The masked man's presence could potentially jeopardize the sealing of the Nine Tails. Humph. Do they truly think I am oblivious? Summoning Technique. The masked man sneered, swiftly clapping his hands in the air, conjuring an enormous fan the size of a person. This is bad. It's the Uchiha fan. Everyone, cease your attacks. From a distance, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately recognized the object. It was a sacred artifact of the Uchiha clan, once wielded by the Sage of Six Paths, capable of reflecting all ranged ninjutsu attacks. In his youth, Hiruzen had witnessed the Uchiha family utilize it. However, it was far too late. A myriad of ninjutsu surged toward the masked man, but just as the attacks were about to strike him, he gently waved his hand. All the ninjutsu aimed at him instantaneously changed direction. It was as if, at a critical moment, they had taken a wrong turn, and all the techniques rolled back towards their original users. The ninjas were struck with astonishment. No one understood better than they the potency of these techniques, as they were unleashed by dozens of jounin working in unison, capable of overwhelming even shadow-level opponents. The shinobi hastily retreated, for such an assault was beyond their capacity to defend against. Just as they escaped the Urchiang formation, the ninjutsu that had originally targeted them suddenly flew towards the back of the Nine Tails. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted to one of alarm. Minato was right there. This is bad. He has seen through our intentions. Minato, run. He urgently warned Minato. Upon hearing the third's voice, Minato immediately noticed the attack above him. His expression hardened. In an instant, his entire body vanished from the spot, while the chaotic ninjutsu landed behind the Nine Tails. Roar! A deafening cry erupted. The Nine Tails howled in pain. Humph. So it is space ninjutsu. The masked man glanced at Minato, having already deduced the situation. Is Minato all right? The third inquired, looking towards Minato. He concealed within him a shuriken bestowed by Minato, inscribed with the seal of the Flying Thunder God, enabling his timely escape in moments of peril. Unexpectedly, this individual harbored the divine artifact of the Sage of Six Paths. Fortunately, he had withdrawn from the second Red Sun formation, allowing for the sealing of the Nine Tails. Yes, we shall hold him at bay. Upon hearing Minato's words, the third Hokage immediately rallied all the elite shinobi and charged towards the masked man. At that moment, Minato glanced back at the woman left behind, releasing a heavy sigh of relief. You have arrived. She was a woman with red hair, cradling a child. Minato, is there truly no other way? I cannot bear the thought of your death. Kushina, I am the Hokage of Konohagakure. This is my duty. Minato approached the woman, gently brushing her hair aside before holding the child in his arms. If circumstances allowed, I would wish to live with you always, yet I must make sacrifices. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. He averted his gaze from her expression and returned to his position within the second Red Sun formation. Sealing Technique. Dead Demon Consuming Seal. An enormous spectral figure of the Grim Reaper appeared behind Minato, grotesque in visage, wielding a short dagger. The Nine Tails emitted a low growl, its body trembling, exhibiting signs of breaking free from control. Cursed human. I refuse. No. It spoke in human tongue as a large white fox spirit was gradually extracted from its form. Minato remained still, the Grim Reaper's arm penetrating his chest, grasping the spirit of the Nine Tails. This is the Dead Demon Consuming Seal, the most formidable sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, requiring the sacrifice of one's own soul to summon the spectral figure, which would then seal the opponent's spirit, resulting in the summoner's demise. A move of mutual destruction. Minato. Kushina cried out, her heart in agony. Tears streamed down her face, yet she did not impede Minato, for she understood this was his resolve. Humph. So this was your true intention. The masked man scoffed from a distance, immediately intending to strike Minato, but was intercepted by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Do not attempt to interfere. I shall hold you back. Get out of my way. The masked man bellowed, yet found himself unable to breach the third Hokage's defenses, gradually finding himself at a disadvantage. Damn it, is my chakra dwindling with age? Panic surged within him, yet the more he rushed into action, the more he was subdued by the allied shinobi forces. That is your Hokage. Will you simply watch him perish? This is his decision, a judgment befitting a Hokage. I cannot contradict him. Humph. Stubborn, just like that guy Tobarama. You know the second Hokage? None of your concern. The two sides became entangled in battle once more. Meanwhile, the Nine Tails had been entirely extracted from its original form, its towering spirit being forcibly thrust into the infant's body. Minato furrowed his brow, uncertain if this was the right course of action. After all, this was his child. Yet with his unwavering integrity, he would never resort to using another's child as a vessel for the Jinchuriki. At that moment, a figure approached slowly behind Kushina. "Have you finished your battle?" Minato exclaimed in surprise, his gaze swiftly directed towards the newcomer. However, upon recognizing the person, his expression shifted to one of dismay. "You are Yi Liang? I thought you were missing." Indeed, the tardy arrival was Yi Liang, who had been absent for 3 years. "Who are you?" Kushina gasped in shock. Yi Liang chuckled awkwardly. He had learned of the battle's commencement from Hongdo and had rushed to the battlefield, yet he had lingered too long and arrived considerably late. "I just returned home for a family visit and thought I'd check in on everyone," he said with a light-hearted laugh. However, Yi Liang found it peculiar that Minato recognized him, as they had seemingly never exchanged a word. "The third Hokage is currently engaged in combat with the masked man. I can barely hold on. You must assist him immediately." Barely holding on. Yi Liang observed the scene before him with confusion. Minato knelt weakly on the ground, supported by Kushina. In the distance lay the still form of the Nine Tails, alongside a wailing infant in a basket. Everything felt eerily familiar, and Yi Liang instantly understood. "I'm too late. My Nine Tails," he lamented deeply. During his training in the Dragon Cave, he had calculated the time. It had been 3 years since the plot of the wind's swift transition began, so he had hidden away in the Dragon Cave for those 3 years. Who could have anticipated that events would unfold so rapidly? "What should I do? What should I do? My Nine Tails is gone," he fretted. But upon glancing at the crying infant, a look of joy washed over his face. The soul of the Nine Tails had not yet been completely sealed. He noticed a colossal shadow attempting to enter the basket, but only halfway through. It had not fully integrated yet. Earlier, Yi Liang had been drawn to the distant battle, failing to notice the critical situation. "You are endangering the child," Yi Liang shouted urgently. "How can you force the Nine Tails into the body of a child? If he grows up, he will be rejected. Do you understand?" "We had no other choice. We couldn't harm someone else's child," they replied. "Then allow me to take on this burden." "You?" Minato and Kushina exchanged astonished glances. The existence of a Jinchuriki was often met with scorn, as tailed beasts were symbols of calamity. Naturally, those who housed these beasts would also be seen as harbingers of misfortune. Thus, Minato had reluctantly chosen his own child as the vessel, not wanting to embroil others in disaster. "Are you truly willing to help bear the burden of the tailed beast for Naruto?" Kushina asked, her eyes lighting up with excitement. As a mother, she could not bear the thought of Naruto becoming a Jinchuriki if it weren't for Minato's insistence. "Of course, I, Yi Liang, never lie, especially to women," Yi Liang declared earnestly. Though he often teased Hongdo, this time he was sincere. He genuinely wished to become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Kushina turned to Minato, seeking his decision. The latter surveyed Yi Liang, but saw a resolute determination in his eyes. "It seems he truly wants to assist us," Minato mused. "Yi Liang-kun, although I am not well acquainted with you, Minato Namikaze, I shall forever remember your actions today. Thank you." With that, he promptly knelt before Yi Liang. This is a customary expression of gratitude in the land of the rising sun. Such gestures are reserved for sincere appreciation. Enough of this chatter. Once the Nine Tails fully enters Naruto's body, it will be impossible to extract it, Yi Liang exclaimed in a state of urgency. At that moment, the Nine Tails had already penetrated partway into Naruto. If it fully entered, the only way to retrieve it would be to take Naruto's life. "Very well. I shall perform the technique now." Upon witnessing the situation, Kushina rushed in front of Yi Liang. With remarkable speed, she inscribed a sealing mark on Yi Liang's abdomen using her blood, and then formed a series of hand seals. Yi Liang remained composed, understanding that Kushina was utilizing the seal to draw the Nine Tails back. The Uzumaki clan had originally housed the Nine Tails, and they were well versed in sealing techniques. So Yi Liang placed his trust in her. Before long, the Nine Tails spirit that had surged into Naruto's body began to stagnate, and then reverse course. Streams of red chakra gradually flowed from Naruto's body back into Yi Liang's abdomen. The sealing mark began to glow softly. Yi Liang felt a wave of relief accompanied by an unprecedented tickling sensation. Soon, the transfer was complete. Is this the end? Liang mused as he assessed his body. An immense power resided within his abdomen, yet he could not yet harness it. It seemed that a confrontation with the Nine Tails was necessary to truly master its strength. Liang contemplated this notion. At that moment, Kushina exhaled deeply, her brow glistening with sweat and her lips pale, clearly exhausted, yet she persevered and approached Minato. Am I going to die? Minato murmured as he gazed at Kushina. The grim specter of death was gradually fading. Once it vanished completely, Minato's soul would be irrevocably claimed. Indeed, tears shimmered in Kushina's eyes. The bond between them was profound, but little did they know that mere months into their marriage, their reunion would be one of parting. Liang, could you come here for a moment? Minato suddenly called out to Liang. Huh? Liang was puzzled. He wondered why they would summon him at such a moment of farewell. Nevertheless, he approached. Liang, I am about to depart. Yet my beloved wife and son must endure this world alone. Therefore, I implore you to watch over them. What? Care for your wife? Liang gasped in astonishment. His mind swiftly turned, and he comprehended Minato's intentions. This was a selfless act of entrustment. Liang stood dumbfounded, never expecting that in seeking the Nine Tails chakra, he would encounter the legendary act of entrustment. He glanced at Kushina beside Minato, who bowed her head in silence, clearly acquiescing. What on earth is this? Liang felt helpless, yet he could not refuse someone so noble as Minato, who was willing to sacrifice his life for the greater good. Rest assured, Minato, as long as I, Liang, draw breath in this world, your child shall be my child, and your wife shall be my wife. I will ensure they remain unharmed. Liang solemnly reassured Minato. Then I shall find peace. Watergate softly responded, then gradually turned his gaze towards Kushina. Yoshiyuki is a good man, a man of integrity. I have faith that he will take good care of you. Hand it over to him. I feel at ease. Indeed, the two whispered, seemingly preparing to convey their final words. At this moment, Yoshiyuki slowly withdrew. He leaped gracefully to the top of a grand tree. Is that the masked man? The battle in the distance raged on, yet it was nearing its conclusion. The third Hokage, accompanied by numerous elite shinobi, had cornered the masked man into a desperate situation. Without the Nine Tails, the masked man's strength was waning. But just then, a colossal blue samurai apparition, wielding dual swords, suddenly enveloped the masked man. It loomed large, akin to a mountain, crowned with a pointed Tengu mask. Susanoo, you are of the Uchiha clan. The third Hokage exclaimed, instantly recognizing the entity. However, the ensuing sword strikes sent all the elite shinobi flying. Humph, quite knowledgeable indeed. Let us meet our demise together. The masked man commanded the giant samurai, launching a fierce strike towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. The force was immense. One could hear the howling from afar. At this moment, the third Hokage, fatigued and weakened, found himself unable to withstand such overwhelming power. Yet, at that instant, an ordinary shuriken flew in front of the third Hokage. Whoosh! A golden figure materialized, firmly bracing against Susanoo, gripping its long sword with both hands. Flying Thunder God technique. Is that you, Minato? Sarutobi Hiruzen was startled, but upon recognizing the newcomer, he was taken aback. Yoshiyuki, what are you doing here? If I weren't here, you'd be dead, Yoshiyuki replied with a smile. At that moment, the masked man exhibited a hint of seriousness. Someone who could withstand Susanoo barehanded was clearly not an ordinary high-ranking ninja. With a slight exertion, the long sword of Susanoo swung downward once more, but with a body flicker technique, Yoshiyuki embraced Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and fled. Bang! The long sword struck nothing but air. A body flicker technique? So it is you, kid. No wonder you looked familiar earlier. I still have a score to settle with you over the Kamizumi incident. And you dare to show up. Haha, you sent someone to kill me. How could I not come to pay my respects? Yoshiyuki retorted. Upon hearing their exchange, the third Hokage was puzzled. The implication of their conversation suggested that the two were indeed acquainted. Yoshiyuki, what is this? Uchiha Madara. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped in shock. And then he saw the masked man remove his mask. A weathered face emerged, skin parched, yet his eyes shone brightly, adorned with countless tomos swirling within them. But as he blinked, they transformed into white rings. This is the Rinnegan, Yoshiyuki exclaimed in astonishment. Madara's initial plan involved implanting his Rinnegan into Nagato's body, subsequently orchestrating Obito's manipulations from the shadows, and using Nagato's Rinnegan abilities to resurrect his deceased self. However, Obito's scheme was interrupted by Yoshiyuki during the assassination attempt at the Kamizumi Bridge. Observing the current situation, Uchiha Madara has not entrusted the Rinnegan to Nagato. Rather, he has chosen to personally launch an assault on the Hidden Leaf Village, which is indeed a perilous course of action. Uchiha Madara has aged considerably. Although he has managed to survive until now, thanks to the Rinnegan, his physical capabilities have significantly diminished, rendering him far inferior to his younger self. Thus, Liang is not particularly intimidated by this frail, elderly version of Madara. With a surge of determination, Liang activated Sage Mode. His eyes transformed into serpentine pupils. His body turned pale, and twin horns sprouted from his head as he gradually assumed the form of Sage Mode from the Dragon Cave. He began to gather natural chakra throughout his body, enhancing his ninjutsu while also gaining access to techniques that ordinary chakra could not wield. However, this transformation typically requires a gradual accumulation of energy, making instantaneous transformation impossible. Yet, Liang was different. He had adopted a clever technique inspired by Naruto from his previous life. He had stored numerous shadow clones in the Dragon Cave, and whenever he needed to accumulate energy, he could simply dispel one of these clones to gain a moment of Sage transformation. Presently, he had 3 opportunities remaining. Has he even mastered Sage transformation? Uchiha Madara mused in astonishment as he cast a glance at Liang. The last time they met, this boy could only perform the body flicker technique and Shinra Tensei. But after such a long period of time, he had remarkably grown to this level. Madara had been monitoring Liang closely, as he had interrupted his resurrection plans. Initially, Madara intended to replace Uchiha Obito with Liang, but just as he prepared to act, Liang had suddenly vanished. Disguised as Tobi, he searched extensively for Liang, but to no avail. Unaware of these events, Liang, now in Sage Mode, immediately launched an attack against Uchiha Madara. Sage Art. White Serpent Technique. A colossal serpentine energy rapidly coiled around Madara, producing a powerful sound wave that reverberated across the battlefield. Is this Sage Art of the Serpent? Uchiha Madara was momentarily taken aback, but with the protection of his Susanoo, this Sage technique could only temporarily restrain his physical form. He swung his sword at Liang, albeit with significantly reduced speed. Impossible to seal me. Liang exclaimed in disbelief as he realized that even Sage techniques were unable to restrain Uchiha Madara. Truly, Madara retained formidable strength even in his old age. Liang rose once more, positioning himself to counter the colossal sword that was heading his way. With a swift body flicker, he closed the distance, and despite the sword's continued movement, its sluggish pace rendered it incapable of striking Liang. He deftly maneuvered atop the Susanoo's form, swiftly approaching the corporeal Uchiha Madara. You are powerful, but that was in the past, Liang shouted, unleashing a Shinra Tensei. The force of this strike far surpassed that of the original Deva path. Thanks to Sage Art, Liang's current Shinra Tensei was now driven by the power of nature itself, fundamentally altering its essence compared to chakra-based techniques. To put it simply, its potency had increased by over tenfold. It is noteworthy that even the ordinary strength of this technique was sufficient to pose a threat to elite Jonin, let alone the amplified force. Crack. The Susanoo cracked, bearing a distinct mark, yet it did not shatter. Once was insufficient. Thus, 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. Sage Art, Heavenly Transfer. Liang persistently activated his Heavenly Transfer, which was devoid of cooldown. As long as he possessed sufficient chakra, he could unleash it upon Uchiha Madara. Boom. The resounding blasts continued unabated, and at last, Uchiha Madara's Susanoo fractured. He gazed incredulously at the approaching Liang, while the immense Susanoo collapsed backward. Young one, had I been in my complete form, you would have perished long ago. Humph. I am acutely aware of that, which is precisely why I must eliminate you now. Liang roared, raising his palm slightly. A colossal black sphere manifested in his hand. Sage Art, Tailed Beast Bomb. This was Liang's ultimate technique. A tailed beast bomb augmented by Sage Art, achieving the full might of a tailed beast's assault. Such an attack could not be withstood even by shadow-level powers, let alone Madara, who was currently in a frail, aged state. Bang! The black-tailed beast bomb swiftly penetrated Madara's body, creating a crater approximately 100 meters deep in the earth beneath. Phew! Liang took a deep breath, reverting to his original form. Though he had grown stronger, he was still merely approaching shadow-level prowess. Had it not been for Uchiha Madara's age and the depletion of chakra due to the efforts of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, the outcome of this battle might not have been so favorable. Young one, you possess considerable strength. Uchiha Madara gently descended towards the ground. A gaping wound in his chest indicating he could not survive. However, today is merely the inception of my plan. In the future, I shall confront you in my complete form. Haha, I eagerly await that day. Liang observed as Uchiha Madara closed his eyes, falling to the ground. It was inconceivable for Uchiha Madara to perish so easily. After all, he was a schemer, a mastermind who had plotted for nearly a century. How could he succumb so readily in a state of utter weakness? Liang firmly believed that one day, Uchiha Madara would return to Konoha with his full strength. Yet before that moment, Liang, would undoubtedly become an unrivaled powerhouse. At that instant, Liang's mind suddenly resonated with a thunderous sound. He realized that his reward had arrived. Congratulations, host, for completing the SSS-level mission, Tailed Beast Attack on the Village. Due to the host uncovering the true face of the puppet master, the reward has been upgraded. Reward S-level ninjutsu, creation of the 100 heal technique. Due to the host's exceptional performance, the 100 heal technique will not consume life energy as a price. The 100 heal technique? Upon hearing this, Liang was instantly filled with elation. The 100 heal technique was a unique ninjutsu of the 5th Hokage, Tsunade. Once activated, it could rapidly heal all injuries at the cost of one's lifespan, even allowing one to recover from being bisected. Yet, what delighted Liang most was not merely the healing capabilities of the 100 heal technique, but rather a function he had yearned for in his previous life: eternal youth. Indeed, those who practiced the 100 heal technique would not extend their lifespan, yet their appearance could eternally reflect the state of their training. In other words, Liang, now in his 20s, will forever present himself with this visage. At last, he has persevered until the latter stages of Boruto. Liang rejoiced. His previous concern had been about reaching this point in time, where the protagonists have risen to prominence, while he would fade into obscurity due to the ravages of age. However, he no longer needs to worry. With the mastery of the 100 treasures technique, in 10 years, he will be able to court renowned women. It must be a sweet romance. Haha. Just then, a low hum resonated in Liang's mind. Congratulations, host, you have successfully completed all beginner tasks. The system is about to undergo maintenance and updates, lasting for 24 hours. Please anticipate the unveiling of additional features. The system is upgrading? Liang was somewhat astonished. To him, this system was not particularly remarkable. Although he had acquired numerous S-rank ninjutsu through it, S-rank techniques were rather limited in their scope. Take Shinra Tensei, for instance. While its functionality is formidable, it requires a significant amount of chakra to utilize. With his current level of chakra, he could manage no more than 10 uses. Furthermore, this technique would not even slay an ordinary special jonin. When he first traversed into this world and encountered Orochimaru, even expending all his chakra would only leave him severely injured. Thus, S-rank ninjutsu merely provided an additional option. For a ninja, chakra and battle experience are the true hallmarks of strength. Liang's current QB chakra and Sage Mode are his core strengths, both of which he has earned through diligent effort. Hence, the system merely saved him time in mastering ninjutsu. He wondered if this upgrade would offer any useful features. With the battlefield tidied up, Liang returned to Konoha village alongside the main forces of the Hokage. This battle had been brutal. Minato Namikaze had fallen. Numerous elite ninjas from Konoha had lost their lives, and the previous attack by Uchiha Madara had resulted in considerable destruction of infrastructure. In summary, this minor conflict had nearly obliterated a decade's worth of Konoha's resources. In the Hokage office, several special jonin were deliberating on the relief efforts post-disaster. Liang glanced around, realizing that all present were unfamiliar faces. He inserted himself among them, but no one approached him for conversation. Silence. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen entered the office, taking a seat with a grave expression, evidently perturbed. Everyone, although we have defeated the invading enemy, we have also lost many elite members, including Minato, who tragically perished in battle. What? Lord Minato is dead? They had not witnessed his use of the Reaper Death Seal. Indeed, he sacrificed his own soul to seal the QB. The expressions of the crowd instantly shifted to discomfort. Had only ordinary jonin perished, they might not have felt such sorrow. However, The loss of a fourth Hokage elicited profound grief among many. In truth, Minato may have been younger than some present, yet his character was universally acknowledged. Many had been saved by him during missions. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Sarutobi Hiruzen discerned their thoughts. Esteemed colleagues, although Minato has passed, his wife and child remain. I firmly believe that his spirit will undoubtedly be inherited by his descendants. Perhaps, in a decade, the next Minato will emerge. Indeed, Naruto is still here. That lad is 3 years old this year, and with his potential, he shall surely restore the glory of the Namikaze clan. The collective mood of the assembly brightened significantly. Hiruzen smiled, having achieved his objective, and then turned his gaze toward the playful presence of Liang. You two may enter now. Suddenly, a woman holding a child stepped through the door. What is happening? The gathering turned their attention toward the entrance and immediately recognized the woman. Isn't that the widow of Lord Minato? Curiosity swept through the crowd. Given Minato's demise, they assumed Kushina would be attending to his burial. Why was she here? Kushina-dano. So you were outside? Please rest assured that I, Ibiki, will take good care of you from now on. Kushina-dano, should you encounter any financial difficulties, I shall also provide assistance. Though the elite shinobi were puzzled, they expressed their heartfelt sentiments. However, Liang sensed an unease. Did Sarutobi just glance my way? His keen perception caught the slightest of movements from Hiruzen. Kushina, the days ahead will indeed be arduous for you, Hiruzen stated, positioning Kushina beside Liang. The assembled ninjas exchanged bewildered glances. Liang, your valor in vanquishing Uchiha Obito has been commendable. I have also heard of your selfless willingness to become a Jinchuriki, which humbles us elders. In terms of merit, you surpass all, and in character, you are among the finest. I initially intended for you to inherit Minato's legacy and become the 5th Hokage, but your allegiance to the Sound Village complicates matters. The 5th Hokage? Liang felt perplexed. He could not fathom why Hiruzen would utter such words. Yet, as a native of the Land of Harmony, he was well versed in the subtleties of political maneuvering. In these tumultuous times, not only would he refuse the position of Hokage, but he would also decline the title of daimyo of the Land of Fire. Such a prospect was fraught with peril. His eyes darted nervously, but Hiruzen merely chuckled. Oh, I knew you had an interest in the Hokage title, but do not expect me to grant it to you just yet. First, I must lure you away from that dreadful Sound Village. With that thought in mind, he continued, after considerable contemplation, I have decided against appointing you as Hokage for now. Instead, I shall bestow upon you the title of an honorary guest of the Land of Fire. Liang exhaled a sigh of relief. An honorary guest? Excellent. This designation is akin to being part of the Elder Council of Konoha, devoid of real power, hence posing no danger, yet one would be respected wherever they go. Moreover, as far as I know, the meals and drinks for honorary guests in Konoha are reimbursable. This detail was significant. He relaxed slightly, but his subtle movement did not escape Hiruzen's notice. Haha, I knew you would feel a twinge of regret. Regret is what fuels ambition. In the realm of business, it is a common tactic to dangle a grand prospect before capable subordinates. Sarutobi Hiruzen is well aware of this principle. Liang, do not underestimate the guest elder. This is indeed a role filled with significance, and Konoha holds you in high regard. Of course, if the day comes when you truly depart from the Sound Ninja Village, I shall undoubtedly pass the title of Hokage to you. All right, but I have no intention of leaving at present, Liang replied. His tone was notably calm, and even if elation filled his heart, he could not allow it to show. Such is the demeanor of a master. The others exchanged peculiar glances, assuming that Liang was dissatisfied. For them, although Liang had accomplished great feats, he remained an outsider, fostering a sense of exclusion. Thus, when Sarutobi Hiruzen suggested he should become Hokage, their apprehension was palpable. However, upon realizing that the 3rd Hokage's words were merely polite formalities, they quickly interjected. Lord Liang, please do not underestimate the guest elder. Although he possesses no real authority, he is already more esteemed than us Jonin, and you are the first of your generation to take on this role. Indeed, Lord Liang, this is Konoha's way of hospitality. We shall never belittle any guest who has contributed to our village. They spoke in unison, fearing Liang's discontent. After all, his formidable strength was evident, and should he choose to leave in dissatisfaction, it would not bode well for Konoha. Yes, I understand, Liang thought, overwhelmed with joy, yet he restrained his emotions. Observing his demeanor, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a sense of relief. Although Yi Liang appeared displeased, his agreement indicated a willingness to remain in Konoha. Yi Liang, there is actually one more matter I wish to discuss with you, Sarutobi Hiruzen began, glancing toward Kushina, who stood nearby. I have heard the last words of Minato. Since he entrusted Kushina to your care, it is a testament to your character. As an elder, I am not inclined to meddle in the affairs of the younger generation, so I shall leave this matter to you both. He spoke these words lightly, yet the crowd felt an immediate unease. The moment they saw Kushina standing beside Yi Liang, they sensed something was amiss, but they could hardly fathom that Lord Minato would entrust his wife and child to an outsider. Such a thought was simply unfathomable. In this era, entrusting one's wife and children was merely a request for assistance, as it was common for shinobi to fall in battle, leaving their widows to be cared for by friends and relatives. However, as time passed, the implications began to feel unsettling. Yi Liang remained single, and Kushina was in the prime of her youth. Should they lose control for even a moment, it would not be an uncommon occurrence. Such incidents had indeed transpired in Konoha in the past. Affairs with widows, the love for a friend's widow, the scandalous romance with a sister-in-law, encounters on public transport. These stories abound, each more shocking than the last. Many male jonin had witnessed such events. It was truly alarming. Thus, upon seeing Kushina's appearance, the crowd was deeply concerned, wishing to care for the widow of the fourth Hokage, both to repay a debt of gratitude and to prevent any inappropriate relationships from forming. Third Hokage, this cannot be allowed. A square-faced figure emerged, known as Sina Ibiki, a master of interrogation techniques, and the only jonin that Yi Liang was acquainted with. Indeed, Hokage-sama, Lady Kushina is the widow of the fourth Hokage. How could she be entrusted to the care of an outsider? In my opinion, if someone must be entrusted with her well-being, it should be a person of integrity and credibility. Certainly, I believe Lady Kushina should be looked after by one of our own. Personally, I think Lord Ibiki is well suited for this role. He possesses maturity and a sense of humor, making him an ideal candidate. As he spoke, he cast a knowing glance at Sena Ibiki, clearly signaling an alliance. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression soured. Just moments ago, he had praised Yi Liang's character, and now these youngsters were displaying exclusionary attitudes. He found it perplexing how their minds worked. Hiruzen was primarily concerned about Yi Liang's feelings. Yi Liang was a ninja of the highest caliber. If he were displeased, it could lead to opposition against the village, which would be disastrous. At that moment, Yi Liang finally spoke. Hokage-sama, since no one is willing, you may seek alternatives. My identity as a temporary leaf guest is not something I need. I shall not suffer any loss. He puffed his cheeks in a display of indignation, causing everyone to fall silent. It was no jest. This was a commitment entrusted to him by Minato. Yi Liang was not privy to their thoughts, but he was undeniably a man of principle. Minato had once been willing to sacrifice his life to seal the Nine Tails. How many could embody such terrifying resolve? Therefore, Yi Liang was determined to assist him. Regardless of others' opinions, he genuinely wished to care for Uzumaki Kushina, both as a fulfillment of Minato's last wishes and to see if Naruto, devoid of the Nine Tails, might carve a different path. As a devoted fan of Hokage, he was eager to witness the outcome. Noticing the silence among the crowd, Hiruzen found himself at a loss for words. These fools were adept at flattering and navigating social intricacies in daily life, yet faltered at such a critical moment. Hiruzen was unsure how to salvage the situation. Just as Yi Liang feigned anger and prepared to leave, a small hand gently grasped his arm. Everyone, please refrain from arguing. I know that you all sincerely wish to help the Namikaze family, but since my husband entrusted me to Yi Liang-kun, it is a testament to his capabilities. As a woman, I must honor my husband's wishes. Kushina, with a resolute expression, firmly held on to Yi Liang, seemingly having made her decision. A profound silence enveloped the office once more. Are you truly willing to be with me? A hint of astonishment crossed Yi Liang's face. Yes, Kushina affirmed with a nod. This was Minato's dying wish, and she did not wish to provoke such a formidable enemy over personal matters. As the wife of a former Hokage, she too wished to avoid such a scenario. With the protagonist having voiced her stance, the remaining jonin fell silent, except for Sena Ibiki, whose expression betrayed his displeasure. Very well. Let us adjourn, Sarutobi Hiruzen declared, concluding the meeting. That evening, Yi Liang eagerly made his way to the home of Namikaze Minato. Because Yi Liang had never had a place of his own to reside in, once Minato entrusted the water gate to him. It was as if he had given away his own home. Liang was overjoyed. After tidying up his belongings, he moved in. That night, the atmosphere at Minato's home was uproarious, an unusual commotion that even roused the neighboring residents from their slumber. They were bewildered, only to discover that Liang had returned to Hong Do's house in the dead of night. Such fervor and desperation. Yet, no one dared to inquire further, as they were all well aware of the circumstances. The following day, Hong Do furiously kicked Liang off the bed. "Weren't you just exhilarated last night? Why did you sneak back halfway? Go find your sultry wife." Her 3 sharp rebukes echoed like thunder. Liang was momentarily at a loss for words. "Did I not tell you that once I arrived, Naruto's brat kept wailing? I spent the entire night wide awake in bed." "Oh really? Was it Naruto crying? Or was it you? Perhaps your body is failing you." "What did you say?" Liang, filled with indignation, swiftly pinned Hong Do down on the bed. "Are you capable of challenging me? A man must never show weakness." And even though Liang was easygoing, those words were a trigger. Hong Do's face flushed instantly. Liang's breath, tinged with intensity, washed over her, leaving her utterly defenseless. She was already 15, the prime age for a young girl's burgeoning feelings. In his past life, girls at 15 were already deep in the throes of romance. Yet in the world of Naruto, 15 was still considered a child. Liang sensed a subtle shift. When did this young lady develop such an alluring figure? He glanced at Hong Do's heaving chest, an unusual sensation stirring within him. And her waist, which he instinctively touched, felt surprisingly smooth. For a long time, Liang had regarded Hong Do as a child, so sleeping in her bed bore no weight of concern. However, she was now 15, a young woman. Was it excessive for him to impose on her space daily? As he watched Hong Do flee with a flushed face, Liang contemplated. He finally realized. Alas, what a predicament. Until the afternoon, Hong Do had not returned. After taking advantage of his guest privileges for a complimentary lunch, Liang happily returned to his room. 3, 2, 1. After a slow countdown, he finally welcomed the moment he had longed for. The system was upgrading. Ding dong. A resonating sound echoed in Liang's mind, and before his eyes, a virtual panel materialized. Was this the system interface? He was ecstatic. Previously, the system had only sporadically prompted tasks in his mind, but now it was different. Liang clearly saw an abundance of functions on the panel. Task system? Instinctively, he pressed one of the many options on the panel. Tick-tock. A soft prompt sounded, and the virtual panel displayed a new screen. 3 options appeared. Main quest, side quest, daily quest. Were these the tasks I had undertaken before? Liang opened these options and immediately comprehended their significance. Within the main quest, there were 2 black tasks: rescue Red Bean and Tailed Beast attacks the village. These quests promised him S-rank ninjutsu. The tasks being black indicated that they had been completed, while the subsequent main quests were temporarily marked with 3 question marks, suggesting they had yet to be triggered. Among the side quests was one related to the Kamizuki Bridge, which offered slightly lesser rewards, but was also marked in black. The daily tasks consisted of various trivialities, such as the initial observation task, although it provided an enhanced version of the body flicker technique. This was merely due to Liang's fascination leading him to inadvertently grasp something, thereby augmenting the task's rewards. Other daily missions, like catching stray cats or cleaning Orochimaru's teeth, were a hodgepodge of inconsequential rewards. Nonetheless, this was why Liang's lower-tier ninjutsu was significantly more formidable than that of ordinary ninjas. Repeatedly acquiring rewards enhanced the quality of previous rewards. He clicked to return. Beside the task system, 3 other systems were visible: the panel, the key-in, and the storage. Liang clicked on the panel. It displayed his current attribute strengths: ninjutsu, ninja tools, and taijutsu. Ninjutsu at level 5, taijutsu at level 2, and ninja tools at level 1. Liang exhibited a pronounced bias in his skill set. He was unsure how these levels were calculated, but he clearly understood that his proficiency with ninja tools should align with that of a jonin. This implied that the ninja tool proficiency of a jonin was merely the system's baseline. How formidable must the highest level be? Liang pondered, considering the scarcity of ninja tool experts in the Naruto universe. The only ones he could recall were from the Nara clan and the Uchiha family. Though he was uncertain of their precise levels, he shrugged off the thought and clicked on the key-in system beside him. Suddenly, his vision sharpened, as if his eyesight had improved. Is that all? Liang wondered, noticing that aside from enhanced vision, Nothing else seemed to occur. At that moment, the long-missing red bean abruptly pushed open the door. She paid no heed to Liang and hurriedly grabbed the ninja tool pouch from the table, swiftly slipping out. It appeared she was off to undertake a mission. Liang instantly understood. Red bean often left behind items before heading out, and he had grown accustomed to it. Upon returning to the interface, Liang began to grasp the key and system. Just as Red bean entered, he suddenly saw a red panel pop up before her. Red bean. Female, C-Cup, Affection level 99, Ninjutsu level 1, Taijutsu level 0, Ninja Tools level 0. This was likely her foundational data. Liang was perplexed by the C-Cup notation, suspecting it might be a system error, but he quickly comprehended her statistics. In essence, aside from her Ninjutsu level 1, all other levels were at 0, which was somewhat lacking. However, Liang instantly recognized what level 1 entailed. It represented the standard proficiency of an ordinary jonin. Reflecting on his own ninja tool usage, he realized that apart from the jonin level skill granted by the system, he had never trained in it himself. Is it truly mere ninjutsu, yet only at level 1? Has Hondo's ninjutsu already ascended to the rank of jonin? Liang found himself perplexed, for at this moment, Hondo should indeed still be a chunin. Perhaps it is due to the earth seal. He chose not to dwell on it further. Eventually, he opened the package system. Within it lay a myriad of compartments, yet each one was utterly devoid of contents. How was he to store items? Liang casually picked up a pillow from behind him and tossed it toward the panel. Thud! The pillow passed through the panel and landed on the floor. The panel cannot interact with physical objects? Liang discerned the issue, yet simultaneously he was bemused. If physical contact with the panel was impossible, how then was he to store items? He speculated it might relate to mental energy. Suddenly, he recalled the novels he had read in his past life, where most protagonists possessed similar packages, utilizing them by simply focusing their thoughts on the items they wished to store. Imitating this, Liang picked up the pillow once more. This time, instead of throwing it, he silently intoned the word store. Whoosh! Astonishingly, the pillow vanished. He then commanded, retrieve. The pillow that had previously disappeared reappeared in his hand. Indeed, it was as such. Storing. Retrieving. Storing. Retrieving. Liang spent the entire afternoon in a joyous exploration of this newfound ability. By evening, he finally grasped the full extent of the package's functionality. The package could only store heavy objects not exceeding 5 meters in size. Anything beyond that capacity could not be stored, nor could living beings. Liang mused whether he could store a few beautiful sisters within his package. To test this hypothesis, he even dragged a passing beauty into an experiment countless times, only to receive a slap as a result. Thus, Liang came to understand everything. There were many more features behind the system, yet he did not pursue them further as they were all marked with question marks, indicating they had yet to be developed. That night, under Hondo's disdainful gaze, Liang once again burrowed into her blankets. Hondo, how old are you? 15. Why? That's not what I meant. I was referring to that. What that? Your cup size. Are you a C-Cup? That night, Liang was once more kicked off the bed. Teacher Liang, long time no see. Yuan Lin cheerfully grasped Liang's hand. Liang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. You could greet me properly. What is the meaning of rubbing your chest against my arm? Are you trying to provoke me? Liang felt somewhat awkward. Now 15, Yuan Lin had matured, and indeed, most of the members of Team 7 were around this age. Not too young, yet not quite grown either. Liang glanced at Kakashi, who walked ahead, and resignedly picked up the map in his hand. This was a mission map. Indeed, due to Minato's absence, Liang had once again taken charge of Team 7. Although he understood this was an unavoidable circumstance, the words of Sarutobi Hiruzen from that morning ignited a fiery indignation within him. What does it mean for Konoha to be in a state of disarray? As a guest instructor, one must take the initiative to lead by example. Yet, we do not see seasoned figures like Chun and Xiaochun stepping up to guide the team. Liang found himself at a loss for words, yet he understood that it was indeed impossible to expect the elderly to take the lead. It fell upon his youthful shoulders to endure the hardships. Of course, being a team leader is no easy task. On one hand, one must carry out their own duties, while on the other, they must attend to the lower-ranked shinobi accompanying them. It is exhausting. Thus, deep inside, Liang was reluctant, even with the prospect of earning money. As a guest instructor, he didn't even have to pay for his meals. Who has ever seen Ma Baba working in a factory? Like Ma Baba, Liang had little interest in wealth. Contemplating this, Liang felt even more frustrated. At that moment, Obito approached him. Teacher Liang, I heard you used a black spherical ninjutsu to defeat Uchiha Madara last time. Could you teach me? I want to grow stronger. I refuse to be at the bottom. Obito said with eager anticipation. Black spherical ninjutsu? Oh, you must be referring to the tailed beast bomb. Liang thought for a moment and immediately understood. Yes, that one. Upon realizing Liang comprehended, Obito nodded eagerly. He was anxious, but Liang understood his sentiments. Due to the recent ninja war, many of Konoha's ceremonies were cancelled, including a certain event known as the Chunin exams. In Team 7, aside from Kakashi, who was granted the title of Jonin, the other two were still fresh graduates from the shinobi village. Therefore, they must participate in the Chunin exams. On one hand, they were of age. On the other, passing the Chunin exams would allow them to undertake more challenging missions. Liang nodded in agreement. I can teach you ninjutsu, but the tailed beast bomb cannot be taught, as it falls under the category of bloodline limits. Bloodline limits? Obito's expression fell immediately. If it was a bloodline limit, then it indeed could not be taught. This was a hereditary skill that only ninjas of the same lineage could learn. For instance, the Sharingan possessed by Uchiha Obito is a bloodline limit. Only members of the Uchiha clan can master such techniques. However, although I cannot teach you the tailed beast bomb, I can impart another ninjutsu that is equally formidable. Seeing their reactions, Liang swiftly changed his tone. Really? Obito exclaimed with delight. He had previously heard that the tailed beast bomb could easily defeat Uchiha Madara, and he was eager to learn. Being an Uchiha himself, Obito was well aware of Madara's immense strength. He was someone who did not even regard the first Hokage with respect. Moreover, due to Madara's actions, the Uchiha clan was facing dire circumstances, being shunned and almost driven out like a plague. Hence, Obito yearned to prove himself through his own strength. Teacher, please teach me too. At that moment, Rin Noira chimed in. She had not considered this aspect before. As a medical ninja, her assessments were simpler than those of ordinary ninjas. But since Liang had agreed to teach Obito, she naturally wished to partake as well. All right, I promise to teach you both. Liang reveled in the playful affection of Wildfield Rin, readily acquiescing to her whims. Meanwhile, Kakashi, who led the way, turned his head back. Soon, the group arrived at a desolate expanse. The fierce winds and swirling sands obscured their path, and if given another chance, Liang would undoubtedly prefer to avoid this inhospitable terrain. Alas, this was the mission assigned to Team 7. Due to the recent fierce battles, several major ninja villages had developed grudges against one another. For instance, Konoha had enmity with the Wagakure, while Kirigakure had its own hostilities. With animosities come the necessity for alliances, and thus Konoha sought to mend ties with other villages, such as Tsunade. Liang was well aware of this place. In the original narrative, it was the domain of another of the protagonist's consorts, Gaara, belonging to the Land of Wind. This region was perpetually besieged by sandstorms and infrequently graced by rain, characterizing it as a desert nation. The leader of Tsunade was known as the Kazekage, standing in stark contrast to Konoha's Hokage. Presently, it was likely that the fourth Kazekage held power. Liang recalled snippets of memory, noting that the third Kazekage had gone missing, which rendered Tsunade vulnerable to incursions from the Land of Lightning. In this time of peril, a middle-aged man named Raza emerged, wielding the unique magnetic techniques of Tsunade to vanquish the invaders, thereby becoming a hero of the Land of Wind. This man was the fourth Kazekage and the father of the prince consort, Gaara. Liang found it difficult to harbor any fondness for this individual. In the original tale, he had sealed the one-tail Shikaku within Gaara, resulting in the young Gaara's frequent rampages and subsequent isolation, leading to a warped personality. As a mere child, Gaara was ill-equipped to contend with the beast within him. Liang sighed, hoping for the safety of their mission as he continued onward with the others. Soon, the party arrived between two towering sand dunes. Tsunade was nestled within these hills, concealed from the relentless winds. As Liang surveyed the imposing dunes on either side, an unsettling feeling began to creep over him. Liang-sensei, do you sense something amiss? Kakashi, who had been scouting ahead, suddenly returned. Indeed, it was unnaturally quiet. Despite the desert setting, there should have been some semblance of sound, be it the rustling winds or distant voices, yet an eerie silence enveloped them. And Liang heard nothing at all. Moreover, with his nearly shadow-level prowess, he distinctly sensed a trace of malevolence. A chill ran down his spine. as if he were being stalked by a predator. Run! Liang suddenly seized Wildfield Rin, who was merely a medical ninja, and dashed forward with urgency. The remaining two promptly understood and followed closely behind. Just as they departed their original position, the towering sand dunes on either side collapsed like an avalanche. Earth release. Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. Liang shouted, and a dragon formed of gravel swiftly rose beneath their feet, lifting them to safety. The ground trembled violently. The previously accessible route to Tsunade was now buried beneath the debris. Thanks to the Earth Dragon, Liang and his companions narrowly evaded the falling mountain. Was this orchestrated by someone? Liang immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. The two sand hills loomed large, and although they were susceptible to collapse due to the forces of nature, the rapidity of their potential downfall struck as rather peculiar. Liang distinctly sensed a trace of chakra hovering above the dunes. He deftly maneuvered the earthen dragon to gently set down a few individuals, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Teacher Liang, let us first venture into the village. Perhaps the culprits are not the ninjas of Tsunade, Kakashi suggested. Given the gravity of the situation, further investigation seemed unnecessary. If indeed it was Tsunade behind the assassination attempts, they would surely demand an explanation. Agreed. The group nodded and proceeded into the village. The distance between Tsunade and the sand hills was significant, indicating that the villagers were likely unaware that their own entrance had been barricaded. Liang surveyed the village's surroundings. Stalls crafted from iron frames dotted the area, exuding an exotic charm. However, the overall poverty was striking. Konoha had advanced into an era of housing, while Tsunade still relied on humble stalls and earthen shelters, though some earthen homes made of rock could be seen in the distance. They paled in comparison to what Liang had anticipated. Thank goodness we did not traverse into Tsunade, Liang murmured, as he and his companions made their way toward the center. Teacher Liang, I want that. The raccoon headpiece is so adorable. Ino tugged at Liang's hand, her enthusiasm rendering her momentarily immobile. Women can be quite troublesome. Ino, stop clinging to the teacher. I'll buy it for you. Obito chimed in, patting his chest. Uft. Who asked you to buy it? I want the teacher to buy it for me. Liang found himself exasperated, realizing that she had firmly decided to rope him into this. However, with his considerable wealth, a mere accessory was hardly a burden. He strode over to the stall. The item in question was a headpiece resembling shikaku. He turned to the proprietor, a middle-aged man with a square face, slightly hunched and bound in bandages, struggling to maintain his posture. How much for this? Liang inquired. 300, came the response. How much? Liang exclaimed in disbelief. 300 ryo was equivalent to several days' rations for him. To charge such a price for a mere stone ornament was outrageous. Did you not hear? 300. Seriously? Are you robbing me? Liang was at a loss for words, incredulous that he was being asked to part with 300 ryo for a stone trinket. As if he were a fool. He was about to turn away when he caught sight of Ino gazing at him with her large, watery eyes. Her expression one of earnest longing. The sight tugged at his heartstrings. That's 300 ryo. Liang felt a pang of regret, but ultimately relented and purchased the headpiece. As the group departed, grumbling about the unscrupulous vendor, the stall owner suddenly straightened up. He unwrapped the bandages around him. Standing tall as a large shuriken fell from behind him. It appeared that the world of assassination was not their concern, yet it was prudent to remain vigilant. He mused to himself, and the surrounding vendors nodded in agreement. At that moment, Liang and his companions followed the secretary who had come to greet them, making their way toward the Kazekage's office. The Kazekage was in a meeting with the elders and requested that the guests wait outside for a while. The female secretary issued a few instructions before turning to leave. Once she confirmed that no one was in sight, Kakashi suddenly turned his head towards Liang. Teacher, I sense something is amiss here. What do you think? They were guests. Yet the secretary had carelessly abandoned them, instantly raising Kakashi's suspicions. Uncertain of the situation, it was evident that something was amiss in Tsunade. Earlier on the road, the passers-by had clearly been wary of them. As guests, they should not have behaved in such a manner, Liang reasoned. Indeed, Nora Rin chimed in. That's why I insisted on asking the teacher to buy hair accessories. I wanted to ascertain whether those vendors were genuine. Thankfully, the teacher's acting was convincing enough that they remained oblivious. Was that your intention? Liang was taken aback. He could swear that Nora Rin's words were utterly disingenuous. How could she fabricate such a grandiose lie without feeling any guilt? Liang was perplexed. However, Nearby, Uchiha Obito suddenly had an epiphany. No wonder you were reluctant when I offered to buy for you. It was all an act. You scared me. I thought you had feelings for the teacher. He felt a wave of relief, while Noara Rin instinctively blushed. Liang felt a headache coming on. In truth, the most pressing matter was not to uncover the truth about Tsunade, but to figure out how to dissipate their hostility. Earlier, Liang had distinctly sensed a hint of murderous intent from the vendors. Indeed, just moments ago, he had noticed something was off with those vendors. But given they were in Tsunade, he could not openly confront them. If they were to lash out, it would complicate matters greatly. Shortly after, a plainly dressed elderly woman unexpectedly entered. She regarded Liang with a smile, though a fleeting glimmer of malice crossed her gaze when she glanced at Kakashi. You must be the emissaries from Konohagakure. Our fourth Kazekage is exceedingly busy, so I have been sent to speak on his behalf. If it's not too much trouble, shall we begin? The absence of the fourth Kazekage was peculiar. Discussions between the two villages held immense significance, and the fourth had always been inclined to foster relations with the wind and fire villages. Liang found it strange, but chose not to voice his thoughts. At that moment, the elderly woman began to convey the intentions of Tsunade. Liang feigned agreement. In the evening, the group parted ways at the office door. The mission had been accomplished seamlessly. The two villages joyfully signed a peace agreement. Teacher, is it really over just like that? Kakashi still seemed incredulous. By this time, they had arrived at an inn. Having just savored the culinary delights of Tsunade, they planned to unwind there for a few days. Of course it's not over. There are undoubtedly issues at play. Liang replied, settling everyone in. They had encountered numerous events that day, from the dangers faced at the village entrance to the Tsunade ninja masquerading as vendors, culminating in the meeting with that elderly woman. That woman, Liang, who was more perceptive than most, could sense the underlying threats. The elderly woman cast a glance at Kakashi, imbued with an unprecedented murderous intent. Although he deftly averted his gaze, Liang was certain he had not misjudged her. It appeared imperative to conduct a thorough investigation. After ensuring the safety of everyone, Liang quietly departed from the room. The night was deep and silent. In the stillness of midnight, an elderly woman in her 60s had just shed her undergarments when a robust man's hand clasped around her neck. Who goes there? Chio, the old woman, pondered. At her advanced age, she had resigned herself to a solitary life. Yet upon beholding the youthful vigor of the man behind her, she felt an unexpected flutter of attraction. What do you intend to do to me? She exclaimed in terror. Damn it, your cries are far too convincing. Liang instinctively deflected a shuriken that was aimed at him, swiftly pinning Chio to the ground in a moment of panic. Just as she screamed, a shuriken had hurtled towards his face, propelled by her finger. Had it not been for Liang's quick reflexes, he might have sustained a grievous injury. Cursed be it. The fourth Hokage was indeed killed by you. I have long suspected that your leaf village is anything but virtuous. I should not have wasted my breath on you. Chio struggled to escape Liang's grasp, but to no avail. The fourth is dead? Liang was engulfed in confusion. No wonder the villagers had harbored hostility upon his arrival. Their leader had perished. An epiphany struck him, yet he was baffled. How could the fourth Kazekage, a figure of equal stature to Sarutobi Hiruzen, have met such an end? Moreover, according to Chio, he was slain by Liang himself. Liang shook his head. I am uncertain of your meaning, but the demise of the Kazekage truly bears no relation to us, for we have only just arrived in the land of wind today. Huh, do you presume to deceive me? Chio retorted, her skepticism palpable. What manner of people are you from the leaf? Do you truly believe this old woman is oblivious? You are all ruthless and merciless. After her proclamation, she spat at Liang, clearly unconvinced. Liang, feeling exasperated, gently wiped the spittle from his face and released her. If I am not mistaken, you must be Chio, the advisor of Tsunade. How do you know this? That is of no concern to you. I am also aware that your intense hatred for the leaf stems from the murder of your son by one of our ninjas. Yet, that is a personal grievance. Let us not complicate the amicable relations between our villages, shall we? What do you know? I understand everything. Liang shrugged. Chio's son was also a jonin of Tsunade, presumably in the prime of his youth, when he crossed paths with the formidable Hatake Tsukumo. Known as the White Fang of Konoha, he was no easy adversary. Rumored to have decimated entire platoons of enemy ninjas on the battlefield, a truly fearsome individual. Yet, it was unfortunate that Chio's son encountered such a formidable figure. It would be one thing to meet him, but her son, lacking in skill, foolishly provoked trouble. Ultimately, he not only perished but also dragged his wife, who was on the mission with him, into the grave, a calamity that claimed 2 lives. Chiyo harbored such animosity towards Konoha for this very reason, particularly after encountering the son of Konoha White Fang, Kakashi, today. I understand now. It must have been that old man Sarutobi who informed you. Naturally, since he dispatched you to Tsunade, he would divulge these matters to you. Very well. That is precisely the case, Liang replied with a sense of resignation. For that was the only explanation he could provide. We only arrived in Tsunade today. If you doubt this, you may have someone investigate the neighboring village. We have left traces of our presence there. Furthermore, it appears your village has stabilized, suggesting that the Kazekage has been deceased for some time now. Thus this has no bearing on us. Is it truly not you? Could it be a transformation technique? If you wish to argue, then there is nothing more to discuss. Liang turned to leave. If they were determined to blame them, there was no need for further explanation. Wait. Chiyo finally hesitated. Just as Liang had stated, if they wanted to ascertain whether an assassination had occurred, a simple inquiry into the neighboring village would suffice, and they need not entrap themselves. Have you come to believe it? Yes. Then please elucidate why you suspect us from Konoha. This is simply unreasonable, Liang inquired with patience. Chiyo did not respond to Liang's question, but instead led him to a cabinet. She retrieved 3 keys from her pocket and unlocked it. It was a specially designed lock. Inside lay a forehead protector engraved with scratches. What is this? Liang picked up the protector, finally comprehending why Tsunade harbored suspicions towards Konoha. This is the forehead protector of a rogue ninja from Konoha. The scratches signify a traitor, and the leaf is the emblem of Konoha. It was discovered at the scene, hence our suspicion falls upon you from Konoha. I see. Liang nodded. I now know who attacked your Kazekage, but I am uncertain of their motives. Who is it? I cannot disclose that now. However, if you adhere to my plan, I can assure you we will capture them. Chiyo nodded. As long as Liang could guarantee the apprehension of the perpetrator, this matter could be entirely resolved. Being an advisor of Tsunade, she naturally wished to avoid an all-out confrontation with Konoha, for it would ultimately be her village that would suffer defeat. In that case, I shall return to formulate the plan. Should anything arise, I will have someone inform you. Very well. Liang nodded and swiftly returned to his lodging. The inn. Liang called Kakashi to relay a few instructions before succumbing to a deep slumber. On the following morning, I must return to report our mission. Since you wish to enjoy a few days here, make the most of it. Liang instructed his companions before making his way towards the village's outskirts. What is happening? Is he leaving just like that? Abito was somewhat bewildered, seated atop a sand pile, at a loss for words. Since the teacher has granted us an extended break, let us enjoy ourselves, Rin exclaimed joyfully. Indeed. Kakashi nodded, though a hint of inscrutable depth lingered in his gaze. It is unclear why the teacher chose not to inform Abito. Was he not the core of this mission? Kakashi shook his head, but as it was Liang's intention, he did not dwell on it further. The group made their plans and proceeded directly to the marketplace of Tsunade. The vendors were still present. Yet upon seeing Kakashi and his companions, a shadow of unease fell over them. Did Advisor Chiyo not say we had nothing to do with them? Why are they being apprehended? Forget about that. It's simply the order from above. From above? Understood. Seizing the opportunity while Kakashi and his group relaxed, several vendors launched an assault. Fire release, great fireball technique. Abito immediately retaliated. Although Liang had instructed them to enjoy themselves, Abito sensed something amiss and remained vigilant. Kakashi also employed a lightning release technique, which, although powerful, was swiftly dispersed by a shuriken thrown by one of the vendors. How could a shuriken negate lightning release? This is inconceivable. Abito was bewildered. He then witnessed Kakashi and Rin being struck unconscious in an instant. Rin, how dare you harm my woman? You seek death. Abito fought valiantly. It was uncertain whether it was his surge of power or Rin's capture that fueled his determination. But he found himself evenly matched against the vendor who had just incapacitated Kakashi. The opposing vendor proved to be quite formidable. Captain Maki. This fellow appears to possess the Sharingan. He has quite a handful. No matter, we have the numbers. Let us wear him down. All right. Abito was engulfed in a fierce battle. After 10 minutes, his chakra was nearly depleted. How infuriating. If it weren't for your numbers, I, Uchiha Abito, would not fear you at all. The vendors were astonished. Although they were Chunin, this was their first encounter with such a challenging opponent. Uchiha Obito, I commend your bravery. Captain Maki gave Obito a thumbs up. They fought for another hour. At last, Obito collapsed, barely clinging to consciousness. Yet, even before losing consciousness, he uttered one last phrase. Do not touch my woman. All right. The vendors of Tsunade applauded. After years in the trade, it was their first encounter with someone of comparable strength, and one so loyal. They were moved. Brothers, although we are not of the same faction as Uchiha Obito, if he emerges safely, I, Maki, shall recognize him as my elder brother. Indeed, heroes appreciate heroes. Were it not for our differing allegiances, I, Guzi, would also acknowledge him as my elder brother. So would I, Dogdan. And I, Haiwa. After a discussion, they ceremoniously hoisted Obito onto their shoulders and carried him away. Meanwhile, Kakashi was dragged along the ground by one of the vendors. You worthless trash. If it weren't for Brother Obito, I would have killed you long ago. I truly don't understand why someone with your weak abilities was even captured. Kakashi's eye twitched slightly. In the dungeon, the group was tightly bound to stone pillars. Kakashi glanced at the unconscious Uchiha Obito beside him, a peculiar expression on his face. Obito had genuinely been knocked out, but Kakashi was merely pretending. Likewise, Rin was also feigning unconsciousness. This reckless youth. I finally understand why teacher Leaf Liang did not disclose the plan to him. With his mindset, he would undoubtedly have leaked it. Indeed, Kakashi nodded, yet for reasons unknown. He felt a twinge of envy towards Uchiha Obito as he was being dragged away. What are we to do now? The teacher instructed us to feign capture in order to lure out the mastermind. There must be a reason behind his words, so we shall simply wait. After a brief silence, the two closed their eyes, pretending to be lifeless. Hours passed, and a shadow stealthily penetrated the dungeon. Unlike a human, it glided across the ground. Hiss! The shadow flicked its tongue as it approached Kakashi's cell. To his surprise, encountering someone from the Uchiha clan here seemed like a stroke of fortune. Just as the shadow prepared to hoist Uchiha Obito onto its shoulder, a throng of Tsunade ninjas burst through the entrance. Who goes there? They exclaimed in alarm. At that moment, Kakashi opened his eyes. Damn it! There's no way to form hand seals. Bound by peculiar ropes, their escape from the stone pillars was impossible. Suddenly, the shadow devoured Uchiha Obito whole. No! Kakashi gasped, envisioning various outcomes, but failing to comprehend the current situation. Who are you? Why are you attacking Obito? He interrogated the shadow, barely discerning its form. A massive white phosphorus serpent over 2 meters long. Who in the world is this? At that instant, the guarding Tsunade ninjas charged in. Obito, the leader, Maki, gasped in shock. Though older than Obito, he had always held deep respect for Uchiha Obito's prowess. Witnessing him being consumed shattered his composure. Wind release, blade of wind, he shouted, sending a blue chakra blade from his fingertips towards the white phosphorus serpent. Clang! The serpent's scales resonated with a hum, yet it remained unscathed. How is this possible? It's merely a summoning beast. How can it withstand the wind blade's assault? Maki exclaimed in disbelief. Meanwhile, the white phosphorus serpent charged towards their group. How dare it ambush me? It swiftly knocked over the surrounding Tsunade ninjas, making its way towards the dungeon's exit. Let us out! Kakashi cried, but everyone was preoccupied with the serpent's pursuit, ignoring his plea. How outrageous! Obito, please be safe. Outside the dungeon, 2 figures blocked the path of the white phosphorus serpent. You must be the murderer of the 4th Hokage, Chio remarked coldly, standing alongside her brother, Izo. Ah, I never anticipated you could track me down. It seems I underestimated Tsunade, the serpent replied, a sinister laughter echoing. Why? We of the Sand Country do not recognize you. Ha ha, unfamiliar indeed. But your Kazekage shall serve as the perfect nourishment for my experiments. Should this not be deemed exceedingly fortunate? The serpent cackled, its form undulating like a mass of flesh, gradually sprouting a pair of arms and morphing into a humanoid figure. Orochimaru, it is you. The erudite Chio immediately recognized the ninja before her. Indeed, it is I, Orochimaru. Were it not for that beast, Yagura, thwarting my plans, I would not have been transformed into this wretched form, neither human nor ghost. Cursed Yagura, I shall have my revenge. Magnet release, sand iron rain. Orochimaru formed hand seals. And suddenly, a gentle rain of sand iron began to descend from the heavens. The ground was soon blanketed with it. This is impossible. Magnet release is clearly a bloodline limit of our wind country. How could you, a leaf ninja, wield it? Chio gasped in shock. Haha. I have developed a forbidden technique to absorb others' jutsu. Given enough time, I shall become the new god of ninjas. I will exact my vengeance upon the leaf. Magnet release, sand gold burial. This is the ultimate technique of the fourth Kazekage. Oh no. Chiyo quickly led her brother to retreat into an open area behind them. But the sand gold burial surged forth like an undulating sea of sand, crashing relentlessly toward them. Sister, there's no escaping. Use the secret technique. Very well. The siblings swiftly formed hand seals, and 10 humanoid puppets, armed with various weapons, erupted from the ground. White secret technique, Juso 10 Guardian. This is the most formidable puppet crafted by the puppet master, Wenzamon, long under Chiyo's control and Tsunade. Now, faced with Orochimaru's sand gold burial, they had no choice but to employ it. Manipulating the puppets, the duo deftly maneuvered the puppets to sever the oncoming sand gold burial. Seeing that this tactic was ineffective against them, Orochimaru continued to form seals. Magnet release, glass shatter. Magnet release, sand wave. Magnet release, sand shuriken. 3 consecutive magnet release techniques, all specialties of the fourth Kazekage, left Chiyo utterly astonished. Orochimaru's power was truly terrifying. While the original fourth Kazekage employed magnet release with intervals in Orochimaru's hands, it flowed effortlessly, as if he were throwing a barrage of ultimate techniques without restraint. I still have another person hidden within me. As long as he lives, I can continuously utilize chakra. Orochimaru chuckled, referring to Uchiha Obito, whom he had just consumed. Yet, Orochimaru was filled with confusion. Although he could endlessly draw upon Obito's chakra, the latter was merely a genin, and it was astonishing that he could provide chakra to this extent. Never mind, though the reason remains unclear. It is indeed a fortunate circumstance. Orochimaru dismissed the thought, and once more prepared to confront Chiyo earnestly. Earth release, earth flow wall. Ebizo summoned a towering wall of earth and stone with a single-handed seal, rapidly erecting it before them. Boom. The sounds of crashing echoed continuously. This cannot go on. Sister, where is that leaf teacher you mentioned? You said he would lend us a hand. I am unsure. I received his message via shuriken this afternoon, but I do not know where he is hiding now. Cursed be it. I knew I couldn't rely on leaf ninjas. In a flurry of anxiety, Ebizo summoned another wall, as the previous one was clearly crumbling. Give it up. As long as you let me leave Tsunade, I, Orochimaru, am not one to slaughter the innocent indiscriminately. This is impossible. We must avenge the fourth Kazekage. TSK, so obstinate. Seeing their unwavering resolve, Orochimaru immediately intensified his assault. Fire release, fire dragon bullet technique. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Earth release, earth dragon bullet technique. A flurry of elemental dragon bullets surged toward Chiyo and the others. These were 5 distinct elements of chakra, a feat that the original Orochimaru could never have accomplished. Yet now, he seemed utterly derailed. Haha, prepare to meet your demise, old fools. He laughed boisterously, but just as he reveled in his triumph, an intense pain surged through his abdomen. Sage art, divine intervention. Bang! With a fierce shout, Orochimaru's belly exploded, leaving only his head to soar into the distance. How could it be you? Orochimaru's gaze slowly faltered, his head gradually descending, but he still recognized the face that emerged from his own body. Yi Liang, how could you? I will kill you. You should be more concerned with yourself. Yi Liang replied coolly. At that moment, the Chiyo siblings, previously ensnared by magnetic release, managed to escape. Yi Liang, you've come. Indeed. Yi Liang nodded in acknowledgement. In truth, he had never left, after deceiving the sentinels with a shadow clone. His true form had transformed into that of Uchiha Obito. Upon witnessing the rogue ninja's forehead protector last time, Yi Liang deduced that the mastermind was Orochimaru. For aside from the fleeing Orochimaru, none of the other rogue ninjas possessed the capability to eliminate the fourth Kazekage. Watching Orochimaru's head slowly fade away, Yi Liang let out a sigh of relief. He approached, touching his own eyes. The Eye of Observation system activated. Whoosh! A modern transparent avatar frame appeared above Orochimaru's head. This was Yi Liang's first time using the Eye of Observation system in battle. Previously, his opponents had been too weak to warrant its use. Orochimaru, false. Male a cup. Ninjutsu level 4, Taijutsu level 2, Ninja Tools level 2. By the way, can this a cup be omitted? Yi Liang thought to himself with a hint of sarcasm. He examined Orochimaru's attributes. Aside from his ninjutsu being one level lower than his own, the rest were on par. In fact, Orochimaru's ninja tools were even one level higher. Goodness, I didn't expect Orochimaru to be this formidable. Liang was somewhat astonished. Before he departed, he had discreetly assessed the levels of Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and others. Typically, special ninjas were at ninjutsu level 2, while Sarutobi Hiruzen was at level 5, Danzo at level 4. And there should still be a gap before the adult Kakashi at level 3. This meant Orochimaru had already attained a strength nearing that of a Kage, with only a single level separating him from Liang's level 5 ninjutsu. Goodness, had it not been for the ambush today, it would have indeed been quite challenging. Liang felt a chill run down his spine. At that moment, he suddenly noticed the word false next to Orochimaru's name. You say you are dead. Yet what does false imply? Alas, Liang sighed, then reached out to touch Orochimaru's corpse. As expected, it was a fake. In the original narrative, Orochimaru possesses a technique that allows him to transform into a small snake, akin to the concept of a cicada shedding its shell. Presently, this is the circumstance. The core essence of him has fled, leaving behind a mere shell devoid of purpose. Young brother Liang, I am truly grateful to you, otherwise, our Tsunade here would have faced annihilation. The elderly Chiyo, filled with trepidation, approached with her younger sibling. My apologies, Liang. I previously assumed you were absent and voiced my grievances. Elder Kaiza also expressed his gratitude to Liang, having deduced that he had been concealed within Orochimaru's form, thus realizing that Liang had overheard their conversation. Not to worry. After all, this traitor belongs to our Konoha, and it is only fitting that we rectify the situation. After exchanging pleasantries with the two, Liang proceeded towards the dungeon, arriving at Kakashi's side. Liang-sensei, you have finally arrived. Please, save Obito. He has been devoured by a colossal serpent. Kakashi's anxious gaze was fixed upon Liang, clearly exhibiting genuine concern. It's all resolved. The perpetrator has been dealt with, and Obito is now secured in a safe location. Resolved? Kakashi paused, then felt a wave of relief wash over him. Trusting in his teacher's words, he felt assured. Liang untied the ropes and began recounting the events that transpired. It turned out that the Obito they encountered was a guise assumed by their teacher. Liang-sensei, you gave me quite a fright. Lin Yahara, as always, leaned closer, albeit with a hint of shyness in her demeanor. Teacher, were you serious when you said, do not touch my woman? Ah, that was merely for theatrics. Teacher, a few days later, under Liang's guidance, Team 7 safely returned to Konoha, although Obito appeared somewhat bewildered at the unexpected addition of several subordinates, all of whom were older than him. It is often said that a teacher is akin to a candle, quietly consuming itself for the sake of its students. Liang, however, was skeptical of this notion. Leaning against a tree trunk, he quietly accessed his system panel. The side quest to the Land of Wind had been completed. Liang silently claimed the reward, a random A-rank ninjutsu, the Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bomb technique. At this pace, my progress is excruciatingly slow, Liang mused, furrowing his brow in contemplative silence. This scene unfolds in the training grounds of Konoha. Upon returning, Liang commenced preparations with the youngsters for the Chunin exams, fulfilling a promise he had made to them. Obito, adjust your aim higher with your shuriken. Look at how proficient Yahara Lin is. Why are you lagging behind? Kakashi, while you may have achieved Jonin status, do not let that breed complacency. Observe Itachi Uchiha. He has already joined the Yumbu. I have reiterated countless times that mastering the Shadow Shuriken technique is imperative. It was absent from the previous 2 exams, but it will be included this year. If you doubt me, I wager a bowl of ramen. TSK, 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 let us proceed this way. Take your time to learn, while I shall investigate how other villages prepare. With a mouthful of complaints, Liang wandered next door. In preparation for the exam, he had indeed engaged in thorough lesson planning, although he had been thrust into the role of a teacher. The sense of vanity that accompanied this position compelled him to see everything through to the end. After taking a few steps, nearby, other students from different classes were practicing. Liang glanced around and recognized the individual. It was Mike Guy. This year's seed candidate, despite his weak ninjutsu, was rumored to possess taijutsu skills that surpassed those of an average jonin. Liang took a moment to observe with his Byakugan. Taijutsu level 3, even higher than Liang's. Incredible. No wonder he almost secured the final victory. Such prowess is truly astonishing. Liang swallowed hard. At that moment, A teacher who had been spectating approached. Well. Isn't this Liang-sensei? What brings you here instead of attending to your own class? Are you here to steal my teaching methods? Liang scanned the individual. It was Ibiki Marino, the very one who had clashed with him over Kushina in the Hokage's office. Liang held a strong dislike for him. He had heard from Kushina that Ibiki often loitered around Minato's house, and it was impossible to rule out malicious intentions. It's isn't it? How dare you show your face before me? Liang thought coldly, but out of courtesy, he feigned conversation. It's Teacher Ibiki. I wonder how your exam predictions are shaping up this time. Predictions? Oh, this time I focused on interrogation techniques. In the end, the ninjas executing missions inevitably encounter tight-lipped targets. However, mastering interrogation can significantly enhance the efficiency of completing tasks. Moreover, when dealing with certain female spies, the effectiveness of interrogation techniques can be greatly amplified. Haha, you know what I mean. Ibiki suddenly wore a lewd expression. Indeed, this fellow had impure intentions. Observing his demeanor, Liang quickly grasped the essence of his character. No wonder he specialized in interrogation techniques. It was evidently to satisfy his own desires. Much like those who applied for obstetrics in Liang's previous life, claiming to see patients purely as individuals. But how many actually held such noble intentions from the start? Teacher Ibiki is quite the schemer. I wonder if Lord Hiruzen is aware of your true intentions. The moment those words crossed Liang's mind, Ibiki found himself at a loss for words. If Liang were to disclose this to the Hokage, Ibiki's career as a teacher would likely come to an end. Guy, we're leaving. Ibiki barked angrily, leading Mike Guy away from the scene. Liang, feeling helpless, returned to his own territory, though his gaze remained fixed on the departing Mike Guy. Such a promising talent must not fall into the clutches of that scoundrel. Teacher, what are you looking at? Kakashi inquired. Nothing. As night fell, a shadow quietly appeared near Minato's residence. That little brat dared to confront me in broad daylight. Just wait until I unleash my wrath upon your woman. The figure, illuminated by moonlight, was none other than the earlier Ibiki Marino. Damn it. If it weren't for Minato stealing the spotlight back then, how would Kushina have ended up married? He stealthily peeked through the gap in the door. Inside, Kushina had just finished bathing, wrapping herself in a towel while soothing 3-year-old Naruto. Mama, when will Dad Liang come home? Little Naruto babbled, already able to articulate his thoughts. He should be home soon. I heard he returned to the village today to complete his mission. Kushina's face suddenly flushed crimson. Previously, concerned that Naruto's childhood might be marred by shadows, Kushina refrained from disclosing the truth of his father's demise, opting instead to use the name of Liang as a diversion. Of course, Liang remained oblivious to this matter. How infuriating that this wretched woman accepted Liang so swiftly, rendering my eyes useless. Ibiki was filled with rage. In truth, he harbored genuine affection for Kushina, yet his inner depravity destined him to be forever estranged from her. He crafted a smoking pipe, inserting it through the door crack. And a wave of purple toxic gas gradually infiltrated Kushina's home. This was a noxious smoke, concocted from a unique blend of 7 poisonous herbs, classified as a form of interrogation technique. Mother, do you smell something fragrant? Fragrant? Kushina, intrigued, soon found herself engulfed in dizziness. Oh no, it's poison smoke. She quickly realized, but it was too late. In a moment of maternal instinct, Kushina pressed Naruto to the ground, shielding him with her body. This is what you get for not allowing me to care for you. Ibiki, looking around to ensure no one was watching, quietly opened the door to Kushina's room. He slightly cracked a window to disperse the toxic gas. Surely, these two must be asleep. Observing the two sprawled on the floor, Ibiki smirked with delight. Yet he did not act immediately. Instead, he hoisted Kushina back to her room. Subsequently, he dripped 2 drops of a crimson liquid onto her, resembling blood, yet contained within a blue vial. This was a specialized concoction, and its effects were sinister. Ibiki chuckled to himself. Indeed, Kushina writhed restlessly on the bed. Her body flooded with heat as she tossed and turned, even beginning to tear at her bathrobe. As Ibiki gazed at the scene before him, his blood surged with excitement. However, just as he extended his wicked grasp, a powerful iron hand clamped tightly around his arm. Who dares? He bellowed, only to be violently hurled out of Kushina's room. Liang swiftly covered Kushina with his own clothing, his face a mask of fury as he stormed out. Ibiki, upon being thrown out, recognized his assailant and demanded, "It's you, Liang. Weren't you residing with the Azuki family? What brings you here? Yet, what awaited him was Yang's poised slap. Humph. I sensed something was amiss during the day. As expected, Yang pummeled Ibiki with 2 swift punches. He refrained from employing ninjutsu. At times, the thrill of physical combat was far more satisfying. You bastard! Ibiki shouted, lunging at Yang. Bang! The two collided once more. Yang staggered back. Clearly Ibiki's martial prowess surpassed his own. Humph! Trash! Do you dare compare your strength to mine? Ibiki taunted. Yang's temper flared further. How dare he seize the opportunity to target his woman? Until now, Yang had regarded Kushina as a trust bestowed by Minato, with her now under attack. He could no longer contain himself. I shall take your life. Yang launched another punch, driven by impulse, still refraining from using ninjutsu. Do you think your feeble tactics can contend with me? Ibiki harbored no fear of him. The unskilled Liang merely possessed the level of a particularly adept jonin. In contrast, Ibiki was a pseudo-shadow level. Although his prowess lay solely in taijutsu, upon their clash, Liang staggered backward, nearly losing his balance. Was he truly left with no choice but to resort to ninjutsu? Liang felt a twinge of reluctance. Ninjutsu was a gift from the system. While it could certainly subdue his opponent, it would not alleviate the fury that now consumed him. Driven by a desire for vengeance, Liang yearned to engage in a visceral confrontation akin to a true man. Ah, you crave power, do you? A low growl resonated in Liang's mind. Who is it? Liang gasped, only to behold a magnificent red fox materializing within his consciousness. The Nine Tails. Liang's mouth fell agape. Ever since he became a Jinchuriki, he had relegated the Nine Tails to the recesses of his mind. His strength had sufficed until now, and the Nine Tails naturally provided him with chakra as a host, prompting him to forget about it entirely. Yet, seeing the Nine Tails again left him astounded. Can you assist me? He inquired. Of course, but in exchange, you must lend me your body. Borrow my body. Have you lost your mind? Liang immediately dismissed the notion, being a modern individual. He was immune to such demonic temptations. No matter how alluring the power, if it could not be controlled, it was utterly worthless. This was precisely why Liang had refrained from actively engaging the Nine Tails. He sensed he was not yet capable of mastering such a force. Lost my mind. The Nine Tails was momentarily taken aback. It had never encountered such terminology. Its reluctance to communicate with Liang stemmed from its inability to fathom him. Despite being merely 20, his thoughts were astutely intricate. Whether confronting Uchiha Madara or dealing with Orochimaru, these were feats beyond the capabilities of an average youth. Most crucially, the Nine Tails could not perceive Liang's memories. As a tailed beast, it could typically access the memories of its host, yet Liang was an anomaly. Whenever the Nine Tails attempted to delve into his past, a golden orb would obstruct its view within his mind. The Nine Tails had tried to attack that orb, but even a full-force chakra assault failed to breach its surface, resulting instead in a rebound. Well, if you refuse to be controlled by me, you shall receive only a fraction of my power. A fraction of power? That would suffice. Please bestow it upon me swiftly. Sighing, the Nine Tails acquiesced. Yet, as a tailed beast, it did not break its word and genuinely imparted a minuscule portion of chakra to Liang. It had anticipated this outcome, knowing that with the enigmatic orb protecting him, Liang would never consent to the body-sharing proposition. Nevertheless, the Nine Tails was unperturbed. By granting Liang a modicum of chakra, it aimed to foster an addiction to its power. Human beings are prone to addiction, particularly to absolute strength. Once Liang acclimated to this newfound power, he would undoubtedly seek more, paving the way for gradual enticement. This is the plan of the Nine Tails fox. On the other hand, Liang, who had just exited the realm of consciousness, suddenly felt an overwhelming force surging through his body. It was a layer of red chakra, fluid-like, resembling the very color of the Nine Tails. In that moment, Liang felt invincible. He charged furiously towards Ibiki. Bang! The two collided once more. But the previously formidable Ibiki was instantaneously knocked back by Liang. What is happening? Ibiki sensed an ominous shift. At that moment, he also noticed the faint red chakra enveloping Liang's body. It was the Nine Tails. Ibiki recognized it immediately. He had participated in the decisive battle against Uchiha Madara and was well acquainted with this external layer of chakra. How could you have truly harnessed the power of the Nine Tails? Seeing Liang's clear-headedness, he understood that, like Uchiha Madara, Liang had managed to control the chakra of the nine tails. Humph. Prepare to meet your end. With a furious roar, Liang charged at Ibiki. But this time was different. A fleeting afterimage appeared in his wake. This was not the flying thunder god technique. It was a pure manifestation of speed. Bang! Ibiki felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and instantly lost consciousness. After confirming that Ibiki was completely out cold, Liang bound him to a stone pillar in the alley. Thud! A shuriken fell from Ibiki's pocket. It bore the mark of the flying thunder god. Is this the one that Hongdo lost a few days ago? Damn it, what a beast. Liang immediately understood Ibiki's intentions. He likely planned to leave the shuriken at the scene as evidence, framing Liang for the attack. Damn it. Liang slapped him again. Once he confirmed that Ibiki was thoroughly unconscious, he entered Kushina's room. Clatter. The room was filled with overturned furniture, yet there was no sign of Kushina. Kushina, where have you gone? Liang called out, and suddenly a graceful figure pounced on him, knocking him onto the bed. Who? Liang turned around and caught sight of a dazed Kushina. You want me? Liang wants me. Kushina reached into Liang's clothing, helping him undress. No, I, Liang, am a man of integrity and never share a bed with women. He panicked. However, Kushina's body was abnormally hot. It was that red elixir. Liang instantly understood everything. It appeared to be something akin to the Hahuan powder from his previous life, but he was uncertain of how to proceed. If it were indeed that kind of substance, he would have to assist Kushina, or she might suffer a fatal consequence. At least, that was how it was depicted in novels. I'm sorry, Kushina. The following day, Liang brought the bound Ibiki to the Hokage's office, while Kushina was sobbing. What happened? Sarutobi Hiruzen was seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book. In order to preserve the reputation of Kushina, Liang arrived early. The Hokage's hall was devoid of any ninjas here to receive missions. This young man had stealthily infiltrated Kushina's home last night with nefarious intentions. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately perked up. Did he succeed? Is that even a coherent statement? Liang shot an exasperated glance at Hiruzen, who looked momentarily sheepish. Ahem, I see. Do you possess any direct evidence? Hiruzen coughed lightly, pressing for clarification. With a sharp sound, a tube used for spraying poison and a vial of blue liquid were tossed onto the ground. Hiss. Hiruzen comprehended everything at once. As a master of ninjutsu and possessing knowledge of the interrogation arts practiced by Ibiki, he instantly recognized the purpose of the items on the floor. Truly despicable. The third Hokage lunged forward, delivering a resounding slap to Ibiki's face. Ibiki, who had just regained consciousness, was knocked out once more. I shall have him imprisoned in the dungeon, Hiruzen declared solemnly, grasping Kushina's hand. As the widow of the fourth Hokage, Kushina was now part of a martyr's family and deserved an explanation. However, how could they ensure safety moving forward? If Ibiki could infiltrate so easily today, wouldn't it be even simpler for others in the future? I am willing to finance a property in the city center, a place bustling with people and thus relatively secure. Moreover, you should reside there as well for convenience in providing care. Hiruzen proposed to Liang. Agreed. Liang nodded. This was the best outcome possible. He could not allow Hiruzen to execute Ibiki, as he had ultimately failed in his endeavor. Kushina, you should return home now. Please do not speak of this matter to anyone else. I have some matters to discuss with Liang. Understood. Recognizing the seriousness of the third Hokage, Kushina promptly exited the office. What is it, Hokage-sama? Liang inquired. Hiruzen, who never engaged in idle chatter, had retained Liang for a specific purpose. Do you truly believe that this incident was orchestrated by Ibiki? What do you mean? Hiruzen furrowed his brow. I know Ibiki well. Although he is not particularly admirable, he would not stoop so low. I sense that there is someone else scheming behind the scenes. Scheming, you say? Upon hearing this, Liang suddenly retrieved a black shuriken from his ninja tool pouch. This was a gift for Akane, inscribed with the flying thunder god seal, intended to protect her in times of danger, but it mysteriously vanished a few days ago. What do you imply? That is precisely what I mean. I discovered this on Ibiki when I apprehended him last night. If my assumptions are correct, Ibiki intended to frame me, but he did not anticipate my ambush. Frame you? Hiruzen fell silent. Initially, he believed that someone was plotting in the shadows with Kushina as the target, but it now appeared that the true aim was Liang all along. Someone wishes to see you leave Konoha. I believe that to be true as well, Liang nodded. But who could it be? Hiruzen sank into deep contemplation, while Liang had already set his sights on a particular target. To construct a treacherous network, one must possess profound power. Yesterday, during the confrontation between Liang and Ibiki, despite the considerable noise, it failed to attract the attention of those nearby. Clearly, someone was manipulating the crowd from behind the scenes. The only individuals capable of such manipulation are Sarutobi Hiruzen or members of the Elder Council, such as Nara Shikaku and others. Yet, Liang harbors suspicion towards but one person, Shimura Danzo. Indeed, as the ruler of the Umbu, Danzo has long harbored ill intentions towards Liang, especially now that Liang has emerged as a hero of Konoha. In this context, tarnishing Liang's reputation seems to be the only option to drive him away. I believe it to be Danzo. Impossible. Danzo has always safeguarded Konoha. Though his methods are extreme, he would never relinquish such a formidable asset as you. Sarutobi Hiruzen asserted firmly. However, aside from him, there are no other options, are there? Additionally, while I may be a powerful asset, I also pose a significant risk. Do I not? This left Sarutobi Hiruzen momentarily speechless. He was well aware that Liang's assertion was the most plausible. Very well. I shall keep an eye on him. Being of the older generation, I hope Danzo does not commit any foolish acts. Agreed. Let it be so. Liang stretched leisurely, preparing to depart. By the way, you still need to serve as an examiner for the Chunin exams. Understood. Meanwhile, in the Umbu meeting room, Danzo was coldly observing his subordinates. Have you failed, Shursui? I apologized, Lord Danzo. I had successfully controlled Ibiki. But who could have foreseen that Liang intervened and knocked Ibiki unconscious, sending him to the village dungeon? Humph, what a useless fool. After uttering this, he made a slashing motion across his throat toward his subordinate, who immediately comprehended the implication. By the way, how is the matter concerning the Uchiha clan progressing? Itachi is currently planning. After all, it concerns the life and death of our clan. Please allow us some time to contemplate. Humph. Make your decision swiftly. Choose between living and dying with the clan or decisively taking your own life as an act of contrition. I trust you are clear on this. Yes, my lord. With that, Shursui vanished in an instant. Danzo's gaze flickered momentarily. This young man's body flicker technique has grown remarkably powerful. I wonder how it compares to Liang's. Liang departed the Hokage's office with a heart full of joy. Not only had he resolved Kushina's safety concerns, but he had also successfully secured a property for himself, which brought him a sense of delight. Should I move in with Hongdo, or should I go alone? Together? Perhaps? Liang pondered, deeming significant matters worthy of repeated contemplation. At that moment, a green figure rushed toward him from afar, moving with great speed, stirring up clouds of dust. That appeared to be Might Guy. Liang recognized him from a distance. It seemed that Might Guy was previously a disciple of Ibiki. Though uncertain of their relationship, it was plausible that Might Guy might seek revenge because of this incident. I should retreat swiftly. Liang, having contemplated everything, immediately prepared to flee. However, he had scarcely taken a few steps when he was intercepted by Might Guy. Please, allow me to duel with you, teacher Liang. Guy suddenly bowed deeply before him. A duel? Liang found it peculiar that someone would travel such a distance merely to challenge him. Indeed, teacher Liang, I perceived your formidable strength during our time at the training grounds. To be honest, I have recently encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation, and teacher Ibiki can no longer provide me with any assistance. So you sought me out? Yes. Guy nodded fervently, but I lack proficiency in physical techniques. Liang replied awkwardly. To his knowledge, Guy possessed a rather poor aptitude for ninjutsu, having little recourse aside from physical training. Yet to excel in that area seemed rather demanding. Liang's system appeared to have only granted ninjutsu instruction. Ding. A side quest has been triggered. Guide Might Guy. For further details, please refer to the quest panel. Another new quest? Liang's face lit up with delight. Ever since returning from Tsunade, he had not received any direct quests. Even his assistance to Kushina the previous night had merely been a daily task. In front of Might Guy, Liang opened the quest panel. He had already discovered that others could not view this panel. Enhance Might Guy's physical technique proficiency. Reward, immediate physical technique. P.S. The more pronounced the improvement, the richer the quest rewards. The highest reward is the S-rank physical technique, Night Guy. Wow. Liang was nearly overwhelmed by the revelation. Night Guy represented the pinnacle of physical techniques in the Naruto universe. Aside from Might Guy at his peak, no one had ever managed to utilize it, and he, Liang, was fortunate enough to acquire it directly. Although he was uncertain if the absence of the 8 gates would affect Night Guy, he resolved to teach it nonetheless. Kid, you wish to grow stronger? Following your teacher Yi Liang is the right choice. Yi Liang exclaimed, seizing Night Guy and dashing towards the Konoha training grounds. After a frenzied sprint, Yi Liang collapsed on the road. Teacher, don't scare me like that. Don't you scare me. What kind of speed is this? It's absurdly fast. Yi Liang lay on the ground like a defeated dog, having exerted himself beyond his limits to maintain his teacher's image. Yet he was still overwhelmed by Might Guy's pace. Guy, this one do. True strength and physical techniques is not merely about speed. Sometimes, a slower approach can achieve greatness. Slower speed? Might Guy looked at Yi Liang in confusion. Yes, utilizing slowness to counter speed. Balancing yin and yang is the path to success. Yi Liang, still on the ground, suddenly rose to his feet. He was utterly exhausted and decided to commence his teachings halfway through. The principle of yin and yang lies in common sense. Using slowness to overcome speed and strength to counter skill. When you truly comprehend this principle, you will naturally become a formidable shadow-level ninja. Teacher, I don't quite understand, Might Guy admitted, feeling embarrassed. It's no surprise you don't understand. I barely comprehend it myself. Yi Liang chuckled warmly at Might Guy. Shao Kai, let me explain. Do you see that small blade of grass on the ground? If you strike it with immense speed, it will perish instantly. However, if the teacher merely applies a gentle pressure, it too will succumb. Now, tell me, who expends more energy, yourself or the teacher? Naturally, it is I who exerts the greater effort. Precisely, this illustrates the principle of overcoming speed with slowness. To defeat an adversary, one must apply force just within the limits of their endurance. Excessive force only depletes one's strength unnecessarily. In the event of an ambush, wasting energy is akin to courting death. Yi Liang imparted these lessons with a stern demeanor. This wisdom was imparted to him by an elderly gentleman in the park. Purportedly a principle of a certain school of Tai Chi, whether it holds true or not is irrelevant to Yi Liang, as the elder himself claimed never to have mastered it. I understand, teacher. Might Guy bowed deeply, then approached a nearby tree to practice. Yi Liang, feeling somewhat relaxed, acknowledged that while he was uncertain of what Might Guy had comprehended, he had successfully navigated the first challenge. Now, if Might Guy could merely enhance his physical prowess, it was believed that Yi Liang's side quest would be easily accomplished, albeit with modest rewards. With a heavy sigh, he gazed at the panel displaying the Night Guy reward. At that moment, a distant tree was suddenly cleaved in half by Might Guy's strike. Yet, Yi Liang observed closely and noted that Might Guy had not utilized an extraordinary amount of strength, merely a standard punch. Could it be that he succeeded? Yi Liang mused, puzzled, only to witness the task completion progress on the panel leap to 50. What is happening here? As his fingers glided across the screen, he discerned that the reward appeared to be claimable. Is it truly complete? No, wait. Yi Liang abruptly realized that the progress bar had inexplicably jumped to 51. It seemed that to attain the highest reward of Night Guy, one would need to reach a progress of 100. Yi Liang felt a surge of joy. He had initially believed that receiving a mere ordinary reward would be a stroke of luck, but now it appeared to be an unexpected delight. In summary, the Tai Chi principles were indeed genuine, and the park elder had not deceived him. Observing the gradually increasing progress bar, Yi Liang prepared to accelerate Might Guy's training. Shao Kai, come here for a moment. The teacher has a mantra to share with you. Coming right away. The way of heaven diminishes the excessive and replenishes the insufficient. The fundamental practice opens the 9 orifices, which are originally located at the coccyx. Let them be strong as they may. The bright moon illuminates the great river. Shao Kai. This is the mantra of the supreme 3-section body technique. If you can comprehend even one part, you could become the strongest physical ninja. Practice diligently. Yi Liang feigned an air of mystery, standing with his hands clasped behind his back before departing. Might Guy murmured to himself, his mind still resonating with Yi Liang's physical technique mantra. Though he struggled to grasp its meaning, he felt a profound sense of enlightenment wash over him. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for exceeding the side quest of guiding Might Guy. Reward S-Class Body Technique, Night Guy. Wow, it truly is effective. Yi Liang was astounded. He never imagined that the martial arts manuals from his previous life could truly enable Might Guy to achieve enlightenment. Overcome with excitement, he bounced around his home, eager to release the thrill he felt upon gaining insight from Night Guy. This person was acting foolish again. Hongdo was busy packing Yi Liang's belongings. She cast a glance at Liang, who was in a frenzy, as if observing a simpleton. This man always found a way to be inexplicably joyful. Today was the day Liang was to move out, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's efficiency was remarkable. In just half a day, he had resolved all of Liang's real estate issues. Was he really leaving? Hongdo felt a twinge of reluctance. After all, they had spent so much time together and had formed a bond. What are you doing with my underwear? I'm helping you pack. Pack? What packing? We're moving in together. Come on, come on. I, Liang, shall not abandon my loyal wife. After living their daily lives for half a month, Liang joyfully prepared for the Chunin exams. It was said that the reward this time was exceedingly generous, and he beamed as he perused the task list, his face alight with joy. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. A reward of 100,000 Rio. That's enough for me to buy a house. Liang pondered, counting eagerly. He quickly decided to get to work. Time was of the essence, as ninjas from the 5 great villages would be arriving, and only a month remained. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke calmly, then waved his hand, signaling for Liang to leave. Upon exiting, Liang gave a few instructions to Team 7 before returning home to indulge in leisure. Obito, what shall we have for lunch? My treat. Kakashi cheerfully patted Uchiha Obito on the back. This mission was quite lucrative, and as Liang's disciples, they would also receive a handsome sum. Perhaps not today. I have some urgent matters to attend to, Obito replied nervously, hastily leaving the Hokage's office. Kakashi, have you noticed anything strange about Obito lately? Yamanaka-rin approached. He does seem a bit off, but I heard there were issues at his home. At home. Half an hour later, Uchiha Obito walked toward the outskirts of Konohagakure, his mind in a daze. He kicked at the stones beneath his feet, feeling somewhat agitated. It had been several days since the people of Konoha had ostracized the Uchiha clan. Not only were they shunned during meals, but even going out to relieve oneself meant being monitored by the Umbu. Although Obito was unclear on the specifics, he sensed that trouble was brewing. He hurried toward the village's edge. Due to certain political reasons, the Uchiha stronghold had been established outside the village. Why is it taking so long? Obito thought as he swiftly navigated through the branches, though the path home remained distant. Who goes there? A voice called out from in front of him, prompting him to slow his pace. Were they village sentinels? What could they want? Obito recognized the ninjas blocking his way. They donned the attire of Konoha and bore the forehead protectors of Jounin, making their identity clear. This is a special time. We require a routine inspection. The 2 Jounin stood threateningly before Obito, casually seizing his ninja tools bag. It was a gift from Master Liang, yet when I attempted to defend myself, all I received in return was a disdainful glare. Nevertheless, this ninja tool pouch harbors dangerous weapons and must be confiscated. Daitu was momentarily taken aback. In the ninja village, I had never heard of a ninja tool pouch being seized. While it is indeed perilous, are they not ninjas? A ninja without a tool pouch ceases to be a ninja. Instantly, Daitu resolved to reclaim his pouch. What do you think you're doing? Are you aware that such behavior could lead us to accuse you of attempting to flee? The 2 guards glared at Daitu, their expressions tinged with disdain. This was given to me by my teacher. I cannot relinquish it to you. Daitu furiously charged at the 2 village guards, yet with his limited skill, he stood no chance against them. Not only did he fail to retrieve his belongings, but he was also met with a flurry of blows that left him dazed and on the brink of unconsciousness. Get lost. Were it not for the fact that you are still a child, I would have killed you on the spot. How infuriating. Daitu pounded the ground in frustration, feeling utterly helpless. Once the 2 Jounin departed, he could only silently return to the Uchiha village. In the Uchiha clan shrine, a gathering of Uchiha clan members glared furiously at Uchiha Fugaku. Leader, if this continues, our Uchiha family's honor will be utterly obliterated. One member exclaimed. Indeed, those ruffians have been bullying us. Must we continue to endure this humiliation? I propose we retaliate against Konoha and seize control of the village. Agreed. The crowd erupted with fervent agreement. Uchiha Fugaku's forehead creased deeply. Previously, due to Danzo's oppression, the Uchiha clan was barred from participating in the battle against the Nine Tails. While this initially seemed beneficial, sparing the clan from losses, it ultimately sowed the seeds of future calamity. With clan members perishing, how could it be that only the Uchiha remain unscathed? This very reason has bred deep-seated animosity among the villagers towards the Uchiha. Enough. I understand your sentiments. But we cannot engage in conflict with the Senju. Not only do the Senju now have the support of the Hyuga, But that mysterious master, Liang, is formidable enough to pose a significant threat. In such circumstances, how can we confront the Senju? Uchiha Fugaku calmly reasoned. Silence fell over the assembly. They understood Uchiha Fugaku's concerns. Had it been solely the Hyuga clan, the Uchiha would have had no fear of the Senju. However, with Liang in the equation, the stakes had changed dramatically. They must contend not only with the likes of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, but also with the extraordinarily powerful Liang. Liang had previously slain Uchiha Madara, leaving an indelible mark upon their hearts. What shall we do? Must we merely endure the bullying of others? Sighing, Uchiha Fugaku concluded. I will speak with Hokage-sama tomorrow to seek a satisfactory explanation for our clan. Thus, the family meeting came to an end. Meanwhile, a squad of Umbu ninjas had stealthily positioned themselves throughout various corners of the Uchiha compound, with two masked individuals perched above the shrine. Shursui, must we truly take action? After all, they are our kin. Yet you have heard, those clansmen are intent on rebellion. However, the clan leader is unwilling. Itachi, you must grasp that even if they do not revolt today, there is no assurance they will not in the future. Those harboring the heart of a traitor will inevitably commit the same acts. Uchiha Shursui spoke these chilling words with an air of detachment. The other individual remained silent. His name was Uchiha Itachi, one of the sons of the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. If today Uchiha Fugaku were to lead a betrayal against the village, Itachi would not hesitate to act with ruthless resolve. Yet, the current circumstances appeared to diverge from what Danzo had described. The Uchiha did not genuinely oppose Konoha, casting doubt upon his convictions. If you cannot bring yourself to act, then I shall eliminate your family myself. After all, I too am an Uchiha and must personally deal with the traitors. Shursui continued. After years of indoctrination from the Umbu, familial bonds had diminished in significance. For the Umbu, the village's interests outweighed all else. Please do not harm my younger brother. He is still just a child, Itachi interjected. Very well. As night deepened, they gradually approached the village. Grandmother, is the hot water ready? Obito, having cleaned himself, discovered that the bathing water was utterly frigid. Grandmother? He called again, yet no answer came. An unsettling realization dawned upon him. He suspiciously exited the room, only to be met with a nauseating scent of blood in the air. This is bad. He hurried into the woodshed, only to find his grandmother lying in a pool of blood. No. Obito's eyes turned crimson. But he was soon met with a sharp shuriken. Ninjutsu, shadow shuriken technique. Countless shuriken rained down upon Obito, reminiscent of the prior encounter at the Kanabi Bridge. Who are you? Why are you harming my family? In an instant, Obito activated his Sharingan, evading the lethal onslaught. His strength had grown, and he was no longer an easy target. I didn't expect this little brat to be so troublesome. A figure with a cat-faced mask crouched on the rafters. It's the Umbu. Obito recognized them immediately. The cat-faced mask symbolized the Umbu, and their attire indicated they were elite-level Umbu shinobi, primarily composed of special jonin. Why would the Umbu attack a member of the Uchiha clan? Obito found this perplexing, yet the assault continued unabated. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball hurtled towards Obito. Fire release, Phoenix Fire. He swiftly countered, but as a mere genin, despite being an Uchiha with formidable chakra, he could not withstand the Umbu's assault. Boom. His body was sent flying, bearing numerous burn marks. Damn it. Obito rolled and dashed towards the outside. He was no match for these foes, even if given another 2 years to grow. My teacher. Yes, my teacher will surely help me. He instinctively recalled Liang, the one who had guided him. In times of crisis, one inevitably thinks of their most cherished individuals. For Obito, aside from his grandmother with whom he shared a close bond, he had no other family. Liang was indeed his sole support. Did they still think they could escape? The Umbu members exchanged cold smirks before charging towards Uchiha Obito. At that moment, however, the grandmother, who had been lying in a pool of blood, slightly opened her eyes. Do not lay a finger on my grandson. Despite her frail condition, on the brink of death, she struggled to open her eyes for his sake. Amaterasu, accompanied by a gentle chime, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly flared open, unleashing an infinite torrent of black flames. What in the world is this? Caught unawares, the Umbu members found themselves enveloped by the dark inferno, while Obito's residence was engulfed in flames. Grandmother, Obito, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of despair as the black fire swiftly consumed the entire house. including the Umbu and his beloved grandmother. How outrageous. He slammed his fist into the ground and dashed out of the village once more. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shisui silently regarded Uchiha Fugaku before him. Itachi, if you do not act, I shall take matters into my own hands. Uchiha Fugaku stood motionless, evidently ensnared by Shisui's jinjutsu. Beside Shisui stood Itachi, his expression impassive, resolute in his decision. Allow me to handle this. Very well, after all, it is your family. At that moment, from a nearby wardrobe, a pair of fearful eyes watched the unfolding drama in terror. No, do not harm father. Brother, what on earth has happened? The owner of the eyes, Sasuke, gazed anxiously at Itachi but dared not emerge, for Shisui stood alongside him. He was Sasuke, the younger brother of Uchiha Itachi and the second son of Uchiha Fugaku. In that dire moment, Uchiha Fugaku had concealed him within the family wardrobe. It must be this person controlling my brother. How could he possibly harm his own kin? He glared at Shisui with venomous hatred, who had already taken notice of him. Itachi, I promise you, I shall not harm the innocent. But you must make the right choice now. I understand. Itachi solemnly nodded before slowly extending his hand towards Uchiha Fugaku. No. Sasuke's heart raced, nearly leaping into his throat. Someone, please save my father. I beg you. Just then, a piercing roar of a dragon reverberated towards the Uchiha shrine. What is happening? Uchiha Shisui barely had time to react when he saw the shrine's ceiling blasted open by a fire dragon. Fire style, fire dragon jutsu. A booming voice echoed from outside, and a white figure rode the fire dragon into the Uchiha shrine. It was Liang. Shisui immediately recognized him, having been instructed by Danzo to deal with him, leaving a lasting impression. Itachi, do not do anything foolish. That fool Danzo is not a good person. Do not heed his words. Liang, with an air of elder authority, stood resolutely before Uchiha Fugaku, embodying a sense of disappointment akin to a mentor watching a wayward pupil. Who are you? How do you know me? Itachi's eyes glimmered with a hint of wariness. How could I possibly not know you? You are Uchiha Itachi, the prodigy everyone desires. This thought lingered in Liang's mind, unspoken. Ahem, I have heard from the third Hokage about your extraordinary talents, how you are destined for greatness. Why, of all things, would you heed the foolish words of Danzo? Lower your shuriken. It is simply wrong. Liang approached Itachi, gently coaxing him to relax his grip. This is how it should be. Harmony among us is far more desirable. Though Itachi furrowed his brow, the mention of the third Hokage's name held him back from immediate aggression. What exactly are you trying to accomplish? This is our Umbu's mission. If you have grievances, take them up with Lord Danzo, but do not interfere with our affairs. Uchiha Shisui interjected, visibly displeased. Upon recognizing Liang, he refrained from acting, not out of fear of Sarutobi, but rather because of Liang's reputation. Do I need to report my actions to that old man? I have already shown him enough consideration by not causing trouble over the matter of Ibiki. But you cannot. Liang suddenly produced a token. I am an advisor of Konoha. Who are you? Uchiha Shisui fell silent at once. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku awakened from his stupor, his eyes wide as he beheld the scene before him. You are Lord Liang. He gazed at Liang with profound gratitude. Although he had been ensnared by Shisui's jinjutsu, Fugaku, possessing the Sharingan, was still aware of the unfolding events. Lord Liang, I beseech you, save our Uchiha clan. We have never contemplated betraying the village. Have you truly never considered it? Liang responded with indifference, fully aware of the Uchiha clan's underlying schemes as detailed in the original narrative. His primary concern, however, was for Itachi. Despite his noble intentions leading him to slay his own kin, Itachi's later years had been fraught with anguish. Hunted by his own brother, and ultimately sacrificing his life to elevate his sibling. This was not the fate Liang wished to witness. Thus, regardless of whether the Uchiha clan had indeed betrayed Konoha, Liang was determined to protect them. After all, he possessed a formidable stature, level 541 in combat prowess, level 5 in ninjutsu, level 4 in taijutsu, and level 1 in ninja tools. What of Danzo? Even if the entire Umbu descended upon him, he could still lead the Uchiha clan safely out of Konoha, bolstered by his Night Guy technique, impervious to any who would dare obstruct him. Rest assured, as long as I, Liang, am here, none shall dare threaten you. By the way, the other Umbu along the way have already been dealt with. Thank you most sincerely, my lord. Uchiha Fugaku quickly knelt in a gesture of gratitude. At that moment, A commanding voice echoed from outside. Who dares to obstruct my Umbu's mission? An elderly man, surrounded by the shadows of the Umbu, arrived at the Uchiha clan's shrine. Shimura Danzo, I shall take your life. Uchiha Fugaku exclaimed, rushing forward in a surge of excitement, only to be halted by a single hand from Liang. Allow me, he stated calmly. Itachi, do not approach. Danzo coldly commanded, yet Uchiha Itachi hesitated. Stay with your family. This matter is for adults and does not concern you, Liang replied with a detached tone. At this moment, Itachi was indeed just a child, around 11 or 12 years old, younger than Kakashi. Liang, what are you doing? Danzo retorted. I respect you as Konoha's advisor, which is why I grant you some leniency, but protecting the Uchiha clan is tantamount to opposing Konoha. I could easily label you a rogue ninja. Rogue ninja? Are you referring to me? Liang chuckled. Old thief Danzo, you seem to have forgotten. I am not a citizen of Konoha. I hail from the Sound Village. Konoha merely employs my services. To call me a rogue ninja? What a ridiculous jest. Liang's face was a mask of derision. You. Danzo found himself momentarily speechless. Yet, he suddenly recognized the truth in Liang's words. Liang was indeed not from Konoha and had only remained due to Hiruzen Sarutobi's invitation, rendering him unable to retort. Humph. Do not obstruct us from carrying out our duties. Danzo snorted, signaling the Umbu behind him to disperse. However, before they could fully retreat, a crimson serpent's phantom appeared in the sky. Sage art, white snake technique. A piercing low hum enveloped the entire Uchiha clan, causing the surrounding Umbu members to freeze in their tracks. The white snake technique utilized the vibrations in the air to restrict the blood flow of all those present, rendering them incapable of resisting its binding power. Now, do you still wish to act? Liang spoke coldly. The sage art lasted for about 10 seconds, instilling fear in Shimura Danzo. Although he could counter the technique, it would require at least 5 seconds, ample time for Liang to eliminate them countless times over. Behind him, Uchiha Itachi was utterly bewildered. Liang had transformed into sage mode in an instant, a feat that even he had never witnessed, leaving him in profound admiration. This incident is entirely the result of your Umbu's impulsive actions. Regardless of whether the Uchiha have betrayed Konoha, only Hiruzen Sarutobi can authorize any actions against them. On what grounds do you Umbu speak on behalf of the Hokage? Be wise and depart swiftly. Liang issued another eviction order, leaving Danzo at a loss for words. Having anticipated Liang's return, Danzo had taken personal command of the operation, never expecting Liang to openly defy him and threaten him with force. This was a scenario Danzo had never envisioned. At that moment, Danzo's heart turned towards malice against Liang. The prolonged reliance on Liang had caused Danzo to forget his true identity. Now, upon being reminded, an overwhelming anger surged within him. Leave. He furiously issued the order for retreat, leading all the members of the Umbu away from the scene. Uchiha Itachi silently gazed at his father, at a loss for words. Regardless of your choices, I will always take pride in you, my son. Uchiha Fugaku glanced at Itachi but said little more, directly bypassing him to approach Mr. Liang. Mr. Liang, I truly thank you for this. Rest assured. As long as I, Fugaku, draw breath, the Uchiha clan will always remain loyal to you. Even if you are not a part of Konohagakure. Uchiha Fugaku expressed these heavy words to Liang before proceeding to assess the losses incurred. Liang nodded, understanding Fugaku's intent. At this moment, the Uchiha clan pledged their allegiance solely to him, rather than to Konoha. What does this imply? Am I to establish a village? Liang shook his head. He scrutinized Itachi, whose youthful visage showed no signs of maturation. In the original narrative, Itachi had participated in the massacre at the age of 15 or 16, yet there were still several years until that point. Have my actions precipitated these events? Liang pondered. In his past life, the Uchiha clan had also faced ostracism due to the Nine-Tails incident. However, it was Obito, transformed into darkness, who led the Nine-Tails assault. While this time, it was the clan's ancient progenitor, Uchiha Madara. The disparity between these two circumstances naturally resulted in entirely different outcomes. After all, it was Uchiha Madara, who even spearheaded the attack. How could the rest of the Uchiha fare any better? The villagers undoubtedly shared this sentiment. Moreover, the conspiracy for rebellion, originally plotted by the entire village, had shifted due to Madara's influence. Even Fugaku, who had initially agreed to the betrayal, astonishingly showed no intention of defecting from Konoha. Thus, while the trajectories bore semblance, they diverged into entirely different paths. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi inexplicably departed. Yi Liang observed his retreating figure before quietly opening the wardrobe within his house. "Sister-in-law, are you there?" A tiny 3-year-old was pulled out, kicking his legs desperately but unable to break free. "Let me go? I am not your sister-in-law." Months later, Konoha was adorned with vibrant decorations, more prosperous than ever before. At the entrance, lines of ninja from various villages queued to enter the gates of Konoha. This was Yi Liang's design. The Chunin exams were a significant event within the Hokage's domain, and as a time traveler, it seemed only fitting for him to partake. Thus, he applied to Sarutobi Hiruzen for the position of Chunin exam coordinator. Of course, it was not for monetary gain. In the Hokage's hall, has everyone arrived? Indeed, they have. Are there many? As numerous as the hair in your armpit. Yi Liang and Sarutobi Hiruzen stood like two fools at the office window, observing the distant scene. The guests at the entrance flowed like an unending river. "Yi Liang, let me make it clear. Although I appointed you as the Chunin coordinator, if you fail to manage it well, your advisory title may be at stake. Rest assured, even if the sky were to fall, I shall ensure the continuation of the Chunin exam," Yi Liang confidently proclaimed. He patted his bulging pockets. The salary from the Chunin supervisor had already been deposited. Was it not a bit tardy to inquire whether the exam would proceed at this juncture? Yi Liang felt a sense of helplessness. He cast a cheerful glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose expression, however, appeared somewhat troubled. Due to the previous matters involving Danzo, a rift had formed between Yi Liang and Sarutobi. After all, Danzo and the third Hokage had once been comrades, sharing a profound camaraderie. This was well understood by all. Although Yi Liang had never acted out of line in Konoha, his loyalty to the Uchiha clan had only intensified Sarutobi's unease. "In that case, you shall handle it," Sarutobi said, gazing deeply into Yi Liang's eyes. To be candid, he held trust in Yi Liang, yet he also placed faith in Danzo. It was perplexing. Why did such a formidable and enigmatic ally consistently oppose him? Should Yi Liang ever harbor hostile intentions towards Konoha? Even the return of the first Hokage would likely prove futile. Sarutobi's thoughts were profound, and his concern for Yi Liang weighed heavily upon him. At the entrance, Yi Liang arrived. Having accepted Konoha's funds, he felt an obligation to fulfill his duties. Despite his lack of morality, his fear of death, and a touch of cowardice, he discerned the necessity of his responsibilities. "Hello, Granny Chiyo," Yi Liang greeted as he approached the threshold. After all, Tsunade had already arrived. "Greetings," Chiyo replied. Yet she did not enter immediately. Instead, she lingered at the door like a petulant spouse, slowly refusing to budge. "What is the matter? I have not wronged you," Yi Liang exclaimed in surprise. He suddenly realized that, in addition to Tsunade, another group awaited at the entrance. Kyomogakure. What could be the reason for this? Yi Liang pulled a bystander, who was munching on snacks, closer for an explanation, as the atmosphere seemed to grow increasingly heated. What else could it be? "Granny Chiyo is cutting in line." "Cutting in line?" Yi Liang inquired. The onlooker, recognizing Yi Liang, promptly elaborated. Originally, Granny Chiyo had led her group through the security check. But upon seeing Kyomogakure approaching, she deliberately turned back. Turned back? Indeed, not only did she turn back, but she also brazenly positioned herself in front of Kyomogakure, refusing to leave. The burly men from Kyomogakure were not to be trifled with, and within moments, a quarrel erupted. "Ah, this old woman truly knows how to stir trouble." Yi Liang sighed, fully aware of the underlying reasons. It was said that Tsunade had been robbed by a special jonin from Kyomogakure during a period of hardship, and had it not been for their leader's presence, they might have lost everything. Thus, this was an act of retribution, Yi Liang surmised. Alas, both women and the elderly are incorrigible, especially when they are elderly women. Yi Liang found himself positioned between the two factions. "Everyone, please cease fighting. Give me, Yi Liang, a moment of your time." "Yi Liang, who the hell are you?" The leader of Kyomogakure shouted, launching a punch toward him. He was a muscular man who, on ordinary days, showed little regard for reason, solely focused on lifting weights and engaging in brawls. "Damn you," Yi Liang exclaimed in surprise. Soon after, he found himself confronted by a pair of arms crackling with fierce lightning, thrusting towards his face. The saying goes, one should never hit a person's face, especially that of a handsome man. Yi Liang could hardly tolerate such an insult. "Divine judgment," he declared fiercely, pushing back with a powerful move. His face was sacred. reserved only for his parents and women to touch, certainly not for a brutish weightlifter. How ridiculous. A massive gust of wind propelled the wreckage of the hidden cloud village away. He was left speechless, even feeling a hint of tears welling up. The wreckage had never anticipated being sent flying by a petite figure. In the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind, there was nothing but muscle. He was terrified. The world was indeed vast, and for the first time, the wreckage felt dread towards a man other than his father, particularly one so diminutive. Humph. If I get the chance, I will certainly make you pay. He retreated to the side, clearly flustered. He chose silence, allowing Granny Chio to pass. Where have you been all this time? Liang shot him a glance, thinking that such a muscular man lacked proper upbringing. He struck a pose of nonchalance, hands clasped behind his back, letting the gentle breeze flow through his garments, providing a refreshing chill. Granny, what about you? Is it appropriate to cut in line? What is wrong with that? Who told them to attack our village before? I'm cutting in. Cutting in is not right. But I am. Liang sighed, resigned to the obstinacy of the old woman, and felt compelled to escort her down as a gesture of respect. The subsequent events unfolded smoothly. Aside from the conflict between the Sand and Cloud villages, everything else remained tranquil. However, it was noteworthy that today, among the ninjas, there were many familiar faces from Liang's previous life, and they were all notable figures. For instance, Terumi Mei from the Mist Village, Kuratsuchi from the Rock Village, and Darui from the Cloud Village, all of whom were pivotal characters in later battles. To add insult to injury, there were even 2 Kaga-level powers present. Liang was at a loss for words. He truly did not know how the Leaf Village's team would contend against these formidable opponents. He was well aware of the situation in Konoha. Apart from his own team's 7, Asuma, Kurenai, Hinata, all seemed to be mere supporting characters. The impressive female ninjas of Konoha had long since become jonin, leaving no need to participate in the Chunin exams. Obito, give it your all. Liang encouraged his disciple. The next day, the crucial Chunin exams of Konoha were set to commence. Liang prepared himself in an elegant outfit, for as the chief examiner, he could not allow his appearance to bring shame to Konoha. Although he stood firmly at the venue, he attracted the gaze of numerous young women. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Liang. Are you all ready? A skilled dealer always captivates the audience's heart. Liang was not a dealer, yet his role bore a striking resemblance. Wow. Who is that handsome guy? How can he be so striking? I can't take it. My heart has been stolen by him. The audience on stage was fervently cheering, surpassing even the frenzy of past conventions. I don't care. I must marry him. I absolutely must marry him. Observing the Jonin maintaining order as another frenzied fan was escorted away, Liang felt a sense of familiarity. It seems that assigning him as the host was indeed the right decision. On stage, Saratobi Hizashi nodded. Brother Hizashi, where did you find such a dazzling host? He shines so brightly. Indeed, I had the fortune to attend a gathering in a certain great nation back in the day, although the ladies were delightful. Nothing could compare to the excitement of this occasion. Saratobi Hizashi refrained from responding to the words of these elite figures. For if they were to learn that Liang was not from Konoha, they would surely spend lavishly to recruit him. After all, Liang had a penchant for wealth, and Hizashi was well aware of this. Who would have anticipated such a large turnout? Liang, with his charmingly roguish demeanor, signed an autograph for a 13-year-old girl who dashed off the stage. The girl was ecstatic and fainted instantly. I hope the medical staff are adequately prepared today. Let us hope nothing goes awry. All right, now that everyone is gathered, let us welcome the first group of contestants. Ahem. Liang adjusted his collar, allowing it to stand tall, and raised his presence slightly. Now, let us invite the competitors for the first duel. From Awagakure, the contestant Right Eye, versus Kirigakure's Terumi Mei. It is worth mentioning that Terumi Mei is one of the few kunoichi of the flower rank. Liang emulated the style of host from his past life as he recited the introduction. He glanced at the prompt board. Is the name of Awagakure really that casual? Right Eye? I am at a loss for words. At that moment, Terumi Mei gracefully stepped onto the stage, her movements reminiscent of a cat. As soon as she appeared, the crowd fell silent. It's too much. Simply overwhelming. An absolute level of F. Ahem. I refer to her age. Liang was somewhat astonished to discover that Terumi Mei, who was participating in the competition, appeared to be around 20 years old. 20? Competing in the Chunin exams? Isn't that a bit dubious? Anoki, the leader of Awagakure, was instantly taken aback. Yagura, is this contestant truly a genin? At her age, surely she cannot be. What else could it be? Is she from the village's kindergarten? Haha. Anoki's cheek twitched. As the leader of a Wagakure, with Right Eye being his younger brother, he was already concerned about his brother's age. If he were unable to advance to Chunin due to such matters, his life's aspirations might be forever halted. I suspect Yagura is cheating. Terumi Mei is very likely not a genin. They are playing tricks. Do you have any evidence? If you do, present it immediately. I will have Terumi Mei disqualified at once. Sarutobi Hizashi shook his head helplessly beside him. Let's just let it be. Peace is paramount. We cannot disqualify her. Just as the argument ensued, the opponent Right Eye took to the stage. He was an elderly man, portly with white hair, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s. Liang surveyed him and sensed that this man was formidable, likely possessing power on par with a quasi-Kage level. After all, age was a telling factor. Anoki, what the hell do you mean by this? Yagura could no longer remain seated. He admitted that allowing the 20-something Terumi Mei to participate in the competition did indeed possess an element of trickery. However, what can be said of an elderly man with white hair? At such an advanced age, claiming to be a genin, who would believe that? Roto is one of the few in our village who has yet to pass the Chunin exam, and today he is 68 years old. Unfortunately, the Chunin exams in our Wagakure village are exceedingly stringent. But please believe me, he is indeed a genin. After all, they are all mature candidates. Sarutobi Hizashi remarked. Let's leave it be. Peace is paramount. Very well, let us commence the assessment at once. The announcer, Liang, declared the start without further ado. What goes around comes around. Yagura employed the young Terumi Mei for the assessment, so it was only natural for the opponent to counter with the 60-year-old Roto. The two ninja on the battlefield began to clash. Terumi Mei moved gracefully, then launched a water dragon jutsu towards the elder Roto. Given the age difference, Terumi Mei had no intention of prolonging the encounter. She was well aware that she could not match the experience of this elder. A swift resolution was her strategy. Water release, hidden mist technique. Instantly, visibility vanished. After Roto used earth release to block the water dragon, he swiftly dug a hole in the ground. He understood Terumi Mei's tactics well, as his life experience dictated his responses. The two sides stood poised for battle, tension hanging in the air. On the platform, Obito watched their struggle intently. Teacher, is that the heart decapitation technique? It resembles the assassination method of infiltrating underground. Not quite. It is merely a basic earth release. The elder had likely mastered earth release to the point of instinct, allowing him to effortlessly burrow into the earth with his earth chakra. This did not bode well for Terumi Mei. Merely earth release? Obito felt a jolt of surprise. Depending solely on his earth chakra to accomplish what is typically reserved for ninja techniques was nothing short of astonishing. This is what one means by age bringing wisdom. Teacher, how does he compare to you? Stars and the ocean. What do you mean? He is the ocean, and I am the boundless stardust above. Obito was momentarily taken aback by Liang's words, realizing that his lofty status as a top-tier ninja seemed trivial in comparison. Within the arena, Terumi Mei leaped into the air. She tightened her cherry-red lips and unleashed a torrent of fiery mud, forged from lava, directly beneath her. The lava was intensely hot. Yet, after enduring the cooling mist, it immediately formed a 10-meter-high platform on which she could stand. Utilizing the lava release to provide herself with a foothold demonstrated Terumi Mei's impressive abilities. Liang applauded her in admiration. However, Obito maintained that she still fell short when compared to her teacher. A mere parlor trick. Observing Terumi Mei's maneuver, the elder beneath the ground let out a cold snort, remaining concealed. Suddenly, a colossal earth dragon, stretching 100 meters, surged from the soil towards Terumi Mei's lava stone pillar. Bang! 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 It struck 3 times in rapid succession. The stone pillar beneath Kame Mei began to crumble immediately, large chunks of rock cascading downward, nearly causing her to tumble off as well. Remarkable, this old fellow is quite formidable. Liang noticed too. It seemed that the elder from the blue earth sought to force Kame Mei down from the pillar, for once her feet touched the ground, she would undoubtedly be susceptible to the blue earth's ambush lurking in the mud. The outcome would be clear in an instant. The old man has grand aspirations. Kame Mei shouted fiercely, launching her molten jutsu towards the head of the rock dragon. With its high-temperature properties, the molten technique would swiftly melt the rock upon contact, transforming it into volcanic ash on the ground. It must be understood that while earth techniques can manipulate the land, they cannot control lava. This contest swiftly evolved into a clash of chakra. Countless rock dragons surged from the earth, only to be incinerated by the rapidly descending rain of lava, leaving behind only volcanic ash that could not be controlled by earth techniques. Teacher, is that old man about to lose? Dato inquired once more. The outcome is uncertain. Yet he can no longer attack Kamei. Liang shook his head, choosing not to articulate his thoughts. For his disciple, Dato was rather dull. Thus some matters could only be inferred. Bang! A violent impact resonated. Kamei's lava pillar finally shattered completely. Her expression turned to one of terror, as if she had not anticipated this turn of events. Dato's face showed astonishment, while Liang had already foreseen it. With the stone pillar no longer a target, the earth dragon immediately launched an attack towards the defenseless Kamei. You have lost. No, I have not. Kamei was reluctant to concede, preparing to retaliate. But her body was restrained by Liang. What are you doing? I have not lost. I can still fight. Liang gazed at the ground and replied calmly. You have lost. Lost. Kamei was taken aback. Then she noticed a row of steel blades embedded in the ground where she would have landed. Had she descended just moments ago, her delicate feet would have been pierced with numerous holes, even if her life were spared. Hiss. She inhaled sharply. Kamei could only look at Liang with gratitude and surrender. The second half. Karui versus Asuma. Evening. At Ichiraku Ramen. Liang sat on a long-awaited bench with an enthusiastic Dato. Uncle Otsutsuki, I want watermelon-flavored ramen. The weather was sweltering, and nothing could cool one down like a bowl of chilled watermelon ramen. Liang was unsure how watermelon could be transformed into ramen, but the cuisine of the island was always wonderfully peculiar. Teacher Liang, do you think Kamei will really become the Mizukage in the future? Naturally. When has my vision ever been inaccurate? Liang chuckled. While strolling earlier, he had casually mentioned the plot of the original story. Boss, another bowl of ramen, please. Coming right up. But teacher, she lost today. How could she possibly become Mizukage? Would a leader-level powerhouse easily accept defeat? Haha. The third Hokage faced similar criticisms when he was not appointed, often being referred to as a monkey. Really? Of course, it's true. Otsutsuki Ichiraku cheerfully ladled himself another bowl of noodles, relishing the amusing tales of these prominent figures, which he found utterly delightful. Liang nodded with a smile. At that moment, Terumi Mei's figure appeared behind Obito. Though I have lost, it is merely because that old man possesses more chakra than I do. I am not afraid to confront him directly, she exclaimed, only to regret her words immediately, chastising herself for arguing like a child. Obito was taken aback, then noticed Terumi Mei looking somewhat embarrassed behind him. Mr. Liang, I genuinely appreciate your assistance regarding the arena matter. Had it not been for you, I might have the arena? Oh, that. It was nothing. Liang shrugged dismissively, conveying his indifference. After all, as an audience member, safeguarding the participants was part of his duty. Just after he spoke, Liang suddenly realized something peculiar. Terumi Mei had directly addressed him by name. Although his name was Liang, he had never disclosed it to her. She must have learned it through other means. She asks after my body, he thought to himself, swiftly coming to a realization. Obito, you should head back now. There's an exam tomorrow. But I haven't finished eating. Obito, have you ever heard of a technique called hunger potential? It states that a person, when starved, might unleash unprecedented strength. Really, sensei? Of course. I've never misled you before. If you obediently return home now, I assure you, you will pass the exam tomorrow. Ah, thank you, sensei. Obito was momentarily stunned. It was his first time hearing such a notion, but since it came from his teacher, he believed it without question. Once Obito departed, Liang got straight to the point. He did not believe Terumi Mei would pay him attention without reason. While he was an optimistic individual, he took matters of life and death very seriously. Speak. What is it that you wish to discuss? It is like this the two engaged in conversation for the entire night, and Liang did not return home that evening. Next up, we have Uchiha Obito from Konoha facing off against Kuratsuchi from Awagakure. Liang announced enthusiastically from the stage. He basked in the cheers of the enamored crowd while calling out Obito's name. He didn't eat last night. He should be fine, right? Liang pondered, feeling a twinge of concern as he had hastily dismissed Obito, the unwelcome third wheel, to converse with Terumi Mei. To be honest, he regretted that decision. Gulp. Obito stepped onto the stage, trembling slightly, seemingly filled with trepidation, while hardly a soul in the audience supported him. The Uchiha had previously hinted at treachery. Thus, he naturally failed to earn the crowd's applause. I must prove myself. I will become Hokage. Obito clenched his fists, his previously despondent demeanor instantly invigorated. Kuratsuchi awaited on stage. As a fellow competitor, her cheers dominated the atmosphere. Kuratsuchi, go for it. Defeat this Obito. Show him he is at the bottom. Your seniors are here cheering for you. Kuratsuchi, do not be afraid. The crowd roared in support. Hey, this kid seems rather weak. Why is there no one cheering for him? A voice remarked from the audience. Anoki curiously inquired of Sarutobi Hisashi, whose expression darkened noticeably. Indeed, he was a mere underdog, and it was only natural that no one would rally to his support. Sarutobi Hisashi began. The situation concerning the Uchiha clan has escalated significantly. From the perspective of the spectators in the arena, it is a conflict akin to fire and water. I must ensure that the other Kages do not perceive this. For the Uchiha clan represents a formidable force within Konoha. Should other villages discover their betrayal, it would likely engender a sense of disdain towards Konoha. If that occurs, the prestige of Konoha would be irreparably diminished. Is he truly an underdog? Anoki pondered. At that moment, the two combatants in the arena had already readied themselves for battle. Be cautious, young lady. Obito momentarily relaxed his guard. Kuratsuchi, the youngest participant in this competition, though a princess of the Awagakure, was merely a child. At the tender age of 8, she was already embroiled in such a public examination. Obito expressed concern, recalling that he had only just departed from the ninja academy. Go for it, my dear granddaughter. Anoki silently cheered for his granddaughter from the audience. What ninjutsu could a child of such tender years possibly wield? Obito thought dismissively. He promptly formed a hand seal, gathering a colossal fireball in his throat. Fire style, great fireball technique. As a member of the prominent Uchiha clan, his fire techniques were far from ordinary ninjutsu. The moment it erupted, it nearly spanned 10 meters. Boom. The fireball hurtled toward Kuratsuchi. But just as it was about to reach her, it abruptly halted, a wall of earth. Kuratsuchi effortlessly executed a B-rank ninjutsu to thwart Obito's onslaught. The attack begins. After barely moving her arm, Kuratsuchi launched an earth dragon bullet straight toward Obito's face. Though its speed was slow, the solid rock concealed immense power. Crack! The rocky dragon skimmed the ground, even sparking flames. This was indeed an A-rank ninjutsu, and the fact that such a young girl could perform it was astonishing. A mere 8 years old, the earth dragon bullet was a technique not easily mastered, even by Chunin, let alone Jonin. Damn, I was careless. Obito hastily retreated. But he was unfortunately a moment too late, as the earth dragon bullet caught up with him. Alas, he remains oblivious. Liang from the stands shook his head. Had Obito commenced the battle with greater caution, employing his Sharingan for defense, Kuratsuchi's earth dragon bullet would not have been able to pursue him so closely. Damn it. I have no choice but to resort to my ultimate technique. Rasengan. Boom. The colossal earth dragon shattered into fragments, coinciding with Obito's outstretched right hand. The chakra from the rear mountain mingled with his own, clearly indicating that he had just obliterated the earth dragon. How could you destroy the earth dragon? Kuratsuchi exclaimed in disbelief. Obscured by the earth dragon, she had not witnessed Obito's Rasengan. However, the spectators in the stands were fully aware of the events unfolding. This foolish boy still lacks combat experience, Liang sighed. The spiral sphere was entrusted to Obito, originally intended as his ultimate technique. However, he employed it prematurely, complicating the subsequent battles. How vexing. My little dragon. The petite Kuratsuchi immediately grew anxious, her hands swiftly forming seals. In a trice, a pair of gloves crafted from rock materialized upon her arms. Earth release, super heavy rock technique. This too is an A-rank ninjutsu, which binds the surrounding stone elements tightly around one's fists, creating colossal gauntlets to enhance close combat capabilities. Yet close combat? Liang found this perplexing. For even if Kuratsuchi was a prodigy, she remained merely an 8-year-old child, pitted against a 15-year-old Obito in hand-to-hand combat. It seemed rather insane. However, the next scene swiftly altered Liang's perception. Kuratsuchi unleashed a barrage of punches towards Obito. Each blow, though seemingly slow, caused the ground to tremble and crack beneath her might. Under her relentless assault, Obito found himself bereft of any defensive power, resorting solely to his agility to evade her strikes. The Sharingan activated. Obito darted left and right. At this moment, Kuratsuchi posed no real threat. Yet her ferocity left him struggling to find an opportunity to counterattack. Was he to rely on exhausting her? This was the strategy Liang had imparted to him the previous night. As an examiner, he was well aware of Obito's age. Thus, he had suggested that if he truly could not overcome his opponent, he could utilize the Sharingan to buy time. The stamina of a child could never match his own. Damn it, I refuse to win in such a manner. Obito scanned his surroundings. The audience was filled with admirers singing his praises. The thought of achieving victory through such a method, devoid of their support, left him unsatisfied. How infuriating. I, Uchiha Obito, am no coward. With a fierce declaration, he surged towards Kuratsuchi's front. What is he planning? The young girl's ninjutsu remains active. Perhaps he could no longer bear it, and sought a desperate counterattack. That seems likely. After all, being a child of the Uchiha clan, such thoughts are not unusual. The murmurs of the crowd inexplicably reached Obito's ears, yet he remained blissfully unaware. The wielder of the Sharingan possesses unparalleled power once activated. It enables the observation of even the minutest movements of the opponent, with everything around seeming to slow down exponentially. Bang! Kuratsuchi's fist grazed Obito's cheek, leaving but a faint scratch. This is impossible. How did you evade my attacks consecutively? Kuratsuchi panicked, realizing her strikes could not affect Uchiha Obito at all. Unbeknownst to her, her steps had become increasingly disordered. A prime opportunity. A Rasengan formed in the palm of Obito's hand, his innate talent far surpassing Naruto's, allowing him to unleash it without any build-up. Bang! The Rasengan was released. Everything came to an end. Obito, having expended all his strength, fainted, while Kuratsuchi simultaneously collapsed to the ground. The audience was left in a state of shock. Initially believing Uchiha Obito to be merely adequate, they were astonished to see him exploit the Sharingan's effects to seize upon even the slightest opening, a feat they could never have accomplished. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. On the stage, Inoki was consumed by rage. He soared towards Tobi, for Kuratsuchi was his granddaughter, and now she had been struck by an A-rank ninjutsu. How could he feign indifference? Inoki, do not be too reckless. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed in astonishment. Both parties were of the shadow level, and it was too late for him to intervene. Suddenly, a cloud of ash engulfed the arena. Then, a youth radiating white light intercepted Inoki's hand. As a shadow-level powerhouse, is this behavior not rather uncouth? Liang gazed coldly at Inoki. Facing the Tsuchikage, Liang activated Sage Mode. Yet, even so, Inoki's attack was immensely formidable. It took the form of a colossal boulder, appearing to weigh several tons, but Liang effortlessly lifted it with one hand. Since mastering Night Guy, his understanding of taijutsu had reached unprecedented heights, rendering even an ordinary giant rock trivial to him. What a powerful young man. Inoki regarded Liang with caution, ultimately halting his assault. At that moment, Noera Rin, accompanied by several medical ninjas, leaped from the stands. Naturally, given that this was the Chunin exam venue, medical support was readily available. Lord Inoki, Kuratsuchi is not in any life-threatening danger. She merely has minor organ damage. We shall commence treatment immediately, Noera Rin promptly stated, initiating the healing process. Upon realizing his granddaughter was unharmed, Inoki had no choice but to withdraw, though a glance at Liang suggested a newfound respect. This fellow is no ordinary man. Ladies and gentlemen, the situation is manageable. We shall pause the match for 10 minutes before resuming, Liang declared loudly, subsequently lifting Tobi into his arms. He has merely overdrawn his chakra. There is no serious issue, Liang assured as he carried him to the resting room. Confident that all would be well, the subsequent matches would proceed with greater fairness. In light of prior events, Liang decided to disallow participants over the age of 20, and due to the injury sustained, he also increased security personnel, significantly enhancing safety. Thus, the first round of the Chunin exams came to an end. 2 more rounds awaited, one written and one practical. Since the written exam did not require Liang's supervision, he relished the opportunity to relax. By the way, are there really so many people in the village now? Liang pondered while dining at the ramen shop. Indeed, ever since the Chunin exams commenced, an increasing number of ninjas have flocked to Konoha to spectate. However, they are primarily from smaller ninja villages, and not only do they refrain from participating in the exams, but they also frequently instigate trouble, which is quite troublesome. Otsutsuki Ishiki lamented, shaking his head in resignation. It seemed he had faced considerable difficulties in recent days. Is there no oversight from the village? Yi Liang inquired. At that moment, although most ninjas had been dispatched to the tournament grounds, Konoha still maintained its security personnel. The village? Otsutsuki Kagaya paused, then leaned closer to Yi Liang, whispering anxiously, Mr. Yi Liang, you must not speak carelessly. The Konoha security department comprises Uchiha members. Can they truly be trusted now? Yi Liang was taken aback. He had completely forgotten about this matter. The Konoha Guard has always been commanded by the formidable Uchiha clan. However, following the assassination of Uchiha at the hands of Danzo, it is fortunate that they do not rebel. The thought of them continuing to protect the village seems utterly implausible. Moreover, the Uchiha were reassigned outside of Konoha over a fortnight ago, now enjoying a life of leisure beyond the village. Alas, the unpredictability of fate. Yi Liang sighed, initially intent on altering the Uchiha's destiny. Yet he found himself witnessing the inevitable rift between the Uchiha and Konoha. If his assumptions were correct, the Uchiha, while ostensibly still part of Konoha, had effectively established their own sovereignty. Perhaps it is time for me to declare my own reign. A sudden thought struck Yi Liang. He had become a target in Danzo's eyes. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen had developed a distance from him due to the Uchiha situation. Remaining in Konoha was becoming increasingly perilous. If Danzo were to send assassins after him, based solely on his societal experience, could he genuinely thwart those trained shinobi? Utilizing poison, covert assassinations, such insidious tactics could easily endanger him while he slumbered. Contemplating this, Yi Liang's mind began to wander anew. Returning to the examination venue, the written test had concluded, and the third round of the Konoha exam was set to commence that afternoon. The practical test, also known as the Forest Pursuit Battle. This examination focused on teams, with each comprised of 3 individuals, each team concealing a unique marking, heaven and earth. Competing teams needed only to seize the markings they lacked from other squads to ring the victory bell positioned in the heart of the forest. Naturally, the forest was patrolled by numerous elite ninjas, ensuring safety was not a concern. Yi Liang navigated through the thicket. It was here that he had once evaded Orochimaru, becoming familiar with every nook and cranny. Where had that boy Obito run off to? Yi Liang scanned his surroundings. Not assigned as a protector for Obito, but rather serving as an auxiliary shinobi overseeing all teams. Hey, you seem quite capable. A young boy trailed behind him. It was Yagura, the Mizukage. Alongside Yi Liang, other elite ninjas from various shinobi villages, and even those of the Kage level were present. After all, not everyone felt secure placing their safety in Konoha's hands. Ah, it is Lord Mizukage. What brings you here? Yi Liang's pupils constricted, a sense of wariness washing over him. The conflicts between Konoha and the Hidden Mist were not trivial. Aside from Yi Liang's indirect involvement in the demise of Yagura's predecessor, Kazashi, during the Third Shinobi World War, Might Dai had brutally slain all of the Mist's elite shinobi. The 7 ninja swordsmen had been utterly annihilated, although only 6 remained by that time. Nothing much. I merely heard from Terumi Mei that you are a rare talent, and I wish to make your acquaintance. Terumi Mei? Yi Liang was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Yagura bore no apparent malice toward him. However, he was reluctant to engage in conversation with the young Mizukage, fully aware of the latter's tumultuous history. No mercy. Yi Liang had studied Yagura's journey in his past life. Countless children were placed in a fog-laden space, initially subjected to training until they became familiar with their surroundings, only to be commanded to kill one another. At this point, bonds of friendship had already formed among them, making such an order tantamount to a renunciation of their camaraderie. This was akin to nurturing a venomous creature. Yi Liang comprehended this paradigm effortlessly. The method of fostering such toxic beings in his previous life was precisely this, mixing these poisons until they turned against each other, leading to the survival of only one. The ultimate poison king. Shikagura was that poison king. We are strangers, let us part ways. Yi Liang chuckled lightly, intending to depart. Naturally, who would wish to remain in the company of a venomous sovereign devoid of emotions? A dagger in the back could spell his doom. Alas, do not leave. I wish to converse further. Shikagura called out desperately, yet Yi Liang's figure had already receded into the distance. However, Yi Liang's departure was not solely motivated by this reason. He inexplicably sensed a stirring within him. The 9 tails were restless, a sensation yearning to break free. Could it be due to the 3 tails? A flicker of doubt crossed Yi Liang's mind, as Shikagura also harbored a sealed-tailed beast within. Isabu. At that moment, Shikagura coldly regarded Yi Liang's retreating form, his expression devoid of benevolence, and his eyes gradually revealed a hint of murderous intent. It was evident that he harbored no fondness for Yi Liang, and all previous amiability was merely a facade. The most alarming aspect was that Yi Liang had failed to perceive this. I had intended to probe your depths, but perhaps it is best to strike directly, for I find your tailed beast quite intriguing, Shikagura stated nonchalantly, his expression unchanged even as he spoke of murder. In the distance, Yi Liang finally located Obito. His superior was Kakashi. Observing Obito's desperate attempts to evade Kakashi, Yi Liang surmised his intentions. After all, why should one emerge from the same class as a mere student while the other assumed the role of a mentor? Obito felt a sense of grievance, questioning his own talent. Was it truly so lacking? Kakashi silently observed him from the treetops, fully aware that he had been detected by Obito. Damn it, how could I, emerging from the same class, be inferior to him? Uchiha Obito lamented, casting a glance at Kakashi in the distance, disregarding him. Let us hurry, if all goes as expected. We should soon encounter other teams, Obito commanded. Accompanying him were Noara Rin and an additional member who had joined unexpectedly, known as Yuhi Kurenai. If Yi Liang were present, he would undoubtedly recognize her. A master of Jinjutsu passed down through generations, she could incapacitate someone with just a glance, remarkably akin to the Amaterasu of the Sharingan. Though regrettably, Obito had yet to awaken his Mangekyo. Indeed, let us proceed swiftly, Rin concurred. With that, the group hastened through the forest in search of their objective. Soon, they stumbled upon a trio of boys clad in blue uniforms, traversing laterally, oblivious to the presence of the Konoha team passing nearby. Be cautious, let us proceed stealthily. With a brief greeting to Obito, Kakashi slipped into the surrounding thicket. This jungle was a domain where Konoha excelled, while the opposite side clearly belonged to the Hidden Mist Village, known for their perpetual battles along the river. Thus, Konoha held the advantage. This lad possesses some wit, Kakashi remarked from his perch atop a towering tree. At that moment, a figure silently descended beside him. He has indeed made considerable progress, yet it seems you have not advanced much. Who goes there? Kakashi exclaimed, startled. Before he could discern the identity of the newcomer, he instinctively retreated several steps. Your reflexes are quite impressive, the figure remarked. Teacher Liang? At last, Kakashi recognized the visitor and was taken aback. Teacher Liang has grown remarkably strong. The last time he saw Liang, he had not exhibited such formidable stealth abilities. After just a few days, he had become unrecognizable. Kakashi, already a special jonin, realized that Liang's prowess must exceed that of a Kage. Ah, I came to see you all. Liang, with an innocuous demeanor, affectionately ruffled Kakashi's hair, resembling a formidable figure feigning simplicity. Teacher Liang, I only became a teacher by sheer luck, primarily due to the shortage of Konoha's jonin. Otherwise, it would not have been my turn, Kakashi admitted sheepishly. No matter, Liang replied with a smile, though his gaze shifted elsewhere. Where does such an aura emanate from? Liang sensed a potent wave of murderous intent approaching, and he furrowed his brow in concern. I will scout the surroundings, keep a close watch on Obito. By the way, it seems there are issues with the Hidden Mist Village this time. Exercise caution, Liang advised before hastily departing in another direction. The Hidden Mist Village, you say? Kakashi nodded, somewhat understanding, then coldly directed his gaze toward Obito's target, the three figures belonging to the Hidden Mist Village. After progressing for some time, Liang halted in a dense fog. Come out, there is no need to hide. He called out loudly, but the surroundings remained silent. Are they not here? Liang pondered in bewilderment. At that moment, a shadow stealthily approached along the tree trunks. Indeed, they are here. Liang's sensory abilities surpassed those of ordinary ninjas. He detected a faint, rustling sound of insects, likely tiny creatures clinging to the branches. Just behind, Liang smirked. Suddenly, a shadow the size of a fingertip lunged at Liang's back. Behold my Rasengan. Liang raised his hand with a flourish, but upon impact, he found himself momentarily stunned. Ants. He gazed at the remnants of the shattered ants, momentarily dazed. Yet at that instant, the ground beneath him trembled violently, and the soil transformed into countless minuscule black ants, each the size of a thumb. There were at least hundreds of billions. It seems this Chunin exam will not be tranquil. Meanwhile, other ninjas in this jungle were also under attack. Countless flying insects surged towards the defending Jonin, while the leaders of the other villages encountered ambushes similar to that of Yi Liang. Damn it! Who is orchestrating this ambush against us? Do they not realize that the leaders of the 5 villages are present? In a fit of rage, Oyama Moku swatted away all the insects that approached him. Were it not for the need to protect his granddaughter, he would have long since obliterated the entire forest using his bloodline limit. The other leaders faced similar predicaments and were equally wary of their own village's ninjas. At that moment, a colossal wolf-like beast charged towards Liang, with the previously close Shikura perched atop its back, albeit with several black iron tubes embedded in him. To think that his master would actually turn against Liang. How fortuitous. A sinister smile crept across my face as my pupils abruptly transformed to crimson. Yet, I remained oblivious to the identity of his master. Perched atop the treetops, Liang cautiously surveyed the canopy. In the midst of a dire moment, he had utilized the flying thunder god technique to evade the assault of the ants, only to now discover that the entire jungle was teeming with various poisonous insects. He waved his hand to swat a few away. Could it be the oil-wielding clan? Had Konoha turned against the other villages? Liang pondered. Based on his current knowledge, the only clan capable of controlling such a vast swarm of poison insects, aside from Konoha's oil clan, seemed unlikely. He lifted his gaze. In the distance, a massive shadow was rushing towards him. What on earth is that? A 3-headed hellhound, wailing incessantly, was charging directly at him. With the familiar figure of Shikura clearly visible upon its back, albeit diminutive in comparison to the beast. Damn it, that's not Shikura, that's the animal path. Liang cursed vehemently. Upon the body of the water shadow Shikura were numerous black rods used to sense the Rinnegan, densely packed and almost impossible to discern. What is happening? Wasn't Madara supposed to be temporarily dealt with? Where did this animal path come from? Liang felt bewildered. Though he understood that Uchiha Madara would not be so easily vanquished, seeing Shikura transformed into the animal path was nonetheless surprising. Yet this battle was unavoidable. Shikura's target was clearly him. If he fled, the other students behind him would be doomed. Liang did not believe that the remaining Jonin could withstand the threat of the Rinnegan, regardless of the truth. Defeating Shikura was the only way to uncover the real answer. Enhancing his body flicker technique, Liang swiftly approached Shikura, his form becoming a white phantom as he sped forth like lightning. He had activated Sage Mode. Whatever the truth may be, let strength be the judge. When has Liang ever feared anyone? Haha, come forth. Liang, let me witness your true capabilities. Shikura's eyes were aflame with fervor, and he showed no intention of retreating as he unleashed 3 water dragon jutsu towards Liang. Though they were in a forest, Shikura, as the water shadow, wielded jutsu of formidable strength. Even the creation of matter from thin air was not beyond possibility. Boom. The water dragon collided fiercely with the Rasengan. A dense mist enveloped the figures of Liang and Yagura, rendering the situation utterly indistinguishable. One could not ascertain whether Liang was alive or dead. After a prolonged silence, Yagura exclaimed in disbelief, "How could 3 A-rank ninjutsu possibly be outmatched by your mere Rasengan?" He stared in astonishment at Liang, who stood unscathed. Once the white fog dissipated, it became evident that neither party had sustained any damage. Yagura remained mounted on his beast, while Liang stood atop a thicket of wood. "There is nothing impossible. My Rasengan is also A-rank and has been modified," Liang calmly explained. In truth, he had never trained in the Rasengan. This technique was a reward from a side quest, and the reason he could dismantle Yagura's 3 water dragons was due to having repeatedly claimed this quest, thereby enhancing his ability. Comparatively speaking, Liang's ordinary Rasengan now surpassed Naruto's larger Rasengan from his previous life, even under the augmentation of Sage techniques. It subtly eclipsed the S-rank Wind Release Rasengan. Strangely, Liang's side quests seemed to be inexorably linked to the Rasengan, perpetually presenting it to him. Time and again, he had begun to suspect that these quests exclusively granted him the Rasengan. Observing Yagura's astonishment, Liang maintained his demeanor of a seasoned warrior. "If ninjutsu cannot prevail, let us see how you fare against this." Yagura, from a distance, suddenly bellowed in fury, and the remaining 3 monstrous hounds abruptly split into 3. Akin to the fission of an egg, instantly transforming into triplet offspring. As the 3 hunting dogs emerged, they unleashed a furious howl towards Liang. Yet, he remained unperturbed. "Humph, is this not merely the splitting hound?" The splitting hound from the original tale had appeared as a result of an opponent's assault, multiplying under duress. unlike the current spontaneous division. This was precisely why Liang refrained from attacking the hounds directly, choosing instead to confront Yagura. Yagura, how did you come to embody the beast path? I have already vanquished Madara. Liang inquired calmly. Do you truly wish to know? Yagura, with a hint of curiosity, responded. Although Liang could undoubtedly overpower Yagura with sheer strength, he was intrigued to uncover the identity of the puppeteer behind the scenes. Surely, no matter how formidable one may be, they would remain wary of an old coin. It was evident that the individual backing Yagura was indeed an old coin. Yet, Yagura was reluctant to divulge this information, his crimson eyes blinking knowingly. Feel the power bestowed upon you by that esteemed individual. He suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter, his body exuding a yellow energy that enveloped him completely. This was the power of Kaguya. Possessing the strength of the Nine Tails himself, Liang understood all too well. Yagura commanded the hounds, launching an immediate assault on Liang. The two collided once more with a resounding crash. Shinra Tensei. Liang invoked a technique from the Deva path. Given their shared status as six paths, he speculated that Yagura might recognize this technique, but Yagura appeared entirely oblivious. Being forcefully propelled away by the Shinra Tensei. Does he not comprehend? Liang pondered, sensing a discrepancy. The transformation into the beast path by Yagura, who surprisingly fails to recognize the skills of the heavenly path, is indeed bewildering. Sensing the opponent's ineptitude, Liang decides against lingering any longer. Flying Thunder God technique. Tailed Beast Ball. Liang unleashed a series of attacks, showcasing his most formidable strength to date. The Tailed Beast Ball, executed in Sage mode, possessed a power that could scarcely be measured against the ocean's vastness. Yagura, in a fit of manic laughter, barely grazed the black sphere before being violently repelled by the energy of the tailed beast, crashing through several towering trees before regaining his footing. How could this be possible? This power was bestowed by my master. As Yagura gazed at Liang, who approached with deliberate calmness, fear flickered in his eyes, as if Liang were a colossal beast descending from the heavens. It is simply because you are incredibly weak, Liang remarked nonchalantly. This was not mere bravado but a genuine reflection of his thoughts. Yagura's power levels were 441 in ninjutsu, 4 in taijutsu, 4 in ninja tools, while Liang, upon activating Sage mode, saw all attributes ascend by 1 level, soaring to 652. He had completely surpassed every ninja. Even the Reikage from Kumogakure could not best Liang in Sage mode. How outrageous. Master, you truly should not have provoked Liang, at least not now. In a state of weakness, Yagura finally succumbed to unconsciousness. With his defeat, the insects that had been attacking the nearby villages began to retreat. It appeared that the powers of the beast path had summoned those creatures. Liang found clarity in his thoughts. He secured Yagura's body tightly behind him and turned his back to the village. The Chunin exams were put on hold due to the gravity of the situation. Inside the Hokage Hall, various ninjas glared furiously at Yagura, bound at the center by Liang. I see that Konoha intends to let Kirigakure take the blame this time. Inoki scoffed at the Konoha ninjas present. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brows. Wasn't he already established that this incident stemmed from the rampage of the Mizukage? This point had been clarified by our Liang. Rampage? Huh. Do you Konoha not feel a twinge of guilt for saying such things? Yagura is merely a Mizukage. His ability to control so many flying insects clearly points to the involvement of your Oil Woman clan. Be clear about your intentions. Liang knitted his brows in contemplation. He sensed that beyond Yagura, there seemed to be other ninja villages involved in this incident. Most importantly, despite the evidence laid bare, these ninjas still harbored disbelief, or rather, disbelief towards him, Liang. Inoki cast a glance at the unconscious Yagura before redirecting his focus to Liang, who was to testify. This Liang, too. His origins are dubious. Not only is his character questionable, but even his identity is suspect. I had my people investigate the Sound Village, yet found no leads, as if it were non-existent. Therefore, I suspect that this Sound Village is merely a fabrication conjured by Liang, and that it does not exist at all. Investigated the Sound Village? Liang was taken aback, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. The individual has no connection with Inoki, yet the former audaciously dares to investigate his identity. This raises significant questions. There is undoubtedly something amiss with this fellow's identity. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. He was concerned. As the Hokage who had spent the most time with Liang, He was well aware of Yang's temperament. However, he found it curious that Yang had displayed murderous intent today. Yang was typically an unfazed master, steadfast and composed. How could he suddenly reveal such volatility? Never mind. Let us cease the bickering. Since you all doubt Yang's words, let him take you to the Sound Ninja Village. He could only mediate the situation. Yet, Yang's expression darkened. The Sound Ninja Village? That is non-existent. The Sound Ninja Village was a fabrication conceived from Yang's memories of the original narrative, set to emerge in 10 years. To be asked to go there now was utterly impossible. Surely, one cannot traverse time and space. Upon this realization, Yang found himself at a loss for words. Just as he grappled with this dilemma, the bound Mizukage, Yagura, suddenly coughed a few times. He was awake. Hey, where am I? Hokage, why have you bound me? Will you not release me? Do you not remember? The others were momentarily bewildered. Yagura stared blankly at those around him, seemingly oblivious to previous events. Hey, do you even know what you are doing? Are you trying to provoke us from the Mist Village? I assure you, even though our 7-man team has perished, we can still take a piece of you. The Mizukage continued to berate them, but suddenly he noticed the pitch-black rod embedded in his body and was immediately taken aback. What is this thing? The dark rod was the key to transforming into a beast's path, yet he appeared utterly unaware of its significance. Seeing his reaction, Sarutobi Hiruzen hastily inquired, Yagura, what on earth have you done? Do you not know? Done what? Yagura was momentarily stunned, and then an intense pain surged through his head. He clutched his skull tightly and began to scream in agony. What have I done? What on earth have I done? I cannot recall at all. My head hurts so much. You have a pitch-black rod from the beast's path protruding from the back of your head. How can it not hurt? Yang silently grumbled. Yet it appeared that Yagura had indeed lost his sanity. What, then, was happening? Yagura's current demeanor did not seem feigned, yet during their earlier battle, he had been fully aware, far from resembling a madman. Yang was perplexed. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a subtle smirk at the corner of Inoki's mouth. Although it was faint, Yang caught sight of it. This fellow is suspicious. Yang quickly grasped the situation. Yagura had suddenly regained his senses, while Inoki grew increasingly peculiar. Even having previously aimed his hostility at Yang, this man is certainly questionable. Could it be that the entity controlling Yagura had infiltrated Inoki's body? Yang felt as though he had stumbled upon a crucial clue. It was an indescribably subtle sensation. It was akin to goodness, as if a ghost had possessed him. Yang was instantly awakened to this realization and dashed towards Inoki's body. They are now in close proximity, a distance so minimal that it would suffice for him to subdue Inoki in an instant. Suddenly, a flash of blue lightning appears. Yi Liang's attack is intercepted by Reikage AI. What do you intend to do, boy? AI glares at Yi Liang with a profound fury. Since earlier, he has been on high alert regarding the latter, as Yi Liang has become the target of everyone's ire. As expected, Yi Liang makes his move. You troublesome brat. Seize him. Inoki calls out loudly upon witnessing Yi Liang's assault. Damn it, how dare you frame me? Yi Liang inwardly curses, realizing the predicament he has found himself in. He had anticipated swiftly subduing Inoki, only to be thwarted by the meddlesome Reikage. What a foolish, clumsy giant. Yi Liang laments internally. I see now. You are the puppet master behind the manipulation of the insects. Inoki immediately accuses. Say that again. Yi Liang remains unafraid of Inoki. To him, this decrepit old man, nearly at death's door, appears as nothing more than a frail, diminutive figure. Say what you will. You are the very one orchestrating this scheme. First, you manipulated the Mizukage through dubious means, and now, with the plot unraveling, you seek to place the blame on him. In truth, you are the prime instigator behind this assault on the Chunin exam. Inoki fabricates his words with such conviction, as if they were the absolute truth. Mr. Yi Liang, is this indeed the case? Inquires the 4th Hokage. How dare you? You are the one who would attack the Chunin exam. Yi Liang retorts. He accepted the role of executor for the Chunin exam solely for the substantial reward. It is absurd to accuse him of sabotaging his own financial gain. Yi Liang refuses to bear the weight of such unfounded calamity. I firmly believe that this chaos is unrelated to Yi Liang. At that moment, a woman enters the Hokage hall. It is Terumi Mei. Isn't she from the Mist Village? Why would she speak on Yi Liang's behalf? Considering he had just captured their Mizukage, the onlookers pondered, perhaps there is some hidden connection between them. The guards standing behind the village leaders immediately began to murmur. To them, it was utterly astonishing that Terumi Mei, belonging to the Mist Village, would defend the man who had apprehended their leader. What a waste of such beautiful eyes. One guard muttered. Terumi may seemed oblivious to their whispers, striding confidently forward. Ladies and gentlemen, I can affirm that this incident is not connected to Mr. Liang. To be candid, our Mizukage indeed has issues. Gasps of astonishment spread among the guards. Meanwhile, Anoki's expression darkened, having previously insisted on Yi Liang's guilt. In truth, the Mizukage had been acting strangely for over half a month, isolating himself in a deep chamber and often clandestinely meeting with a completely bare man of pure white form in the dead of night. The guards recoiled in disgust. How scandalous, they exclaimed. However, the Mizukage remained oblivious to their reactions, as he had once again succumbed to unconsciousness. A pure white body. Upon hearing this, Yi Liang immediately grasped the entirety of the situation. Previously, he had harbored suspicions that some entity was orchestrating Yagura's actions, yet he remained oblivious to its true nature. Upon hearing Terumi Mei's words, enlightenment dawned upon him. It was none other than White Zetsu. A scheme began to take shape in Yi Liang's mind. In the original Naruto narrative, White Zetsu made his entrance as a member of the Akatsuki, but the reality is that he served as a mere pawn in the resurrection of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Not only can he infinitely replicate using Hashirama's cells, but he can also assume the appearance of others simply by touching them. Moreover, even ordinary sensory ninjas would be unable to detect him. It appears that Anoki has also been transformed by White Zetsu. Yi Liang deduced the entire situation and promptly signaled to Sarutobi Hiruzen behind him. As Konoha ninjas, they possessed secret codes known only to their ranks. Yi Liang was prepared to take action. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe this incident may be related to that individual with the pure white body, and it is in no way connected to Mr. Yi Liang. Terumi Mei asserted with unwavering conviction. Instantly, a wave of guilt washed over the crowd. Mr. Yi Liang, my sincerest apologies. I misjudged you earlier. Yi Liang-kun, please forgive me. My prior actions were unjust. Indeed, Lord Yi Liang, you are magnanimous and will not hold our petty grievances against us. They all hastily apologized. However, Anoki's expression grew increasingly ominous. Offending Yi Liang, do you think you can escape? Observing Anoki leisurely striding towards the hall's exit, Yi Liang let out a cold smirk. At that moment, Yi Liang's body was already inching closer to him. In a flash, Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly positioned himself in front of the Reikage, while Yi Liang charged towards Anoki. What do you intend to do? The Reikage exclaimed in alarm, but his body was restrained by Sarutobi Hiruzen. He could only watch as Yi Liang cleaved Anoki's form in two. With a sickening thud, the blade met flesh, yet no blood was shed. Indeed, it was White Zetsu. Yi Liang confirmed with certainty. After being severed, Anoki's body rapidly transformed into two segments of a pure white male figure, strikingly reminiscent of Yi Liang's past memories. Gasp! The Reikage inhaled sharply, and he, along with Sarutobi Hiruzen, immediately ceased their movements. This is White Zetsu. He can take on the guise of others. If I am not mistaken, Yagura was under his control, and Anoki is now missing, likely having fallen victim to a covert attack during the Chunin exams. If that is the case, it is dire. The venue was crowded, and I fear they may also have been ensnared by this entity. Yi Liang nodded in agreement. The leaders of the various villages promptly returned to recount their numbers, while Yi Liang exchanged a profound gaze with Terumi Mei. Thank you. Had it not been for you, I might not have uncovered this lead. Lord Yi Liang, you jest. Without your assistance in subduing the leader, even if we had suspected him, we would have been powerless. I simply did not anticipate your strength, Lord Yi Liang. Even the second Mizukage would likely struggle against Yagura, given that he possesses the chakra of a tailed beast. It is all trivial, Yi Liang remarked casually, choosing not to elaborate further. After all, for Yi Liang, Terumi Mei was merely a transient figure in the tapestry of his life. He is never lacking in women, particularly in beauties. The group exited the Hokage's hall. If Anoki has indeed been controlled by the White Zetsu, then the other ninjas are in grave danger. What should we do? Since you are aware of this existence, you must know how to counter it, Sarutobi Hiruzen said anxiously. Naturally, Yi Liang already possesses the answer. He immediately instructed Sarutobi Hiruzen to gather the sensory ninjas from the village. Yi Liang intended to share a portion of his Nine-Tails chakra with them. As long as the chakra was in place, the abilities of these sensory ninjas would be significantly enhanced, enabling them to detect all the White Zetsu hidden within the crowd. Moreover, Only a select few were participating in the Chunin exam this time. Thus, it was decided. Soon, all the participants in the Chunin exam gathered in the square of Konoha, and Liang distributed a portion of chakra to the sensory ninjas. White Zetsu, you cannot escape. Liang coldly gazed at the square and immediately closed his eyes in concentration. A surge of yellow chakra was summoned from within Liang, flowing gradually and settling upon the heads of all the sensory ninjas. Once received, all the sensory ninjas immediately unleashed their consciousness. How powerful! This sensory ability is astonishing. I never expected to receive such a formidable chakra supply in my lifetime. Lord Liang is simply terrifying. Indeed, I feel my mental strength has been enhanced beyond tenfold. Nonsense. Tenfold. This is clearly 100-fold enhancement. Lord Liang is nothing short of divine. The sensory ninjas were filled with trepidation. Subsequently, an invisible wave of mental power surged, empowered by Liang, towards all the participants in the examination, unseen and undetected by those present, who remained unaware of being enveloped by this mental force. The Raikage and Hiruzen stood guard at either side of the arena, acting as executioners. Especially the Raikage, who, having previously misunderstood Liang, was now utterly in awe and volunteered to serve as Liang's enforcer. Counting down 3 rows, first, one of the sensory ninjas shouted. The Raikage immediately sprang into action, just as the participants were processing the situation. One of the ninjas from the village hidden in the clouds was swiftly slain by the Raikage, and as the corpse hit the ground, it transformed into the pale, zombie-like form of a white Zetsu. Raikage-sama, a few of the ninjas from the village hidden in the clouds were startled, but upon seeing the corpse of white Zetsu, they fell silent. Everyone, we had infiltrated an enemy capable of disguising themselves as our own, so please cooperate in identifying them. Sarutobi Hiruzen reassured the crowd. At that moment, the Raikage moved again. First row, third one. Soon, the relentless extermination of this type of white Zetsu continued, and Liang, accompanied by Kuratsuchi, arrived at the small grove that once existed. Lord Liang, are you certain you truly have a lead? Kuratsuchi inquired. Yes, if I am correct. The others should be imprisoned in a single location. Where? You will find out when we arrive. Liang did not disclose directly. Although all the white Zetsu mingling among the crowd have been captured, numerous uncertainties remain unresolved. For instance, where has the true Inoki vanished? And what has become of the replaced students? Humph. No matter where you hide them, I shall uncover their whereabouts. Liang coldly scoffed. This time, he was genuinely enraged. Liang was originally a person who went with the flow, yet he possessed one crucial trait. He feared death. Indeed, those behind the scenes had profoundly threatened his safety. Thus, he must locate him, torment him, and ultimately eliminate him. Since the incident occurred within the examination forest, the kidnapped hostages must be within the forest itself. In such a short span of time, unless they possessed space ninjutsu, it would be impossible to transport so many hostages away. Liang swiftly leaped ahead, while Terumi Mei was already out of breath. Although she was the next candidate for Hokage, her speed could not compare to Liang's. Liang's body flicker technique had been further enhanced through the mission, while it could not match the speed of the Flying Thunder God. It surpassed that of even a supercar for travel. In a brief moment, even a Maserati could not keep pace with Liang. Gulp. Terumi Mei anxiously swallowed. At that moment, she noticed Liang, who had almost vanished from sight, suddenly come to a halt. At last, I have found you. White Zetsu. Liang scanned his surroundings. A vast pit and devoured trees. This was unmistakably the location Liang had previously encountered near the insects. So, they remained here. Liang spotted 2 white Zetsu clones dragging a fainted young student, identifiable as a member of the Mist Village by his uniform. Do you recognize this person? No, but he is likely from the Yagura faction. Does your Mist Village still have factions? Of course. The older families support Yagura. But the new generation of Mist Ninja are all my people. Terumi Mei proudly interjected, her expression brimming with satisfaction. Liang remained unfazed, directing his gaze once more toward the 2 white Zetsu. Let us see where they have hidden the person. Liang promptly followed Terumi Mei. The 2 swiftly tracked their quarry to a cave. At this moment, dozens of white Zetsu appeared on the surrounding paths, entering the cave one after another, some even dragging other students behind them. Liang even spotted a few familiar faces from the Leaf Village. For instance, Asuma. If Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old man, were to see his son approaching, One could only wonder how he would feel, Liang mused. Nonetheless, he remained vigilant. Since Inoki and Yagura had both been attacked, the enemy's strength should not be underestimated, prompting Liang to heighten his mental alertness. Mr. Yi, there are far too many white Zetsu here. Can we truly handle this with just the two of us? Terumi May expressed her concerns, as she was merely an ordinary candidate for Hokage and lacked Liang's composed demeanor. I fear not the multitude of enemies, but rather the scarcity of them. Liang was unfazed. Observing the abundance of white Zetsu only delighted him, for it meant he could astonish them with his prowess. Prepare to take action. The white Zetsu at the cave entrance continued to drag the trainees, and suddenly, several companions from the periphery vanished in an instant. Who? The two inside immediately sensed the danger, but as one turned around, his companion had also disappeared. A chilling voice suddenly echoed in his ear, and cold sweat poured down the white Zetsu's brow. Just as he prepared to resist, his head fell to the ground. One must never show leniency towards those who threaten one's life. This is the principle of the old coin. Liang coldly observed these individuals, feeling no remorse for the act of murder. The two continued deeper into the cave. However, with each step forward, Liang's astonishment grew. This cave, filled with rubble, was none other than Orochimaru's laboratory, which he had just traversed through in Konoha. Could this incident be related to Orochimaru? With a sense of intrigue, Liang ventured further in. Up ahead, several white Zetsu were patrolling, yet they were utterly oblivious to Liang and Konan, as Liang had employed the C-rank ninjutsu. Shadow camouflage. This ordinary ninjutsu allowed one's body to completely blend into the environment. Of course, others could never achieve such an effect, but Liang was different. He completed 2 or 3 daily missions effortlessly. These missions enhanced his C-rank ninjutsu. Liang's shadow camouflage had been upgraded to the level of S-rank ninjutsu. Behind him, Konan followed closely, her admiration for Liang growing with each step deeper into the cave. Who was this person? That such a simple ninjutsu could be refined to such a terrifying extent. In the ninja world, there were those who improved C-rank ninjutsu, but no one had ever transformed it into S-rank, as Liang had, because that was simply impossible. Perhaps, Liang was indeed a deity. Konan's conviction of Liang's status in her heart intensified, even recalling their previous late-night discussions. That night, after an extensive academic exchange with Liang, she experienced a remarkable advancement. It seemed she must engage with Liang more frequently in the future. Before long, the two reached the bottom of the cavern. At the deepest point lay a vast pit, where Orochimaru had once conducted secret experiments. Liang scanned the area. A colossal pit filled with an unknown liquid surrounded by numerous white Zetsu diligently depositing materials. They moved with an eerie orderliness. And while Liang could not discern what lay within the pit, he clearly saw the trainees bound along its edge. Daioki was among them. At that moment, a white Zetsu began to drag a trainee toward the pit. What are you doing? You may do whatever you wish to me, but please do not impose upon these children. Daioki shouted angrily. Liang observed from a distance. So, they were conducting human experiments. Taking a few steps closer, he finally discerned the true nature of the pit. Within the unknown liquid lay several enormous white Zetsu, motionless, while the surrounding liquid slowly flowed toward them, as if being absorbed by their bodies. Liang's gaze turned icy. Surrounding the numerous colossal white absolute figures lay several scattered human skeletal remains. It was evident that some students had already fallen victim. Liang immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. He exchanged a brief nod with Kaguya, Mei, and swiftly charged towards the white absolute dragging a hostage. At that moment, they were perilously close to the abyss. Engage, Liang uttered with a cold smirk, launching an assault on the ordinary white absolutes. Having concealed himself here, he had meticulously observed everyone, noting that, despite their overwhelming numbers, these beings possessed merely the abilities of ordinary elite shinobi. What manner of intruder is this? The white absolutes reacted almost instantaneously. In the blink of an eye, the one who had been dragging a student was sent hurtling into the endless pit by Liang's forceful strike. Damn it, we are under attack. A throng of white absolutes surged towards Liang. Although he regarded their strength with disdain, they were still elite shinobi and had a few seconds to react. At that moment, Kaguya Mei unleashed her own techniques. She inhaled deeply, summoning flames imbued with the scent of earth, which encircled all the students protectively. This was part of Liang's strategy. He would first divert the attention of the white absolutes, allowing Kaguya-Mei to erect a protective wall using her melting techniques. Shinra Tensei, Liang declared coldly, observing the encroaching white absolutes. With Kaguya-Mei safeguarding the students, he felt no apprehension that the residual force of his technique would harm the innocents. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of explosions erupted around Liang, as the white absolutes were hurled against the surrounding walls by the might of Shinra Tensei, leaving a grim tableau of corpses, testament to Liang's formidable power. In this moment, Liang cast a cold gaze into the abyss. Having cleared away the lesser foes, it was time for the main course. To his astonishment, the white absolutes at the pit exhibited expressions of mirth. "So you are the outsider disrupting our master's plans," they chorused as they leapt out of the pit, their massive forms towering at nearly 3 times Liang's size. These white absolutes were not the same as those depicted in the original narrative. Liang, on high alert, activated his Kyugen mode, Ninjutsu Level 4, Taijutsu Level 4. Though their strength paled in comparison to his, their sheer numbers, over a dozen, were not to be underestimated. Disgusting. Liang clenched his fists. The sight of these white absolutes sickened him. Their elongated, naked bodies were grotesquely entwined with blood clots, and one even sported a severed intestine hanging from its neck, clearly belonging to one of the students. Senjutsu, Tailed Beast Ball. Liang took the initiative, launching a tailed beast ball enveloped in white radiance towards the heart of the throng of white absolutes. In an instant, several obstructing foes were obliterated. Something is amiss. This information is inaccurate. The white absolutes began to doubt their prior assumptions. Could it be that the black absolute has betrayed our master? Based on previous intelligence, they had considered Liang merely a minor threat, akin to an elite shinobi. However, witnessing the swift demise of their comrades forced them to reevaluate Liang's capabilities. It appears that a swift resolution is imperative. The white absolutes, filled with intent, immediately converged upon Liang, their fury palpable, seemingly intent on besieging him. Yet, the latter remained unfazed. The gathering of the white absolutes was precisely the outcome Liang had desired. He resolutely reformed the tailed beast orb. An opportunity of such magnitude must not be squandered. The white absolutes hastily began to form hand seals, having decided to launch a coordinated attack. They saw no reason to allow Liang to utilize the tailed beast orb anew. Would release. Birth of the tree world. In an instant, massive roots surged forth from the crevices of the rock, twisting and turning like an unending centipede, ensnaring Liang. Would release. Liang was taken aback. Soon after, he beheld countless trees erupting from the earth, and even beneath his feet, a stubborn, thick root overturned his legs. The tailed beast orb was disrupted. Did these beings possess Hashirama's cells? Curiosity piqued within Liang. In the original narrative, Hashirama's cells were bestowed upon the white absolutes by Uchiha Madara, yet in this era, the aged Madara had been dealt with by Liang. Thus these cells could not have originated from him. This implied their master must be quite intriguing. Liang chuckled softly and promptly advised Kuratsuchi, "You should lead the other students to retreat." The white absolutes imbued with Hashirama's cells were no longer easily vanquished. In addition to basic ninjutsu, they had mastered the bloodline limit of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, to prevent collateral damage. Liang had no choice but to urge Kuratsuchi and the others to make a hasty exit. Understood, Kuratsuchi nodded in acknowledgement, swiftly employing lava release to forge a path for all the students. When it came to creating an opening, Kuratsuchi's ninjutsu proved quite commendable. The remaining white absolutes grew anxious. At this moment, Liang's power had far exceeded their expectations. Although they could delay him for a while, ultimately, death awaited them all. They were unwilling to meet their demise. As beings who had once been human, they harbored the emotion of fear. They must obstruct the students. With hostages, perhaps they could escape Liang's grasp. Such thoughts blossomed in the minds of the white absolutes. In a frenzy, they discarded their companions, attempting to approach the students through this means. If they could capture even one, Liang, wary of collateral damage, might just allow them to slip away. After all, who among them would wish to embrace death when hope for survival lingered? However, the situation was far from simple. Just as they made their move, an elderly figure stood resolutely before them. Dust release, detachment of the original world. With a crack, 3 or 4 white absolutes were torn to shreds by the surrounding air. As long as I am here, do you still wish to harm the students? Anoki bellowed, casting Liang an unmistakable look of understanding. It seemed he intended to cover their retreat. Liang nodded in acknowledgement. With Anoki willing to provide support for the students, he felt no trepidation. After all, the energy of Itsuchikage was formidable. With this thought, Liang swiftly formed hand seals, in response to the tactic of overwhelming numbers. He would counter with a technique of similar nature. Ninja art, shadow clone technique. His shadow clone is far from ordinary. It is not merely endowed with the power of the nine tails, but has been significantly amplified to a terrifying level through the enhancements of daily tasks. While other shadow clones inherit only half of their original strength, Liang's clone astonishingly retains a staggering 90%. It is crucial to note that with the aid of sage techniques, Liang has reached a level surpassing even that of a shadow. Thus, his shadow clone undoubtedly begins at the strength of a shadow-level warrior. Baiju, on the other hand, is merely at the quasi-shadow level. How could he possibly contend against such power? An overwhelming battle is on the verge of eruption. This creature is a monster. Baiju and his companions are in despair, witnessing their comrades being obliterated into dust, utterly powerless to intervene. Although the quasi-shadow level bears the title of shadow, it is as if there exists an insurmountable chasm separating them from true shadow-level warriors. Despite their desperate resistance, they cannot escape the fate of total annihilation. At this moment, a half-naked man with dark skin suddenly emerged from the top of the stone wall. It seems there is a valid reason for the master's vigilance. The dark-skinned man gazed ominously at Liang. The cave's ceiling was shrouded in darkness, and Liang had not noticed his presence. As Liang prepared to depart, he took 2 steps back and sighed in relief. With all the Baiju dispatched, there was little reason to linger. Just then, clank. A black, faceless mask fell suddenly, its sound resonating sharply in the quiet cave. What was that? Liang's gaze shifted. Outside the cave, Terumi May had finally escaped to the surface. She hurriedly led her students towards the village, but even though Liang had dealt with those Baiju, she remained uneasy. For Liang had warned her that the enemy this time was anything but simple. They might encounter a presence surpassing the shadow level. Yet, the Baiju encountered today clearly lacked such strength. What was missed? Why did everything feel slightly amiss? Terumi May paced anxiously in place. At this moment, the students in the distance gazed in horror at something behind Terumi May, as if something truly terrifying lurked there. Because you overlooked me. A sinister voice suddenly whispered in Terumi May's ear, sending chills down her spine as she instantly realized the truth. It was Oyuki. Terumi May suddenly recognized a startling fact. Oyuki was indeed a shadow-level warrior. How could he be held captive by mere Baiju? With his prowess, eliminating them should have been effortless. She nervously turned her head. Crack! Oyuki's hand abruptly clenched around her neck. She hadn't expected him to be so powerful. Had he not disguised himself as an old man, perhaps she would not have escaped at all. Oyuki spat venomously, his words clearly aimed at Liang. Terumi May was horrified. She noticed Oyuki's skin gradually peeling away, resembling a grotesque skin disease, flaking off in patches, revealing the bloody flesh beneath. Finally, a Baiju's face emerged. Alas, it is a pity for such a beautiful visage to be sent on its way. Hiss, you are not the Earth Shadow. Rather, you resemble Kagaya Otsutsuki, rolling your eyes in confusion. Just then, the previously dark cavern erupted with a tremendous sound. Senjutsu, Night's Descent. Boom. Accompanied by this awe-inspiring divine resonance, the eardrums of the onlookers nearly shattered. Simultaneously, the mountain where the white Zetsu once resided was entirely uprooted. A colossal Zetsu, sporting a faceless mask, was forcefully launched backward, its size towering at least several stories high. Though immensely heavy, it could not alter the fact of its violent expulsion. With a grotesque visage, it clawed desperately at the ground, but slid several kilometers before finally coming to a halt, obliterating the lost forest, once designated for the Chunin exams. In its wake, the crowd was engulfed in terror. At that moment, the enormous Zetsu trembled as it attempted to move its leg bones, seemingly regaining some composure. It grimaced, striving to rise, yet agony was etched across its features. Gurgling, uttering incomprehensible words, its eyes began to roll back. Ultimately, a mystical figure enveloped in crimson mist emerged from the back of its head. Thud! The massive Zetsu instantly lost its breath. Anoki stood in disbelief. What on earth was happening? Startled, he unconsciously released his grip, allowing Kagaya Otsutsuki to exploit this moment to escape into the heavens. Upon witnessing her flight, the two clashed once more with Earth release, both retreating several meters. At that moment, the shadow that had been lurking in the cavern suddenly erupted from the earth behind Inoki. Inoki, hurry, that being is more fearsome than its master. The shadow, with an urgent tone, urged Inoki to flee. Flee. What nonsense are you spouting, Black Zetsu? Hasn't he, the master, entrusted you with the secret weapon? Why are you still holding back? I've used it. Are you blind? Black Zetsu scolded Inoki angrily before vanishing into the ground. Used it. Inoki paused, recalling the enormous Zetsu that had emerged from the mountain. If that was the master's secret weapon, what then was the crimson mist figure? He quickly shifted his gaze. A minuscule figure, almost vaporous in appearance, shot toward him. Its facial features were somewhat blurred, yet he could vaguely discern its likeness. It was Liang. It was indeed Liang. Inoki felt a surge of despair, hastily attempting to escape, but Liang had already gracefully positioned himself before him. Where did this Zetsu come from? He pointed at Inoki. But seeing no response, he launched a red-tailed beast ball from his fingertip. The latter met its demise in an instant. Hiss! Kagaya Otsutsuki gasped. Although this Inoki was but a mere imitation, his prowess was indeed at the level of the Earth Shadow, as Kagaya could not contend with him. Yet, such a terrifying presence was effortlessly dispatched by Liang. In the blink of an eye, he had eliminated an Earth Shadow. Kagaya swallowed hard. At this moment, Liang gradually reverted to his normal state. After utilizing the tailed beast orb to vanquish Oyuki, he had exhausted his final reserves of strength. Liang felt darkness envelop him as he collapsed heavily into the embrace of Terumime. Moments passed. Liang, awaken. A gentle voice echoed in his ear. He struggled to open his eyes, but the surroundings were shrouded in pitch blackness. Darkness. Nothing but darkness, accompanied by a vast expanse of starlit sky. Where am I? How did I end up here? Liang furrowed his brow, commencing a contemplation. I previously invoked Night Kai. Suddenly, he recalled the events in the cave. Just before he was about to leave, a peculiar mask had inexplicably fallen at his feet. Subsequently, the lifeless remnants of white Zetsu, which should have perished, were irresistibly drawn towards the mask, eventually transforming into a white Zetsu the size of a building. Reluctantly, Liang had resorted to using Night Kai. So, have I succumbed to the side effects of Night Kai? A sudden realization dawned upon him. Night Kai, being the ultimate technique of the Eight Gates, inherently demanded a sacrifice of life for its use. Although Liang had learned it directly through the system, it was not guaranteed that he would be free from similar repercussions. Damn it, I certainly do not wish to perish. Liang felt tears welling up. Had it not been for the sheer terror induced by that formidable white Zetsu, he would not have employed his final trump card. At that moment, a chilling voice whispered in his ear. Do you yearn for power? What the hell? It's the Nine Tails. Liang turned around, startled by the enormous visage of the Nine Tails. At that moment, the creature crouched behind him, yet he found himself confined within a massive iron cage. So, am I in a near-death state? A suspicion began to form in Liang's mind. In the original narrative, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails would enter their mental realm upon nearing death, and by acquiring the Nine Tails chakra, they could regain vitality. All right, share a bit with me. Liang eagerly extended his hand towards the Nine Tails in a gesture of supplication, but the latter offered no response. If you wish to receive my assistance, you must first explain the nature of that golden sun above your head. Golden sun? What sun? Liang was momentarily taken aback. He then looked upwards, where indeed, a round, gleaming metallic sphere radiated golden light. What the hell is this, a brainstone? Liang was bewildered. He had no idea what this bizarre phenomenon was, as it was his first venture into his mental realm. If I say I don't know, would you believe me? I am equally powerless. After hearing this, the Nine Tails merely waved a paw dismissively. Damn, Liang cursed in frustration. Clearly, Naruto had effortlessly acquired the power of the Nine Tails. Yet it was proving so arduous for him. Could it be because he was not the protagonist? Liang furrowed his brow. If he could not obtain the Nine Tails chakra, then his physical self on the brink of death outside would undoubtedly perish. At that point, not only would he be unable to navigate the world of Naruto, but he might even fail to return to his past life. Liang suddenly noticed the metallic sphere. What sort of entity could it be? Something even the Nine Tails was unaware of? Could it possibly save him? He immediately turned his gaze towards the metallic sphere. However, it appeared rather high up. The sphere seemed diminutive from a distance, yet from Yi Liang's current position, it was at least several dozen meters away. If you wish to approach it, simply fly over. The Ninetales suddenly suggested. Fly? Yi Liang closed his eyes and attempted it, discovering that his body indeed began to levitate, transporting him directly before the metallic sphere. It was a sphere the size of a person, seemingly crafted from a special alloy, exuding an air of high-tech sophistication. Upon touching it, he felt a slight chill. Krypton Eye function activate. System, pseudo-gender, female cup size, a mere airfield. Detected as a third-tier technological civilization due to a missing chip. Only the basic capabilities of third-tier technology are accessible. Evaluation, extremely weak. What a shock. This was actually my system. Yi Liang was astounded. He never anticipated that the system would manifest in his mental realm and in such a peculiar form. However, how could a system possess a cup size? Yi Liang muttered to himself, bemused by the ridiculousness of it all. But just as he laughed, the metallic sphere abruptly propelled him away. Host, please mind your language. Otherwise, this system reserves the right to impose penalties. The sphere soared through the air, expressing its discontent. Is it truly alive? Yi Liang was bewildered. Initially, he presumed his system to be an emotionless machine, as it had never engaged him in heartfelt conversation, merely providing mechanical prompts. Other systems transformed into beautiful figures. Yet his system was devoid of such charm. Was this due to its loss of function? It was incomplete. Yi Liang suddenly recalled the earlier description from Krypton Eye. System pseudo? It indeed bore the word pseudo. The last encounter with the term occurred when he faced Orochimaru in the Sand Village. At that time, Orochimaru escaped using a shell technique, leaving behind a physical form, which Yi Liang had also detected as pseudo. Thus, the current system was merely a shell. Its essence was absent. Yi Liang felt he had unraveled the truth. If that were the case, where was the system's soul? In the world of Naruto? Or perhaps in a past life? Yi Liang continued to speculate. However, after a brief moment, he shook his head. The pressing matter at hand was not to delve into the enigma of the system. His body was on the brink of death, and Yi Liang's spirit had begun to wane. He must seek the Ninetales' assistance. Yi Liang resolved to first appeal to him with words. Brother Ninetales, we are kindred spirits. Although we were not born on the same day, we might very well perish on the same day. We are brothers in spirit, so I implore you to save me. His words were eloquent and persuasive. Yet, the Ninetales remained unmoved. If you die, I shall be freed. Who would choose to perish alongside you? Ah, indeed. That is the case. Yi Liang sighed in resignation. How about this? I will relinquish control of my body to you, provided that you can save me. Are you truly willing to engage in such an arrangement? The Ninetales displayed a skeptical expression. Yi Liang recalled that the Ninetales had previously mentioned that it would lend its chakra if he willingly offered his body. Although he had not acquiesced at that time, it made him aware of a crucial fact. Someone who assists in controlling his body would undoubtedly struggle against the allure of that very body. As anticipated, the moment Yi Liang nodded in agreement, the Ninetales immediately broke into a lewd grin. Haha, it's done. In the outside world, several days had passed since Yi Liang fell into a coma. Yi Liang, please wake up. In the small villa gifted by Sarutobi Hiruzen, the tender voice of Hong Do cautiously called out his name, but he remained unresponsive. What should we do? Teacher S body is on the verge of losing life. If he doesn't awaken soon, he will truly perish. Noera Rin relentlessly employed medical ninjutsu to treat Yi Liang, while she had healed his superficial wounds. His internal organs were severely damaged. Without a substantial influx of chakra, there was no chance of recovery. Truth be told, had it not been for Noera Rin's ceaseless efforts day and night, Yi Liang would have long since met his end. The medical ninja from Konoha had already given up on him the day after the injuries were sustained. I believe in him. He has defeated such formidable foes. How could he succumb so easily? Tsunade also lingered nearby, her gaze filled with concern for Yi Liang, while Kushina, seated by the bedside, was on the verge of tears. Mom, Dad won't be in any danger, right? The little Naruto in her arms asked anxiously. Upon hearing his words, the others turned their attention. But no one felt envy at the child's affectionate address, as all were deeply worried for Yi Liang. He will be fine. Your father is merely in a deep slumber. He will awaken shortly, Kushina reassured little Naruto, her face etched with worry. In truth, she was immensely concerned herself. If the inhabitants of the Hidden Leaf Village were to discover that 4 well-known goddesses were crammed into such a small room, their hearts would surely burst with jealousy. At that moment, Noera Rin suddenly exhibited a look of surprise. Liang Sensei's injuries are beginning to heal. As a medical ninja, she distinctly sensed that Liang's internal organs were mending, and his heart, which had deviated from its natural path, was gradually returning to its rightful position. Enveloped by a golden chakra, is this truly happening? Everyone exclaimed in delight. At that moment, Liang's eyes abruptly flew open, void of pupils. They were merely a blazing crimson. Ha! This foolish Liang, I have finally emerged. He cackled, his visage transformed into a monstrous grin, completely devoid of the gentlemanly demeanor Liang once possessed. Yet, in that instant, a mechanical voice echoed within the awakened Liang's mind. Unknown consciousness detected occupying the host's body, initiating immediate removal. What on earth is this? Liang furrowed his brow, intending to shoo away the ants that surrounded his bed when he was suddenly struck by a violent headache. He clutched his head tightly, and his eyes gradually reverted to their original hue. Damn it, you are that little son. What on earth did Liang give you for you to assist him in such a manner? No, do not erase me. I am willing to return to the realm of consciousness. Ah, Liang, you deceived me. You truly deceived me. After exclaiming this, he finally fell silent. After a long pause, the system's uplifting sound resonated once more. Congratulations to the host for regaining control of his body. This service has now concluded. Liang suddenly inhaled sharply, his heart racing as he surveyed his surroundings, as if he had just emerged from a life-and-death parting. Have I truly returned? Liang could hardly believe the sensations coursing through his body. Then, unexpectedly, 4 delicate figures lunged toward him from the side of the bed. You pervert! You have finally returned. You scared me to death. Teacher Liang, I thought you were really gone. Liang-kun, it's wonderful that you are back. Everything is all right now. It was Hongdo, Noera Rin, and Kushina. These 3 women had always been deeply concerned for Liang, and upon witnessing his awakening, they could hardly contain their exuberance. Liang momentarily stood in a daze, but quickly recognized the familiar faces before him. His heart swelled with warmth. As a modern individual, Liang had always held a sense of superiority over the natives of the Naruto world, creating an invisible barrier between them. However, today, he suddenly felt like a genuine person, no longer a lofty deity, but a living, breathing human being. Naruto has grown so much. Liang chuckled as he pulled the little Naruto by his side into an embrace, then turned his gaze to Tsunade. And you? Would you like a hug? It had been half a month since Liang's awakening. Following that incident, the various villages began to emphasize the cultivation of perceptive ninjas. Yet, at this moment, Liang found himself contemplating a departure from Konoha. On a pitch-black path, Liang once again eliminated an assassin sent to take his life. A cat-faced mask. An Umbu assassin from Konoha. The village was divided into 2 factions, one led by Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, and the other by Danzo, the leader of the Umbu. Hiruzen had always sought to win Liang over. No matter what transgressions Liang committed, as long as they were not excessively grave, he would suppress them, seeking to curry Liang's favor. However, Danzo's approach was markedly different. As one who prioritized the village's interests above all else, Danzo viewed Liang as a thorn in his side, particularly after the Chunin exams. The enigmatic Liang must perish. In just over 10 days, Liang faced numerous assassination attempts, and although he initially refrained from retaliating against Konoha's Umbu, he ultimately ended up killing several. Hiruzen found himself in a difficult position. After resolving the pursuit of his assailants, Liang finally departed from Konoha. 5 years later, one day, he found himself at the entrance of an assassination tavern. Liang ventured into a remote mountain, clutching a map. His beard framed a weathered face, and his deep-set eyes reflected the burdens of time. The sinewy muscles he bore epitomized the allure of a mature man. At that moment, a figure clad in a crimson cloud robe emerged from a tavern. Liang's gaze flickered momentarily, yet he chose to ignore him. Kakazu? To his surprise, he too was present in this place. The assassination tavern served as a marketplace for bounties within the black market, and encountering Kakazu here signified that the undercurrents of the ninja world were beginning to stir. However, it remained uncertain how the Akatsuki would evolve without Obito. Upon entering, Liang was met with a throng of ninjas gathered to accept missions. While several posters of bounties adorned the wall behind the proprietor, one bounty astonishingly reached over 100 million. This far exceeded the rewards for missions in Konoha. Intrigued, Liang scanned the surroundings, noting the presence of rogue ninjas. Each bore a scratch across their headbands, marking their defection. Well, a newcomer, huh? Hey, you look rather frail. Are you truly here to accept a mission? Taunted a burly man with a dark complexion. He clearly perceived Liang's disdain and escalated his provocation. In the assassination tavern, private disputes were strictly forbidden. Damaging property would incur compensatory costs. However, should someone instigate trouble, the rules could be conveniently disregarded. The dark-faced man was attempting to force Liang's hand, giving him a pretext to eliminate him. Liang, unfazed, merely retorted, "Get lost." Trash. The man's anger flared instantly. He was a rogue ninja from a Wagakure, not merely a master of earth techniques, but also a well-known figure on the bounty list. Having survived due to his formidable tactics, "I see you are seeking death." He spat coldly, ready to strike. Yet, upon noticing Liang had positioned himself before the tavern owner, he restrained his aggression. "Just wait until we're outside. I'll deal with you then," he muttered before departing. Liang was taken aback, evidently reassessing the tavern owner's significance. He then began to scrutinize the bounties displayed within the establishment. Uchiha Shursui, 30 million. Haiden, 20 million. Deidara, 20 million. Orochimaru, 50 million. Each bounty was staggering in value. After a cursory glance, Liang picked up a dust-covered poster boasting the highest reward. Hanzo the Salamander, 100 million. The rogue ninjas were immediately agitated. "Look, that newcomer has taken Hanzo's bounty. Has he lost his mind? Haha, being a newcomer. He surely doesn't comprehend Hanzo's strength. He is the god of ninjutsu. Indeed, it must be so. What a shame for such a handsome face to perish." Liang, undeterred by their chatter, remained focused. Years of undertaking daily missions had endowed him with mastery over all basic ninjutsu. He was only a few S-rank techniques shy of surpassing even the legendary Sarutobi Hiruzen, the so-called master of ninjutsu. Even the Sage of Six Paths could not boast a repertoire as vast as Liang's. In the realm of celestial arts, after years of diligent cultivation, Liang has mastered the ability to maintain the immortal mode consistently. His physical prowess has reached the level of a shadow, and most significantly, his combat experience has become considerably more extensive. Ninjutsu at level 7, Taijutsu at level 5, ninja tools at level 5. Achieving level 7 denotes an extraordinary capability. Liang mused that he might be on par with Kagayahime herself. "Young man, are you certain you wish to undertake this mission? I must inform you that even an ordinary shadow-level warrior would find it insurmountable." The warning echoed, recalling the legendary tale of the three Sannin of Konoha, who once joined forces against Hanzo, only to be defeated. Had it not been for the intervention of their village's Hokage, they would have perished on the spot. "Indeed. Young man, exercise caution," the proprietor reiterated. Yet, with unwavering resolve, Liang seized the bounty notice. "Humph, what nonsense about Hanzo the Salamander. As long as the reward is substantial, I fear no one, not even Kagayahime." As Liang exited, a throng of ninjas quickly followed, eager to witness the unfolding drama. At the entrance, the reputedly formidable rogue ninja from a Wagakure awaited him. "You insolent brat. As your senior, I shall take it upon myself to educate you," the rogue declared, his impatience palpable. "If you seek death, hasten your demise." With that, he plunged his hand into the earth. Earth-style, dune mound. A colossal mass of earth erupted, its expanse rivaling that of half a building. Though thin, its magnitude was awe-inspiring. "I shall prepare your grave," the assembled crowd gasped in terror. Having long been aware of the rogue ninja's prowess, yet, witnessing such a massive earthen formation was astonishing. They understood his strength, but not to this extent. Liang merely shook his head in indifference. This level of skill indeed warrants pride, verging on the pseudo-shadow realm. However, in comparison to him, the gap was still vast. "Is this all you've got?" Liang remarked nonchalantly. "Earth-style, dune mound." In a similar fashion, yet without the need for hand seals, Liang uttered the incantation softly, summoning an even larger and more powerful mass of earth. The size of this formation was astonishing, akin to half a football field. Furthermore, in contrast to the rogue ninja's technique, Liang's was grander and mightier. "Begone!" With a casual flick of his wrist, Liang hurled the seemingly monumental mass of earth towards the rogue from a Wagakure. Crash! The earth and stone fell, burying the rogue alive. Liang dusted off the dirt from his attire and stood with hands clasped behind his back. The onlookers were left in utter astonishment. "Boss, I have made my decision. I shall marry my sister off to him." A rogue ninja exclaimed excitedly. "Your sister? I recall she is already 25. Do you truly believe such a master would notice her?" "I care not. I am determined to become his brother-in-law." "It is settled." "Ah, you." Observing the admiration on the faces of the crowd, the tavern owner returned with a resigned expression. In the time it took to enjoy a drink, Liang arrived at a battlefield littered with the fallen. Although this place is quite distant, Liang's instantaneous body technique is not to be underestimated. A fine drizzle falls from the sky, casting a gloomy pall over the surroundings. Is this the location? Liang scrutinizes the map intently. This is the Rain Ninja Village, which, due to years of warfare, has devolved into a battleground for ninjas. Hanzo of the Salamander exists in the world of Naruto as a mercenary in the original narrative. He is the leader of Amage Cure, who met his demise at the hands of Nagato due to Madara's scheming. However, with Madara's absence, Hanzo, who was originally fated to perish, survives. Now, he stands as a mercenary in the ninja world, having been employed in various conflicts across nations, which has led to a collective bounty on his head amounting to 100 million. The legendary god of ninjas, indeed. Liang examines the map once more. A mercenary war is set to erupt here today, and Hanzo of the Salamander is likely to arrive, prompting him to prepare meticulously in advance. He stealthily conceals himself within the surrounding jungle. Utilizing his ninjutsu, Liang renders himself invisible, thus eliminating any concerns of being discovered. At that moment, 3 boys, around 18 or 19 years of age, hurriedly scurry past him, panic evident on their faces, their bodies drenched in dark, muddy water. It is clear they are being pursued. Are they mercenaries or hapless refugees caught in this turmoil? Liang glances at them, but due to the mud obscuring their features, he cannot discern their identities. Suddenly, a tremendous crashing sound reverberates from the distance. Liang is momentarily taken aback, only to witness a colossal salamander crawling toward him, with a figure atop its head, the very Hanzo he seeks. "Damn it, we completed the mission for you. Why are you still hunting us? You are treacherous." The boys angrily accuse Hanzo, yet their pace remains unbroken. "Humph. You are indeed formidable, but your incessant plundering of bounties has severely threatened the rules of our mercenary code. Hence you must perish today." The giant salamander swiftly blocks the path of the boys, while behind Hanzo lurks a multitude of gray-clad ninjas, Amage Cure's finest. Liang quickly assesses the situation. There appear to be dozens, each at least of Chunin rank. Although those being pursued are strong, encircled by such numbers, their chances of escape are slim, especially with the god of ninjas, Hanzo, in their midst. This formidable individual is truly astonishing. In the original tale, while he was ultimately betrayed and killed, he later managed to break free from the control of the Edo Tensei through sheer willpower. It is noteworthy that even the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, could not escape such a technique. This implies that he is even stronger than the third Hokage. The situation for those children is dire. Liang concludes. At that moment, the leader among the boys suddenly pushes the others behind him. "Nagato, take Konan and leave now. I will regroup with you once I have shaken them off." "Yahiko, what are you saying? We should leave together. Jiraiya-sensei is waiting to see the fruits of our training." "Nagato-you." The small leader was suddenly moved, gazing affectionately at the red-haired child behind him, remaining silent for an extended moment. Liang understood. This, indeed, was what one might call friendship. At that moment, Hanzo noticed that his men had gathered and promptly gestured for action. "Attack!" The surrounding subordinates, upon hearing this command, rushed towards the group of children with remarkable speed, for the rain provided the ninjas of the Rain Hidden Village with a distinct advantage. Earth Release, Yellow Spring Swamp. The leading figure, Yahiko, immediately countered using the rainwater to his advantage. Given the muddy conditions, the Yellow Spring Swamp technique was particularly effective in such an environment. A vast expanse of swamp materialized around Yahiko, and before the Rain Hidden Village ninjas could escape, they were engulfed by the mire. "Damn brats!" they exclaimed, attempting to leap but finding their legs ensnared. Hanzo, beside them, was furious. "Fools!" he shouted, slapping his palm, and a thick spit flew from the mouth of his salamander. The youths were startled and hurriedly sought refuge. The fluid from the salamander was laced with potent neurotoxins. Even the slightest contact could lead to erratic nerves or, in severe cases, instant death. They had learned of this technique's horror during their days of being pursued by Hanzo. Quickly dodge. A stream of saliva descended toward the youth's previous position. The ninjas ensnared by the yellow spring swamp found themselves in dire straits before they could escape its grasp. They were struck by the toxic fluid. The air was soon filled with anguished cries. It was as if they had been hit by molten lava. And after a burst of white mist, silence enveloped them. Were they all dead? Liang's heart tightened. At that moment, he had deduced the identities of the youths, Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan. Encountering me here, consider yourselves fortunate. Liang chuckled softly, revealing his true form as a strikingly handsome young man. What in the world? The rain ninjas, besieging Nagato, were startled at the sight of Liang. Hanzo quickly retreated behind his men after patting his salamander, for as a god of ninjas, he understood the importance of self-preservation. Truly a cunning old turtle, Liang's sudden appearance was anything but ordinary for a mere ninja. Who are you? Hanzo inquired, hesitating momentarily. Just a bounty hunter here to take your life. Liang replied nonchalantly, disdainfully kicking the mud off his feet, his expression remarkably uncomplicated as he approached Hanzo slowly, akin to a caregiver approaching a child. The surrounding rain ninjas were left in astonishment. How could an ordinary bounty hunter speak so brazenly? Such insolence was unbearable. Their tempers flared, feeling insulted, yet no one dared to impede him. You go first. I can't. Why not? I'm scared I dare not. You dare not yet speak so defiantly. The imposing presence of Liang is far from that of an ordinary bounty ninja. He is not only strikingly handsome, but also exudes an air of arrogance that could rival even the legendary sage of six paths. Hanzo swiftly urged the seated salamander to retreat from the battlefield, yet this juvenile creature appeared paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably. Move, you fool! Hanzo barked in frustration. But the salamander remained sluggish in its response, prompting Hanzo to cast his gaze upon the rain ninja subordinates surrounding him. Listen closely. Anyone who fails to exert themselves today shall return to face the judgment of a traitor, facing severe punishment. Hanzo threatened ominously. The rain ninjas, upon hearing this, were dismayed. They still had lives to lead and couldn't afford to perish. Reluctantly, they mustered the courage to take a few steps forward. You go first. I'll cover your retreat. Despite their protests, they could not withstand Hanzo's intimidation and advanced toward the fray. Water release, water dragon bullet. Although they advanced, they did not linger. Even as the vanguard, none dared to approach Liang, for while they felt emboldened to engage from a distance, the thought of close combat was utterly daunting. Shadow Shuriken technique. After a brief onslaught, they resorted to shurikens due to a lack of chakra. Liang shook his head in exasperation. The skill level of these rain ninjas barely reached that of Chunin, posing little threat to him. However, the thought of slaughtering them all felt excessive, so he resolved to spare their lives. I shall only engage your leader this time. Those who wish to live would do well to depart swiftly. With a casual flick of his wrist, he unleashed a powerful divine push, effortlessly neutralizing their combined assault. The rain ninjas were left in utter disarray. How could they contend with a ninja capable of repelling multiple attackers with ease? They were mere insignificant pawns, and they wished to return home and enjoy their lives. Trembling with fear, they momentarily forgot their aggressive intentions. Hanzo was incensed, as the leader of the rain village. Witnessing his subordinates intimidated by an inconspicuous passerby was a blow to his pride. You inept fools, he scolded, immediately directing the beleaguered salamander towards Liang. Liang frowned. The salamander was highly venomous, and although he possessed formidable strength, he was not foolish enough to directly contact its toxic fluids. Consequently, he formed hand seals and retaliated with a powerful great fire annihilation. At that moment, the salamander soared above. While it could force its way through the sea of flames towards Liang, it would inevitably be engulfed by the inferno. A cold smile crept across Liang's lips. He was gambling on Hanzo's cowardice, for one who only dared to hide behind his subordinates could not possibly possess the fortitude to confront him directly. As anticipated, the moment Liang's flames erupted, Hanzo swiftly altered his trajectory, exclaiming in exasperation, "What a madman!" He landed beside Liang and immediately launched an assault. Harnessing the power of the surrounding rain, the rain village earned its name from its unparalleled control over the rain, and Hanzo, as its leader, was among the most formidable practitioners. He raised his hand slightly, and the surrounding rain transformed into a torrent that surged forth. As the deluge swept by, it astonishingly absorbed more rainwater, growing even larger. Since you insist on a head-on confrontation, let us engage directly. Liang chose not to evade. A wave of crimson chakra enveloped his form. It was the power of the Nine Tails. With a sudden leap, Liang stepped onto the cascading rainwater and pivoted, landing on the back of the salamander. A true man ought to fight valiantly. Liang roared. Like a red fox spirit, he lunged toward Hanzo, whose expression was grave. Enveloped in chakra, Liang was unconcerned about the perspiration beneath his feet. In a flurry of movements, the two engaged in combat atop the thick back of the salamander. The surrounding range shinobi were left astonished. How could this individual possibly contend with Lord Hanzo in taijutsu? After all, Lord Hanzo was universally acknowledged as the strongest in the realm of ninjas. Insanity, sheer madness. How could such a formidable figure suddenly emerge in this world, previously unheard of? The vigilant Rain Village shinobi observing the battlefield felt an overwhelming malice from the world, while Yahiko and others, saved by Liang, were left in shock at his formidable presence. Conan, how do you think he compares to Jiraiya-sensei? Yahiko casually inquired, naturally drawing comparisons since their strengths were all honed under Jiraiya's tutelage. It's like comparing heaven to earth. Nagato replied, rolling his eyes at Conan. Is that truly how you measure our teacher? Back on the battlefield, after exchanging dozens of blows with Hanzo, Liang finally noticed Hanzo's fatigue. The latter's body was weary, and his bones ached. They were locked in mutual combat. However, Hanzo's strikes paled in comparison to Liang's. After enduring several attacks, his entire skeletal structure began to resonate. This was resonance. Liang's strikes were potent enough to induce a resonance within his opponent's bones. For instance, after receiving a punch, over 100 bones throughout his body had to endure the impact. Terrifying indeed. Hanzo could no longer withstand it. He swiftly reversed the summoning and canceled the salamander's invocation. Seizing the opportunity while Liang was momentarily unsteady, he fled rapidly. He had no desire to perish, even at the cost of losing his title as the god of ninjas. Seeing their leader retreat, the surrounding range shinobi dared not linger. Fleeing into the distance in a flash, Liang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the god of ninjas, Hanzo, possessed such a high level of awareness. Disregarding his own reputation to flee, he was even more cowardly than a modern man. At this moment, dusk had fallen. Although Liang could pursue the fleeing Hanzo, the night was too thick, and he did not wish to make a misstep, so he chose to remain. At that moment, Yahiko and others, who had been observing from a distance, approached him. Esteemed sir, we truly thank you for saving us. Had it not been for you, we would have met our demise. Yahiko expressed his gratitude to Liang immediately. His two companions cast admiring glances toward him, one of whom was named Nagato, with striking red hair. Another was Xiaonan, a stunning beauty with violet hair who appeared to be merely 15 years old, exuding an air of freshness and allure. Liang smiled. These were among the few superlative experts of the future, and forming friendships with them heralded a promising future. After a while, the group arrived at an uninhabited cave, where they casually gathered some wild ingredients and commenced a barbecue. In an era rife with conflict, there were no proper households nearby. To enjoy a picnic in the wild was indeed a luxurious affair. Mi Yin and the others often went hungry. Liang expertly set up a bonfire, placing several wild chickens he had caught onto the grill. Xiaonan was immediately drawn in by the tantalizing aroma. Wow, what a delectable dish. It smells absolutely divine. She leaned in closer, and Liang promptly offered her one. With a gentle bite, the flavors exploded in her mouth. Xiaonan felt as if she were about to float away. The others, noticing her delight, came over as well. Indeed, it's quite remarkable, Mi Yin exclaimed after taking a bite, and even the usually taciturn Nagato gave a thumbs up to Liang. So delicious. After satisfying their appetites, Liang reclined on a stone to rest. At that moment, an ancient map suddenly appeared in his hands, yellowed with age. He carefully unfolded it. The map depicted the entire landscape of the Naruto world, marking everything from the most remote Tsunade to the prosperous Konohagakure. Every ninja village within the Naruto realm was indicated. Brother Liang, what are those red crosses on the map? Xiaonan, with a piece of chicken in her mouth, inquired as she leaned in curiously. The map was filled with numerous markings, predominantly red crosses drawn in ink. Oh, they are merely places I've visited, he replied nonchalantly. Oh, Xiaonan responded. though a hint of melancholy crossed her face. I truly envy you, brother Liang, being able to travel to so many places. Unlike us, we can only linger near the rain village. Xiaonan spoke slowly. Liang was momentarily taken aback. He understood her sentiments well. The group comprised orphans from the rain village, having grown up amidst warfare. Merely surviving in the present was already commendable. As for traveling, that was a distant dream. Don't be disheartened. When you grow older, you will naturally be able to leave the rain village. Liang offered a comforting remark. Once Xiaonan's spirits lifted a little, he turned his attention back to the map. This was certainly not a travel map. The red crosses marked on it represented all the locations where Liang had slain the white Zetsu, densely scattered across the entire map. It would not be an exaggeration to say there were over 100. He anticipated that within just 5 years, so many white Zetsu would emerge. It seemed the Naruto world was becoming increasingly unstable. Liang sighed. His journey to the Rain Village was primarily to seek clues regarding the master of the white Zetsu. From his investigations, the closer he got to the Rain Village, the stronger the white Zetsu he encountered. Liang had actually recognized this issue even before receiving the mission to assassinate Hanzo. Certainly, the act of eliminating Hanzo merely serves as a means to earn some pocket money. The two endeavors are not mutually exclusive. He retrieved another map. This time of the Rain Ninja Village, the routes clearly delineated. Liang stroked his chin, indicating that he would need to engage in late-night studies soon. A few days later, within the clandestine meeting chamber of the Rain Ninja Village, the god of ninjas, Hanzo the Salamander, attentively knelt before a peculiar figure clad in black and white. Master, I have prepared the 1,000 war orphans as per your previous instructions. But might I inquire if the promised rewards could be expedited? When has the master ever deceived you? Rest assured, once your sacrifice is successful, I shall naturally deliver what I owe. The enigmatic figure, known as Zetsu, nodded with an air of indifference before twisting its body and vanishing into the earth. Hanzo narrowed his gaze and rose once more. What an insufferable master. Were it not for my need of your resources, I would have crushed your skull by now. He muttered in complaint, then gently lifted the floor beneath him and leapt downward. To his astonishment, he discovered a hidden cavern below, immensely deep. As soon as Hanzo entered, he sealed the floor behind him. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Rain Ninja Village, 3 small figures had appeared. They were Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan. Liang had already launched an assault on White Zetsu, astonished to find that the vast expanse of the Rain Ninja Village was entirely enveloped by this entity. After a prolonged struggle, he finally managed to eliminate the numerous minions. After a while, Yahiko remarked, Teacher Liang, those were the white Zetsu you mentioned? They seem rather unremarkable. He rummaged through Hanzo's chamber, but appeared to find no clues as Liang had indicated. They are merely the lowest tier of minions. I have encountered adversaries far stronger than they. One could easily crush a Jonin with a single hand. Liang replied, lowering his head. Is that true? Crush a Jonin? Just those creatures? Nagato expressed skepticism, his disdain evident, yet Liang chose not to respond. Continuing his search within the room, Liang suddenly halted before a patch of ground. The surface felt soft, lacking solidity. He kicked at it, producing a clear, resonant sound. It was hollow. Liang immediately began to pry up the floorboards. At that moment, as they uncovered the secret chamber, Hanzo had already reached the deepest part of the underground cavern. It resembled the convoluted tunnels once utilized by guerrilla fighters, winding and difficult to navigate, with most areas obscured in darkness. Hanzo pushed aside a pitch-black wall, revealing a grand altar. Lord Hanzo, a dozen white Zetsu greeted him immediately, standing quietly at the entrance, clearly serving as sentinels. Well, how goes the task? Hanzo inquired. Nodding in acknowledgement, and with a gentle gesture, the wall behind him sealed shut. Report to you, Lord Hanzo. The altar has been completed. We await your arrival to commence the sacrificial rites. Excellent. Let us begin without delay. Hanzo commanded, and the surrounding white Zetsu instantly sprang into action. They moved according to a peculiar arrangement, taking positions at the various corners of the altar. Then, with a slight formation of seals, countless beams of white light illuminated the surroundings of the altar, swirling in layers, reminiscent of the neon lights of the modern world. Hanzo furrowed his brow, fixating on the center of the altar. There, a multitude of children lay in a heap, some as young as 7 or 8, others 14 or 15, all in a state of slumber, their status uncertain, whether they were merely sleeping or had departed this world. Alas, It is a pity for so many children. But for the sake of that entity, I must proceed. He sighed deeply. At that moment, a little girl lying at the edge suddenly opened her eyes. She appeared to be around 13 or 14, with short hair that lent her an air of vitality. As soon as she awoke, the girl dashed towards the nearest white zetsu. Earth release, ultra-heavy rock technique, she exclaimed, and countless rocks surged towards her hands as if drawn by a magnet. In less than half a second, a colossal rock gauntlet materialized on her fist. Another one awakened? Hanzo was taken aback. Before a white zetsu, who was still forming seals, could react, the girl had already obliterated its head. He immediately charged toward her. The two engaged in a fierce battle, neither gaining the upper hand for a time. Hanzo was astonished. Though he was not fully committed, the fact that a ninja could withstand even a few of his blows was exceedingly rare, let alone a young girl. You are the granddaughter of Inoki. Hanzo recognized her. Inoki, the Tsuchikage, was well known among those connected to him, just as one would recognize the wife of a familiar figure. The girl shouted once more, "Return my grandfather to me. Chojiro, let us go. This is bad." Hanzo's spirit jolted. He then witnessed several youths, armed with various weapons, rising to their feet. Upon awakening, they immediately charged towards the distant white zetsu that was activating the teleportation array. The latter was no match for them. These white zetsu are utterly useless. Hanzo seethed with anger. Previously, when he encountered Yagura, his subordinates had disappointed him, and now these white zetsu continued to falter. It aptly reflected the saying, nameless supporting characters are all worthless. Suddenly, Hanzo's expression shifted dramatically, and he spat out blood, propelled backward in an instant. Behind him stood a golden-haired boy clad in yellow, basking in delight. Rasengan. He chanted the name of his technique. Well done, Naruto, the little girl exclaimed joyfully. This golden-haired boy was one she had encountered on her journey. It was said he was searching for his father. Their camaraderie blossomed, resulting in a seamless partnership. Subsequently, the youths who had attacked the white zetsu approached. Their weapons varied, yet strikingly similar in design to the 7 ninja swords of the Mist Village. Chojiro, you've done well too, the girl praised. Stop talking, that guy isn't dead yet. Chojiro shook his head helplessly. He was a genin from the Mist Village, dispatched to search for children who had gone missing from nearby villages. By chance, Chojiro's team had encountered the girl seeking her family just as they left the village. According to his words, the granddaughter of his Tsuchikage, named Kuratsuchi, possesses considerable strength. Consequently, the two factions formed a team. Since the enemy's target was the child, Chojiro disguised himself as Kuratsuchi and was captured. Witnessing Hanzo being sent flying by a Rasengan, Chojiro swallowed hard. What on earth is this situation? Who would have imagined that a child abductor would turn out to be the god of shinobi in the Naruto universe? With such a formidable figure involved in child trafficking, Chojiro immediately drew his twin blades, aware that he could not afford to be careless against Hanzo. Dance, Flatfish. The flat, bladed weapon resembled a butterfly knife as it sliced towards Hanzo, yet the latter vanished as if he had never existed. A pang of anxiety gripped Chojiro as he swung his weapon at emptiness. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept past him. Instinctively, he spun his weapon around. Yet before he could see his opponent, the blade was rendered immobile. His awareness was commendable, but his strength was inadequate. Hanzo's cold voice echoed behind Chojiro, and with a firm grip, he effortlessly shattered the legendary sword, leaving no trace of a scratch. This is disastrous. Seeing their captain captured, the others rushed forward. They were the reserve members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, having been trained anew by the current Mizukage, Turumi Mei, since the previous generation had perished at the hands of Might Guy. After all, they represented the pinnacle of their village's combat prowess. The clang of various weapons clashing resounded near the altar, as Hanzo's figure flickered like a specter, appearing and vanishing at will. Soon, the lower-ranked shinobi began to lose their strength. Humph, do you think you can contend with the god of shinobi? Hanzo coldly mocked, swiftly dispatching all the Mist Village genin. They were still but children. Even with the power of the swords, they were no match for the cunning and experienced Hanzo. Furious, Hanzo turned his gaze towards Kuratsuchi, who had first thwarted his plans. Hello, granddaughter of Inoki. Kuratsuchi's expression shifted, panic setting in. Although she was audacious, facing an opponent of Hanzo's caliber, akin to that of a Kage, she recognized her own limitations, her legs trembling slightly. Nearby, Naruto suddenly lay flat on the ground. My dad said, when encountering a bear, just lie still and play dead. Kuratsuchi. Hanzo, filled with ire, picked up a broken blade. In truth, the deaths of some white Zetsu were inconsequential. However, today's white Zetsu were different. They were not only free labor, but also a unique form of white Zetsu. They possessed a sacrificial technique that could summon the true master of the white Zetsu through the sacrifice of a child. Hanzo had orchestrated all this because he had struck a deal with this master, using the sacrificed children to obtain a certain item. Now that the white Zetsu were dead, no one could perform that sacrificial technique anymore. Damn brat, I shall take your life. Hanzo raised his stout arm and hurled the broken blade forward. He is a formidable powerhouse. Even without employing ninjutsu, his sheer strength is beyond what this little girl could withstand. The consequences of that flying sword strike are unfathomable. At that moment, the wall that had been sealed by Hanzo was suddenly shattered by a powerful kick. "You beast," still intent on causing harm. An indignant voice thundered. Hanzo immediately panicked. Oh no, that man has arrived. Liang burst through the entrance, his body a blur as he effortlessly caught the broken blade that Hanzo hurled with all his might. With a fierce glare, he swiftly positioned the blade against Hanzo's throat. "Do you still wish to resist?" Liang coldly inquired, causing Hanzo to break into a cold sweat. What should have been a simple body flicker technique was executed by Liang with the swiftness of teleportation, almost ghost-like. In a hurry, Hanzo activated the body replacement technique. In such circumstances, remaining still would be madness. A resounding explosion followed as countless fireballs soared towards the recently escaped Hanzo. Fire release, great fireball technique. 3 more figures rushed in from outside. It was Yahiko and his companions. The moment they entered, they immediately spotted the unconscious children on the altar. Calculating their options, they swiftly shifted from defense to offense, positioning themselves protectively in front of the children. This was Liang's strategy. Once engaged with the enemy, they were to safeguard the hostages. As for battling the boss, Liang alone sufficed. "We shall protect. Teacher, you take charge," Yahiko shouted. In truth, even without his urging, Liang had already launched himself at the panicking god of ninjas. "No, please, don't do this to me." The once mighty Hanzo now resembled a rat scurrying for safety. However, the exit he sought had already been sealed off by Liang. Ninjutsu, for Crimson Sun Formation. For pillars of light shot skyward at the exit, instantaneously blocking Hanzo's escape route. Still wish to flee? Liang charged forth, delivering a flurry of punches that subdued the terrified Hanzo. "My lord, I was wrong. I should not have coveted the god tree's fruit. I beseech you, spare me." He fervently bowed his head to Liang, completely shedding the dignity of the god of ninjas. Is this truly the individual who escaped the clutches of the impure world reincarnation through sheer willpower? A look of disdain crossed Liang's face. Nevertheless, upon hearing Hanzo mention the god tree's fruit, he hesitated. "The god tree's fruit? How do you know of such a thing? My lord, is it not for that reason you have come?" "Certainly not. I am here to punish evil and promote good," Liang proclaimed, raising his chin defiantly. As a person of justice, Liang genuinely sought to eradicate malevolence. "It was certainly not for your bounty." This latter thought went unspoken, mentioning it would surely terrify the man. "Now, tell me about your relationship with white Zetsu," Liang continued. "My lord, to speak frankly, 3 years ago, a young man with pure white pupils appeared in the underground mercenary world. He claimed to possess the god tree's fruit left by the Sage of 6 Paths. He told us that anyone who consumed a single piece would gain the power of the sage. He demanded that we sacrifice 1,000 children in exchange for this so-called god tree fruit. And you believed him? Of course I did not. How could I possibly engage in such inhumane acts? I immediately launched an assault on that young man. Yet, regrettably, even one as formidable as myself, Hanzo the Salamander, could not withstand a single blow from him." Hanzo, with an earnest demeanor, lamented, casting a pitiable glance at the end. "So, you were coerced into assisting him in gathering children? My good sir, that individual was utterly terrifying. I had no choice," Hanzo protested, his expression reflecting genuine distress. At that moment, his gaze abruptly fell to the ground. "You deceive me." Hanzo instantly realized something was amiss. He could not control his line of sight, nor could he govern his very eyes, because his head had detached. Liang disdainfully wiped the blood from Hanzo the Salamander. What a jest! Forced into committing vile deeds? When Hanzo uttered such words, Liang felt a wave of nausea. When a person resolves to sacrifice 1,000 lives, regardless of whether they are compelled or not, They become irredeemable. And then there was that young man mentioned by Hanzo. Liang considered him to be the master he had long sought. If that were indeed the case, then Hanzo must perish. Anyone daring to conspire against their own life would not be spared by Liang. As for the fruit of the divine tree, Liang held no belief in it. The fruit was a product of Kagaya Otsutsuki drawing energy from the earth. Yet it took a millennium to coalesce a single one. The last had been consumed by Kagaya herself, and the next would not appear for several centuries. Unless she had traversed time, otherwise, Liang would remain utterly unconvinced. He tore a strip of cloth to bind Hanzo's head. A bounty of 100 million ryo secured. Half an hour later, a group reluctantly departed from the village of Rain. The villagers cast hurried glances at Liang. Mr. Liang, Lord Mizukage is quite concerned about you, Chojiro said earnestly. Indeed, I shall visit her in due time, Liang nodded. He had not anticipated encountering an old acquaintance here. Liang entrusted young Naruto to Chojiro, who had succumbed to illusionary techniques and was soundly asleep. He did not intend to return just yet. Not only due to Danzo's machinations, but also because of the lurking threat of white Zetsu. Should he indulge in hedonism, only death awaited him. At that moment, Kuratsuchi approached in disbelief. Are you truly Lord Liang? Did you not return to the village of Sound? Liang was a renowned figure, and his news was of great interest to the 5 great shinobi villages. Is there something amiss? Liang inquired, surveying the graceful young girl before him. Kuratsuchi, now 13, stood poised like a blossoming maiden. Yes, if you truly are Lord Liang, please save our village. Save your village? What has transpired in Awagakure? Liang asked, puzzled. Awagakure was one of the 5 great shinobi villages, and if there were genuine troubles, others would surely be informed. Yet, Liang had received no news regarding Awagakure over the years, believing all to be well. Indeed, there has been trouble. Ever since my grandfather went missing, the villagers have become quite strange. Their demeanor increasingly resembled that of machines, even in their quotidian tasks. What does it mean to not act human? It was as if they were automatons. Haidu explained, everyone seems bewildered. Conversations have dwindled significantly. Initially, there was some chatter, but months later, the village became as silent as if it were devoid of life. The most alarming aspect was that the villagers had begun to move in perfect synchrony, devoid of any extraneous gestures. Movements in unison? Liang suddenly pondered, his brow furrowing as he vaguely grasped the situation in Yanin village. During his 5 years of contending with Baiju, Liang had encountered numerous similar occurrences. First, a family would grow increasingly reticent, then the entire village would follow suit. And ultimately, the entire nation would fall into a state of muted silence. In the end, they were all impersonated by Baiju. He never anticipated that Yanin village would experience something akin to this. Very well, I am willing to assist you, Liang assured Haitu. Days later, after claiming the bounty on the mountain pepperfish Hanzo, Liang rejoined Haitu. However, instead of heading directly to Yanin village, they opted for a circuitous route. You mentioned that your senior brother rescued you. Is he exceptionally strong? Absolutely. My senior brother is Deidara. Oh, then I am even more eager to meet him. Liang replied with a smile. Meanwhile, at a cliff in the land of Earth, several peculiar individuals clad in red cloud cloaks arrived at their destination. Is this the place? The leader, a man with a shark-like face, murmured as he approached a small wooden cabin. Bang! The moment the door swung open, a cascade of sparks erupted toward the shark-faced man's face. What in the world? He exclaimed. Just as he uttered those words, a deafening explosion resonated throughout the valley. The wooden cabin's door had been blown apart. What a way to welcome guests. The shark-faced man grumbled, shaking off the dust. He had instinctively stepped back and thus escaped injury. Inside the cabin sat a serene youth with golden hair, peacefully occupying the corridor, seemingly indifferent to the world around him. The shark-faced man immediately approached him. Hey, where has the master of this place gone? He inquired, noting the pristine furniture devoid of dust, indicating the master's presence. The master? What do you seek him for? Oh, nothing much, simply to extend an invitation for him to join our Akatsuki. He shouldn't be far, right? Indeed. The youth nodded. Suddenly, he mysteriously pressed a very soft clay doll into the shark-faced man's hand, crafted from pure white material. By the way, the master asked me to give this to you. For me? The shark-faced man was taken aback. Before he could comprehend, the clay doll in his hand detonated. Blood splattered everywhere as his palm was obliterated. Damn it! He cursed, swiftly raising his other hand to swing a large blade. Yet before the blade could reach the youth, he vanished, leaving behind another soft clay doll in his place. Oh shit. Boom. The wooden cabin was utterly annihilated. Far away in the valley, Haidu grew anxious. They had heard strange noises from a distance, but the rugged mountain path made progress difficult, although Yi Liang could have left them behind. His unfamiliarity with the terrain compelled him to wait for Haidu to advance together. At that moment, in the distant sky, a magnificent white bird suddenly appeared, bearing a young boy as it soared rapidly through the valley. Brother, Haidu exclaimed upon witnessing this spectacle, but as soon as he called out, he noticed a colossal mechanical puppet trailing closely behind the bird. This creature, reminiscent of a scorpion, clung tightly to the mountainside, its speed rivaling that of the bird above. Could it be Deidara? Yi Liang also caught sight of the boy in the sky, while his gaze was drawn to the mechanical puppet below. That is Sasori of the Red Sand. What is he doing here? Before he could ponder further, he was captivated by the figures atop the puppet. One appeared to be a person sewn together with threads, while the other possessed a face akin to that of a shark. That is Kakuzu and Hoshigaki Kisame. What are they doing here? Yi Liang was taken aback. Both Kakuzu and Kisame were members of Akatsuki, yet this era should not have seen their presence. He glanced back at Nagato and Konan, struggling to catch up behind him, and a bewildering thought struck him. Could it be that the Nagato behind me is an imposter? Nagato was the founder of Akatsuki. In the original tale, he formed the organization under Obito's dark influence, with the aim of resurrecting Uchiha Madara and utilizing the infinite Tsukuyomi to burden everyone with the weight of a rice sack. However, with Obito gone and Nagato absent, the emergence of Akatsuki left him perplexed. Yi Liang set Haidu down, resolved to investigate this anomaly. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing in an instant. In the distance, Sasori once again shielded against Deidara's explosive clay. Damn it! Is this brat going to join our organization or not? If he doesn't, I may have to take matters into my own hands. Hoshigaki Kisame glared furiously at the soaring Deidara. His previously severed wounds had healed, for as a bearer of shark cells, Kisame possessed extraordinary regenerative abilities. Just then, his eyes seemed to flicker as a shuriken whizzed past his head, though there was no one around. Did I imagine that? Rubbing his eyes, he suddenly found a handsome young man crouching before him. Hello, brother. What the hell? Kisame was instantly startled, quickly attempting to draw his great sword, Samahata, only to find it unresponsive. What is going on? Struggling with all his might, he discovered that the usually obedient Samahata began to tremble, as if it had encountered its natural predator, paralyzed by fear. Samahata was afraid. Kisame began to sweat coldly. He had never encountered a man capable of instilling such trepidation in his sword. He dared not move. Beside him, Kakuzu was equally taken aback. Upon seeing Yi Liang, he instinctively lowered his head, as if in the presence of his ancestors. He had heard of Yi Liang during his mission briefing, the man who had just slain Hanzo of the Salamander. Hanzo, the god of shinobi, had fallen to Yi Liang's hand. How could Kakuzu hope to prevail against him? He too remained motionless. Hey, what are you two doing? Why don't you hurry and throw this bastard off? I certainly do not wish to be burdened by a naive child on this journey, Scorpion cursed. He was unfamiliar with Yi Liang and completely bewildered. Notably, Yi Liang, who bore the dark seal, remarkably retained the appearance of a 20-year-old. If you're so capable, then you go ahead. I'm definitely not participating. The ghost shark was flustered. At the moment Scorpion uttered these words, the shark's muscles visibly trembled, clearly displeased with Scorpion's remarks. And the shark also feared that Scorpion might offend Yi Liang. The same could be said for Kakuzu. Years ago, when he had thrown shurikens at the first Hokage from 800 miles away, it had not been as exhilarating as today. If you want to go, then you go. It was well known that Kakuzu was not inherently combative, preferring to avoid conflict. To hell with you all, Scorpion angrily shouted, suddenly thrusting his belly forward, causing his vehicle to topple. All of you, get off me. Instantly, the others disengaged from Scorpion's back. Yi Liang, with a sense of helplessness, summoned the Flying Thunder God technique, leaping onto the cliff wall. However, what intrigued him was that, apart from Scorpion, the other two seemed to willingly let their bodies fall into the abyss. Were they seeking death? Judging by their expressions, they appeared to be quite enjoying it. What was going on? Yi Liang directed his gaze at Scorpion, who had just landed safely. They all jumped. Why didn't you? Jump your ass. Scorpion cursed vehemently. swiftly manipulating his legs like a puppet to crawl over. His foot strength was astonishing, crushing stones beneath him with each step, causing Liang to feel a jolt of alarm. Perform well, Scarlet Flow. Scorpion then commanded his puppets to attack. These puppets, fashioned from living beings, bore a striking resemblance to humans, yet each possessed a triangular stinger at the rear, resembling Scorpion's own tail. That was how he earned his title. Boom, boom. The mountainside echoed with successive explosions. Under Scorpion's onslaught, numerous stones were shattered by his scorpion tail, and within moments, a significant portion of the cliff face crumbled. A sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Hey, did you start out as a demolitions expert? Liang narrowly dodged another of Scorpion's attacks. For him, such rudimentary physical assaults posed no threat. Yet, Scorpion's refusal to engage in dialogue left him exasperated. Indeed, Liang had no intention of engaging Scorpion in combat. Why resort to physical confrontation when words could suffice? In his previous life, Scorpion was a profoundly tragic figure. His parents had been slain by Konoha ninjas, and he was raised by his grandmother. It is widely acknowledged that those raised by their grandmothers often experience profound loneliness, developing introverted, even somewhat insecure personalities. Scorpion exemplified such a character. A person plagued by insecurity inevitably harbors a twisted psyche. In other words, the original Akatsuki seemed to comprise a group of troubled youths. Liang formed a single-handed seal and, with a swift leap, landed on Scorpion's back. After delivering a leaf hurricane to sever Scorpion's tail, he plunged his hands directly into the back of the toxic Scorpion man, his fingers sharp and devoid of remorse. Crack! A large mass of sturdy metal was ripped away by Liang. A gaping hole appeared in Scorpion's back. Strangely, however, not a single drop of blood flowed. As if he were a mere machine, Liang was not perplexed. He continued to reach inside, and after half a second, he astonishingly extracted a doll over a meter tall, with a cute face and red hair, from within the body of the Scorpion monster. The Scorpion monster was merely a shell. How did you discover me? The red-haired doll kicked its legs, seemingly attempting to free itself from Liang's grasp. However, just as it prepared to exert force, it suddenly felt its chakra being restrained, and, along with its struggle, an unfamiliar pain coursed through several muscles in its back. This is the Hyuga clan's pressure point technique. If you wish to avoid having your blood flow reversed and facing death, you might want to refrain from moving around too much. Pressure point technique? Are you from Konoha? No. When did Konoha ever possess such formidable strength? Your power evidently surpasses that of the ninjutsu doctor. There are many things you remain unaware of. Liang directly kicked the Scorpion's false exterior into the valley and placed its true form against the rock wall. Listen closely. I will pose several questions. Should you answer them honestly, I shall spare your life, and perhaps, if my mood permits, I might even release you. Are you serious? Upon hearing this, the red-haired doll immediately ceased its struggles. It had no chance against Liang, and surviving was indeed a fortunate turn of events. Now, the first question, who is the leader of your Akatsuki, and why was the organization established? Our leader is a man named Orochimaru, though I have scarcely seen him. It is primarily a person named Itachi Uchiha, who commands the Akatsuki. Of course, I have not met him either. I only just joined. The Scorpion suddenly shrugged. Orochimaru? Liang's expression became vacant, as he had never anticipated that his arch-nemesis, Orochimaru, was the one to have re-established the Akatsuki. In this life, due to Liang's emergence, Orochimaru had veered completely off his original path. Not only developing the immortal technique of the white phosphorus serpent, but also mastering a terrifying forbidden art capable of devouring others to acquire their abilities. Previously, during his encounter in the Sand Village, Liang had faced Orochimaru. Had he not launched a surprise attack, the outcome might have been uncertain. However, Liang had now mastered all conventional ninjutsu, and even the average shadow-level shinobi could not contend with him. Even if he were to confront Orochimaru again, the outcome remained unpredictable. And what of Itachi? Where is he? And how did you all arrive here? Itachi should be in the Rock Village. The last time we were in the Cloud Village, we discovered traces of white Zetsu, and following the trail, all clues pointed to the Rock Village. Itachi and his team immediately proceeded there, while Kisame and we were tasked with recruiting local ninjas here. So that is how it is. Liang grasped the situation entirely. Yet, he had never expected that Itachi Uchiha would reappear in this place. He had thought that Itachi's life trajectory had been altered. given that he had intervened in the fate of the Uchiha clan, but he had still joined the Akatsuki. It seemed he would have to confront him directly. Liang nodded. Aside from questioning Itachi himself, there appeared to be no other means to uncover the truth. Upon concluding his words, Liang released the grip he had on Scorpion's hand. A man of his word, he refrained from taking extreme measures, as Scorpion had not committed any transgressions that would provoke his ire. With his strength reinstated, Scorpion hastily leaped toward the precipice beside him, as if dawdling even a moment longer would result in being devoured by the monstrous creature looming behind him. Meanwhile, the recently liberated Deidara, accompanied by Kuratsuchi and others, approached the scene. They had apparently been reminiscing from a distance while Liang engaged Scorpion in battle. Liang executed a deft leap, utilizing the shuriken he had launched at the clay to land gracefully upon Deidara's creation. The group collectively gasped in astonishment. It was at this moment that they began to form a vague understanding of Liang, a being powerful enough to disregard the laws of Newton. Kuratsuchi, is this the remarkable individual you spoke of? Deidara exclaimed, his expression filled with awe towards Liang, though devoid of envy. To Deidara, explosions epitomized the essence of ninjutsu. Other techniques hardly warranted his attention, meriting only a fleeting appreciation. In contrast, the eager Yahiko implored Liang to teach him the elusive technique of anti-Newtonian shuriken. After a brief exchange, the party continued their flight towards Awagakure. As the senior disciple of Awagakure, Deidara possessed an intimate understanding of the village's geography. They did not enter through the main gate, but rather circumvented it through a fissure in a valley, arriving directly at the heart of Awagakure. They deployed explosive clay, revealing a series of earthen stone walls, while in the distance, throngs of people bustled about, evidently merchants from the land of earth. Itachi, are you truly here? The group jovially melded into the throng of merchants ahead. If Liang had harbored any doubts regarding Kuratsuchi's earlier remarks, they had now dissipated entirely. The native inhabitants of Awagakure, as described by Kuratsuchi, indeed bore no discernible expressions, their movements mechanical in nature. Each action was executed with precision, devoid of superfluous gestures, reminiscent of the effortless mastery depicted in Dragon Ball's Ultra Instinct, evoking admiration. Miss Haruka, have you also come to engage in commerce? Leaning against a merchant's female bodyguard, Liang casually tucked a flower from the roadside behind her ear. No, we are merely bodyguards for Miss Kazahana. The female guard blushed, taken aback by the handsome man initiating a conversation with her. There is no need to address me as Miss. We are simply protectors of Lady Kazahana. Nay, in my eyes, a beauty like Miss Haruka deserves to be called a princess, Liang playfully remarked. After some time, the group found lodgings at a local inn. The troop they had encountered earlier appeared to be performing in Awagakure, composed of a battalion of women warriors, while the leader, Kazahana, remained hidden within her palanquin. Liang vaguely recalled her as the princess of the land of snow, astonished to encounter her here. Only a performance? Liang suddenly sensed an underlying intrigue. When had the usually pragmatic army of white Zetsu required such frivolous entertainment? He found the situation perplexing. At this moment, the previously separated Deidara suddenly pried open the bamboo door of Liang's room. Mr. Liang, may I come in to chat? Yes, come in, Liang replied. His expression darkened. You've already entered. Why ask for permission? What brings you here? At this time, Liang had not yet succumbed to sleep, for it was merely the onset of night. Given his habits, he had never felt at ease sleeping on enemy territory. He simply found today's events rather peculiar and wished to discuss them with you. Peculiar? Liang was taken aback. To be honest, aside from recognizing that the residents were disguised as white Zetsu, he had no other thoughts on the matter. After all, he was not a resident of Awagakure, and it was only reasonable that he could not discern any issues. You see, while our village does have its own entertainment, we have never invited performers from other nations. Therefore, today's troop of female soldiers is quite strange. Are you referring to the group, Fenghua Xiaoxue? Yes. Liang paused. Although he found Deidara's point valid, he had not sensed anything amiss with Fenghua Xiaoxue today. Even the female soldiers guarding her seemed entirely normal. The sole conundrum lay in the fact that Awagakure, which had never engaged with the outside world, would suddenly invite renowned entertainers from the land of snow. Furthermore, according to the guard Haru, the performance fee for their lady was substantial, indicating that Awagakure had made a significant investment in this invitation. All right, you should return to rest. We can discuss this further tomorrow. With newfound insight, Yi Liang casually dismissed Deidara. Overthinking would prove futile. Understood. Deidara exited Yi Liang's chamber. In the distance, within the courtyard of the Tsuchikige's estate, a captivating dance performance was unfolding. As the grand finale, Fenghua Xiaoxue passionately showcased her enchanting figure, surrounded by a vibrant ensemble of female dancers. Among them was Haru, who had been approached by Yi Liang earlier that morning. Miss Fenghua, do you sense anything unusual about these people? Haru continued to sway her body while secretly conversing with the center of attention, Fenghua Xiaoxue. Indeed, something feels off. These individuals exhibit blank expressions. Apart from the Tsuchikige, who is called Huangtu, they seem devoid of souls. Miss, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. We should leave at the earliest opportunity. Agreed. The two devised their plan. After a lengthy feast, Fenghua Xiaoxue's performance finally concluded. She gracefully bid farewell to the Tsuchikige, preparing to depart. Miss Fenghua, won't you stay for another night? No, we have other commercial performances scheduled for tomorrow morning, so we must take our leave. Fenghua Xiaoxue replied hastily, bowing once more in farewell. However, just as they were about to exit, several Awagakure shinobi clad in yellow blocked their path. What do you intend to do? Haru sensed trouble and quickly positioned herself in front of Fenghua Xiaoxue. Miss Fenghua, we of the Land of Earth are renowned for our hospitality. If you leave so soon, we would feel quite regretful. At that moment, the Tsuchikige, Huangtu, descended from his elevated seat. As far as I am aware, the Land of Snow, where Miss Fenghua resides, appears to be a nation scarce in ninjas, thus frequently plagued by surrounding thieves, is it not? What do you intend to do? With a wary expression, Fenghua Xiaoxue gazed at Huangtu, a premonition of impending trouble lingering in her heart. It is nothing, merely a message from our esteemed leader. If you desire ninjas, our Awagakure shall naturally assist in establishing a presence in your snowy realm. You seek to dominate our nation. Fenghua Xiaoxue shouted in anger. Oh, what do you mean by domination? We merely intend to safeguard your land of snow. Infuriating. Fenghua Xiaoxue was filled with indignation. Her outward identity was that of a celebrated dancer in the land of snow, yet her true nature was that of the cherished jewel of the nation's general, the esteemed princess of the snow country. It seems you have already conducted a thorough investigation into my identity. Fenghua Xiaoxue cast a fierce glare at Huangtu, who merely smiled in response, neither confirming nor denying. Princess, I shall escort you to safety. Chunri grew anxious. Upon hearing such dialogue, she quickly understood Huangtu's intentions. Hastily drawing the hairpin from her hair, brandishing it menacingly toward the obstructing ninjas. The remaining dancers also revealed their adornments. Engage. At Huangtu's command, the two elite ninjas immediately charged toward Fenghua Xiaoxue's group of ladies. Their speed was formidable, augmented by the familiar terrain of the Land of Earth, elevating their prowess by at least half. How infuriating! The ladies' forces suffered immediate casualties, and their most capable leader, Chunri, also began to sustain injuries. After all, they were not ninjas. How could they possibly withstand the might of Awagakure's elite? Chunri! Fenghua Xiaoxue cried out in distress. Although Chunri was her bodyguard, they had grown up together, akin to biological sisters, and their bond was profound, having promised to mature and marry together. You must not perish here. Just as she spoke, a shuriken, swift as thunder, hurtled toward Chunri, too rapid for Fenghua Xiaoxue to intercept. Panic surged within her. Just as Chunri seemed destined for demise, a robust, snow-white arm erupted from the earth. With a gentle motion, it grasped the shuriken firmly, akin to capturing a delicate rabbit. Chunri's life was spared. How could a beauty like Chunri be without a gentleman's protection? A melodious male voice resonated from the earth. Then, the man emerged. Yi Liang burst forth from the soil, employing a common earth-style ninjutsu. After all, the estate of the Tsuchikige was exceedingly vast, leaving him no other means of infiltration but from beneath the ground. Mere ants dare to control humanity, Yi Liang murmured, and the ground began to collapse beneath, followed by a sudden eruption of numerous earthen spikes from the soil. Earth release, mud spikes. Not only did the two blocking elite ninjas fall victim, but even the onlookers present were pierced through the heart by Yi Liang's technique. Cursed wretches. Upon witnessing this situation, Huangtu could hardly contain his fury. He swiftly evaded Yi Liang's attack and seized a protruding spike, hurling it towards him. Simultaneously, Yi Liang vanished from sight. He touched the dancers present, and in an instant, they all disappeared as if they had never existed. Enraged, Huangtu surveyed the empty space before casting his gaze into the distance. You cannot escape. With a whoosh, a gust of wind swept past. In the residential area where Mexico resided, Liang had successfully transported everyone there, employing the flying thunder god technique. Exercising caution, Liang had preemptively placed shuriken inscribed with seals in the residential area before departure. To prevent any accidental harm to the dancers, he activated the flying thunder god to bring everyone over safely. Are you all right? Liang inquired with concern. The dancers, momentarily disoriented, were quickly roused by the astute Fenghua Xiaoxue, who grasped the situation first. It is space ninjutsu. As the princess of the land of snow, she possessed a certain level of insight. Thank goodness. We truly owe you our gratitude, Lord Liang. Fenghua Xiaoxue expressed her thanks, to which Liang merely nodded in acknowledgement. Everyone, stay awake. Liang promptly urged the others. Suddenly, the air was filled with an incessant cacophony of explosions. Huangtu manipulated the earthen river beneath him, advancing rapidly towards the residences, indifferent to the potential impact on Awagakure. His eyes were aflame with rage. Father, what are you doing? The first to emerge from the residences, Kuratsuchi, was instantly struck by terror. Huangtu was Kuratsuchi's father. Ever since Inoki went missing, Huangtu had devoted himself to mediating the conflicts within Awagakure, but he never anticipated that upon leaving the village, his father would succumb to such a state. It seems Uncle has also been controlled. Deidara sighed, swiftly launching a white bird into the sky, which transformed into a colossal flying steed. Everyone get on. The ground is too perilous. Upon hearing this, the group readily agreed, recognizing that battling the inhabitants of Awagakure necessitated elevation above the ground. They hurried to mount the white bird, but after only a few steps, the previously quiet street began to tremble violently, and one by one, white monstrosities broke forth from the earth. This is bad. It's white Zetsu. Liang's brow furrowed deeply. Do not interfere with our master's plans. We shall eliminate you. The white Zetsu roared as they surged towards those still on the ground, a terrifying wave of bodies. While Kuratsuchi and his companions managed to hold their own, the dancers from the land of snow fared poorly, having been reduced to only Haru and Fenghua Xiaoxue after a fierce exchange. I will clear the way for you. Take these ordinary people and flee. Liang bellowed, rapidly forming hand seals. It was known that Liang typically employed ninjutsu with casual nonchalance, but this time he was serious, indicating the sheer terror of the jutsu he was about to unleash. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A powerful flame, reminiscent of a meteor, instantaneously swept from Liang's position towards the entrance of Awagakure. This lengthy distance of 10,000 meters was effortlessly transformed by Liang into a blazing path of crimson fire, with the edges still flickering with untamed azure flames. Let us go, Mayahiko exclaimed, promptly leading the dancers to flee. They were acutely aware that their presence was merely a burden. Their foremost duty was to avoid hindering Liang. As the crowd departed, Liang turned to face the nearby figure of Deidara, both of them gazing at the formidable earth. Though surrounded by numerous white Zetsu, they were but trivial distractions. Even in their thousands, Liang regarded them with disdain. However, the earth was a different matter altogether. The original incarnation of the earth was exceptionally powerful, having once sealed the mighty Ten Tails with its earth release techniques. It is crucial to note that the Ten Tails is the embodiment of all tailed beasts, and even the Nine Tails within Liang is merely a fragment of its power. It seemed an inevitable battle lay ahead. With a soft sigh, Liang swiftly ascended alongside Deidara towards the earth. Art is an explosion, Deidara declared, unleashing the earth release, earth dragon bullet technique. A colossal dragon, laden with explosive clay, materialized and instantly obstructed the torrent of earth. The ensuing cataclysmic explosions shattered nearby lodgings, and even the earth itself was forced back several hundred meters by the onslaught. But that was not the end. Liang unleashed the tailed beast ball. A black sphere of energy erupted from his palm, flattening countless stones in its wake as surrounding objects were irresistibly drawn towards the tailed beast ball. Soon, the sphere was encased in a thick layer of rock, resembling a small mountain in size. Earth's expression shifted in surprise. Such a formidable technique surpassed the capabilities of ordinary ninjutsu. He swiftly struck the ground, channeling an immense amount of chakra into the earth. Just as the gargantuan-tailed beast ball surged toward him, a massive stone wall erupted from the center of Awagakure. bisecting the village. Earth release, earth flow wall. He bellowed. The colossal wall of earth clashed with Yi Liang's tailed beast ball, both forces evenly matched. Yet, as the tailed beast ball diminished in size, the earthen wall crumbled into dust, leaving no trace behind. Yi Liang, there is something amiss with this earth. Deidara suddenly shouted. Though Uncle Earth is strong, he is merely an ordinary shadow-level ninja. Such large-scale earth techniques typically require the combined efforts of thousands of ninjas. He should not possess such power. Upon hearing this, Yi Liang's eyes momentarily flashed with a metallic gleam, and the data regarding the earth was revealed. Earth, Enhanced Type, Ninjutsu Level 6. Taijutsu Level 6. Ninja Tools Level 6. Goodness. This is Uchiha Madara's attributes. Yi Liang cursed in frustration. Realizing the precarious situation, he swiftly decided to retreat. Yi Liang had never been one to engage in uncertain matters. The risks rarely equated to the rewards. After all, no cunning individual would willingly expose themselves to danger. We'll take our leave, Yi Liang advised. Without any need for words from Deidara, he directly manipulated the clay bird, which swayed and soared into the distance. You shall not escape. Leave it for the master. Huang Tu's eyes blazed with fury, resembling an enraged gorilla. With a thunderous shout, the earth beneath him surged forward once more towards Yi Liang. At that moment, a skeletal apparition, resembling a towering mountain, suddenly delivered a slap to Huang Tu, standing as an insurmountable giant between Yi Liang and Huang Tu. Susanoo, the man within the skeletal form, uttered softly, his expression serene, devoid of even a hint of fear as he regarded Huang Tu. It was Uchiha Itachi. Yi Liang recognized him instantly. In this critical moment, the only one capable of wielding Susanoo was none other than Uchiha Itachi. No, he must not remain. Yi Liang thrust a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique into Deidara's hands and immediately plunged into the fray. Itachi was stalling for time for his companions. After all, given his current age, he was far from a match for the enhanced Huang Tu. Damn it! Anyone who dares to thwart the master's plans must perish. Huang Tu raged. As his face contorted with fury, a black, faceless mask began to emerge, and with its appearance, his skin began to shed. Chunks of flesh fell to the ground, revealing a massive figure resembling white Zetsu behind it. That thing! Yi Liang gasped in shock. He had encountered this masked white Zetsu during the Chunin exams, and had only defeated it by unleashing his full power through sage art. Night Guy. How could it possibly be here? Yi Liang was astonished. This masked white Zetsu possessed immense chakra reserves and formidable resilience. Yi Liang had already expended all his chakra on the tailed beast ball, leaving him devoid of energy for further combat. After all, he dared not use sage art. Night Guy again. Retreat. Yi Liang hurled another tailed beast ball to obstruct Huang Tu and instantly appeared before Uchiha Itachi. Placing a hand on his waist, Flying Thunder God technique. The two vanished in an instant. Outside of Awagakure, the powerful blasts continued to echo, as Yi Liang and his companions reached the concealed cabin previously used by Deidara. Situated on the edge of a cliff, Huang Tu was unable to track their movements. Lord Yi Liang, how did you come to be here? Were you not returning to Sound Ninja Village? Uchiha Itachi asked, his face a mask of confusion. Beyond his bewilderment, there was also a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. That is a question I should pose to you. What business do you have joining Akatsuki instead of heading to Konoha? Are you not aware that this organization was established by Orochimaru? Yi Liang admonished Uchiha Itachi in a motherly fashion, filled with a sense of disappointment. In the past 5 years, the changes in the world of ninjas had been monumental. Not only were white Zetsu rampant, but even the once formidable ninja leaders had betrayed their villages. For instance, the legendary Hanzo of the Salamander, once recognized as a master in the ninja world, had forsaken his principles for the sake of the divine tree's fruit. Such formidable individuals can indeed fall, and the current state of the Naruto world is precariously unstable. Lord Yi Liang, to speak candidly, I have become a rogue ninja. Uchiha Itachi resignedly gestured towards Yi Liang. After your departure, Danzo swiftly instigated a coup against Konoha. Although the third Hokage vehemently opposed it, with the support of the Umbu, Danzo ascended to the position of the fifth Hokage. Our Uchiha clan, fully aware of Danzo's hostility, naturally distanced ourselves from the village. You have severed ties with the village? Yi Liang's expression took on an odd hue. Indeed, we are currently concealed in a remote location within the land of snow, where there are few ninjas, and it is relatively safe. Yi Liang found himself at a loss for words. Danzo had become the fifth Hokage. In the original narrative, Danzo was indeed destined to be Hokage, albeit as the sixth. However, his premature coup had caught Liang off guard. It seems my arrival has significantly altered the dynamics within Konoha. How did you come to join Akatsuki then, considering you are already in seclusion in the land of snow? Why engage in the external conflicts? Liang inquired further. The Uchiha have already suffered considerable losses due to Danzo's assault, and our current priority is to rebuild. We should not become entangled in the mundane affairs of the ninja world. It is because of White Zetsu. Uchiha Itachi suddenly sighed. Initially, we had no intention of interfering in the ninja world, but a multitude of White Zetsu have emerged around the land of snow, with a clear objective to seize control of it. Should they succeed, our Uchiha clan would be doomed. My father urged me to seek external assistance, which is why I joined Akatsuki. Now I understand. Liang's realization dawned upon him. Akatsuki has been gathering formidable ninjas from across the ninja world, and enlisting their aid is indeed a sound strategy. As for Orochimaru, according to what Scorpion mentioned earlier, he vanished completely after failing to ambush Hanzo 3 years ago. With a clearer understanding of the situation, Liang ensured the safety of everyone before leading Itachi and the others back to the battlefield. This time, free from concerns. Their strength could very well allow them to contend with the likes of Lus once more. In Iwagakure, the transformed Lus, now a masked White Zetsu, was rampaging wildly, his eyes aflame with madness. Countless small White Zetsu were obstructing his path. The faceless one was spiraling out of control. It was imperative to summon the great Zetsu to restrain him, lest the base of the land of Earth be utterly obliterated. The small White Zetsu surged forward, launching attacks against the colossal faceless White Zetsu. Yet the latter's power far surpassed that of these insignificant creatures. Before they could even reach his head, Lus crushed them effortlessly. High above in the clouds, Liang observed the scene with vigilance. He and Itachi were riding on Deidara's clay bird, rendering them undetectable to the minuscule White Zetsu below. Teacher Liang, it seems they are infighting, attacking their own comrades, Itachi remarked. No, it appears they are attempting to subdue the frenzied Lus. His strength has escalated too rapidly, and he remains merely an ordinary body. Such a transformation without madness would indeed be peculiar. Deidara, prepare to take us over. Liang replied. At that moment, the colossal white bird, now serving as their steed, soared towards the frenzied yellow earth. Below, the ground was transformed into a swamp, ravaged by the torrents of yellow soil. Initiate Operation Plan Number 1. Liang commanded. Deidara immediately unleashed a multitude of explosive clay from his palm. Like fighter jets engaged in aerial combat, the white bird's passage was marked by resounding explosions, sending the bodies of countless White Zetsu minions flying. In mere moments, dozens of White Zetsu were annihilated. This was Liang's initial strategy. Although the two factions of White Zetsu were embroiled in infighting, it was imperative to eliminate the minions first. Otherwise, when they launched an attack on the Yellow Earth, these thousands of minions would pose an unimaginable threat. Excellent. Operation Plan Number 1 is a success. Let us proceed with Plan Number 2. As soon as Liang finished speaking, Uchiha Itachi beside him activated the Amaterasu flames. Vast stretches of swamp were engulfed in fire. This time, nearly half of them were incinerated. The most formidable aspect of the Amaterasu flames is that they will not extinguish unless the target is completely burned to ashes. Consequently, the burning White Zetsu spread the flames to one another like a rampant virus, swiftly leading to their demise. After enduring such relentless assaults, the minions finally reacted, abandoning the Yellow Earth to unleash their ninjutsu. Though they were White Zetsu, they still possessed knowledge of some fundamental jutsu, such as the Great Fireball, Phoenix Fire, Water and Earth Release, and, at the very least, throwing shurikens to mount an attack against Liang and his allies. It seemed the time had come to gather. Liang suddenly descended from the great bird's body, disregarding the minions' attacks as he deftly stepped on the shurikens aimed at him, swiftly maneuvering closer to the massed yellow earth deep within Iwagakure. Pardon me, it's your turn to dance. In an instant, Liang hurled dozens of shurikens towards the yellow earth, each inscribed with the flying thunder god seal. Leaning forward, before the yellow earth's attack could reach him, Liang followed the shurikens to appear behind him. Ninjutsu, Tailed Beast Bomb. A standard-sized tailed beast bomb was hurled towards the yellow earth's back, causing him to spit blood. Liang then activated the flying thunder god again, materializing at his abdomen. Ninjutsu, Tail Beast Bomb. Next, he targeted the head. Ninjutsu, Tail Beast Bomb. Finally, he struck the legs, waist, biceps, and neck. In that fleeting moment, Liang unleashed the Tail Beast Bomb from over 80 different points on his body. This was Liang's most potent technique, a tremendous drain on his chakra. He even depleted the Nine Tails chakra reserves. With such overwhelming power, not even the legendary Uchiha Madara could withstand it, unless one were the Sage of Six Paths incarnate. Boom! A powerful explosion radiated from the yellow earth, enveloped in a brilliant white light that reduced everything within to mere dust, the white glow expanding ever larger. Liang utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to instantaneously transport himself beside Deidara, who was suspended at an altitude of 10,000 meters. "Art is an explosion," Deidara exclaimed. His gaze transfixed upon the ruins of his hometown, the rock village, which lay in utter devastation. Surprisingly, a flicker of exhilaration danced across his features. This time, he was thoroughly impressed by Liang's astonishing capability to unleash such formidable explosions, drawing him into a fervent admiration for the man. "Lord Liang, please allow me to follow you from now on." "Absolutely not." "Why? You are simply too perilous." After a brief pause, the rock village was engulfed in a colossal mushroom cloud, reduced to mere rubble. Such a monumental feat occurred without a whisper of sound, when the force is overwhelming. Silence reigns supreme. "We can depart now," Liang stated casually, refraining from checking for survivors. After all, under such immense power, not even a single chicken could have possibly survived. What could Itachi and the others say but to concur? In truth, Liang had not anticipated such an outcome. He had merely intended to ensure that Tsuchi survived, exerting all of his strength to do so. Yet, he had miscalculated his own power. Who could have foreseen that a slight exertion would result in an atomic invasion? "I never imagined I would be this formidable. 80-tailed beast balls, how terrifying." Upon returning to their hideout, an air of awkwardness enveloped the group. Itachi had originally sought to uncover traces of White Zetsu, but now, all leads had vanished. Liang had previously contemplated aiding Kuratsuchi in the restoration of her homeland, but now, well, that too was lost. Only Deidara appeared to wear an expression of fervor, tinged with a hint of surprise. "Fear not, Kuratsuchi, that Tsuchi was not your father. If I am not mistaken, he was merely a clone of your father, replicated by White Zetsu. The real truth behind your father's fate will be revealed once we uncover the mastermind," Liang reassured her, though she was in tears. Today's events had been relayed to Kuratsuchi and the others, and for the time being, there was no returning to the rock village. If they sought shelter, they would have to find refuge in other villages. After a few more idle conversations, the group prepared to journey to the Land of Snow. Having learned of White Zetsu's presence there, Liang was determined not to overlook this lead, especially since the princess of the Land of Snow was still in their possession, despite her vehement denials, claiming she was merely a dancer. Days later, an opulent carriage appeared at the border of the Land of Snow. "Old man, how far is the capital of the Land of Snow?" Liang halted the carriage to inquire of a weathered gentleman, who appeared to be nearing 50 and had just concluded a day's labor, seemingly ready to return home for rest. "Ah, distinguished traveler, you must be a visiting merchant. The Land of Snow lies just ahead. Merely cross that mountain." The elder gestured toward a towering peak in the distance before preparing to depart. However, barely a moment had passed before a swift shuriken lodged itself into the back of his head. Another White Zetsu. Liang stepped forward, extracting the shuriken from the man's skull, only to witness him transform into a lifeless White Zetsu corpse moments later. This marks the third encounter with the enigmatic White Zetsu along the journey, and as we delve deeper, the intellect of these beings seems to elevate, exhibiting even a flicker of cognitive ability. Take, for instance, this elder. Astonishingly, he has already mastered the art of deception. Were it not for Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan, Liang might have truly fallen for it. It appears that the borders of the Land of Snow have been entirely overrun by the White Zetsu, and one can only hope that the core of the country remains unscathed. Liang furrowed his brow, and Itachi's voice soon resonated from the carriage. "My father and the others are stationed at the capital. They should be safe. Our Sharingan is the nemesis of these White Zetsu, and they are unlikely to breach our defenses in the immediate future." "Very well, let us hasten our departure," Liang replied as he climbed back into the carriage. He gazed into the distance at the mountain peaks, his eyes shimmering with a mysterious crimson light. Such a dense aura of malice. It seems that the land of snow harbors not only the presence of the white Zetsu, but also conceals numerous formidable experts, defying the notion of a sparsely populated region. Liang regarded the distant landscape with disbelief. Over the past few years, he had undertaken a considerable number of bounty missions, granting him a unique sensitivity to subtle malevolence. The malice permeating the land of snow could scarcely be described as abundant. Even a comparison to the vast ocean would not be an exaggeration. Miss Fenghua, may I inquire if there are any significant festivities occurring in your country recently? Liang suddenly posed the question. Festivities? Indeed, in the past, our nation frequently faced incursions from bandits. Subsequently, a group of samurai vanquished them, and the reigning king, in gratitude, established the martial arts festival during autumn, which is now approaching, she replied. The martial arts festival? Liang's eyes flickered with intrigue. If samurai were involved, it would certainly elucidate matters. Ninjas predominantly harness chakra, rendering them devoid of a palpable aura of malice. However, samurai, by contrast, must cultivate their own malevolence to enhance their swordsmanship. If a gathering of samurai were to assemble in this land of snow, it would explain the source of this oppressive aura. Very well, I have no further objections. Let us proceed with haste. Liang resumed his seat in the carriage. The group soon arrived at the land of snow. The grand gates of the capital, adorned with Kirin sculptures, loomed before them. Before Liang could enter, a battalion of soldiers emerged from within. Release the little snow princess. Otherwise, the soldiers of the land of snow shall execute you. The soldiers formed a blockade in front of the carriage, their commanding general exuding an imposing presence. Before Liang could offer an explanation, he promptly issued orders. With a sharp click, a row of samurai swords gleamed ominously. Ahem, Miss Fenghua. It seems that the hospitality of your land of snow leaves much to be desired, Liang remarked awkwardly, assuming the role of a mere coachman. Princess Fenghua Xiaoxue immediately stepped out of the carriage. Lower your weapons. This esteemed Sir Liang is my savior. Do not display such rudeness, she commanded with authority. After all, Liang's prowess was well known. A single individual had effortlessly obliterated the formidable Hidden Rock village. Even if the entire nation of snow were to unite against him, it is unlikely they could inflict even the slightest harm. Princess Fenghua Xiaoxue held Liang in high regard. Previously, she had not dared to breathe freely in his presence. Your Highness, we are in a critical period. The borders frequently face incursions from the white monsters. Even if he is your benefactor, we must request that he disembark for inspection. The general immediately retorted. You, Fenghua Xiaoxue, and nearly choked on her own saliva. As a dignified princess, how could she be so brazenly countered by a mere general? Who could endure such indignity? Well, since you insist on inspecting, we shall comply. Liang waved his hand dismissively. But, Your Excellency Liang, how can I allow you to be treated so unjustly? It's fine, I hold no grudges. No grudges? Fenghua Xiaoxue suddenly questioned her own hearing. Upon seeing Liang's cooperation, several soldiers approached, exuding a rough demeanor. Yet, as they neared Liang, an unexpected chill crept up their necks. What was happening? The soldiers appeared momentarily dazed. Passing by Liang felt akin to brushing past an ice cellar. Surely, it must have been an illusion. The leading general approached, a gatekeeper who had previously been disregarded by the Snow Kingdom, now seizing the opportunity presented by Baiju's assault to flaunt his authority. For instance, today, he had the audacity to intimidate the princess. Haha. If he could intimidate her today, he could ride her like a horse tomorrow. The leading general let out a derisive chuckle. What is the matter? Why have you dismounted? Daida La, from the carriage, emerged in discontent. Hey, who are you? Is there a problem? He inquired, glancing at the approaching general. The latter immediately felt his legs weaken. And no, nothing. The general, who had just been boasting, was now petrified, on the verge of losing control. What terrifying killing intent. This person appeared to be merely a child, yet radiated such formidable menace. The general's heart raced with trepidation. The people of the Snow Kingdom do not perceive others through conventional reasoning. They study the way of the warrior and possess an acute awareness of killing intent, especially from someone like Daida La. The soldiers beheld the phantom of a great white bird. This aura could rival that of the nation's most formidable warriors. Nothing much. Just curious about who else is in your carriage? The general forced an awkward smile. Are they here to see me? Uchiha Itachi suddenly peeked out from the carriage. His gaze somewhat vacant as he asked, Is someone there? No one. Absolutely no one. The general's terror intensified. Uchiha Itachi's prowess was even more formidable. A quick estimation indicated he bore the killing intent equivalent to at least 2 of the nation's warriors, truly astonishing. Behind Uchiha Itachi, a faintly visible red skull grinned menacingly at the soldiers. A veritable demon. My goodness, where on earth did the princess find such a multitude? A loud gulp resonated among the soldiers as they collectively swallowed hard. Are you here to inspect me? Liang inquired with a smile, having discerned the soldiers' reactions. You? The city defense general regarded Liang with confusion. This individual bore no trace of accumulated killing intent. From a distance, he appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Yet, the general suddenly sensed an anomaly. Even an average citizen could not be devoid of all killing intent, as the act of slaughtering chickens or dogs would inevitably leave some residue. The complete absence of it was simply inconceivable. The general quickly realized that something was amiss. This person was far from ordinary, or rather, this individual possesses the extraordinary ability to completely mask their presence. Such a feat can only be attributed to the legendary deity of warriors, Lord Miura. It seems utterly implausible that anyone could achieve such mastery. Has this person truly attained the realm of Lord Miura? The general felt as though he had brushed against something forbidden, his gaze settling into a calm demeanor as he gracefully gestured towards Liang. Esteemed sir, may you grace the land of snow with your presence. As the gatekeeper of our snowy realm, I shall ensure your every need is met. I am prepared to serve you unto death. With this proclamation, rows of soldiers bowed deeply before Liang. Beside them, Fenghua Xiaoxue stood in stunned silence. Her own soldiers disregarded the princess's commands, yet displayed utmost reverence to an outsider. What on earth is happening? Fenghua Xiaoxue resolved to report this to her father upon her return. The charge would be treason, perhaps. The snow continued to fall, and the capital of the snow began to stir uneasily this evening. Do you know? During this martial festival, Princess Xiaoxue intends to claim her rightful position and has even invited a deity of warriors back. What? Where did you hear such news? One of the guards at today's gate is a distant cousin of my aunt. Is that credible? Absolutely credible. I have been in the land of snow for several days now. Liang emerged from the Uchiha shrine, a pleased smile on his face. Itachi, I had no idea your Uchiha clan was faring so well. In just a few years, you have already garnered the support of a prince. All credit goes to my father. That is quite commendable. Liang responded casually. He had generally grasped the political landscape of the land of snow. Its governance was akin to that of the Hidden Leaf Village, with a lord presiding over several princes and princesses who held claims to succession, supported by their respective subordinates. Fenghua Xiaoxue was the youngest princess. Logically, parents should favor the youngest, yet her father appeared indifferent towards her. Having finally arrived, might you take me out for some leisure? Liang suddenly nudged the steadfast Itachi, who was guarding the shrine. In a foreign land, it would be quite unbecoming not to explore and experience the surroundings. In his past life, Liang had been a recluse. In this life, he did not wish to confine himself to the home. It would be delightful to venture out and meet new people, wouldn't it? I cannot. My father has instructed me to guard the shrine today. Very well then. Liang glanced at the obstinate Itachi, uncertain of what else to say. The mindset of ancient individuals differs greatly from that of modern people. The former adhere strictly to rules and are often constrained in their thinking, while the latter prioritize enjoyment and freedom. Consider Liang, who succumbed to a gaming mishap. Had he heeded his mother's advice, such a fate would have been averted. Helplessly, he exited the Uchiha mansion, preparing to stroll through the streets alone. Lord Liang, please wait. A curvaceous woman approached, her movements fluid and graceful as she jogged towards him. Is there something you need, beautiful? Liang inquired. Lord Liang, the princess has invited you to gather at the Asakawa Grand Store. What? The Grand Store? Liang's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. The era of Naruto is, in fact, rooted in the Edo period, where the grand establishments could be colloquially referred to as brothels or pleasure houses. A national princess venturing into such a place. That is truly outrageous. Liang felt a profound malice. You are compelling the youth towards delinquency. As a principled time traveler, Liang absolutely would not permit such occurrences. With a slight bow, he gestured for the way forward. Before long, Liang found himself guided by a lavishly adorned attendant to the establishment where the illustrious Fenghua Xiaoxue resided. The interior was exquisitely decorated, even verging on opulence. Upstairs, a few singing courtesans were already enticing patrons. Dear sir, Please come upstairs. Upon noticing Yi Liang's arrival, their hands did not cease their alluring gestures, for in this realm, Yi Liang was indeed a handsome figure of remarkable repute. Lord Yi Liang, you have arrived, greeted a hostess as she approached the entrance. Miss Haru? Yi Liang was taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering the guard of Fenghua Xiaoxue at the door. Indeed, in her previous life, despite being a princess of the land of snow, Fenghua Xiaoxue had always aspired to be a songstress. If that were the case, her presence in such an establishment could be rationalized. A songstress, a courtesan? Selling art, not the body? Yi Liang felt as though he had unraveled a mystery. No wonder Fenghua Xiaoxue was not adored by her people. How could a princess who aspired to be a courtesan garner respect from others? Feudalism. Vulgarity. Yi Liang shook his head in disapproval. Mr. Yi Liang, in gratitude for your presence, the princess has arranged a banquet of fine delicacies upstairs. Please honor us with your company, she implored. Ah, certainly. Although astonished by Fenghua Xiaoxue's identity, Yi Liang maintained an expression of calm composure. One may lose their head, but not their dignity. One may halt the carriage, but not the pretense. After 5 years, Yi Liang's ability to feign grandeur had only grown. Entering the grand establishment, he was surrounded by bodies displaying unabashed sensuality. Aside from a few brazen young women casting flirtatious glances his way, no one else paid him any heed. Look, that is the guest invited by the princess. Just look at that handsome face and those chiseled abs. If only I could indulge in his company for a night. It would be bliss. You shameless hussy, are you infatuated again? That is the princess's guest. Do you truly believe you could entice him? Huh, what of the princess? Xiaoxue and I are both top tier. Who fears whom? A group of courtesans began to gossip brazenly before Yi Liang, causing the nearby Haru to blush profusely. The princess is inside. Please, Mr. Yi Liang. After escorting Yi Liang to the room on the second floor, Haru immediately turned away, her cheeks flushed. What was the matter with her? Yi Liang pondered briefly before pushing open the door. A melodious tune from a two-stringed instrument drifted from within. It sounded delicate and reminiscent of the enchanting melodies of the past. Yi Liang was momentarily taken aback, only to see a woman with a heavily powdered face captivatingly performing within. This was a geisha. The term geisha refers to the early singing artists of Japan. They offered their artistry without compromising their virtue, each adept in a particular instrument. Yi Liang observed the gracefulness of the woman's figure before him. It would not be an exaggeration to describe her as being delicately grasped in an embrace. The woman, holding an unfamiliar musical instrument, exuded grace and elegance. Her hair glistening as she spoke of the instrument while her alluring figure swayed. Watching her, a fire ignited within Yi Liang, leaving him at a loss. The white makeup on her face was rather off-putting. Approaching the table, Yi Liang began to eat heartily, for he had come to this gathering for a feast, with the entertainment merely a secondary consideration. After a while, the performance continued. Another dancer, adorned in sheer, revealing garments, entered the room with a feline grace. As the music played, she commenced a sensual dance, distinctly more provocative than ordinary. She showcased her voluptuous form, her hands caressing her soft skin, twisting her waist like a serpentine creature. When she drew near to Yi Liang, she playfully laughed right by his ear. Princess Shui, you might not be so courteous, he remarked, his hand pausing mid-bite. His heavy breaths instantly elevated the room's temperature. Suddenly, the string of the instrument snapped. You may leave now. The dancer, Fenghua Xiaoxue, gestured for the accompaniment to exit. How did you discern it was me, my lord? By your scent. That fragrance reminiscent of mandrake is utterly unforgettable. Scent. You jest. My lord, she replied with a light smile, settling beside him. Whether jest or not, your blatant seduction begs for an explanation. What are you implying? I merely wish to repay your life-saving grace. There are no ulterior motives. Really? Is it not related to the martial arts festival? At the mention of the festival, Fenghua Xiaoxue's expression shifted dramatically. The martial arts festival, a traditional celebration in the Snow Kingdom. Winning the ultimate victory in this festival grants one the title of heir to the Snow Kingdom. Yet, I cannot fathom why a princess of your standing would be interested in such a title. Clenching her jaw, her demeanor darkened. Since you have investigated the martial arts festival, you must also understand my departure from the Snow Kingdom. Is it due to an arranged marriage? Indeed, our Snow Kingdom is feeble. So my father seeks a union with the Iron Kingdom, yet the suitor is a man over 50. Why must I marry an old man? Thus, your intention is to secure victory in the festival to escape this union, am I correct? Yes, Finghua Xiaoshui's mood became serene. What a tragedy it is. The era of the fire shadow has nearly reached modern civilization, yet such archaic customs of arranged marriages persist. It is indeed the misfortune of a princess, enjoying lavish privileges yet trapped like a gilded cage. Yi Liang found himself admiring Finghua Xiaoxue. A woman brave enough to fight for love deserves respect. I can assist you, but you must be willing to offer something in return. As long as you can help me win the championship of the martial arts festival, I would willingly sacrifice my body. After the meal, Yi Liang strolled back to the district, feeling quite pleased, having done nothing in particular. As a noble figure traversing through the realms, Yi Liang epitomizes a person of virtue, wisdom, physical prowess, aesthetic appreciation, and industriousness. He holds disdain for such vile tactics. His desires are simple, merely a modest sum of wealth, but unexpectedly, they are intent on offering their lives. Strolling through the neighborhood, the sky dimmed slightly. Reminiscent of the late hours of his previous life, approaching midnight, shadows stealthily flitted across the rooftops, and Yi Liang's keen ears caught faint sounds. It seemed an assassination attempt was afoot. Swiftly navigating several intersections, he arrived at a dead end. Esteemed sir, you must be Yi Liang. A few figures descended from the alleyway, all masked and wielding iron daggers, clearly hostile. They were warriors, despite their efforts to conceal their presence. Yi Liang's astute observation rendered their abilities transparent. Ninjutsu 0, Taijutsu 2, Ninja Tools 0. The disparity was evident. Let me guess. Is it the second prince who has sent you? Or perhaps the first prince? Enough of this chatter. Since you dare to meddle in the affairs of our snow nation, you shall not leave here alive. The warriors wasted no time in engaging, brandishing their daggers toward Yi Liang, a classic case of a scholar encountering armed foes. I never claimed I would involve myself. Minutes later, the battered warriors found themselves bound within the alley. I already mentioned I had no intention of participating. Yi Liang sighed in exasperation. Though he had indeed discussed the martial arts festival with Finghua Xiaoxue, they had ultimately failed to reach an agreement, leaving Yi Liang's commitment unfulfilled. Curse it, do the people of the Snow Nation lack reason? Damn your irrationality. The warriors before him wept, for though they had initiated the conflict, Yi Liang remained unscathed. With his prowess, their meager taijutsu of merely 2 could not inflict the slightest harm upon him. This cannot stand. I must inform the first prince. This year's martial arts festival must not be opposed by Princess Xiaoxue. He is the god of warriors. How could he be so formidable? Second prince, forgive me for not being able to clear the path for you. Third prince, I am guilty. I dare not provoke this deity of slaughter. Prince 108. The following day, Yi Liang's reputation as the god of warriors was firmly established. Lord Yi Liang, we have discovered the whereabouts of White Zetsu. A series of urgent knocks roused Yi Liang from his slumber, as Uchiha Obito, a member of the Uchiha clan, had promptly relocated with their group. What? We have found White Zetsu. A languid voice emerged from within the room. Indeed, it is at the border of the Snow Nation. Other Uchiha members have already proceeded. Just as Obito was about to knock again, a gust of wind whistled past his ear. Upon regaining his composure, he found Yi Liang's quarters empty. At the border, a dozen Uchiha warriors confronted a colossal white Zetsu clad in a black mask. If one were to liken its size to an animal, an elephant would be an apt comparison. With a thunderous roar, the white Zetsu launched an assault, accompanied by an onslaught of fireballs. This is a white Zetsu that has mastered the art of fire release. What exactly is going on? Yi Liang swiftly arrived at the battlefield, where he confronted the leader of this skirmish, Uchiha Fugaku. Lord Yi Liang, he said, during my patrol, I discovered a black mask. Who would have thought that one of our clan members would don it and transform into a white Zetsu? A pang of unease struck Yi Liang's heart as he observed the white Zetsu utilizing fire release, an ominous sign indeed. Typically, White Zetsu rarely employs fire techniques. The more common adversaries often resort to body flicker techniques, and slightly stronger foes might utilize basic wood-release techniques, such as entwining trees or summoning a forest. Elemental ninjutsu can only be wielded when a Zetsu is attached to a ninja. During the incident in Awagakure, the White Zetsu could only use earth release by absorbing the chakra of local ninjas. To his astonishment, the Uchiha clan had also become prey for the White Zetsu. Yi Liang sprang into action. This situation was markedly different from previous encounters, where the black masks had been affixed to formidable shadow-level ninjas. leaving Yi Liang with no recourse but to annihilate his foes. However, this time, the mask seemed to be merely attached to an ordinary ninja, which filled him with a glimmer of hope. If he could successfully seize the mask that controlled humanity, it might lead to profound insights into the nature of the White Zetsu. With determination, Yi Liang acted promptly. He had never been one to procrastinate. He approached, seizing the moment when the White Zetsu was preoccupied with attacking others, and pressed the mask against its face. "Little brother, allow me to borrow your mask." With a firm grip, he yanked at the black mask, akin to prying a shoe stuck with chewing gum. Yet, the mask seemed almost sentient, emitting a cacophony of shrieks as he tugged at it. What on earth is this? Is it sentient? Yi Liang felt his sanity fraying as the noise reached an unbearable level, clearly surpassing 70 decibels. At midnight, such a racket would certainly disturb the peace. With a resounding crack, the animated mask fell away, settling quietly as though it were an ordinary mask, no longer moving. Dead. Yi Liang reached out to touch the mask, noting it displayed no further reaction, except when drawn near his own face. It seemed to exude a fervent longing to be worn. Could it be that this object possesses a form of psychological suggestion? Just moments ago, as he approached the mask, Yi Liang felt an overwhelming urge to don it, accompanied by whispers in his ears. It was akin to a devil's hypnotic suggestion. "Wear me. Go on, wear me. It's delightful. To hell with this cursed thing." Only a fool would wear something so evidently problematic. Yi Liang, no fan of masked heroes, would never fall for such a trick. He stowed the mask away in his storage space, believing he had resolved the issue. "Lord Yi Liang, what about that thing?" Uchiha Fugaku inquired, astonished. Yet he refrained from pressing further, suspecting it might involve some form of space ninjutsu. The man who had previously been possessed by the mask was left in a pitiful state, his body emaciated, complexion pale, and his expression one of utter desolation, as if all vitality had been drained from him. Truly a tragic sight. After bidding farewell to Uchiha Fugaku, Yi Liang returned to the village for further research. In truth, during his stay in the Land of Snow, this was not the first time he had encountered White Zetsu at the border. They were ubiquitous, dense, and numerous. However, this particular mask of White Zetsu was a first for him. It seemed that the Land of Snow would soon fall to the invasion of White Zetsu. Gently tapping his spoils, Yi Liang activated his QBI. The Zero Tails replica placed upon his face could grant unimaginable power, yet the mind would be tainted. It was a tool to be used with caution. Why? Yi Liang was bewildered. This was actually the Zero Tails. How had he not recognized it earlier? His frustration was immense. Not due to the discovery itself, but rather because he had failed to identify the Zero Tails. The Zero Tails were not a product of mere circumstance. In the world of Naruto, such tailed beasts had always existed. Unlike other tailed beasts that were formed from the splitting of the 10 tails, the Zero Tails were birthed from the darkness within humanity's heart. Dark chakra converging within the mask could give rise to the Zero Tails. In the original narrative, the Zero Tails appeared in a movie, but at that time, its vessel was a white mask, which had led Yi Liang not to consider this connection. Now, upon seeing the Zero Tails, his speculations regarding White Zetsu became clearer. Firstly, the leader of White Zetsu was certainly not an indigenous inhabitant, although Yi Liang's presence had altered the course of Naruto to some extent. The individual who conceived of using the Zero Tails to enhance White Zetsu and methodically erode the entire Naruto world was undoubtedly not a native. Suddenly, Yi Liang recalled another matter. It seemed that his system had lost its soul. While its foundational functions remained intact, it had indeed lost its intelligence. This suggested that the mastermind behind it was either someone who had acquired the soul of the system or was the very essence of the system itself. It could only be thus. Damn. No wonder this shadowy figure was always targeting me. They were after my system. Cursing was futile. It seemed he would need to be more vigilant in the future. Having deduced everything, Yi Liang stowed the mask away. Just then, a sudden knock echoed at the door. "Teacher Yi Liang, it's time for dinner." The next day, Yi Liang proceeded to the residence of the daimyo in the Land of Snow. As an aide to the princess, Fuka Hanayuki, it was imperative for him to meet the daimyo in advance. Although he had not verbally accepted Fuka's invitation, he would indeed lend her a hand. Not merely out of kindness, but primarily because she was quite attractive. Marrying an old man. Yi Liang vigorously shook his head. Since fate had led him to this situation, he felt compelled to intervene. Today's reception was once again handled by Haru. "Good day, Miss Haru." The two swiftly arrived at the daimyo's estate, which, while being the residence of a national leader, resembled an ordinary villa, with only a few additional auxiliary buildings. Compared to the opulent mansions of his past life, where one could spend ages merely to reach the entrance, it fell considerably short. Yi Liang regarded it with disdain. Mr. Yi Liang, the daimyo is a very serious person. Please extend him some courtesy. Although you are quite powerful, for the sake of the princess's status, I truly appreciate it. Before Yi Liang entered, Chun reconveyed some rules to him, reminiscent of the court dramas of a past life. With greetings such as "May the princess be blessed" and "May the empress be blessed," which held little interest for Yi Liang. Upon entering the courtyard, he encountered a stern man, sporting a goat-like beard and bearing dark circles under his eyes, his hair tinged with green, suggesting a lack of sleep. This must be Mr. Yi Liang. Please take a seat here. The eldest noble gestured towards Feng Hua Xiaoshui's side, inviting Yi Liang to sit. As Yi Liang scanned the surroundings, he noted that apart from Feng Hua Xiaoshui, several older gentlemen were present, each accompanied by attendants, presumably other nobles. Feng Hua Xiaoshui was the sole woman in the gathering. Now that Mr. Yi Liang has arrived, let us discuss the matters of the martial arts festival. The eldest noble began. Father, the martial arts festival has always been exclusive to men. I believe we should revoke Xiaoshui's eligibility. She is unworthy, exclaimed one of the nobles. Indeed, father, you are well aware of Xiaoshui's actions over the years. She has become a dancer. How can someone so debased be allowed to participate in the martial arts festival? Another chimed in. Having such a sister is simply repugnant. As the eldest noble finished speaking, a heated debate erupted among the nobles, their words primarily aimed at deriding Feng Hua Xiaoshui. Xiaoshui, do you have nothing to say? The eldest noble inquired. But Feng Hua Xiaoshui clutched her garment tightly, unable to utter a word. The preceding remarks had indeed cut deep. Despite being her brothers, they uttered such vile comments. Had any infatuated admirers heard this, they would likely have been enraged. The eldest noble shook his head. Since you choose to remain silent, I shall revoke your eligibility for this martial arts festival. Feng Hua Xiaoshui bit her lip, yet no words escaped her. Yi Liang could no longer stand idly by. Esteemed noble, though I am but an outsider, may I interject? He felt compelled to defend her against such bullying. You are the advisor brought from another country, are you not? The eldest noble observed Yi Liang and added, what insights do you possess? Insights? I possess only humility. Yi Liang, encouraged by the noble's concession to speak, seized the opportunity. May I inquire, esteemed noble, are there regulations prohibiting women from participating in the martial arts festival? There are none. Then, may I ask, are there regulations barring singers from participating? There are none. Lastly, is there a decree in our snow country that prevents women from ascending to the throne? There is not. Our third noble was a woman. Then I see no issue. Yi Liang concluded, waving his hand dismissively. His three inquiries struck like heavy blows. The nearby nobles could no longer contain their outrage. Who do you think you are? One shouted. This is a matter of our snow country. It is not your place to interfere. Another added. The eldest brother is right. This is a family matter. And moreover, it pertains to national affairs. Do not be disrespectful. The eldest noble slammed his hand on the table, his forehead tense. He was acutely aware of Yi Liang's significance, the new god of warriors. Although the land of snow lacks a fixed hierarchy of strength, the pinnacle of a samurai's journey lies in the mastery of one's breath. From the moment Yi Liang entered, the esteemed lord recognized his formidable prowess. Such a person can only be a friend, never a foe. This explains why, despite having the power to dismiss Feng Hua Xiaoshui outright, he still granted her an opportunity to defend herself. An individual with the strength of a divine warrior as an ally is an opportunity the Lord could not afford to overlook. However, her father interjected. He is merely an outsider. What gives him the audacity to speak so boldly? Another prince attempted to argue, but before he could finish, a vivid red handprint fell before him. Enough, the Lord declared. I summoned you to discuss the martial arts festival, not to engage in petty squabbles. The princes fell silent. Intimidated, Yi Liang surveyed the gathering. Despite the simmering anger, they restrained themselves, evidently cowed by the Lord's presence. It appeared that the Lord of the land of snow wielded considerable authority. Esteemed guests, although the Lord has permitted me to interject, I am but an outsider. If there are matters to discuss, you should confer with my liege, Princess Xiaoshui. Yi Liang's words were laden with intention. While he had resolved to assist Feng Hua Xiaoshui in securing victory at the martial arts festival, there were certain matters she must address herself. A lord must not only possess formidable advisors, but also demonstrate leadership capabilities. Indeed, Liang could aid her in becoming a lord, but what would follow? Should governance and state affairs require his constant assistance? If so, it would be simpler for Liang to assume the role of lord himself. After all, toppling a kingdom was a trivial endeavor for him at this stage. Fenghua Xiaoxue was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Liang would shift the focus onto her. She had prepared her speech, but lacked the courage to voice it until now. "Brothers," she began, "I am aware that you have always looked down upon me. For I am but a woman, and a fallen songstress at that." A few princes scoffed, their disdain evident. Her words struck a chord. However, Fenghua Xiaoxue swiftly redirected her gaze to Liang. "Like Lord Liang, although he is not of our land, he stands exalted above all others. Our land of snow has been closed off for far too long, while the outside world has undergone tremendous transformations, be it mobile phones or electronic devices. We have fallen woefully behind. What do you intend to say?" One resentful prince retorted. "Change," Fenghua Xiaoxue exclaimed passionately. "If I become the lord, I will completely transform the landscape of our land of snow. First and foremost, I shall abolish all regressive systems. Arranged marriages and gender discrimination are impediments to our nation's progress. We must champion equality for all." "What are you implying? Is this just an excuse to escape an arranged marriage?" Another prince laughed mockingly. "How amusing. In the end, it all circles back to self-interest." As Fenghua Xiaoxue had yet to conclude her remarks, a chorus of laughter erupted from the assembled princes. Liang furrowed his brow, fully comprehending Fenghua Xiaoxue's intent. The aspiration to modernize the land of snow was indeed a commendable avenue. After all, the development of this nation had been excruciatingly slow. To illustrate with a simple comparison, Konoha possesses hamburgers, while the land of snow does not. Konoha has mobile phones, whereas the land of snow remains devoid of them. Konoha wields submachine guns, while the land of snow is bereft of such armaments. Indeed, in the world of Naruto, not only are firearms present, but also cannons, radios, and computers. In essence, within the narrative backdrop of Naruto, these elements, which should ostensibly be non-existent, are surprisingly abundant. When Liang initially watched Naruto, he had indeed observed these items within the storyline, uncertain whether they were genuine or merely a narrative oversight by the creator. Nevertheless, the proliferation of hamburgers and mobile phones in later episodes was undeniable. "Friends, I am aware that you hold me in disdain, yet I must assert that in the outside world, being a dancer is not a profession to be belittled. Dancers are lauded as stars, a remarkable achievement indeed. You, who have not ventured beyond, cannot fathom this. A star? Remarkable? Huh, are you jesting?" The crowd erupted into laughter once more, and even the elder statesman, who had previously shown some support for Fenghua Xiaoxue, shook his head in resignation. Liang felt a profound sense of lament. Engaging in discourse with those who had never witnessed the broader world was indeed a daunting task. The current era of the land of snow resembled the Qing dynasty of a bygone era, feudal and ignorant, blinding themselves to enlightenment. Even if genuine technological advancements were placed before them, they would remain incredulous. "Very well, if no one has further contributions, let us disperse." With no one else speaking, the elder statesman promptly declared the meeting adjourned, though his gaze upon Fenghua Xiaoxue betrayed a hint of disappointment. Liang rose, acutely aware of the situation. The purpose of today's discussion regarding the martial arts festival was evidently a prelude to garnering votes. And the elder statesman's decision to grant Fenghua Xiaoxue the opportunity was undoubtedly a reflection of his awareness of the issues plaguing his nation. However, Fenghua Xiaoxue's speech lacked persuasive power. Had Liang been the one to speak, he would have commenced from a political standpoint, focusing on the well-being of the populace. As such an address would hold greater significance. As for the notions of stardom and technology, these were evidently the thoughts of a young woman, simplistic and narrow-minded, solely considering her own benefits. Though Liang supported Fenghua Xiaoxue, he could not help but critique her mindset. Ah, women. Liang was certainly not a chauvinist. After exchanging pleasantries with Fenghua Xiaoxue, they both returned to their respective homes. Notably, the martial arts festival was merely 3 days away. In addition to the vote gathering akin to today, there would also be literary and martial examinations. This was precisely why, upon learning of Liang's role as Fenghua Xiaoxue's advisor, the princes had dispatched assassins to eliminate her, as long as Liang remained. Their chances of triumphing in the martial examination were bleak. Yi Liang's prowess was formidable unless someone could summon another divine warrior, such as the legendary Mitsuba from the Iron Country, which was exceedingly challenging. The princes were indeed racking their brains over this predicament. If only Yi Liang could serve as my advisor, for he is undeniably handsome. They soon found themselves contemplating another notion. Upon exiting the renowned estate, Yi Liang made a beeline for the Uchiha clan. With the martial festival approaching in just a few days, it was imperative to prepare thoroughly. Opportunities favor those who are well prepared, while carelessness invites calamity. Indeed, the maidens of the Snow Country possess an enchanting allure, each more captivating than the last. As Yi Liang journeyed, he encountered many such beauties, their smooth, fair thighs and slender waists evoking the spirit of summer. Playfully, he cast a few flirtatious glances their way. But lo, who dares to approach with furtive eyes? Just as he admired the lovely legs, a contingent of armored warriors strode forth. They were indeed foreign, as evidenced by their attire. The warriors of the Snow Country typically wear simple garments, adopting a relaxed demeanor, whereas these imposing figures exuded an intimidating presence. Clad in formidable armor and bearing fearsome expressions, they were not to be trifled with. "Why do you remain silent?" one of the soldiers demanded, thrusting a long dagger towards Yi Liang's throat. "Because you are foolish," Yi Liang retorted, incredulous. How could they be so brazen as to brandish a blade upon first meeting? Such arrogance surely indicated that these warriors were not amiable. "My good fellow, what is it you desire?" Yi Liang inquired. "Who are you calling a fellow? To gawk at the bare legs of innocent women in public is a crime deserving of punishment." The soldier stammered, his cheeks flushing at the mention of the lovely legs. Reminiscent of an unworldly fledgling. What a peculiar character. Yi Liang surmised the young soldier's identity, a freshly enlisted guard, perhaps. The customs of the Iron Country are rather austere, and such displays of exposed legs would be considered shameless, hence the recruit's naivety. "Why do you gaze upon their legs?" the soldier asked, increasingly flustered. Though he had halted Yi Liang, he recognized the need to avoid conflict in this unfamiliar territory, yet he could not abide Yi Liang's behavior. How could he so casually admire a maiden's fair thighs? "Because they are fair," Yi Liang declared with conviction, puffing out his chest. "What did you say?" "Because she is fair. Not only is she fair, but her skin is tender and smooth to the touch. Would you not wish to caress it? If you desire, I could introduce you to her." This was utterly absurd. The soldier, incensed, swung his dagger toward Yi Liang's neck with remarkable speed, the blade mere millimeters from its target. Clang! A hand intercepted the dagger. How could this be? The soldier was astonished. The Iron Country is renowned for its craftsmanship, producing weapons of the highest quality. Yet this dagger had been effortlessly snapped by Yi Liang. Such a feat seemed utterly inconceivable, even beyond the capabilities of the mightiest warriors, such as the esteemed Mr. Sanbian. "Who are you, truly?" the soldier inquired, astonished. "Heh." Yi Liang chose to disregard the inexperienced recruit. "Do not even think of leaving. You must compensate me for my blade." A palpable aura of malice radiated outward, enveloping the surroundings. The travelers nearby felt an icy chill grip their necks, as if their entire beings had been plunged into a frigid abyss, while the recruit, terrified, lost control of himself. "Enough of this noise," Yi Liang uttered with indifference, his mood thoroughly soured by the soldier's insolence. "Sir, please wait." Suddenly, a voice resonated from afar. An elder wielding two weapons approached. "Zhenchuan." Yi Liang furrowed his brow, instantly recognizing him as the man revered in the Snow Nation as the god of warriors. From the moment he arrived, Yi Liang had noted this group. Freshly arrived in the capital, their appearances still bearing the marks of a harsh journey. However, if they chose to ignore Yi Liang's words, he could hardly be bothered. After all, it was clear they were summoned by some noble, whereas Yi Liang belonged to the Windflower Snow lineage, a faction at odds with them. "Do you have business here?" Yi Liang inquired casually, perceiving that the elder likely wished to befriend him after witnessing his formidable strength. Such thoughts were not unexpected from a seasoned veteran. Nevertheless, Yi Liang had no intention of engaging. Just moments prior, it was one of the elder's subordinates who had instigated trouble, and since he chose to overlook it, he could hardly expect Yi Liang to acknowledge him. Had it been an ordinary ruffian instead of Yi Liang, that individual would have met a swift demise at the hands of these warriors. "Sir, I am Zhenchuan. May I have the pleasure of your acquaintance?" Whom Yi Liang acknowledged with a curt reply, then turned to leave. "Leaving?" Chuan was taken aback. He was, after all, the god of warriors. Though this man exuded an extraordinary presence, he found it hard to accept that, despite his respectful demeanor, he was dismissed so readily. The surrounding members of the party were likewise stunned. Their leader had been disregarded? The Snow Nation held martial prowess in high regard in the past. Should their leader have spoken even a few words to someone, that individual might have returned home to offer incense and gratitude. Yet today, their leader had been cast aside. Chuan's expression darkened. As the saying goes, one may strike without hitting the face or touch without ruffling the hair. Although Liang had not directly slapped Chuan's face, his public dismissal felt far more humiliating than a mere physical blow. Stop. Who permitted your departure? What is your business? You still owe me for the blade. Chuan began to act unruly. He was aware that his subordinate had been at fault earlier. Yet he felt compelled to regain his dignity after such an affront. He resolved to intimidate this arrogant youth with his prowess. Just as he prepared to unleash his killing intent, Liang suddenly lifted his gaze, revealing a pair of crimson eyes, cold and filled with lethal intent. Chuan's pupils constricted in terror, akin to encountering a ravenous demon. Even the whites of his eyes nearly bulged. His teeth began to chatter. And in that fleeting moment, he lost control. You're in leader? The younger soldiers, observing their commander's trembling legs, inquired with confusion. Do not approach. Take me to the nearest restroom. What is it, Commander? Do not ask. Just know it is an emergency. Liang chuckled. Although Mitsuhana is a formidable warrior, his true strength is rather mediocre, rated at a mere 4 in physical prowess. This was the numerical value that Liang discerned through his keen observation. With such limited power, he need not even activate his sage mode to easily subdue him. In the original narrative, Orochimaru once induced nausea in Sasuke, a mere genin, with but a glance. Thus, it stands to reason that Liang could similarly compel a warrior deity to cower. Days later, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. Those with wealth gathered to support, while those without offered their presence. Traditional crafts and vibrant performances filled the streets, where an array of snack stalls added to the lively scene. The martial arts festival had finally commenced. It is often said that a nation's strength can be gauged through its traditional festivals, and Liang now comprehends the essence of this saying. Take, for instance, the land of snow, isolated and frigid, yet teeming with life and vigor due to its people's martial spirit. How can such a small nation possess such strength? Liang pondered. The world of Naruto consistently narrates the tales of Konoha, often overlooking the existence of these secondary nations. Though they may seem inconspicuous, should they unite, they might not be inferior to the 5 great ninja villages. Is this truly the sword tomb? Liang gazed in astonishment at the sight before him. Countless long swords were embedded in solid rock, and amidst the torrents of flowing lava, the temperature was alarmingly high. A sense of discomfort subtly enveloped him. As he ventured further in, the heat intensified, yet so did the likelihood of discovering a fine blade. Fenghua Xiaoxue, panting, spoke with a sheen of sweat forming on her forehead. The competition had taken Liang by surprise. He had anticipated that the trials in the land of samurai would involve skillful exchanges, yet today's contest was far from ordinary. It was a treasure hunt. The sword, as the very essence of a samurai's existence, held a value akin to that of one's own life. Throughout history, countless samurai had sacrificed their lives for their blades. Lord Liang, I can accompany you no further, Fenghua Xiaoxue said with a hint of resignation. The task at hand was to locate the finest sword among a myriad of choices. However, entry into the sword tomb was fraught with challenges. Not only did one need to bypass vigilant guardians, but one must also endure the harsh natural conditions. The outskirts of the tomb were blanketed in snow, while the interior was characterized by searing lava, as the sword tomb was astonishingly situated on an active lava plain. Liang stood upon a scorching rock, beads of sweat beginning to form on his brow. The quest for a sword would determine the score. Although surrounded by countless blades, these were not the strongest. According to Fenghua Xiaoxue, the sword tomb spanned 7 levels. The deeper one ventured, the greater the heat, yet the quality of the swords improved. Damn it! Have they set their sights on me? Liang thought as he narrowly evaded a projectile attack. Now within the 3rd layer of the sword tomb, the temperature soared close to 50 degrees. Huh! Who dared to mock our lord? You shall not escape from here. Several disheartened warriors swiftly surrounded the defenseless Liang. Their intentions were clear. Today, they meant to settle matters here. Mr. Liang, we shall take our leave now. taking advantage of Yi Liang's entanglement. Several formidable warriors charged forth. Among them was the previously encountered San Chuan. Damn it! If it weren't for my abilities being restricted, I would have dealt with you all already. Yi Liang cursed vehemently. He was unable to employ ninjutsu at this moment, and this was crucial. It was not that his powers had vanished. Rather, in this competition, the use of ninjutsu was strictly prohibited. If he were to utilize chakra within the sword grave, he would forfeit the qualification of heir for the Fenghua Xiaoxue clan. After all, this was the land of warriors. Yi Liang furrowed his brow. The only techniques at his disposal were those of taijutsu, without sage transformation. Yet, his martial skills were rather mediocre, barely at level 5. Although slightly superior to San Chuan, he lacked any significant techniques. Was he to resort to using Night Kai against these insignificant foes? That would surely be madness. Haha, prepare to meet your demise. Yi Liang. Several warriors from the Snow Country, brandishing their great swords, charged at him. They employed a swordsmanship unique to their nation. While not as rapid as San Chuan's Ai, each move was executed with solid precision. Yi Liang managed to evade, albeit barely. Deprived of sage transformation, his speed was significantly diminished, and this being his first time participating in such a contest, the intense heat of 50 degrees nearby certainly affected him. Cross slash, draw and slash, mountain splitter. The warriors shouted their techniques as they advanced upon Yi Liang. Bang, bang, bang. As Yi Liang continued to dodge, the ground was already marred with numerous gashes from their strikes. Despite these adversaries possessing only level 3 taijutsu, this was infuriating. To hell with this. Yi Liang charged fiercely at the warriors. Although the blades were sharp, he did not believe his body to be inferior. He collided with one warrior's chin, his shoulder brushing against the blade's side. The warrior winced in pain, collapsing onto the scorching earth, succumbing to the heat. The remaining warriors were stunned. They knew Yi Liang struggled to adapt to the environment, yet they never anticipated he would dare to risk his life against them in such a manner. The previous strike had been remarkably swift. Yi Liang could have retreated to evade, but instead, he had chosen to charge forward, even with the slightest miscalculation risking his life. This man was willing to disregard his own safety. The surrounding warriors were filled with dread. The strong fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who are willing to sacrifice everything. This adage transcends all eras. One of the warriors nudged his companion. You go. No, you go? They hesitated, visibly intimidated. Though these individuals were but hounds trained by the prince of the Snow Country, even hounds value their lives and do not wish for death. Seeing them falter, Yi Liang finally felt a sense of relief. In truth, that last move had been a gamble, betting on successfully striking one of them. As long as he could eliminate one of them through such extreme measures, the others would undoubtedly scatter. This was the law of the underworld. In a previous life, Yi Liang often indulged in films akin to Young and Dangerous on television. In those films, the delinquents always banded together. Though they appeared fierce, the moment death struck, they would scatter like birds and beasts. This was precisely why Yi Liang felt emboldened to engage in such antics. Now he found himself at the 5th level. Casting a glance into the distance, he sprinted forward. The throngs of people around him were dwindling. Upon reaching the 5th level, it became evident that only the most formidable warriors could endure this place. The ambient temperature soared to 60 degrees Celsius, with the ground even hotter. A mere egg placed upon the earth would be cooked in an instant. Yi Liang scanned his surroundings, noting the absence of other warriors, having been delayed by the lesser adversaries for far too long. Suddenly, he spotted something. Emerging from beneath a distant rock was a crimson metallic automaton, towering over 3 meters. Robust in stature and swift in movement. Upon noticing Yi Liang, it charged toward him within half a second. It was a mechanical puppet. Yi Liang recognized it immediately. In this era of shinobi, numerous nations existed, including the Iron Country, known for weapon manufacturing, as well as the Craft Country, famed for its machinery. A mere mechanical puppet was hardly a concern, yet he maintained an acute sense of caution. His martial arts were at level 4. With his current martial skill at level 5, the oppressive heat rendered him barely capable of contending with even a level 3 opponent. In such extreme temperatures, the more he exerted himself, the quicker his bodily functions deteriorated. He had already expended considerable energy while intimidating the lesser foes. Facing a puppet now would be quite taxing. It seemed prudent to evade the confrontation. With that thought, Yi Liang took off. Now to the sword tomb. The 6th level. Mitsuba cautiously examined the hot rocks beneath him. still retaining traces of blood and flesh. How could anyone have been here? He pondered, perplexed. The sword tomb of the Land of Snow was entirely sealed off, only allowing access during the triennial martial arts festival. The presence of blood indicated an unauthorized intrusion. Damn it, were they after that object? Suddenly, Mitsuba realized something and began to search frantically around him. At that moment, the ground began to tremble. A colossal rock giant, towering over 10 meters, emerged from the Earth's core, proclaiming, "Eliminate the intruders." Boom. Its massive fist swung toward Mitsuba with tremendous force. The sound of stones slicing through the air was almost audible. Damn it, Mitsuba cursed under his breath. He hastily raised his sword to block the blow. Distracted moments earlier, he had forgotten the guardian of the 6th level. As the battle commenced, he found himself at a disadvantage. In his hurried attempt to defend with his sword, his smaller blade was shattered by the stone giant's might. Coughing up blood, Mitsuba was sent flying against the rocks behind him. This is bad. Panic surged within him. They were equipped with specialized footwear, so they remained unharmed. However, the rocks here were situated above molten lava, with a terrifyingly high temperature. If he continued in this position to meet the rocks, he would undoubtedly be scorched into a desiccated corpse. Damn it, am I really going to meet my end here? San Chuan was filled with panic. He did not wish to die. Suddenly, from a distance, a naked man came charging toward him. For heaven's sake, stop chasing me. The man sprinted with astonishing speed, even emitting smoke from his feet. Old man, how did you manage to fly? The naked man caught San Chuan, coming to a halt. Young man, is that really you? San Chuan exclaimed in surprise. The one who had saved his life was none other than Liang, who had initially been besieged. San Chuan found it hard to believe that Liang could have escaped from those relentless warriors and reached the 6th level. Considering that only those well-trained in the way of the samurai, like San Chuan himself, could withstand the extreme heat of this level, 70 degrees. Such a terrifying temperature was beyond the reach of ordinary humans. Why couldn't it be me? Liang retorted. At that moment, a mechanical puppet came racing toward them. The same guardian they had encountered before. Old man, stop talking nonsense and figure out how to deal with this thing. Liang urged anxiously. He had been fleeing precisely because of this mechanical puppet. Although Liang was stronger, the puppet was not slow. He had barely managed to shake it off after shedding all his burdens. To defeat the mechanical puppet, one must strike its core. The core? Liang inquired. Indeed. There was a slot at the puppet's neck. Inserting a nearby iron sword into this slot would cause the puppet to cease its movements. I see. Liang exclaimed as he quickly picked up an iron sword and charged forward. Hey, young man, don't rush. San Chuan called out. The mechanical puppet is quite fast. You must use the trick, or else what? Liang questioned with confusion, before returning from beside the now motionless mechanical puppet. Oh, nothing. San Chuan replied, speechless. He had intended to warn Liang that it would be exceedingly dangerous without the trick, but the latter had effortlessly resolved the situation, as if he had known the trick all along. After a few moments of action, the puppet exhibited a brief delay. Had it not been for that, they would have truly been in peril. San Chuan was left dumbfounded that Liang had discerned the trick on his own. At that moment, the ground trembled once more, and the guardian of the 6th level charged at them again. It moved slowly, yet each step radiated an overwhelming force. What on earth is this? Liang was astonished. After defeating one mechanical puppet, now a golden stone giant appeared. What other terrifying entities lay ahead? This was the Golden Mountain Man, the pinnacle of craftsmanship from the artisan nation, and the ultimate guardian of this trial. The Golden Mountain Man? Liang was bewildered by this term. However, he was familiar with the artisan nation, which had also appeared in the original work's theatrical version. Much like the timing of Zero Tail's appearance, they had sought to control the world through Zero Tail, only to ultimately bring about their own destruction through backlash. To his astonishment, Liang had previously encountered the Zero Tail mask, and now he had stumbled upon traces of the Land of Crafts. What a remarkable coincidence. Suddenly, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. Baiju had manipulated ninjas through Zero Tail, and now they had resurfaced in the Land of Snow, which also harbored the remnants of the Land of Crafts. Everything seemed to be interconnected. Little brother, cease your pondering. Overcoming this Golden Mountain Man is utterly impossible. Our Iron Country has exerted countless efforts over the years, yet no predecessor has managed to breach the blockade of this Golden Mountain Man. Have you attempted to challenge it multiple times? Liang inquired, his curiosity piqued. According to Sambian, the Iron Country's attentive care for the Land of Snow appeared to harbor deeper motives. Indeed, many years ago, when our Iron Country saved the Land of Snow, we presented our national treasure, the unparalleled Demon Blade, Yao Dao Gui Xie, as a gift to them. Over the years, the lineage of samurai has gradually been supplanted by ninjas. Our ancestors, in their quest to reclaim their former glory, have sought to retrieve this national treasure on numerous occasions. But they have always been thwarted by this Golden Mountain man. Such a revelation. Liang was taken aback. It turned out that the samurai in the world of Naruto concealed such a history. Yao Dao Gui Xie? Haha. Liang's interest was instantly piqued. Though he was uncertain of its exact nature, its connection to a demon blade assured him it must be a treasure. As a traveler from another realm, he could not let such a rare artifact slip away. Mr. Sambian, since your ancestors overcame numerous trials, surely they must have some insights? Liang's tone shifted to one of respect. However, Sambian shook his head. If we truly possessed insights, how could we allow our national treasure to remain lost to this day? Damn it. It seems I must rely on myself. Liang commenced his contemplation. He had been pondering for 5 minutes. Despite the immense strength of this stone giant, its speed was utterly lacking. Even if Liang lent it 2 legs, it would still fail to catch up. However, if he could not defeat this stone giant, entering the 7th volume would be impossible. According to Sambian, the key to unlocking the 7th layer was concealed within the belly of this Golden Mountain man, Mr. Sambian. Since your ancestors managed to conceal the national treasure within, did they leave behind any method for its retrieval? Little brother Yi, do not dwell on it. The reason our ancestors could hide the national treasure was simply because we, the Iron Country, vanquished the Land of Crafts. This Golden Mountain man was constructed with the assistance of captives from the Land of Crafts, but alas, all of their people have since passed, leaving no means of resolution. How absurd. Liang suddenly felt that conversing with Sambian was a futile exercise. Not only was there no collaborative effort to devise a solution, but there was also a pervasive negativity. No means of resolution? Liang believed that as long as there were people involved, no problem was insurmountable. Science is the ladder of human progress. He scanned the structure of the Golden Mountain man. Aside from its arms being composed of rock, its torso appeared to be made of some unidentified metal. This material must have a high melting point. Liang surmised that since this creature could endure in molten lava for such an extended duration, it must possess exceptional heat resistance. If it were indeed a heat-resistant material, merely inducing oxidation would significantly diminish its thermal properties. In that case, the Golden Mountain man would inevitably succumb to the surrounding high temperatures without any effort on his part. But oxidation? Liang glanced beneath the feet of the Golden Mountain man and was suddenly struck by a brilliant idea. He swiftly excavated stones from a nearby cliff. If the ground beneath the creature was saturated with lava, he could exploit the principle of stone melting. By piling the nearby rocks into the lava below, the molten rock would release intense gases, which were not only toxic, but also contained substantial amounts of carbon dioxide. If he unleashed a significant volume of carbon dioxide upon this stone entity, it would surely oxidize the creature's surface, thereby resolving the predicament effortlessly. Resolute in his thought, Liang seized an iron sword and began to dig. Fortunately, the stone creature moved slowly. Otherwise, he would have faced insurmountable challenges. What on earth is he doing? Hanzo observed Liang's actions with confusion. However, before he could voice his inquiries, Liang tossed him a discarded iron sword. Don't ask. Just dig. Time trickled away. The onlookers outside furrowed their brows. Typically, the martial arts tournament concluded within 3 hours. Without a water source, it was impossible for anyone to endure that long. Yet 4 hours had passed, and the participants remained inside. Have you confirmed that Liang has not emerged? Indeed, Your Highness. It seems the warriors have likely dealt with him by now, a young servant whispered to one of the nobles, who immediately chuckled. Fenghua Xiaoshua's expression soured at once. The 2 conversing men spoke loudly, attempting to conceal their thoughts, but revealing their true sentiments nonetheless. Brother, Liang would never be deterred by such trivial matters. I am confident he is safe, she argued. Huh. In such dire circumstances, you still harbor such naive hopes? Once this martial arts festival concludes, prepare to marry far away. The 2 engaged in a spirited debate. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared at the edge of the sword mound, staggering as if utterly spent. Quick, look who has emerged. The chief promptly sent someone to investigate. Fenghua Xiaoshua's heart raced in anticipation. It must be you, Liang. Yet upon seeing the newcomer, her hopes were dashed. Emerging was Sanbian, leaning on an iron sword and limping, clearly exhausted as everyone had anticipated. Sanbian, are you all right? The chief expressed concern. The latter raised a hand, signaling he was fine. At that moment, Fenghua Xiaoxue could hardly contain herself as she approached. Apart from Yi Liang, Sanbian was the last to emerge. If anyone knew Yi Liang's whereabouts, it would be him. Sanbian, may I inquire about Mr. Yi Liang? Don't ask. You will find out soon enough. Sanbian interrupted before she could finish her question. He gazed into the depths of the sword tomb, rendered speechless for a long moment. Even Mikasa had not anticipated that the last one standing would be Yi Liang. The two of them dug into the stone wall together, and to their astonishment, the golden figure was eventually corroded by the steam emanating from the melting rock. It dripped slowly until only a transparent white crystal remained. Unfortunately, Mikasa could not hold on any longer. At the final moment, he retreated, forfeiting his chance to enter the seventh layer. In the crimson depths of the sword tomb, a monumental scene was unfolding. Yi Liang stared in a daze at the transparent crystal before him. This object, resplendent and translucent, invigorated his entire being with just a mere touch. Holding the crystal in his hand, the surrounding lava cooled rapidly, wilting until it solidified into rock. So it was. The seventh layer of the sword tomb lay beneath the lava. Yi Liang tapped the cooled lava, instantly deducing the truth. The sound was remarkably crisp. Beneath it was, astonishingly, a void. No wonder the ancestors of the Iron Nation had been unable to enter the seventh layer. This was lava. No matter how formidable one might be, seeking the entrance to the seventh layer amid the lava was sheer folly. Bit by bit, Yi Liang pried open the ash covering the surface of the lava. Finally, in a small corner, he uncovered a large, horizontal hole, bottomless. He leaped down. The scenery around him transformed rapidly, revealing a plethora of brilliant crystals, twinkling in hues of purple, red, yellow, and predominantly green. After gliding along the wall for half a minute, Yi Liang landed at the valley's bottom. It was an expanse of profound darkness. Perhaps due to the overwhelming depth, he felt a slight chill. Rubbing his shoulders, he concentrated his chakra in his eyes. Being hundreds of meters below the surface, he had no concern of being detected by those above. Yi Liang's eyes glowed with a crimson light, akin to an infrared detector, swiftly capturing the surroundings. White Zetsu. He was astonished. In this underground pit lay countless white Zetsu, all lying motionless on the ground, evidently deceased. What had transpired here? A sudden noise. Just as he thought this, a shadow approached. The figure appeared strikingly familiar. Yi Liang realized the newcomer bore a resemblance to him. He could not recall where he had seen this face, yet it felt eerily familiar. With a small nose, tiny eyes, and wielding a vibrant red sword. He pondered for a moment. By the heavens, this person looked just like him. He was filled with terror. To encounter a doppelganger immediately upon descending into the pit, a false Yi Liang wielding a sword. The sword trembled, as if yearning to escape the grasp of the counterfeit Yi Liang. Yet the latter's expression was grotesque, exerting great effort to suppress the quivering blade. You wretched thing. I have used so many white Zetsu to capture you, and you dare to flee. He bellowed angrily, slapping the hilt of the sword. This is not a living creature. Are you jesting? Yi Liang was at a loss for words, promptly concealing himself. The impostor ahead had yet to notice his presence. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to pass by nonchalantly. What manner of being is this? Why does he resemble me so closely? I certainly do not recall having a twin brother. Yi Liang's mind was racing. He resolved to observe the situation further before revealing himself. In the distance, the false Yi Liang continued deeper into the shadows, while Yi Liang followed closely behind. Before long, they arrived at a dead end. Yi Liang watched intently as the impostor plunged a long sword into a rock, his lips moving as though he were uttering something. Help me. Please save me. A faint feminine voice suddenly whispered in Yi Liang's ear, prompting him to glance around, but he saw no one. Who are you? Yi Liang muttered softly. Help me. Please save me. The voice remained unresponsive, merely pleading in desperation. Yi Liang began to piece together the mystery. He gazed at the long sword embedded in the stone, which was now emitting a low hum, yet could not escape the rock due to the incantation. The voice emanated from the sword. Enough. The false Yi Liang cursed. Who else but me can save you here? Once I extract your consciousness as data, I shall reopen the Kagaya portal of the land of crafts. Then, none shall stand in my way. The mention of the Kagaya portal startled Liang. It seemed he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. What portal? What data? These phrases were not part of the language of the Naruto world. Could it be? By heavens. This fellow is the master behind the scenes, the true puppet master. He too has traversed worlds. Liang marveled. He stealthily approached. The sacrificial sword must be the national treasure of the Land of Iron, that demonic blade. The demon-cutting sword. Thus, regardless of the impostor's intentions, they were surely nefarious. He had to stop him. Quietly. Liang opted for a strategy of stealth rather than confronting him head-on. Since this false Liang had also crossed worlds, he undoubtedly possessed a formidable system. As a specialist in golden fingers, Liang did not have absolute confidence in overcoming him. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He was drawing closer. Ninjutsu, heart-severing technique. A robust black hand yanked the chanting false Liang down to the ground. Earth style, heavy rock. Earth style, ant hell. Earth style, earth dragon bomb. A series of earth-based ninjutsu rained down upon the impostor. Having chosen to ambush, Liang ensured that his opponent would have no chance to retaliate while employing earth techniques. He also utilized a substantial amount of chakra to turn the rock beneath him into sand. Though soft, the weight of the sand pressing down was far greater than that of rock. Who goes there? The opponent finally reacted, but having lost the initiative, he was left defensively enduring the assault. Damn you! How dare you ambush me? He bellowed, yet found himself trapped in the soil, unable to escape momentarily. The false Liang, his eyes ablaze with fury, suddenly let out a roar. A formidable repulsive force surged outward, causing a tumult. Shinra Tensei. Bang! Liang was sent flying. The counterfeit Liang emerged from the earth, gazing in astonishment at the airborne Liang. How could you possibly be here? If you can be here, then so can I. Liang quickly regained his composure, yet the muscles beneath him still trembled slightly. The Shinra Tensei was overwhelmingly powerful. Not only did it possess the force to propel others, but that tremendous repulsion could inflict instant injury. Had it not been for the significant enhancement of Liang's physique over the years, he would likely be a lifeless corpse at that moment. Who exactly are you? That question should be directed at you. Who are you, and why are you impersonating my identity? Impersonating you? Liang was taken aback. Who the hell is impersonating whom? I am Liang, with the name of Ritian. Who the hell are you? You are Liang? Huh. I am the true Liang. You are merely an imposter. The counterfeit Liang retorted. Liang was incensed. Since this fellow insisted on proving superiority, let us settle it with strength. He immediately activated Sage mode within the cavern. The serpentine form boasted infrared vision, making the pitch-black environment of the cave all the more advantageous for him. Sage technique, white surge. A crimson serpent shadow erupted near the counterfeit Liang's ear, prompting the latter to evade to another position with a swift movement. Is that all you can do? Sage technique, white surge. The counterfeit Liang executed the same technique, yet with greater finesse. Humph. A mere wretch raised in a sheltered environment like you dares to challenge me. After intimidating Liang, the counterfeit Liang unleashed a ninjutsu, but astonishingly, his techniques mirrored Liang's exactly. How is this possible? Liang was astounded. If the opponent merely possessed the ability to mimic his appearance, he could accept that. However, the identical execution of techniques was perplexing. Suddenly, Liang surmised a possibility. The opponent might possess the same system as him, thus allowing him to learn the same techniques. You have a system too? Obviously. I am the protagonist. I certainly have a system. The counterfeit Liang grumbled before lunging towards Liang. Body technique, crescent moon dance. He drew forth the suppressed, bewitching sword, instantly slashing toward Liang. Liang sensed imminent danger. Both wielded identical ninjutsu, which should have resulted in a stalemate. Yet a troubling issue arose. His own techniques seemed less refined than those of his opponent. He was at a disadvantage. Damn it, Liang cursed, seizing a rock from the ground and hurling it at the counterfeit Liang. Damn it, he has a sword, and I do not. What can I do? The rock collided with the sword, which then struck again. Shinra Tensei. Oomph, I can perform Shinra Tensei too. Bang. Two powerful repulsions clashed together. Liang was sent flying once more. This cannot continue. I might meet my demise here. Liang was alarmed. Their techniques were identical. Yet the opponent's strength surpassed his own. This scenario had been alluded to in novels from his past life. Either break through oneself and catch up to the opponent, or seek assistance. However, it seems there are no reinforcements here. Yi Liang glanced at the multitude of white corpses strewn across the ground, realizing that it would be a miracle if the opposing side found any allies. With a fierce determination, the two engaged once more in a clash of divine techniques, Shinra Tensei. Due to the similarity of their moves, the battle gradually devolved into a contest of chakra. Suddenly, Yi Liang recalled an essential fact. He possessed the Nine Tails, whereas his opponent did not. Although both sides executed identical techniques, the Nine Tails was a boon earned through his own efforts. Thus, even if the adversary wielded a system, he could never possess the Nine Tails. In this same world, there could only be one-tailed beast. With a resounding crash, the two collided again. This time, Yi Liang coughed up blood, yet wore a smile. Indeed, the opponent's chakra was visibly dwindling. He was panting heavily, clearly nearing his limit. Humph. You wish to engage in a war of attrition? The fake Yi Liang, also panting, discerned his thoughts but remained undaunted. Suddenly, a torrent of immense blue chakra surged from the fake Yi Liang's core, enveloping him entirely in the blink of an eye. It was the cloak of a tailed beast. Yi Liang was taken aback. This was a power reserved for Jinchuriki, yet the opponent lacked the Nine Tails. I may not have the Nine Tails, but I possess the power of the Three Tails, Isabu. The fake Yi Liang explained with a grin as he approached Yi Liang. You imposter. Though you assumed my identity and hastened to Konoha, you lack true conviction. Do you really believe your feeble strength can dominate the entire world of shinobi? Dream on. He advanced with deliberate steps, the cursed blade in his grasp emanating a chilling aura. Who said I intended to dominate the shinobi world? Yi Liang retorted, exasperated by the incessant self-talk of his opponent, who called him an imposter as if it were a truth. Yi Liang pondered his own identity. Could it be that he was indeed a fraud? Who was he then? Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts. He had never experienced amnesia. The memories of his past life were vividly etched in his mind. Beyond his reclusive tendencies, he had cherished friends and loving parents. Those bonds were deeply ingrained in his heart. He could not possibly be a fake. The true imposter is you, Yi Liang replied coolly, taking a stance to confront his foe. Even if he could not prevail, he would at least take a piece of him with him. Just then, the cursed blade, once gripped by the fake Yi Liang, broke free as if fleeing for its life, swirling through the air before coming to rest in front of Yi Liang. Traitor! What do you intend to do? The fake Yi Liang bellowed in fury, cursing the blade as he dashed toward Yi Liang. What is happening? Yi Liang mused, suddenly feeling a peculiar connection with the blade before him, as if their bloodlines were intertwining. It was an exhilarating sensation. Are you acknowledging me as your master? Yi Liang inquired. The cursed blade quivered in response, buzzing. It seemed to comprehend his words, nodding silently. I understand, Yi Liang declared, seizing the weapon with one hand and slashing toward the advancing fake Yi Liang, unleashing a crimson blade of energy, like the waning crescent moon of early adolescence. It fiercely cleaved towards the counterfeit Yi Liang. The latter was taken aback and hastily invoked the divine law of heaven's requiem to defend himself. However, this crescent blade of energy disregarded the repulsive force of the divine law and cleaved the counterfeit Yi Liang in two. The latter transformed into a white absolute, collapsing feebly to the ground. Damn you, ghost cutter imposter. Just you wait. I shall return to seek you out. Upon transforming into the corpse of a white absolute, the counterfeit Yi Liang lay motionless. It was then that Yi Liang comprehended the abundance of corpses at the cave entrance. Those white absolutes must have been severed by this ghost cutter. Such horror. Is this where it all concludes? Yi Liang re-examined the cave entrance. It appeared that apart from the corpses of the white absolutes, there was indeed nothing else remaining. He crouched down and began to search the counterfeit Yi Liang's body. As a transmigrator, slaying monsters and looting treasures was a commonplace affair. What is this? Yi Liang's grip tightened as he unearthed a square, circular lock and an ancient map. Outside the sword tomb, Fenghua Xiaoxue's heart had sunk to her waist. 6 hours had passed, and the onlookers had quietly dispersed from the sword tomb, leaving only a few members of the royal family behind. Mr. Sambian, is it true that Yi Liang has reached the 7th level? The esteemed lord inquired solemnly of Sambian. After all, it had been quite some time since Yi Liang had emerged. No one wished to wait in vain. Indeed, young brother Yi Liang is no ordinary individual. He even devised a method to solve the artisan nation's conundrum using stones. Truly admirable. However, it has been quite a while, has it not? The esteemed lord posed another query. Sambian's countenance also displayed signs of concern. Logically, since Liang possessed the capability to conquer the 6th trial. It was illogical for him to linger so long at the 7th, for Sambyun's ancestors had stated that apart from the national treasure, Ghost Cutter, there were no other guardians at the 7th gate. Could it be that the young brother has perished within? A hint of doubt crept into his mind. After all, the extreme temperatures inside were unbearable. Sambyun himself had nearly been turned into a desiccated corpse after 4 hours. One could only imagine the plight of Liang, who had endured for 6. Father, it has been quite some time. We should retreat now as Liang is surely not returning. Yes, father. It is best to announce the victor of the martial arts festival soon. Several princes could no longer contain their impatience and promptly made their suggestions to the esteemed lord. The esteemed lord furrowed his brow. He, too, felt that Liang might not emerge, yet due to Sambyun's presence, he hesitated to declare Liang deceased, as it would undermine Sambyun's authority. Shall we return to the lord's residence then? The esteemed lord directed his gaze towards Sambyun, who also appeared helpless. At that moment, a servant from afar suddenly called out, "Look, someone is coming out." What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. From a distance, they beheld Liang, leaning on the cursed blade, quietly emerging from within. He limped with great difficulty, each step a struggle. The journey back still required him to confront the oppressive heat. The artisan key, which had once served to cool him, had completely dissipated after breaching the molten core of the 7th trial. Lord Liang, Fenghua Xiaoxue approached with great excitement, while he, under the attentive care of the servants, drank deeply of water. He was parched. Once more, that unbearable temperature is truly life-threatening. Although the artisan's key has restored his body temporarily, it merely served to cool him down. The moisture within Liang's body has undeniably been lost. Return now. I have procured the long sword you desired. Liang raised the cursed blade high. Days later, Fenghua Xiaoxue ascended to the position of crown prince, a development facilitated by Liang's discovery of the cursed sword, leaving no grounds for the other princes to contest. However, the landscape of the snow country appeared far from amicable. Numerous white Zetsus launched an offensive, possibly incensed due to their master being toyed with by Liang. Their assault was fierce and relentless, reminiscent of a stubborn refusal to retreat until they hit a wall. Liang arrived at the border where the Uchiha clan valiantly resisted the onslaught of the white Zetsus, yet they were overwhelmed, suffering casualties far greater than their victories. The sheer number of white Zetsus was staggering. Lord Liang, we cannot remain in the snow country any longer. We must retreat, Uchiha Fugaku urged him urgently. We cannot retreat. These white Zetsus thrive on warfare. If we abandon the snow country, all the civilians behind us will succumb to their infection and become one of them, Liang asserted. From his previous battle with the false Liang, he had discerned the truth. The impostor had likely arrived in the Naruto world just as he had, albeit earlier, thus possessing greater foundational abilities. However, it seemed that the adversary had chosen not to strike at Konoha, but rather to ally with Kuro Zetsu. Had he turned into a villain? What shall we do? The Uchiha are nearing their breaking point. Uchiha Fugaku exclaimed anxiously. Liang surveyed the distant landscape before ascending a prominent hill. He raised the cursed blade, channeling all his chakra into it. Let us eradicate them all, he bellowed. With a devastating strike, the crescent moon slash surged forth, sweeping across the multitude of white Zetsus. The breadth of the attack was astonishing, and those enveloped in crimson light were instantly reduced to mere fragments. The onlookers were left in shock. That single blow had annihilated tens of thousands of white Zetsus. It was utterly inconceivable, akin to a sow climbing a tree. The remaining Uchiha clansmen were invigorated, while the terrified white Zetsus fled in panic, not daring to glance back, fearful of being obliterated by the next blade's flash. Uchiha Fugaku rushed to support Liang, as the recent strike had drained him, leaving him somewhat weakened. This strike should buy us some time. Hurry and prepare to contact the other ninja villages, Liang instructed. Contact the other ninja villages? Lord Liang, what do you mean? To establish the Sound Ninja Village. Time flew swiftly. Today, Konoha welcomed a long-lost old friend. In the Hokage Hall, Liang, are you suggesting that we in Konoha submit to your Sound Ninja Village? Not submit, but merge. You are aware of the gravity of the situation. Those insidious white Zetsus are on the verge of engulfing the entire world. And yet, how does that concern us? Matters in Konoha will be handled by Konoha's own people. Danzo glared darkly at Liang. Half a year ago, a formidable force known as the Sound Ninja Village suddenly emerged near the Land of Snow, swiftly absorbing the surrounding minor ninjas, even enticing warriors of the Snow Country to join their ranks. Their power grew immensely. The leader of this faction was named Liang. "Let Sarutobi Hiruzen come to see me. I wish to converse with him," he exclaimed with a laugh. "Understand this. I am now the acting Hokage." Sarutobi has long since retreated to the sidelines, Tsunade Danzo retorted with disdain. Liang nearly choked on his words. Initially, he had intended to ally with the strongest faction, Konoha, to resolve the current crisis posed by the White Zetsu. However, Danzo's presence thrust him into a dilemma. This obstinate individual harbored immense animosity towards him and was unlikely to heed his words. "Then await your demise," Liang seethed, storming out of the Hokage's office with his subordinates. On the way, Uchiha Fugaku, now serving as an advisor to the Sound Ninja Village and Yi Liang's subordinate, voiced his concerns. "Lord Yi Liang, are we truly going to abandon Konoha? If White Zetsu infects this place, the battles ahead will only become more arduous. It is not a matter of desire, it is a matter of capability. You know well what kind of person Danzo is." Upon hearing Yi Liang's words, Fugaku fell silent. Indeed, he was all too familiar with Danzo. Although Yi Liang had saved the Uchiha clan during a prior ambush by the Anbu, many of their kin still fell at Danzo's hands. The hatred between the two factions had become irreconcilable. "Take the others back for now. I have some personal matters to attend to in Konoha. I will follow shortly." "Understood, Lord Yi Liang." Uchiha Fugaku bid farewell to Yi Liang and departed with his team. Yi Liang quietly vanished into the shadows. In an apartment, Kushina had just coaxed Naruto into a deep slumber, wiping the sweat from her brow. She returned to the living room. Suddenly, a large hand encircled her waist. Before she could utter a sound of surprise, her mouth was silenced by the intruder. "Yi Liang," she gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief as she beheld him kissing her. Her initially wary posture gradually relaxed, and she slowly reciprocated until she felt breathless and pulled away. "Yi Liang, what are you doing?" "Naruto is still sleeping," Kushina said, her cheeks flushed with a playful pout. However, she was not entirely taken aback by Yi Liang's unexpected arrival. Having learned earlier that he was representing the Sound Ninja Village in Konoha, she anticipated his return. "Sure enough, Danzo has refused to cooperate with me. Prepare yourself, we leave tonight." "Leave?" "Yes. This place is no longer safe. The strength of White Zetsu is growing, and if we do not seek alternatives, Konoha will surely fall." "What about the others?" "I have already made arrangements outside the village. I will bring everyone with me." Yi Liang nodded in affirmation. "Very well. Given the current circumstances, Konoha would undoubtedly become a living target. In the original narrative, Konoha was already strikingly vulnerable, and now it was under Danzo's control." He glanced at Kushina. Yi Liang could allow Konoha to succumb to White Zetsu, but there were certain individuals and cherished memories that he must take with him. Jushinai is one of them, and Akane is another, along with various companions and disciples. As long as they are connected to him, Yi Liang intends to bring them back to the Land of Snow. After tidying up, he hurried to gather outside the village, planning to make a quick stop at Ichiraku Ramen. What is the purpose of going there at such a late hour? I crave that flavor. The following day, Danzo, in a fit of rage, smashed his desk, exclaiming, "Where have all the people gone? It seems they have all gone to the Sound Ninja Village." "The Sound Ninja Village?" Uchiha Shursui responded with an expressionless face. "Damn it, their actions are a betrayal of Konoha. I will hunt them down and eliminate them all." "Fear not, Lord Danzo. Yi Liang only took away the elderly, the weak, and women and children. Our Anbu are still present." "The elderly and the weak?" "Yes, including his friends, disciples, and colleagues. He even abducted the owner of Ichiraku Ramen." Endless winds and sands ravaged the land. It has been a full 2 months since Yi Liang's departure. During these 2 months, the army of White Zetsu seems to have vanished, leaving no trace. Yi Liang arrived at a hill, holding an ancient map. "Is this the ruins of the Land of Craftsmen?" He surveyed his surroundings and then handed the map to Uchiha Itachi. "It should be here. But what brings you to this place?" Uchiha Itachi inquired curiously. "Because the master of White Zetsu has been here." "The master of White Zetsu?" Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow. He had indeed heard of this person during his confrontation with the masked White Zetsu, but he had never seen him and did not understand what kind of person he was. "What is his strength like? Is it comparable to Lord Yi Liang's?" "Worlds apart." Yi Liang suddenly stood with his hands behind his back. "I encountered him previously in the sword tomb of the Land of Snow. His power is formidable, akin to a deity compared to you. Upon mentioning this, he suddenly coughed lightly. But he cannot defeat me. He cannot defeat you? Uchiha Itachi's pupils widened in shock. That makes sense. For one who is indeed a deity, how could there be any chance of victory against Lord Liang? If the master of White Zetsu is a deity, then Lord Liang is akin to an immortal, detached from the world, transcending all. Uchiha Itachi nodded, somewhat understanding. As long as you comprehend this, you must flee if you encounter him, Liang replied. At that moment, he silently ascended to the highest point of the hill, brushing his hand against the soil, revealing a square keyhole. Liang produced a square lock from his pocket and pressed it directly onto the keyhole. This was something he had discovered on the false Liang. At that time, he sensed its significance, and today it indeed proved its worth. The enormous hillside suddenly trembled, as if the sea were parting, revealing a staircase leading downward. At a glance, it revealed an endless chasm. Who would have thought that the land of craftsmen harbored such a place? Liang descended into the depths. Inside, swarms of small insects flitted about, and Liang utilized his chakra to envelop his exterior slightly. After walking for some time, the two slowly arrived at the bottom. It appeared to be a massive horizontal pit, approximately 100 meters deep. He scanned his surroundings, only to discover a multitude of human footprints scattered everywhere, densely packed, numbering perhaps in the tens of thousands. It was evident that the White Absolute had been here, he deduced. Although this place was a relic of the artisan nation, the passage of time had been substantial. The sudden appearance of such numerous footprints could only be attributed to the vast population of the White Absolute, leaving no room for other possibilities. But master, what could the White Absolute be doing here? Liang shook his head. He too was unaware of the reason, only knowing that the current White Absolute were mere imitations of him, created through the Zero Tail's infection of ordinary people. The Zero Tail was a product of the artisan nation. Given that this was a relic of the artisan nation, it was plausible that they might uncover something of significance. The two continued their journey deeper into the site. As they progressed, the passages on either side began to narrow considerably. Master Leaf, it seems there is no path ahead, Uchiha Itachi remarked. The two had initially traversed eastward from a deep pit, but as they ventured further, the passage shrank to nearly the size of a corridor. There should be a way forward. Look around for any mechanisms, Liang suggested. Since this was a relic of the artisan nation, the presence of mechanisms was entirely reasonable. After all, the artisan nation was renowned for its machinery. They scoured their surroundings. The illumination was dim, given their subterranean location. Devoid of sunlight, it was challenging to discern their surroundings, relying solely on the flickering light of their fire starter. While Liang explored the walls, he suddenly encountered a contour resembling a human face. What on earth is this? Could it be a corpse? Liang paused in astonishment. He quickly infused chakra into the fire starter, intensifying its glow. It revealed a red mechanical visage, its eyes tightly shut, standing there solitary and desolate. Master Leaf, what is that? Uchiha Itachi inquired, drawn closer by the increased radiance. It appears to be a mechanical puppet, Liang assessed. This red mechanical figure was identical to the one they had encountered earlier in the Sword Tomb, albeit this one was more intricate and slightly smaller in size. As they scrutinized the figure, suddenly, the mechanical puppet opened its eyes. Without a sound, it lunged towards Uchiha Itachi's face with alarming speed, a terrifying spectacle. Itachi was taken aback. Before he could react, the ghastly entity delivered a resounding slap. Bang! Dazed and disoriented. Eliminate the intruders. The mechanical puppet sprang into action. Seeing Uchiha Itachi on the ground, it launched another assault, this time with even greater ferocity. From its previously empty palm, 5 formidable claws emerged, gleaming ominously, sharp blades indeed. The disparity in treatment is rather excessive, Liang grumbled, delivering a kick to the mechanical puppet's face. He absorbed the recoil from the kick, using it to create distance between them. Ninjutsu, Fire Dragon Bullet. A colossal fire dragon illuminated the pitch-black cavern, and before the mechanical puppet could utter a single word, it was utterly consumed by the flames. However, Liang furrowed his brow in contemplation. As the fire dragon illuminated the cavern, Liang distinctly observed the walls in the distance, which were teeming with red mechanical puppets, so numerous that their count likely exceeded several thousand. Were these all manufactured by the land of crafts? A sense of doubt washed over him. The prowess of these mechanical puppets was akin to that of an average jonin. With thousands of them, Their collective strength surpassed that of a typical ninja village. If the Land of Crafts possessed such formidable power, how could it have been vanquished by the Land of Iron? Liang was perplexed. At that moment, the previously motionless puppets began to slowly open their eyes, chanting the eradication of intruders as they advanced towards Liang and his companion. Clearly, the earlier fire dragon had roused them. This was dire. A multitude of mechanical puppets could spell disaster. Liang promptly dragged Uchiha Itachi and fled along their original path. Although he bore no fear of the puppets, they were situated in the depths of the desert. Recklessly deploying ninjutsu could potentially lead to a catastrophic collapse. He was fortunate enough to use Earth Release to escape the sandy abyss, but Uchiha Itachi might not withstand the immense pressure from such a vast expanse of sand. Lord Liang, I'm almost recovered. Please let me go. Uchiha Itachi awoke. He had been knocked unconscious by a single strike from the puppet, a testament to their terrifying strength. Yes, let us seek refuge where we came from, Liang replied. The two hastened towards the stone staircase they had traversed, only to discover upon nearing that it had vanished. In its stead was another group of green puppets. They were faster, slightly less powerful than the previous red puppets, but their agility was markedly superior. This is bad. We may have walked into an ambush, Liang exclaimed, throwing a few shuriken, which were deftly dodged by the green puppets. It dawned on him that the imposter Liang, having lost the map and keys, would undoubtedly have prepared a countermeasure. Liang had acted too rashly on this occasion. What shall we do now, Lord Liang? There is no way out in either direction. Uchiha Itachi expressed his anxiety. He was still a 16-year-old boy. Despite his precociousness, he had not yet matured to the level of an adult. Hold them off for a moment. I will see if there is another escape route, Liang instructed, immediately retrieving the tattered map for examination. Earlier, he had noted a secluded room marked on the map, located in the vicinity, but surrounded by walls, rendering any escape route invisible. Could it be hidden within the walls? Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Liang unleashed his jutsu upon the surrounding stone walls, and indeed, at the marked location, he blasted open a narrow passageway. Let us go. The two swiftly dashed inside, while the pursuing puppets, hindered by their size, became stuck outside. That should suffice for now. Uchiha Itachi exhaled heavily, following closely behind Liang into a concealed chamber. This appeared to be the central hub of the darkroom. Liang set down the map. Yes, Uchiha Itachi scanned their previous path and confirmed that nothing was following them before he began to scrutinize their surroundings. What are these strange iron contraptions? He curiously touched the surrounding objects, confirming that they were indeed various instruments crafted from cast iron. Although cumbersome, their workmanship was exceptionally exquisite. They must be responsible for controlling this underground sand city, Liang surmised, observing the instruments reminiscent of an aircraft control cabin. The two immediately began rummaging through the control room. Since the counterfeit Liang had been here, there must have been a significant purpose for his visit. They were unwilling to believe that he came merely for leisure. After searching for a while, Liang suddenly discovered a bloodstained diary in a drawer of one of the control devices. In the days of Hokage's bleaching, he flipped through the pages. 10 years ago, I suddenly died and arrived in the world of Hokage, haha. I successfully transformed White Zetsu. To my astonishment, Kagaya's group was genuinely deceived by me. This was the diary of the counterfeit Liang. Liang was taken aback as he recognized the author. From the entries, it was evident that the counterfeit Liang had indeed arrived in the same period as him. But he had come several months earlier and immediately set a grand scheme into motion. His intention was to convert everyone into White Zetsu in order to launch an assault on Kagaya's world. Liang was astonished. He comprehensively learned about the counterfeit Liang's plan, yet he found it terrifying. According to the diary, everything the counterfeit Liang did was to resist the impending invasion from Kagaya, akin to the actions taken by Kagaya Otsutsuki long ago. The White Zetsu army was originally a weapon utilized by Kagaya to counter the Otsutsuki clan. Liang shook his head. This was a matter of great righteousness. From a broader perspective, the counterfeit Liang's actions were not without merit, but he could not endorse them. If everyone were to be transformed, even if the troubles posed by the Otsutsuki were truly resolved, what necessity would remain for the existence of this world of Hokage? A world devoid of women could hardly be deemed a world at all. Liang continued to peruse the diary. I encountered that bastard impersonating me just as I was about to gather the energy for the teleportation portal. How infuriating. The book concluded. Liang quietly closed the diary. The subsequent events detailed the encounter between Liang and the Land of Snow. Lord Liang, what is this book record? Uchiha Itachi, standing behind him, quietly inquired upon seeing Liang close the diary. Just some trivial matters, nothing worth mentioning, Liang replied, dismissively. The characters inscribed within were written in Chinese, rendering them incomprehensible to Uchiha Itachi. He silently stood up, formed hand seals, and unleashed a technique, creating a vast pit in the center of the secret chamber, a gaping abyss that seemed to stretch into infinity. It was evident that the space below was originally hollow. Liang grasped Uchiha Itachi's hand, leaping downwards. He had already discovered the answer concerning this labyrinthine city while reading the diary. Beneath the control room lay the secret base where the counterfeit Liang manufactured white Zetsu. After a significant duration, they traversed the walls for over half an hour, finally reaching the innermost depths of the chamber. Here, countless white Zetsu were densely arranged, lying silently like mere cargo. Hiss! Uchiha Itachi inhaled sharply, as anyone would be startled by such a sight of numerous bare figures. Lord Liang, what shall we do now? He asked. Burn them. Just after the words were spoken, a colossal inferno surged towards the pristine white Zetsu. Itachi hastily followed suit. Boom! The immense wave of flames crashed into the still unconscious white Zetsu. In mere moments, tens of thousands of them suffered catastrophic losses, and the remaining white Zetsu, writhing in pain, began to awaken. Master? No. Why must you harm us? Initially taken aback, they were instantly struck with shock upon seeing Liang's face. According to the diary, these white Zetsu were indeed the ultimate weapon of the false Liang, having been replicated from Hashirama's cells. If they regained their senses, the sheer number of them would pose a challenge far beyond that of any ordinary ninja. The raging flames consumed the bodies, and within just 3 seconds, all the white Zetsu were reduced to mere ashes. Liang ceased his assault. At that moment, a figure quietly emerged from behind him. So, you finally reveal yourself? Liang remarked coolly, not even turning his head, clearly aware of the presence behind him. Uchiha Itachi was startled and quickly glanced back. Orochimaru. Heh. You've done me a great service, so of course, I had to come, Orochimaru replied with a chilling tone, smacking his lips. That diary was also deliberately shown to me by you, wasn't it? Liang inquired. Given the nature of the false Liang, he would never have carelessly placed something so significant in a drawer, indicating that this was the doing of another person, someone he was rather familiar with. Yet, Liang did not anticipate that this individual was Orochimaru. TSK, you are far more astute than him. Orochimaru did not directly respond to Liang's statement. Him. Liang's gaze flickered. He was well aware of whom Orochimaru referred to. Have you met him? Of course. I knew of him long before you first arrived in this world. Liang's pupils constricted slightly. Orochimaru was aware that he did not belong to this realm. This was a grave situation. That foolish impostor had revealed his origins to Orochimaru. What nonsense are you spouting? I am a ninja from the Sound Village. Haha. The Sound Village. You still cling to that trivial name? Orochimaru burst into laughter. Amidst his mirth, he suddenly produced a comic book from his bosom and tossed it into Liang's hands. I found this near that guy. Do you still wish to hide your identity? Liang was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. The original edition of Naruto. How could Orochimaru possess such a thing? If this schemer discovered his true identity, he would be in dire peril. Liang could hardly fathom how carelessly the false Liang had allowed such an important item to fall into Orochimaru's hands. He immediately prepared to take action. Since Orochimaru was aware of the situation, he could not be allowed to live. This old schemer must die. A black orb quietly materialized in his hand. But at that moment, Orochimaru suddenly knelt on one knee, gazing solemnly at Liang. Dear sir, please do not conceal any longer. You are indeed a deity of this world, are you not? He gazed at Liang with profound affection, his countenance suffused with reverence. A deity? What in the world? Liang was instantly taken aback. Orochimaru had actually proclaimed him to be a god. Had this elder's mind been compromised? Only a deity possesses the omniscience and omnipotence to comprehend this world entirely, and this tome has foreseen the events that will unfold in the future, which is evidently not a favorable omen. Thus, you have come to rescue our world, correct? Orochimaru continued, his words resonating with fervor, his expression radiating unparalleled confidence. Clearly convinced of his own assessment, Yi Liang's face darkened. Yi Liang, are you truly a deity? Itachi, standing nearby, looked at Yi Liang in astonishment. The notion of deities indeed existed in this world, such as the immortal evil god worshipped by Haiden, or the death god summoned by Minato through the Reaper Death Seal. Various deities had manifested, yet none had ever revealed their true forms. Indeed, I am a deity, the omniscient and omnipotent creator god. Your world is on the brink of an unfavorable conclusion. Hence, I have come to save you all. Yi Liang chuckled awkwardly. How utterly juvenile. It was the first time in history that Yi Liang had uttered such a juvenile proclamation. Yet, at this juncture, what alternative explanation was there? The creator god. Orochimaru smacked his lips. The concept of the creator god was indeed somewhat terrifying, although deities served various roles within any cosmic hierarchy. The creator god was perpetually the most formidable entity. His respect deepened. May I inquire, dear sir, who is that person who bears such a striking resemblance to you? That is the demon god. He is also my mortal adversary. It is precisely because of him that I have come to this world. Yi Liang asserted with unwavering conviction. He was acutely aware of who the similar figure Orochimaru referred to. The demon god. Orochimaru instantly comprehended. The inquiries that had been accumulating in his mind suddenly became clear, akin to a long-clogged drain finally flowing free. No wonder that Fellow's schemes were so radical. He was not a benevolent god after all. Orochimaru had actually noted the discrepancies with the foe Yi Liang long ago. His white Zetsu plan was, in fact, realized with Orochimaru's assistance. First, he duplicated the Zero Tails mask, and then utilized Hashirama's cells to replicate white Zetsu. Overall, it was an immensely resource-intensive endeavor, although the foe Yi Liang was also a traveler. How could he possibly wield such formidable technology with his limited intellect? Thus, Orochimaru contacted him without delay. When Yi Liang first traversed into this realm, Orochimaru had already established contact with the foe Yi Liang, but their rapport at that time was rather tenuous. Consequently, when Yi Liang spoke those nonsensical lies, Orochimaru paid little heed and simply accompanied him. Now, tell me about the affairs here, Yi Liang suddenly inquired. Since Orochimaru had recognized him as a deity, why not leverage this title to extract some useful clues? After all, he had already embraced this juvenile persona. What harm was there in being a touch more juvenile? That fellow requested my assistance in conducting human experiments. However, as time progressed, I became increasingly aware of the peril inherent in this endeavor. He audaciously intended to transform all living beings in the world. It was utterly horrifying, and thus I found myself filled with regret. Orochimaru remarked, licking his lips before continuing. Upon realizing your arrival, I deliberately placed the incomprehensible tome of divine inscriptions upon the apparatus above, knowing you would undoubtedly come upon it. The tome of divine inscriptions? That diary, you mean? Where has this fellow gone now? Yi Liang inquired further. He has set off overseas in search of the final key and has been gone for quite some time. Overseas? Yi Liang pondered, and suddenly, inspiration struck him. He discerned where the false Yi Liang had ventured. The Shippuden series offered no clues regarding the Kagaya portal, yet Boruto contained such information. In Boruto, there exists a time-traveling tortoise, which had been sought after during the Otsutsuki clan's assault on the ninja villages. This tortoise not only traverses the Kagaya realm, but also possesses the ability to defy fate and traverse time. That rascal has gone in search of that tortoise. Yi Liang was taken aback. Should he succeed in locating it, his demise would be assured. It must be understood that despite Yi Liang's formidable strength at present, if the false Yi Liang were to eliminate him from years prior, he would indeed lose everything. He had to thwart him. With this thought in mind, Yi Liang prepared to exit the secret chamber of the Land of Crafts. At that moment, the surrounding desert began to tremble violently. Torrents of yellow sand cascading to the ground, while the previously incinerated white Zetsu began to converge towards the center of the corpses. There lay a black, faceless mask, unmistakably a replica of the Zero Tail. What is happening? I did not set this up, Orochimaru mused, bewildered. Of course, you did not orchestrate this. It was the doing of another. Yi Liang had scarcely uttered these words when another Zetsu, cloaked in black, emerged near the white ones. Orochimaru, how dare you bring this creature here? When Lord Yi Liang finds the time-traveling tortoise, he will not spare you. The black Zetsu hissed before swiftly burrowing into the earth. At that moment, the throngs of white Zetsu, drawn by the black mask, coalesced into a colossal and terrifying figure, towering dozens of meters high. occupying the entirety of the subterranean cavern. Liang was startled and instinctively clutched the two individuals beside him. "Let us go." With a commanding shout, they instantaneously teleported to the outskirts of the ruins. To avert encountering danger within the ruins, Liang had previously deployed flying thunder god shurikens outside. "Are you all right?" Liang inquired of the two companions. Orochimaru was unscathed, yet Itachi Uchiha appeared somewhat pale. After all, he was still a youth and had been unsettled by the earlier scene. Just then, the ground beneath them began to tremble once more. As the previously massive white Zetsu clawed its way from the depths of the earth, letting out a series of ear-piercing roars as it charged toward Liang. Liang assessed the distance, realizing that they were merely a few hundred meters apart. Although it seemed far, the gargantuan white Zetsu could cover such ground in mere seconds. Damn it, constantly conjuring such repulsive entities. Has this false Liang been nurtured by maggots? He grumbled before dashing forward with a swift teleportation technique. Previously, he had refrained from attacking out of fear of a cave-in underground. Now, on the surface, he was still hesitating. Various low-level ninjutsu surged forth as if they required no chakra, hurled toward the colossal white Zetsu. Earth release, fire release, water release, wind release, lightning release. The dragon bullet technique. 5 dragons of distinct elemental attributes entwined themselves along the desert's surface. This was the 5-attribute dragon bullet technique, although each was an A-rank ninjutsu. Their amalgamation transformed it into an S-rank forbidden technique. Its power surpassed that of a tailed beast by a margin. Die, just as White Zetsu rose. He was struck down by the 5 dragon kings. His flesh was torn asunder. Not only did he have to endure the onslaught of flames, but his body also trembled under the electrifying coils, resembling a bloodied corpse, his skin obliterated in an instant. Roar! White Zetsu howled in fury. It was evident that he would not be easily vanquished. Liang understood that the 5 dragon bullets alone could not eliminate this massive white Zetsu, as it was composed of the corpses of countless white Zetsus. Merely considering their chakra reserves, they surpassed any tailed beast, lacking only the versatility that Liang possessed. "Lord Liang, allow me to assist you." Uchiha Itachi promptly stepped forward, enveloped by a crimson skeletal apparition, his Susanoo. Although Itachi's current Susanoo lacked the strength of its later form, it was already formidable enough to dominate various elite jonin. With his left hand wielding the Totsuka blade, he thrust it into White Zetsu's abdomen. The latter let out another anguished cry. "I shall join as well." Seeing this, Orochimaru naturally desired to take advantage of the situation. Since he sought to align himself with Liang, he had to establish his loyalty. Consequently, a great white phosphorus serpent apparition emerged. His form grew increasingly massive, with more serpent heads emerging from his body, swiftly transforming into an enormous 8-headed white phosphorus serpent towering 100 meters high. The 8-headed serpent technique. This was a super forbidden technique that Orochimaru had only mastered later on, its power rivaling that of an ordinary Susanoo. However, due to the potency of the Totsuka blade, Orochimaru had previously been defeated by Itachi. Nevertheless, in terms of sheer might, few could withstand this technique. Boom! Orochimaru unleashed a barrage of attacks. The greatest strength of the 8-headed serpent technique lay in its immortality. As long as not all heads were severed simultaneously, Orochimaru could regenerate endlessly. Attempting to behead all at once was an impossible feat, for the strength of a single head equaled that of an ordinary Susanoo. Roar! Die! Die for the master! White Zetsu continued to scream, his hand swiftly grasping one of Orochimaru's serpentine heads. However, due to his limited strength, he could only sever one head before being flung aside by Orochimaru. Hiss! The severed head took a large chunk of flesh with it. Humph! I shall not allow you to steal the spotlight. Itachi, witnessing this scene, was instantly invigorated. He was out here alongside Liang, who was observing nearby. If Orochimaru were to claim all the glory, Itachi's own reputation would be diminished. After all, men value their pride, and Itachi was no exception. The 10-fist sword emitted a series of crimson glows, possessing not only a piercing sharpness, but also formidable sealing capabilities. While it could not entirely seal the colossal white absolute, it was able to absorb his energy with fervor upon piercing him. Instantly, White Absolute became listless, reduced to a man drained of vitality, languishing on the ground, unable to move. "It can't be resolved so effortlessly," Liang muttered to himself. As the protagonist of this battle, He was not merely the leader of the Sound Ninja Village, but also the current superior of Orochimaru. Yet, the battle seemed to conclude without his involvement. Do I not care for my dignity? Liang suddenly realized that he lacked the most ostentatious of techniques, the ability to enlarge. Indeed, although he possessed a myriad of ninjutsu, a true master must have the capability to grow in size. For instance, the Uchiha Susanoo and Orochimaru's Yamada no Orochi both demonstrated such an ability. Yet, Liang did not possess this. Despite having the Nine Tails as a source of power, he could not perfectly harness its strength due to the system having erased the Nine Tails consciousness. This meant that as the Jinchuriki, he was unable to transform into his tailed beast form, a rather embarrassing predicament. Am I destined to never grow larger? He pondered. When suddenly, White Absolute, previously pinned beneath two colossal beings, began to thrash about. Despite having his chakra drained by the Ten-Fist sword, he continued to resist with sheer physical might. His eyes glowed red, as if under the influence of a potent stimulant. As he overturned the Susanoo and the Yamada no Orochi, he pushed back. What is happening? Liang observed the reversal of fortune, wondering if their immense size had overwhelmed White Absolute. Cough, cough. A prime opportunity. Though Orochimaru and his comrades had been defeated, Liang's chance to show off had finally arrived. He immediately summoned a multitude of shadow clones, and together they formed hand seals, simultaneously catalyzing several tailed beast balls. Even the heavens seemed to grant him the opportunity to flaunt his prowess. How could he easily relinquish it? The tailed beast balls glided across the smooth ground, their rapid speed gathering the surrounding winds and sands. The tailed beast balls accelerated further. Roaring, White Absolute sensed the imminent danger and hastily fled into the distance. However, before he could escape far, Liang suddenly appeared near the tailed beast balls. He had concealed a flying thunder god kunai within the tailed beast ball. Harnessing the power of space-time ninjutsu, Liang activated the flying thunder god once more. Whoosh! A fleeting shadow. The massive tailed beast ball materialized directly in front of White Absolute. Due to its incredible speed, White Absolute was unable to halt his momentum and collided with the enormous tailed beast ball. Boom! A blinding white light engulfed everything. Beneath this near-atomic mushroom cloud, no living creature could survive. Liang exhaled in relief. If you don't want to be large, then don't complain about being swift. Meanwhile, the two observers in the distance stared in astonishment at the spectacle. Although Uchiha Itachi had already come to understand Liang's terrifying abilities, the sheer magnitude of this force still left him aghast. Orochimaru was even more taken aback. Is this the power of a god? In a tumultuous sea known as the Agitated, a blue whale gracefully emerged from the depths, flicking its tail and releasing a towering spout of water from its blowhole. To his dismay, a figure flew out from the water column and landed steadily on the whale's back, his expression revealing a hint of displeasure. Damn it! Wasn't that salvage company supposed to be nearby? Did I not dive deep enough? The figure rubbed his forehead and urged the blue whale to descend once more into the ocean's depths. Meanwhile, concealed within the clouds, Liang observed this scene with keen interest, perched atop a grand bird belonging to Deidara. It was evident that the individual on the surface remained oblivious to his presence. Has this imposter Liang still not located the time-traveling turtle? Liang pondered aloud. Deidara stared in disbelief at the unfolding events. Master Liang, do you truly believe this time-traveling turtle exists? It seems utterly far-fetched. Of course it exists. And it possesses the ability not only to traverse time, but to journey into other realms as well. Liang asserted with a solemn tone. The time-traveling turtle is a product of advanced technology. Although its origins were not disclosed in Naruto, it is likely a creation of the Kagaya clan or even a civilization of greater sophistication. Liang had developed a deeper understanding of civilizations. His system belongs to a third civilization's creation, and while the Kagaya clan can traverse planets, they have not reached such heights. As for Earth, it likely ranks at the bottom. If that is indeed the case, it is utterly terrifying. Deidara gasped, realizing that the world of ninjas remained in an Edo period, technologically inferior even to Earth. Liang leaped directly from Deidara's bird into the sea. The imposter Liang had vanished beneath the waves. If he dared to venture here, he must possess knowledge of the time-traveling turtle's whereabouts. It was merely a matter of time before he found it. Naturally, Liang would not allow him to do so unchallenged. With a swift motion, he performed a summoning technique, calling forth his companion. the soft and gooey creature he had previously summoned. As soon as it emerged, it transformed into a protective layer enveloping Liang's skin. With the enhancement of chakra, the abilities of the summoned beast had grown. What once was the size of an excrement had now expanded to a height comparable to that of a person. Although it did not rival the colossal summoning beasts like Gamabunta, it was still serviceable. Its form could entirely encase its master. Liang had previously tested its capabilities. Aside from shapeshifting, it could also swallow others whole. While its defensive abilities were limited, it provided a measure of protection against water. Thus, encased in this protective layer, Liang plummeted vertically toward the ocean's surface. The little blue whale continued to swim below, moving slowly yet steadily. Soon, they reached the ocean floor. If it could not be found nearby, it must be deeper still. The imposter Liang contemplated this within the whale's belly, his eyes shimmering with a ghostly light as he connected with the whale's perspective. The waters were teeming with aquatic vegetation. "Ah, there's a trench over there," he exclaimed, suddenly spotting a concealed underwater trench beneath the whale's skin. Although the opening was vast, its darkness had rendered it previously invisible. It must be there. He immediately directed the blue whale toward the newfound discovery. In the distance, Liang closely followed, knowing that the false Liang was within the blue whale, thus silently trailing behind him. The interests of the old Bee were always intriguing. The blue whale had submerged into the ocean trench. It seemed to look around fearfully, emitting mournful sounds, yet the false Liang disregarded its emotions, forcefully controlling it toward the trench. At that moment, from the pitch-black depths of the sea, a giant squid erupted. Although it was not as massive as the blue whale, its body spanned several dozen meters, swiftly clamping onto the whale's head. "Damn it! Even you dare to obstruct me," the false Liang bellowed, directly utilizing the power of water escape to conjure a water dragon out of thin air surrounding the blue whale. The water dragon bullet crashed heavily into the giant squid, but the squid, unperturbed by the torrent, merely parted slightly and reattached itself. The squid, now enraged, swung its tentacles and quickly spewed black ink in all directions. The ink flowed, subtly shimmering with a ghostly green light. Upon first contact, the blue whale immediately ceased its resistance. "This ink is toxic," Liang observed deeply from afar and swiftly swam away. He was not foolish. Witnessing the false Liang in peril, he naturally chose not to meddle. At that moment, another large swarm of giant squids surged from the trench, swiftly enveloping the blue whale's body, and soon its blood began to flow. In no time, this 100-ton blue whale was drained of its lifeblood by the swarm. "You beasts truly think me an easy target," the false Liang roared. By now, the blue whale was utterly lifeless, and he no longer needed to worry about harming his spiritual beast. He unleashed a powerful Shinra Tensei, sending all the squids flying into the depths of the sea. It seemed to be charged with energy. The force was so immense that even Liang, 1,000 meters away, felt the ripples in the water. "He has grown stronger," Liang assessed coldly. The squid swarm once again approached. These colossal sea creatures, comparable in size to the outer path golem, could hardly perish from such a simple Shinra Tensei. Liang observed with curiosity from afar. The false Liang emanated a strange black light, and the water flowing around him seemed utterly unaffected by this black aura. Moreover, he bore gills on both sides and fins on his back, resembling a creature of the deep sea. The dance of the merfolk? When did this fellow acquire such a technique? Liang pondered. The dance of the merfolk is a ninjutsu that allows one to transform into a mermaid. A technique Liang had mastered all low-level ninjutsu except for this one, as it was an S-rank ninjutsu. It was well known that Liang's S-rank ninjutsu were obtained through mainline missions. However, since the emergence of the false Liang, he had yet to undertake any mainline missions. Reflecting on it now, perhaps he could only encounter mainline missions upon facing the original plot of Naruto, with the false Liang, also a traveler, causing chaos. It would be a while before he could see any mainline missions. All thanks to that wretched scoundrel, Liang lamented, continuing to observe the unfolding drama. Transformed into a merman, the foe Liang immediately engaged in combat with the surrounding giant squid. Their methods of fighting were rather rudimentary, with one party ensnaring with tentacles while the other charged forth for a vicious bite. Before long, torrents of blood flowed throughout the trench. In that moment, Liang's gaze sharpened. The time-space tortoise. From the recently torn belly of the squid, a golden live tortoise slid forth. swiftly making its way toward the depths of the ocean. The two rushed forward in pursuit. That belongs to me. Thud. They collided once more. You imposter. How did you know about this? The foe Yi Liang seethed with rage, clearly unprepared for Yi Liang's arrival. If one wishes to keep a secret, one must not act. Yi Liang swiftly kicked his legs, propelling himself toward the tortoise. His companion, Soft, could transform freely. Thus, under Yi Liang's guidance, it morphed into a flippered shape, perfectly suited for swimming. Damn it! The foe Yi Liang immediately gave chase. Meanwhile, the time-space tortoise had already plunged into the abyss, where darkness enveloped them, rendering visibility non-existent. Yi Liang's brow furrowed. The toxic ink from the foe Yi Liang's battle with the giant squid had spread everywhere, and the trench was already shrouded in darkness, making it even more difficult to see. The two pursued each other in the pitch-black environment, ultimately losing their way. Where exactly is this? Why do I constantly sense danger? Yi Liang surveyed his surroundings. Aside from scattered patches of seaweed, there was nothing else. He continued to swim deeper, but suddenly felt a constriction, as if something had snagged him. Not good. This thing is draining my blood. A patch of emerald seaweed had ensnared Yi Liang's foot. Although he felt no immediate symptoms, he found himself immobilized. Hiss. Soft began to emit distressing sounds. Originally a soft-bodied creature, it was impervious to most forms of physical assault. Yet Yi Liang acutely sensed Soft's agony, and as time wore on, its form began to shrink. It was crucial to act swiftly. If Soft could no longer envelop Yi Liang's body, the immense pressure of the ocean floor could crush him in an instant. I cannot delay any longer. I must resolve this, Yi Liang murmured, and a surge of blue chakra enveloped his hand. Chakra scalpel. Since Soft was clinging to his body, he could not utilize techniques like Shinra Tensei, but the chakra scalpel, which concentrated chakra externally, was feasible. His brow furrowed as water began to coalesce in his palm. With a gentle sweep of his hand, he finally extricated himself. Just then, a tremendous surge of water rushed in from the pitch-black depths. Not only turbulent, but also infused with powerful chakra. It was Shinra Tensei. Before he could fully comprehend, a deafening roar of a beast reverberated through the water. The foe Yi Liang was battling some unknown sea creature. This is bad. He swam ahead of me. Realizing the situation, Yi Liang swiftly kicked his flippers and darted toward the distant deep sea. The currents continued to swirl, but the commotion gradually diminished. It seemed the battle had come to an end. Yi Liang continued to swim forward and soon encountered the lifeless form of a colossal shark. As he pressed on, an array of unfamiliar mutated sea creatures' corpses surfaced. Initially, there were merely ordinary carnivorous fish, followed by those monstrous aberrations and various mollusks. How could such a multitude of formidable monsters exist in this abyssal trench? Even in the advanced world of his past life, Yi Liang had never witnessed such a diverse array of marine beasts, each more unsettling than the last. He not only beheld a two-headed whale shark, but also an octopod seahorse, reminiscent of a nuclear disaster site. Could there be something beneath this dark expanse? With this thought, Yi Liang ceased his forward progression and instead descended into the depths below. The seabed was a vast expanse of floating seaweed, surrounded by coral reefs and peculiar fish. As he surveyed his surroundings, a frown creased his brow. The seaweed here was the same soft variety that had previously clung to him, abundant enough that every 10 meters there was a small cluster. He promptly infused his chakra into the soft mass, effectively mitigating the adhesion issue. Continuing to scan the area, he suddenly noticed a golden turtle gliding slowly within a crevice of the coral. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the very same golden turtle that had escaped. No wonder it had eluded him. It had been hiding amidst the dark coral reefs. Elated by the thought that the doppelganger Yi Liang had chased the time-space turtle away, he swiftly captured the turtle into his storage space. However, just as he turned, he collided with a swarm of mutated fish. These bizarre creatures had blood-red eyes, their bodies encrusted with the same parasitic algae that had once clung to him, their demeanor ominous and seemingly aggressive. Could it be that they mistook the turtle for one of their own? As Yi Liang pondered this, he narrowly dodged a charging tiger shark. Thud! His body jolted. Although he had evaded the shark's attack, the water's turbulence generated by its passage began to ensnare him in a chaotic current. Such terrifying speed. Seeing their companion attack, the other carnivorous creatures surged towards him, unwilling to relent. Yi Liang was alarmed. The current situation forbade the use of Shinra Tensei. Yet faced with such a widespread assault from these massive predators, he found himself devoid of alternatives. He could only flee beneath the water's surface. There, amidst the hollow coral reefs, he sought refuge in the narrow gaps between the corals, where these gargantuan marine beasts could not pursue him. With determination, he turned and slipped into a slender crack below. This appeared to be a fissure nestled between two corals. However, both sides were overgrown with algae, prompting Liang to heighten his vigilance as he entered. Thud! No sooner had he stepped inside than a sea monster collided with the outer coral, likely suffering significant damage due to its soft flesh clashing against the coral structure. Yet they would not relent against Liang, despite the apparent impossibility of their endeavors. They persistently battered the coral reefs, and before long, one of them perished right before Liang's eyes. What is happening? Are these creatures reckless? Liang was engulfed in confusion, gradually sensing the anomaly. At that moment, he suddenly noticed that the blood-sucking seaweed, which had previously clung to the body of the sea monster, was now swimming towards him with remarkable speed, much faster than when he first encountered them. This is bad. It could be a parasitic organism. In his past life, Liang had witnessed a type of fungus that spread spores onto insects. Once infected, the insects would become mere puppets, utterly at the fungus's mercy. Clearly, this blood-sucking seaweed was of a similar ilk. Alas, just when he had sought refuge in the crevice to evade the sea monster, he had unwittingly transformed into a living target. Liang silently lamented. Yet the blood-sucking seaweed would show him no mercy. In a mere half-minute, it had completely surrounded the coral reef. My life is over. Realizing he could not unleash large-scale ninjutsu, and that even his flying thunder god technique was rendered useless underwater, Liang was at a loss. He began to search for an escape route within the coral, but both ends were sealed off by the encroaching seaweed, leaving him no avenue for escape. At that moment, he observed a subtle detail. Although the blood-sucking seaweed could penetrate the coral, it deliberately avoided the fish and shrimp, steering clear even when they were within close proximity, as if they were dangerous substances to be avoided at all costs. Liang recognized this as a potential opportunity. Perhaps these fish and shrimp were the natural enemies of the blood-sucking seaweed. In nature, the presence of a fierce predator invariably invites the emergence of its nemesis. Otherwise, it would lead to ecological imbalance. The fact that so many fish and shrimp could coexist near the seaweed suggested the existence of a formidable adversary. Liang attempted to grasp a creature and wave it near the seaweed. Soon, he observed that the seaweed exhibited a slight retreat when it came close to a particular white mantis shrimp. He caught another one and, at last, discerned the truth. The mantis shrimp began to feast upon the seaweed. Its claws moved swiftly, snipping at the blood-sucking seaweed, and in no time, had consumed a significant portion. The sound of foliage brushing against the sand echoed, and the seaweed in proximity to the mantis shrimp began to recede. Indeed, it was effective. Seeing this, Liang wasted no time in following closely behind the mantis shrimp, resembling a valiant general leading his troops. With newfound vigor, he emerged from the coral. The air outside was refreshingly clear. As he watched the toxic ink recede around him, Liang kicked his flippers and swam towards the shore. At this moment, the other Liang had seemingly vanished, but with the time-space turtle in his possession, there was no need to pursue the latter. After swimming for a while, a faint glimmer of light shone down upon him. Liang swiftly dispelled his soft summoning technique and used his chakra to stand firmly upon the water's surface. The sky was a brilliant blue, yet there was no sign of Daedara. The location seemed to have deviated from his original path. But with the instant body technique that allowed him to walk on water, Liang felt no trepidation about the prospect of being adrift at sea. Suddenly, the surface of the ocean began to tremble beneath his feet. Liang was slightly taken aback as a dark figure swiftly approached him. This is bad. It's the false Liang. He quickly dodged to the side, and at that moment, the waves beneath him erupted violently, as the false Liang transformed into a merman, surging forth. Imposter, you must perish. Die, he roared, lunging at him once more. Just as Liang regained his footing, the false Liang struck again, prompting him to hastily throw a shuriken aside. Flying Thunder God, activate. The figure vanished instantaneously. Another shuriken was launched, increasing the distance between them. Imposter, imposter, imposter. The false Liang shouted the word thrice, his pupils turning crimson, saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth. His expression twisted with a hint of madness. Something is off about this guy. It seems he has lost his sanity. Liang furrowed his brow. His gaze shifted. and he suddenly noticed a mass of blood-sucking algae densely clustered around the false Yi Liang's neck, crawling like the suicidal sea monsters that plague the depths. He has been controlled. This can't be right. Shouldn't this fellow be a major boss? Yi Liang felt a momentary daze. Yet his palms involuntarily erupted in applause. Well done. You've ensnared yourself in a trap, haven't you? Uncertain whether Yi Liang's actions provoked the false Yi Liang, the latter lunged at him again. But this time it was not merely brute force. With a flick of his hands, a fireball materialized and shattered. To his surprise, the algae could even wield such techniques. Yi Liang had anticipated that the controlled false Yi Liang could perform ninjutsu, and he momentarily faltered. He quickly summoned Shinra Tensei to repel the rampaging false Yi Liang. Now unbound, Yi Liang showed no mercy. The instant he pushed the false Yi Liang back, he flashed forward with a body flicker technique. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Countless palm shadows descended upon the false Yi Liang like a torrential downpour, striking him relentlessly. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. Bang. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. A series of explosive sounds erupted, reverberating across the false Yi Liang's form. Moreover, as he attacked, Yi Liang targeted only the vital points, deliberately avoiding the blood-sucking algae behind the false Yi Liang. He aimed to strike, while preventing the latter from breaking free of control. The details were meticulously executed. In no time, the false Yi Liang was left on the brink of collapse. At last, the impostor is finished. Yi Liang took a deep breath, watching the false Yi Liang plummet toward the ocean floor, as still as if truly lifeless. Yi Liang turned to leave. However, just as he prepared to depart, a thunderclap echoed overhead. Then came another, and yet another. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, countless bolts of lightning filled the entire ocean. What on earth is happening? Could another major boss be emerging? Yi Liang looked up to the sky, where a mesmerizing qilin composed entirely of blue lightning fixed its gaze upon him. Hiss. Isn't this the strongest lightning-style ninjutsu, lightning release? Qilin? Damn. Yi Liang dashed into the distance. This technique, crafted by the original work's princess consort, harnesses her formidable chakra, employing the principle of magnetism to summon the thunder from the heavens to strike her adversaries. The power of this technique lies not in her own chakra, but in the lightning drawn forth by it. What is lightning? It is a force that no mortal on earth can withstand, an attack of such magnitude that even with 100 lives, one would succumb instantly. Yi Liang, unrelenting in his sprint, soon found that the natural behemoth in the sky would not let him escape so easily. Having locked onto his form, its gaze remained fixated. In half a second, the qilin finally moved. It lifted one leg, and it felt as though the entire cloud layer were being pressed down by this gigantic creature. A dark mass descending upon Yi Liang's head. In a moment of desperation, Yi Liang whipped out a golden turtle. Although the flying thunder god technique allows for instantaneous movement over a distance, the qilin span was far too vast, not just 100 meters. Even an entire island could be obliterated by such a force. I care not what you are, transport me through time and space. Yi Liang shouted at the golden turtle, which immediately opened its eyes. Please select the year for traversal. Hurry, it doesn't matter. The qilin was crashing down. Boom. The false Yi Liang beneath the sea also opened his eyes. Just before losing consciousness, he had unleashed his final move, inadvertently saving himself. The surface of the water conducted electricity, causing the blood-sucking algae that feared the current to fall away from him. Imposter, I will have your life. Where am I? Yi Liang slowly opened his eyes, his memories lingering on the moment before the qilin strike. Right? I must have been transported by the time-traveling turtle. But where is this? He began to survey his surroundings. Dense woods, a dilapidated thatched hut, and apart from an elderly man sweeping, there was nothing else. Excuse me, what year is it? Yi Liang inquired. Young man, are you blind? I'm only in my 30s. The elderly sweeper retorted, clearly displeased. Elder brother? Yi Liang looked at the man, whose hair was streaked with gray and whose body was hunched, somewhat speechless. If he truly was in his 30s, he appeared quite aged. And what year is it? Where are we? The sweeper, perplexed, wondered how a normal person could lack such fundamental knowledge. He was not a traveler from another time. It is the 50th year of Konoha, the Bridge of Fire. Why do you ask? Oh, nothing. Yi Liang replied simply. The 50th year of Konoha marked the imminent onset of the Fourth Great Ninja War, and when Yi Liang departed, it was the 45th year. meaning he had traversed 5 years into the future. Phew. Fortunately, it wasn't too long. Otherwise, if Kushina and the others had remarried, he would truly be in dire straits. Glancing around once more, Liang noted that the elderly sweeper was quite spirited, indicating this was likely a time of peace. With this thought, he felt reassured. His greatest fear was that upon returning, he would discover the world once again under the dominion of the false Liang. After all, when the Qilin descended, a sense of unease lingered within him, as if the false Liang had not been vanquished. Realizing that all was well, Liang swiftly ascended to a nearby branch. The Bridge of Fire should not be far from Konoha. The Sound Ninja village he established resided in the Land of Snow, which, despite the distance, he could reach within 2 days at most, thanks to his body flicker technique. With this thought, Liang vanished in an instant. The old man sweeping the ground furrowed his brow. He had just been conversing with Liang, and in the blink of an eye, the lad had disappeared. However, he did not betray any astonishment. The boy's body flicker technique was impressive, but lacking knowledge of his background. He could only consider him as a potential disciple in the future. With keen eyes, the old man observed the woods where Liang had vanished, before resuming his sweeping. Meanwhile, Liang had been racing through the branches for half an hour, but the further he ventured, the more something felt amiss. The lower ninjas practicing their techniques, the mid-ranking ninjas executing tasks, and the upper ninjas leading teams. All of these indicated to Liang that this world was not his own. After traveling a bit further, he began to encounter familiar faces. First, he spotted Kakashi patrolling with his team, and then he met Sarutobi Hiruzen, who should have been deposed, in front of a village. Finally, he caught sight of Mitarashi Anko, who was almost his wife. Yet none of these individuals recognized him. What on earth was happening? Liang was momentarily bewildered. He suddenly realized that he might have arrived in the original world of Hokage. The world he had come from was also within the realm of Hokage. But due to his premature arrival, it had been drastically altered before reaching the original narrative. However, this world seemed to have reverted to its original storyline. Could it be a parallel universe? Liang pondered. The theory of parallel universes had long been validated by countless individuals. As one world progresses, there are indeed innumerable similar worlds advancing alongside it. If this world had been altered by an external force, the other parallel timelines would continue to function as normal, remaining unchanged. Oh no, I must return swiftly. Otherwise, if the world is compromised by the false Liang, it would be dire indeed. Liang promptly retrieved his small turtle. Buddy, don't sleep now. Hurry, and take me back to my original world. He pressed the turtle's head, but it merely flickered momentarily before lapsing back into slumber. What was happening? Was it out of power? Liang surmised. Don't betray me at this moment. Damn it. He was growing anxious. The turtle from the original narrative required a substantial energy source to facilitate time travel, specifically the chakra of tailed beasts. However, in this unfamiliar territory, where could he possibly find a tailed beast? Just then, a gathering crowd began to form around him. Look, this person is actually talking to a turtle. Is he mad? Perhaps. My great-grandfather often spoke to pigs, and eventually, he lost his sanity. Let us keep our distance. We wouldn't want to catch whatever he has. A crowd was abuzz with discussions about Liang, who found himself at a loss. As he surveyed his surroundings, contemplating a hasty retreat, his attention was suddenly drawn to a petite girl, approximately 1.5 meters tall. Please make way. It is prohibited to crowd the streets of Konoha. She appeared to be a ninja, clad in the attire of a chunin from Konoha. Yet, what captivated Liang was not her attire, but her eyes, Byakugan. A pair of eyes capable of penetrating the depths of one's soul. You must be a wandering traveler. My name is Hinata. Entry into Konoha requires registration, she said gently, casting a soft gaze upon him. Liang, however, merely nodded blankly. Sir, may I inquire if you heard me? She pressed on when he remained silent. Dear wife, marry me, Liang suddenly exclaimed, kneeling with utmost sincerity. Astonishingly, the heroine of the original story was truly breathtaking. In his previous encounters with the anime, Liang thought Hinata was merely gentle, a character confined to fiction, but he was gravely mistaken. Hinata was stunning beyond compare. Not only did her beauty rival the fiercest tides, but her demeanor, appearance, and physique surpassed everyone he had ever met. Indeed, the ancient adage rings true. A treasure is meant for its lord. Even a flickering candle pales in comparison to a decade of youth. What are you saying, pervert? Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson. She had never anticipated a stranger would propose marriage upon their first meeting. He just called me his wife. That must be a proposal, she thought. Overwhelmed with emotion, and fainted. Wait, what? Liang instinctively reached out to catch her. It was noteworthy that although Hinata harbored feelings for Naruto in the original narrative, she was still an unwed maiden, innocent and bashful. Regardless of Liang's identity, she would undoubtedly feel shy. Moreover, Liang was a strikingly handsome man, despite his age. He perpetually appeared 20 years old due to the effects of a certain sealing technique. It seemed he would need to escort her home. Danzo, what are your thoughts on this sudden traveler? Uncertain, but anyone who can infiltrate our Konoha village undetected must possess strength comparable to ours, Danzo remarked ominously. Observing Liang through the crystal ball, they were presently in the Hokage's hall. Early that morning, Hiruzen Sarutobi had summoned Danzo for a council meeting, specifically regarding Liang. Danzo furrowed his brow. As the head of the Umbu, he mandated that all outsiders must be registered at the entrance. Yet, Liang's arrival was indeed suspicious. Despite the presence of numerous elite jonin, none had detected him. To make matters worse, he had knocked out a young girl in the street. Such an affront was intolerable. Danzo, who had vowed to protect Konoha for life, would not permit any villager to be harmed by outsiders. Whether he is an enemy requires further consideration. It appears the Hyuga girl was not struck down by him, Hiruzen added after observing the final scene in the crystal ball. From the perspective of the crystal ball, the identity of this unknown traveler appears to be that of an individual who has swiftly traversed the space with remarkable speed, entering without the need for stealth. It is merely a reflection of the incompetence of the village guards that he was not detected. Regardless of whether he is an adversary, vigilance is paramount. For his strength is formidable, as remarked by Danzo. This is an undeniable truth. The two reached a consensus and summoned several Umbu operatives. At the Hyuga clan residence, Liang, accompanied by the inebriated Hinata Hayashi, finally emerged from the house. My dear father-in-law, I hope you have enjoyed your meal and drink. Haha, do remember to visit again. Indeed, I shall. They exchanged heartfelt farewells. After Hinata fell unconscious, Liang had escorted her home, embodying the qualities of a gentleman. Firmly resolving not to take advantage of her condition, which led to the Hyuga family graciously hosting him. As he gazed into the tranquil night, devoid of passers-by, Liang felt an inexplicable sense of solitude. At that moment, his eyes casually swept over the nearby rooftops. Since you are here, there is no need for concealment. Come forth. He uttered nonchalantly, as if everything were preordained. Whoosh! A dozen Umbu, donning cat-faced masks, leapt from their hidden positions. Brother, your keen eyesight is commendable. To detect us from such a distance is truly impressive. The leading Umbu captain inclined his head in respect, while remaining vigilant. Just a trivial matter, Liang replied, smacking his lips. The effects of alcohol still lingered. Having indulged heartily with Hinata Hayashi, and given the current peaceful era, he felt little concern for potential assassination attempts. He had simply enjoyed the moment. Burp. Liang let out a satisfied belch. By the way, I did not spot you with my eyes. I merely deduced your presence with my intellect. Intellect? What do you mean? The Umbu appeared perplexed. I was merely jesting. Liang waved his hand dismissively. The Umbu ninjas across from him could no longer contain their impatience. Captain, I believe this fellow is merely a drunken fool. Let us swiftly deal with him while he is inebriated. Indeed, Captain, it is quite absurd that Lord Danzo sent us to engage with such a character. He has already afforded him too much respect. The Umbu could no longer restrain themselves and began to regard Liang with hostility. After all, not every man can withstand ridicule. The captain raised his hand. No, he is a formidable opponent whom Lord Danzo has expressly warned us to treat with caution. We are Umbu. How can we allow ourselves to be unsteady just because he is intoxicated? What if he is merely feigning? The Umbu flushed with embarrassment. Their captain was correct. The tasks assigned to the Umbu were exceedingly rigorous, demanding not only the assessment of a ninja's strength, but also the evaluation of their psychological resilience. Should Liang be an enemy masquerading as a drunken fool, those who underestimated him would undoubtedly pay the ultimate price. At that moment, Liang suddenly collapsed to the ground. Captain, what has happened to him? One team member asked. Into the pitch-black prison, the captain replied. A bucket of cold water was splashed forcefully onto Liang's face, jolting him from his stupor. Where am I? How did I end up here? Today, he succumbed to unconsciousness twice, exhibiting the demeanor of a seasoned drunkard. As he surveyed his surroundings, an elderly visage, swathed in bandages, loomed toward him. This was the dungeon of Konoha. Who are you, and why have you infiltrated our village? The owner of the aged face questioned Liang with palpable ire. He was Danzo, the leader of the Umbu. It was utterly disgraceful to allow an unknown individual to strut through the streets of Konoha and even attack a young lady of an esteemed family, an affront to his authority. Oh, a dungeon, Liang replied dismissively, tilting his head. His demeanor suggested he was on the verge of slumber once more. You scoundrel, are you mocking me? Someone, bring a bucket of water. Danzo commanded with a wave of his hand, and several waiting Umbus swiftly entered, carrying buckets of water. Drench him. At the order. Torrents of clear water cascaded onto Liang's face. He did not flinch. Yet, in the next moment, the water that should have surged toward him abruptly redirected midair, launching itself at the crouching Danzo. Such powerful water release. Danzo gasped. A ninja capable of manipulating water with mere chakra was undoubtedly a formidable figure, comparable to an elite of the shadow level, something even those of Sarutobi's generation could not achieve. To infuse the water with chakra required not only skill in hand seals, but also exceptional control over energy. He immediately retreated, but the oncoming water followed suit, splashing over him. This is a token of my gratitude for your earlier drenching, Liang said, suddenly alert. He rose slightly, and with a mere flick of his wrist, the ropes binding him disintegrated entirely. Although he had indeed been intoxicated earlier, he held no fondness for Danzo. Had it been any other ninja, he would have been disinclined to toy with them. But Danzo, Liang's gaze darkened as he observed the bandaged hands, filled with eyes of the Uchiha clan, tightly wrapped to conceal their presence. The Uchiha had been his loyal allies, yet in this world, they had been utterly annihilated by Danzo. At last, you are earnest. Now, may we discuss your purpose for visiting Konoha? Danzo, no longer perturbed, directly inquired upon noticing Liang's feigned ignorance had dissipated. To reunite with an old acquaintance. An old acquaintance? Who? Are they from our village? Haha, it is you. Danzo retorted, his patience wearing thin. With a swift motion, he summoned several explosive tags that erupted beneath Liang's feet. For a master like Liang, the Umbu would not merely restrain him. His room had been meticulously rigged with countless traps. Is this all you offer as a welcome gift? It seems rather insufficient. Liang remained unfazed, watching the traps rush toward him. With a slight turn of his neck, he evaded them effortlessly, while the explosive tags failed to even graze his skin. Chakra, when enveloped around the skin, offers remarkable protection to the body. Take, for instance, a particular ninjutsu known as lightning release armor, which solidifies the lightning chakra within, forming an indestructible armor. Liang's situation mirrors this, as his method, albeit rudimentary, is sufficient to withstand ordinary ninja tools and explosive tags. Upon realizing that all traps had failed, Shimura Danzo took matters into his own hands. With one hand shaped into a fist, he inhaled deeply, unleashing an invisible stream of air from his mouth. As the leader of the Umbu, he held a firm belief in his own prowess. Wind release, vacuum wave. The air current expanded dramatically, creating a tempest that swept across the room within a mere half-second, engulfing everything in its path. Liang found himself gradually lifted by the ferocious gusts. As Danzo's primary target, the pressure he endured was exponentially greater than that of others. Merely standing in the wind had already inflicted wounds upon his body. The powerful gale had coalesced into razor-sharp blades. Is this all you are capable of, old man? Liang scoffed, dismissively waving his hand. Cease, calm. The tempest suddenly vanished. What? How could you possibly achieve such a feat? Danzo exclaimed, incredulous. In his eyes, even if Liang could effortlessly neutralize the vacuum wave, it was inconceivable that he could achieve it with but a mere gesture. A gesture? Danzo was perplexed, his mind swirling with questions. The surrounding Umbu bore expressions of sheer disbelief. Although the vacuum wave was merely a standard B-rank jutsu under Danzo's enhancement, it had long surpassed typical A-rank techniques. They found it challenging to even withstand the attack, let alone counter it. Yet Liang had merely waved his hand. How could this be? Was he even human? No. He was the embodiment of the Sage of Six Paths. Only the Sage of Six Paths could accomplish such a marvel. The Sage of Six Paths? Humph. Liang chuckled softly. What did the Sage matter? While he may not yet rival the Sage, with the rewards from the system's tasks, he would surely surpass the true Sage one day, sooner rather than later. He regarded Danzo with disdain. You are far too weak. Liang suddenly took 2 steps forward, landing a resounding slap across Danzo's face, followed by a swift kick to his abdomen. The entire sequence, though seemingly intricate, unfolded in a mere instant. Before Danzo could react, Liang had sent him crashing into the wall behind. Bang! The wall crumbled. The man fell. The Umbu behind were left in shock. They witnessed Liang's body sway slightly, then saw Danzo bizarrely propelled away, yet they were oblivious to the events that transpired in between. Humph. Do you now understand our disparity? Liang taunted, leaning over to assess Danzo's breath, only to find he had ceased to breathe entirely. Dead. How could this be? Liang was utterly astonished that a single kick had led to the demise of Shimura Danzo. Perhaps even Liang was unaware of the sheer force behind that kick. Since facing off against the false Liang, his abilities had surged to unprecedented heights. The essence of practical combat serves as the foundation of progress. Not only has he become increasingly proficient in ninjutsu, but his taijutsu has also managed to approach the level of the youthful Uchiha Madara. It is noteworthy that in his Edo Tensei state, Madara was capable of single-handedly confronting an army of thousands of ninja. Danzo, on the other hand, is merely an elderly man, frail and weak. How could he possibly withstand even a single kick from Liang? The remaining Umbu exchanged glances, puzzled by their leader's peculiar behavior. Is he resorting to theatrics? If aging leads one to such antics, these Umbu ninjas would rather forsake growing up. They refuse to become parasites of society. Liang shrugged, fully aware that Danzo had already met his demise, yet he chose not to depart. It is widely known that beneath the bandages, Danzo's arm harbored a total of 11 Sharingan, each possessing the ability to wield Izanagi. Izanagi, after all, transforms reality into a dream. While Danzo may indeed be dead, should he activate Izanagi, his lifeless body could be resurrected, a coveted skill that countless lives would envy. Liang turned, deliberately exposing his back to Danzo, anticipating that this cunning old fox would seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. As expected, the moment he turned, the deceased Danzo's eyes sprang open. A vulnerability. A shuriken was hurled towards Liang's back. I anticipated your underhanded tactics. Liang swiftly countered with a palm strike, sending Danzo's shuriken flying. Before Danzo could regain his footing, his body was sent careening through the air. Bang! He crashed against the wall. Danzo had fallen. A second life lost. Liang muttered to himself as he approached slowly. No, don't come any closer. Someone stop him. Danzo cried out desperately. But the surrounding Umbu remained oblivious, some gazing up at the sky, others staring at the ground, and a few even engaged in a game of do-di-ju. I'll play a kunai. Boom. For shurikens. A royal flush. 2 exploding tags. Danzo's heart sank to the depths of despair, as the leader of the Umbu. Being bested within his own dark prison by an outsider was utterly intolerable. Suddenly, a thick cloud of smoke materialized between the two. As the smoke dissipated, an elderly figure cloaked in a robe appeared, brandishing a red Rui Jingu Bang, revealing his identity without a doubt. Sarutobi Hiruzen? Young man, spare him. Hiruzen implored. How could he be here? Liang gazed at him, momentarily lost in thought. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage of Konohagakure, had previously bestowed numerous favors upon Liang, having even rescued him upon his arrival in this world, thus earning his deep gratitude. This young man, Danzo, merely harbored a slight wariness of your identity. Yet his intentions were noble. He simply sought to safeguard the village of Konoha. I beseech you to spare him. Hiruzen reassured as he noted Liang's hesitation. Very well. Since you have spoken, I shall consider this a misunderstanding. Liang shrugged. The reason he was so antagonistic towards Danzo was primarily due to the latter having usurped the position of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Given that the Hiruzen of this realm had personally interceded, what more could he say? Thus, he expressed his gratitude to the young brother. Upon hearing that Liang had spared Danzo, Hiruzen Sarutobi offered his thanks and subsequently instructed the Umbu to escort Danzo away. Which village do you hail from, young brother? I must admit, I've never encountered you before, Hiruzen inquired after expressing his gratitude. It seemed he intended to recruit me. Liang casually snapped his fingers, and a stream of water coalesced into a small, soft stool beneath him, upon which he gracefully seated himself. One must fully commit to the act. If one is to feign grandeur, let it be done convincingly. Such is the nature of a time traveler. What remarkable control. Hiruzen marveled inwardly. The ability to transform water into a stool with such ease was a feat even I, a self-proclaimed master of ninjutsu, would find challenging. I hail from the Sound Village. I trust you've heard of it, Liang replied. Sound Village? I've never heard of it. That's because I founded it myself, located near the Land of Snow. The Land of Snow? Hiruzen pondered. As the Hokage of Konoha, he was aware of the Land of Snow, yet its remoteness left him uninformed about its particulars. Oh, so you are from the Sound Village of the Land of Snow. It is an honor to meet you, Hiruzen said with a respectful bow. Honor indeed, Liang thought, feeling a wave of irritation. Could you flatter any more smoothly? In this timeline, the Sound Village did not exist, as it was a mere fabrication of Liang's imagination. Yet Hiruzen's expression when he bowed was so genuine it could almost deceive anyone. Were it not for Liang's knowledge of the deceit, he might have believed it. It seems that no matter the era, pleasantries remain a staple of conversation among the powerful. Liang rose and continued. I have come to Konoha solely to visit a distant cousin. However, being unfamiliar with the area and somewhat directionally challenged, I found myself lost within the village. Distant cousin? Which relative do you refer to? My cousin, Minato Namikaze. Hiruzen's expression changed drastically. Minato Namikaze is a celebrated hero of the Hidden Leaf Village and the Fourth Hokage. Yet Hiruzen had never heard him mention any cousins. Minato, being Jiraiya's disciple, had been rescued from the battlefield, leaving his origins shrouded in mystery. This also served as a convenient excuse for Liang's identity. Ah, so you are the brother of Minato. I sincerely apologize for my previous insensitivity. It is unfortunate that Minato passed away over a decade ago. What? Liang's pupils dilated. He could hardly fathom that after only a decade and a half apart, his brother had departed from this world. How could it be that they once shared the same nurse's milk, only to be separated by death? Liang erupted into tears, and after a series of rapid blinks, genuine tears streamed down his cheeks. Not only that, but his nose seemed to run as if he were an affectionate brother mourning the loss of his beloved sibling. Could it be that what he spoke was indeed true? This thought flickered through Hiruzen's mind. Indeed, when Liang proclaimed himself to be the younger brother of Watergate, he was initially met with skepticism. Nevertheless, Liang's prowess was undeniable. Even if there was a semblance of falsehood in his words, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not bring himself to expose it. After all, for Konohagakure, the absence of formidable adversaries is a boon. However, Liang wept. Regardless of how he managed it, the profound sorrow over Watergate's demise felt strikingly authentic. It was not merely the two poignant tears that fell, but even the fervent drool that accompanied them conveyed genuine emotion. What a remarkable actor! Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly felt that, despite the doubts surrounding Liang's identity, he must surely be a close friend of Watergate. Thus, he promptly lowered his guard. Moreover, on this day, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't shake the feeling that Liang appeared strikingly familiar, as if they had shared a period of coexistence. Could he possibly be my illegitimate son? Observing that Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to trust his words, Liang casually wiped the corner of his eyes and continued. It is as follows. When my brother last wrote to me, he mentioned that he had another child. Since I am no longer present, he asked if I could take good care of him in Konohagakure. He even knows about Naruto? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen genuinely believed Liang's statements. He nodded in acknowledgement. That child is named Uzumaki Naruto. Due to the 9 tails sealed within him, he has taken after his mother. If you sincerely wish to care for him, I shall introduce you to him tomorrow. Very well, I am truly grateful to you. Liang nodded toward Sarutobi Hiruzen. Thus, he successfully infiltrated the plans of Konohagakure. On the following day, Kakashi-sensei, who is this peculiar individual? Naruto complained, glancing at Liang, who was clad in a modern t-shirt and carried a summoning scroll, exuding an air of calm confidence. Naruto, since you have asked, I shall not beat around the bush. This gentleman is named Liang, and he is said to be your distant uncle. Huh? Uzumaki Naruto gaped, staring at Liang as if he were a fool. How could this eccentric person possibly be my uncle? I am 13 years old and have never encountered this individual before. Little Naruto, I truly am your uncle. Liang approached him. Earlier that morning, when Sarutobi Hiruzen introduced him to Kakashi, he had prepared a speech, but now, faced with Naruto, he momentarily forgot it all. In the previous timeline, Naruto had always called him father. Kakashi-sensei, surely you jest. He truly is your uncle, Kakashi asserted, though internally, he harbored doubts. First, Liang appeared to be only 20 years of age, and second, Naruto's father, Namake's Minato, was his own teacher. Minato was already 40 years old. Unless his mother gave birth at 50, it seemed implausible. There was a 20-year age gap. Do not disbelieve me. Tell me, does your mother have a birthmark on her navel? Liang inquired, intending to highlight Kushina's distinctive traits. Smack. Liang slapped his own face. What an utter fool I am. As soon as he finished speaking, he realized the inconsistency. When Naruto was born, Kushina had already passed away. Moreover, he was completely unaware of his parents' identities, making it impossible for him to recognize his mother's birthmark. Not to mention, both Sakura and Kakashi wore expressions of utter disbelief. You actually know about Naruto's mother's navel? Is there any truth to this? I forgot you've never met your mother. In fact, these details were all conveyed to me by your father through letters. We shared a close bond, communicating openly. Haha. Liang laughed off the comment, feigning ignorance. The others wore expressions of disdain, particularly Kakashi. He was taken aback to discover that his teacher could be such a person, sharing intimate secrets about his wife with his own brother. The lofty image he held of teacher Minato crumbled in an instant. Well then, if there are no further matters, let's set up camp here for the night. Kakashi briefly introduced the surroundings to the group before they pitched their tents nearby. This area was known as the Land of Rivers, plagued by banditry, which is why Kakashi and his companions accepted a cleaning task from the local merchants. Of course, the task was not particularly challenging, merely a C-rank assignment. The true motivation behind Kakashi bringing them here was for training. Previously, Team 7 had encountered Zabuza Momochi in the Land of Waves. As an elite jonin, Zabuza's prowess was undeniable. He not only easily subdued Kakashi, but also inflicted severe damage on Naruto and the others. After experiencing such a setback, it is easy for individuals to succumb to despair. Hence Kakashi's decision to bring them here to work on their confidence. Once they had set up their camp, the group began to relax in their surroundings. Kakashi had grown so much. Naruto and Kakashi were practicing shuriken techniques in the distance. As the instructor, Kakashi naturally aimed to teach Naruto and the others ninjutsu. Naruto, your left bicep is not positioned correctly. Under the moonlight, Liang rested upon the dark branches of a large banyan tree. TSK, TSK, TSK. Just look at the level of instruction. It bears a striking resemblance to my own style in the past. Yet, his own skills still fell a bit short. And this posture, teaching students while indulging in inappropriate literature, was unprofessional, deserving of a poor review. Kakashi's face had never been so flushed. You might claim to be Naruto's uncle, and I could overlook it, but now I am teaching students, and you, an outsider, have no business interjecting. Moreover, you, a mere child, dare to question my abilities? Kakashi was incensed. The Land of Water placed great importance on the hierarchy of age, and as someone who appeared older, Kakashi would not tolerate the younger Liang chattering away beside him. He hurled a shuriken at the tree, striking it just half a centimeter from Liang's head. Was this a provocation? Liang understood Kakashi's intent. Though his earlier remarks had struck a chord, he realized that his interference during Kakashi's instruction had indeed put him in an awkward position. How about a challenge? Kakashi waved the kunai in his hand, and Liang clearly grasped his meaning. Very well, let's compete. Liang effortlessly leaped down from the tree and approached Naruto. Upon witnessing two elders seemingly preparing to engage in a duel of ninjutsu, Naruto's excitement surged. Sasuke, Sakura, come quickly. There's a fight to watch. He treated it as mere entertainment and promptly began to summon his friends. Before long, all members of Team 7 had gathered in the small grove. You believe my teaching is mediocre? Then let us compare our most fundamental ninja tools, Kakashi said as he hurled a shuriken towards a distant leaf. The blade, sharp as a serrated edge, embedded itself directly into an insect nestled between two leaves. What do you think? Kakashi chuckled. Is that your shuriken? Liang furrowed his brow. Having used his Byakugan to scrutinize Team 7, he found their skills rather average, save for Sasuke, whose prowess was a notch above the rest, reaching the level of 1. The others had yet to attain the rank of Jonin. Sasuke's abilities were likely attributed to his Sharingan. As for Kakashi, Liang employed his Byakugan once more. His ninjutsu ranked at 4, taijutsu at 3, and ninja tools at 3, making him a well-rounded pseudo-shadow level warrior, with ninjutsu even on par with that of a Kage. It was no wonder he exuded such confidence. He was indeed exceptional among his peers. Liang understood the source of Kakashi's temperament. He felt it necessary to temper his pride, lest such hubris lead to Kakashi's downfall. Previously, on the bridge in the Land of Waves, Kakashi's carelessness had allowed the mere pseudo-shadow level Zabuza Momochi to seize an opportunity. This was precisely why Naruto and the others had been diligently studying during this mission. "Let's begin," Liang declared, rising to his feet, only to be greeted by a long-forgotten system notification echoing in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have triggered the mainline mission, Training Team 7. Reward, Sharingan. Note that the reward quality increases with the mission's completion level, potentially culminating in the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan." At that moment, Liang felt invigorated. He was no longer in a state of indifference. His spirit was fully restored. Indeed, as I suspected, only by experiencing the main storyline of the original narrative can one obtain recognition for the mainline mission. Previous encounters had merely been with the false Liang. Hence the absence of mainline missions. A smile spread across Liang's face. Mainline missions, distinct from others, are challenging to trigger but hold the potential for extraordinary rewards of S-rank caliber. This time, as he was tasked with instructing Team 7, Liang's immediate thought was to significantly enhance the team's overall strength. However, considering that this had been initiated by Kakashi, he resolved to impart some lessons to him as well. "Watch closely," Liang stated, gripping a shuriken with one hand and gesturing towards the distance. "I will strike the unnamed toe of a Buddha statue, 8,000 meters away." As he spoke, he raised his hand with a flourish, and the shuriken vanished in an instant. "All right, now you go find it." "Wait, that's it." Everyone was left bewildered. Upon realizing that Liang had ceased his actions, they understood he was not jesting. "Are you kidding me?" Kakashi erupted in anger. Initially, he had been intrigued by Liang's confident words, believing there was some merit to his abilities, only to be met with this farce. 8,000 meters to the right foot of a statue? Enough about the Buddha statue. Kakashi cannot even see the dilapidated temple 8,000 meters away. This is under the condition that he has subtly activated his Sharingan. It is utterly preposterous. With a flare of anger, Kakashi turned on his heel, too disheartened to even verify the facts. He was disappointed in Liang. "If you are backing down, then I suppose that counts as my victory," Liang remarked, hands clasped behind his back, a hint of resignation in his tone. "Nonsense. You are clearly just playing around. How could that possibly count as your win? You don't even dare to confirm it. What gives you the right to claim victory?" Liang shrugged nonchalantly. The members of Team 7, who had been observing the exchange, erupted into laughter, although they too harbored doubts about Liang. Witnessing their teacher Kakashi in a predicament brought them immense joy. These young ones had also endured considerable hardships under Kakashi's training. "Naruto, this uncle of yours isn't too bad," Sakura teased, glancing at him, causing his face to flush crimson. "Indeed. After all, he is my uncle." Naruto suddenly felt that having Liang as an uncle was rather splendid, if only for the fact that Sakura smiled at him. "All right, I shall take a look now. Just don't try to back out later." Kakashi shot Liang a glare. Nevertheless, in an effort to debunk Liang's deception and restore his own dignity in front of his students, he led everyone toward the distant site. Inside the dilapidated temple, Kakashi's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Naruto and the others were even more horrified, trembling as they gazed at Liang, as if he were a monster. "Impossible. We are certainly more than 8,000 meters away from the previous location. Moreover, this temple was facing away from us. How could you possibly hit the Buddha statue inside?" Kakashi immediately challenged. "Are you attempting to cheat?" Liang chuckled nonchalantly. Indeed, an ordinary person would struggle to achieve such accuracy, let alone from such a distance. But, is Liang an ordinary person? With the system's enhancement, his power had escalated to an astonishing 766. Ninjutsu 7. The remaining 6. A value of 7 is akin to Kagaya Otsutsuki in this world, the ultimate boss of the final stage. With such terrifying power, could a shuriken possibly miss? Hence, Liang had cheated. As he approached, he had swiftly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport the shuriken to its intended position, then employed the body flicker technique to embed it at the foot of the Buddha statue in the dilapidated temple. Because it was in the pitch-black night, Liang had gone unnoticed as he trailed behind. As for the dilapidated temple, it was merely a sight he had encountered on the way. Kakashi's expression soured instantly. He had initially intended to showcase his skills in front of the finger-pointing Liang. After all, Team 7 had suffered a significant blow. If he could display his prowess before his students, it might just restore their confidence. Yet, His plans had unraveled. So what will it be? Are you convinced? Just call me teacher and we'll be done, Liang said. This is impossible. I simply cannot believe you accomplished this. Kakashi refuted, though his voice was low and hoarse, lacking any semblance of conviction. To hit so accurately from such a distance transcended mere physical prowess. It could only be achieved through some extraordinary means. The simplest method is to perform a duet, with Liang taking the lead while others assist from behind. However, this is impossible. The competition was a spontaneous idea from Kakashi, and even if Liang knew other individuals, he would have no opportunity for assistance. Alternatively, there is the possibility of space-time ninjutsu. Kakashi instantly deduced the truth. Liang claims to be the brother of his own teacher, which indeed raises the possibility of wielding space-time ninjutsu, namely, the Flying Thunder God technique, perfected by Minato Namikaze, Naruto's father, who gained renown through his own mastery of this technique. The Flying Thunder God is, in essence, a form of space ninjutsu. Although this technique belongs to Minato, it is conceivable that after mastering it, he may have passed it on to his brother. Yes, that must be the case. Kakashi began to form a hypothesis. But lacking evidence, he could not directly accuse Liang. Thus, in the absence of proof, you must address me as your teacher. Liang waved his hand. The final step is imminent. The reason Liang proposed this condition is due to the nature of the task: to instruct Team 7 in ninjutsu openly. A valid justification is essential, especially since he is not currently an advisor of Konoha and would require special permission to engage with the children. Kakashi's expression darkened, yet the children of Team 7 erupted into a chorus of cheers. Call him, call him. Much like a couple being teased in a previous life. Liang inexplicably felt they were suggesting a kiss. Who would he kiss? Kakashi? Old teacher. Finally, Kakashi shyly uttered the term. If alone, he might have refused. But with so many eyes upon him, he found it impossible to resist. A man must maintain his dignity. Haha, this is amusing. Liang suddenly felt elated. With Kakashi's utterance of teacher, Liang's main progress bar instantly surged to 20%. This is the rhythm of entering the mission, Liang mused. If Kakashi accounts for 20, then the entire Team 7, with 4 members, would sum to 80. As for the final 20%, it would likely be an additional reward based on teaching effectiveness. Very well, since you are willing to acknowledge me as your master, I shall impart to you a ninjutsu technique, Liang stated solemnly. He pondered which ninjutsu would suit Kakashi and suddenly thought of the Flying Thunder God. This technique, originally renowned by Kakashi's teacher, would be perfectly suitable to be passed on through his own hands. What do you think of the Flying Thunder God? Would you like to learn it? The Flying Thunder God? Kakashi's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, this fellow has been relying on the Flying Thunder God to gain an advantage. He immediately confirmed his earlier suspicion. Just as he was about to expose Liang's ruse, a flash of insight struck him. That is the Flying Thunder God. Kakashi can replicate most ninjutsu with his Sharingan. But mastering an S-rank technique like the Flying Thunder God is beyond his reach. Achieving S-rank ninjutsu signifies crossing a significant threshold. It is not merely due to its immense power, but also the extraordinary difficulty in mastering it. Take the Flying Thunder God, for instance. One must not only learn the methods of usage, but also possess a fundamental understanding of spatial theory. Moreover, one must master the Flying Thunder God technique, the intricacies of its seals, and undergo rigorous training to endure the fluctuations of space. In summary, an ordinary ninja could never hope to grasp the Flying Thunder God technique. Thus, Kakashi acquiesced. Thank you, sensei. To the astonishment of Naruto and his companions, Kakashi actually bowed to Liang. Now, unleash your replication abilities and study diligently. Liang nodded in satisfaction. After a considerable time spent imparting all the theoretical knowledge to Kakashi, Liang's gaze shifted to the pitiful Naruto and his friends. Uncle, you are my dear uncle. Teach me S-rank ninjutsu as well. Naruto clambered up, hugging Liang's leg, while Sakura displayed a bashful expression. Uncle, could you perhaps teach me too? Their intentions were unmistakably clear. Very well, I shall teach you both. Liang responded enthusiastically. Given the task's completion, it would be peculiar not to teach them now. After a significant duration, Liang taught Naruto the tailed beast bomb. Due to the presence of the 9 tails within him, Naruto could effortlessly harness its chakra to utilize this technique. As for Sakura, Liang imparted some advanced medical ninjutsu. However, considering the task's completion, he also shared the general method of the Ein seal with her. Although she lacked immense strength, this would enable her to learn regeneration in advance. Regarding Sasuke, Yang's expression grew solemn. Sasuke's reluctance to seek Yang was due to issues of pride. Nonetheless, Yang did not concern himself with such superficial matters. Even if Sasuke did not approach him, he would still teach him ninjutsu. After all, the mission was paramount. However, what truly captured Yang's attention was another matter: Sasuke's emotional turmoil. In this realm, Itachi Uchiha had indeed annihilated the entire Uchiha clan, leaving a thoroughly darkened Sasuke behind. If Yang did not address Sasuke's inner conflict, achieving the task's full completion would be exceedingly difficult. For a heart consumed by hatred cannot become a true strength, no matter how powerful one becomes. Yang resolved to reveal the truth to him. Calmly, he led Sasuke to a secluded grove, mindful of respecting the familial nature of the matter and avoiding Naruto and the others. "Hey, what do you intend to do? I did not request your teaching of ninjutsu," Sasuke retorted, shaking off Yang's hand. Although he held a flicker of hope within, he did not show it. That stubborn pride. Yang chuckled inwardly and then spoke. "Are you still harboring hatred for your brother?" In an instant, Sasuke's demeanor shifted dramatically. He drew a shuriken, aiming it at Yang's neck. His expression charged with intense emotion and a hint of murderous intent. "You know my brother." "Of course," Yang replied with a resigned shrug. Surprised by the depth of Sasuke's animosity, understanding the vendetta against his family but astonished by its magnitude. "If you do not wish to know his whereabouts, you may kill me, but you shall never uncover his location," Yang declared, redirecting Sasuke's shuriken to his own chest. "Do you truly know?" Sasuke questioned, his intensity unwavering. "Indeed." Sasuke gently lowered the shuriken in his hand. Although he still harbored some hesitation, he could only place his trust in Liang. "Your brother is currently part of an organization called Akatsuki. I won't stop you from killing him, but before you do, I hope you will listen to his story." "Akatsuki?" A glimmer of hatred flickered in Sasuke's eyes. He raised the shuriken again, unable to restrain the murderous intent coursing through him. "Enough. This guy is already agitated by merely hearing the name Akatsuki." Liang understood his thoughts, but in order to persuade Sasuke to relinquish his hatred, he knew he must elaborate further. "Your brother had his reasons. Where is Akatsuki?" Sasuke demanded, once again aiming the shuriken at Liang. "Don't you wish to know your brother's struggles? Speak quickly. Where is he?" Sasuke pressed. "Your brother is dead." "What?" At last, Sasuke dropped the shuriken, his expression blank. His legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground. It appeared Liang's words had struck him profoundly. Panting heavily, Liang sat down. Sasuke was exceedingly impulsive. Had he not deceived him, communication would have been nearly impossible. "Calm down. Allow me to tell you a story, and you shall understand," Liang began, disregarding Sasuke's reaction and continuing unabated. "Once, there was a young boy, a prodigy who became a member of the Umbu at the tender age of 8. His parents had high hopes for him, and even the village of Konoha regarded him as a beacon of hope. However, one day, a neighbor harbored treasonous thoughts and successfully persuaded the boy's parents. Together, they plotted to usurp the position of the village leader. By this time, the boy had already assumed a role within the village's administration. He recognized the folly of the misguided citizens, yet his parents had been deceived. He found himself faced with two choices. The first was to eliminate the misguided citizens to preserve justice. The second was to betray the village leadership, following his parents down a path of ruin. "Sasuke, if you were in his position, how would you choose?" Liang suddenly tossed the question back at Sasuke. "Youth? Misguided citizens?" Sasuke was taken aback, but soon realized that this young boy was none other than the brother he had despised for so long. How to choose? He pondered, yet ultimately found himself unable to decide. One side represented misguided parents, the other, a just nation. Such sentiments of patriotism were not decisions a mere teenager could easily make. Seeing Sasuke remain silent, Liang sighed. "Your brother ultimately chose the village." Noticing the resurgence of resentment in Sasuke's gaze, Liang quickly added, "But even so, you have no right to resent your brother." "Why?" Sasuke questioned, bewildered. "Because he loved you. Your brother slaughtered all the villagers, including his own parents, elders, and relatives. Yet he could not bring himself to harm you. He loved you. Therefore, while others may resent him, you cannot. You are unworthy." Liang's tone grew heavy, and even Naruto and the others in the distance could hear the final 3 words. Though they were perplexed, they did not approach. Sasuke was left in a daze. "My brother spared me. My brother loves me." He repeatedly muttered these words, clearly shaken by Yi Liang's revelations. But so what? He was already dead. He lowered his head once more. Seeing that Sasuke had been completely persuaded, Yi Liang let out a sigh of relief. I apologize for the ruse. Your brother is not dead. What? Sasuke's expression instantly transformed with excitement, yet he refrained from displaying any overwhelming murderous intent. Instead, there was a glimmer of anticipation and even a hint of nostalgia in his demeanor. It seemed that his hatred had entirely dissipated. Observing that Sasuke had calmed down, Yi Liang resolved to truly teach him the art of ninjutsu. Listen closely. I am about to instruct you in the most formidable technique of the lightning release. The moonlight was adorned with a delicate beauty, casting a serene ambience. Having bid farewell to the clamor of the city, Yi Liang reclined comfortably against a grand tree. Haha. The eternal kaleidoscope is finally within my grasp. He perused his system panel. Ninjutsu level 7, Taijutsu level 6, Ninja Tools level 6. He had mastered all ninjutsu and taijutsu techniques below A rank. Yet, despite this achievement, his abilities remained stagnant. With a swift motion of his left hand, he scrolled down the descriptions. S rank ninjutsu, Shinra Tensei, Creation Rebirth, Tailed Beast Bomb. S rank taijutsu, Night Guy, Bloodline Limit, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. No ninja tools. These skills were granted by the system. In truth, Yi Liang also possessed Sage Mode, but it was not reflected on his system panel due to his self-learning. Why is my ninjutsu level eternally fixed at 7? Is it impossible to break through to 8? Yi Liang pondered. Although he had acquired the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, his level 7 status remained unchanged. He estimated that his ninjutsu level was nearing that of the Sage of Six Paths and Kagaya Otsutsuki, the pinnacle of combat power in the original tale. Taijutsu level 6 was understandable. Aside from the Night Guy, Yi Liang lacked other formidable techniques. If he were to learn additional S-rank taijutsu, he might hope to elevate to level 7. As for ninja tools, there was little to discuss. The Naruto universe did not feature S-rank ninja tool techniques, and even if Yi Liang wished to enhance them, he was at a loss on how to proceed. After contemplating for a while, Yi Liang realized that in order to return home, he must gather the chakra of the tailed beasts to activate the space-time turtle. However, in this era, collecting tailed beasts was no simple task. 1-tail Gaara, 8-tail Killer Bee, 9-tail Naruto. These three were off-limits, as they were protagonists of the original narrative. Disturbing them could lead to catastrophic consequences for this world. The 3-tails Isabu resided in Yagura. Yagura was merely a pawn of Uchiha Obito. If he were to confront him, it would mean facing the cunning mastermind Obito, not to mention the fully formed Akatsuki, each member a formidable force. As a seasoned strategist, Yi Liang was keen to avoid alarming the proverbial hornet's nest. The remaining tailed beasts posed even greater challenges. It was not that their hosts were too powerful, but rather that they were largely unknown. What of the Old Purple, the Jinchuriki of the Woodman, the Feathered High? Yi Liang was utterly unaware of their whereabouts. Clearly, he would need to spend some time in Konohagakure. With that thought, Yi Liang closed his eyes and lay back against the tree trunk, seemingly drifting into slumber. A night's sleep always passed swiftly. At dawn, Yi Liang stretched languidly, while Naruto and the others appeared to have had a restless night, sporting dark circles under their eyes and an air of lethargy. As a team dispatched to execute a mission, their current state is undoubtedly amiss. However, even their instructor, Kakashi, shares this peculiar demeanor, leaving little room for further commentary. Such diligent individuals they are. Yi Liang feels an undeniable surge of positivity. Clearly, this group has spent the night tirelessly honing their S-rank ninjutsu. Uncle Yi Liang, what do you think of my tailed beast ball? Exclaimed Naruto Uzumaki, eagerly showcasing his overnight progress. The small black sphere he held was beginning to take shape, yet it still lacked the finesse of a true tailed beast ball. After all, mastering S-rank ninjutsu is no simple feat. Well done, indeed. You truly are my nephew, Yi Liang praised as he ruffled Naruto's hair before approaching Kakashi's tent. The latter was still engrossed in a rather dubious book, his eyes ringed with fatigue. Yi Liang found himself puzzled. He recalled a time when Kakashi was not so consumed by such distractions. What had transpired to captivate him so? In his original dimension, Kakashi was his disciple, while not exemplary. He was certainly competent enough. Yet now, what had become of him? Caught in a moment of youthful yearning? Is there something on your mind? Kakashi inquired casually as Yi Liang approached. Aren't we supposed to be eradicating bandits today? Why aren't you on your way? Eradicating bandits? Kakashi's expression was one of confusion. Aren't we here to train? He suddenly smacked his forehead, realization dawning upon him. Oh, we are here to carry out a mission. It seemed he had completely forgotten. Liang, observing the scattered notes of flying thunder god technique all around, understood that Kakashi had indeed lost track of their objective. Given that it was merely a C-rank mission, it was entirely reasonable for him to overlook it in pursuit of mastering S-rank techniques. Let us hurry along. As noon is fast approaching, Liang remarked with a hint of exasperation. After several days of travel, Team 7 had finally arrived at their destination, swiftly making their way through the trees until they reached the formidable bandit stronghold. In the era of the Hokage, bandits were not to be underestimated, as most possessed peculiar ninjutsu. Though often weak, they could sometimes prove unexpectedly formidable. For instance, during their previous mission, Team 7 had encountered Zabuza Momochi, a powerful pseudo-ninja, despite that task being merely a C-rank mission. In Liang's past life, such a scenario would be termed playing the pig to eat the tiger. One could never anticipate whether a seemingly mundane mission might lead to an encounter with such a cunning adversary. Team 7 proceeded with caution. At the entrance of the bandit camp stood only 2 sentinels, whose chakra levels indicated they were likely of lower rank, akin to Genin. Uncle Liang, watch closely. I will defeat them with my tailed beast ball, Naruto exclaimed, rushing forward at the sight of the few guards. Kakashi attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Liang sighed in resignation. How could this boy not be called the tail of the team? Not only was he lacking in strength, but he also acted impulsively. While indeed there were few guards at the entrance, one could never be sure of what lay beyond. Should a cadre of elite jonin unexpectedly emerge, even Kakashi would find it challenging to safeguard him. Fortunately, with Liang present, such a scenario is unlikely to materialize. 2 mountain bandits, languidly napping, were abruptly roused as a shuriken whizzed past. Whoosh! It missed. I'll throw again. Still a miss. Naruto's frustration mounted. Uncle Liang was watching closely. If he failed again, he would lose face. Though young, Naruto possessed a man's pride. Who were these insolent rascals? The 2 bandits, brandishing kunai, approached without trepidation, dismissing Naruto's capabilities. At a distance of 10 meters, they scoffed at his inability to hit a target, dismissing him as merely a troublesome child, completely unguarded. Suddenly, a shuriken veered off course and struck flesh. After launching a flurry of shuriken, Naruto finally succeeded in hitting one of them. The bandits, enraged, charged forward, gritting their teeth against the pain, yelling as they lunged at Naruto with their kunai. Their strength was feeble. Naruto struggled to defend himself, yet Liang remained unfazed. With the power of the 9 tails coursing through him, even if he sustained a minor injury, it would bear no consequence. Moreover, Kakashi was present. With his reputation as the copy ninja, common thugs posed little threat. Sasuke and the others rushed to offer assistance. Liang glanced at Kakashi, who remained still. Kakashi, have you noticed? Indeed, Kakashi nodded, his gaze scanning the village's interior warily. These bandits were no ordinary foes. Typically, a low-ranking bandit could serve as a core combatant. Yet these 2 were merely sentry guards, indicating the strength of their leader. At least a chunin, possibly even a jonin. They must be rogue ninjas from a minor village. Liang surmised. He observed that both of the sentry ninjas bore a small water symbol on their forehead protectors, the insignia of the river ninja village. This village, a subordinate of the Mist village, boasted no formidable ninjas, only rudimentary water techniques, rendering it inconspicuous. However, Liang noted that these 2 from the river ninja village, despite their rudimentary skills, refrained from employing water release techniques, relying solely on taijutsu to engage. They were not truly from the river ninja village. At that moment, a gust of wind whipped past Liang's ear, and 2 middle-aged men clad in blue landed before Kakashi and the others. Without a word, they launched 2 water dragon jutsu, swiftly eliminating the sentry bandits. We are the envoys of the river shadow from the river ninja village, dispatched to deal with traitors. Do not meddle, outsiders. They cast wary glances at Kakashi before striding directly into the mountain stronghold. Kakashi-sensei, what is happening? Naruto inquired, eyeing them cautiously. Everything had transpired too swiftly. Team 7 had no time to react. Let us wait and observe, Kakashi replied, nodding. In the past, encounters with rogue ninjas were not uncommon. However, if individuals from their own village were to handle the matter, the ninjas from Konoha would discreetly step aside. This was a domestic affair, and they felt it inappropriate to intervene. Shortly thereafter, two ninjas emerged from the mountains, dragging a bloodied young girl, seemingly no older than 12 or 13. Judging by her delicate features, she appeared to be a stunning beauty in the making. Kakashi-sensei, what is happening here? The members of Team 7 were visibly unsettled. The girl looked exceedingly pitiful, her injuries were grievous, and yet she was being treated with such indignity. Having grown up in a peaceful era, Naruto and the others could not bear to witness such cruelty. Hey, this is too much. Even if she is a rogue ninja, you cannot treat her this way, Naruto exclaimed as he approached them. Kakashi, however, remained indifferent. While it was customary for the villagers to take their robe back, the brutality displayed by these two was utterly unacceptable. Furthermore, the village of Kawaguchi was merely a small settlement. They should be grateful for the courtesy extended by Konoha. This is our family matter. If you dare interfere, do not blame us for being merciless. The men from Kawaguchi retorted coldly. Naruto was taken aback. As a genin, he had no authority to speak, so he turned his gaze towards Kakashi. Even if it were a family issue, such treatment towards a child was inexcusable. Kakashi, of course, could not remain a passive observer. The two men immediately became wary. They could be fierce towards Naruto, but they felt immense pressure when confronted with Kakashi. A ninja from the esteemed village of Konoha. Your Excellency is correct. We will be more gentle, they said, adjusting the bloodied girl and carrying her on their backs. Witnessing this, Team 7 felt utterly powerless. Liang's gaze sharpened. He recalled that this event did not occur in the original narrative, implying that there was no conflict at this juncture, and the girl would simply be taken away. Yet, he sensed something amiss. Ninjas trained rigorously from a young age. Even if one did not ultimately become a ninja, they would still undergo a period of education at a ninja academy. This experience ensured that individuals from ninja villages were generally not frail. However, this girl was different. Her skin was pale, and her physique appeared considerably weaker than that of an ordinary person. Even a minor injury left her in such agony that she could not utter a sound. She was not from a ninja village, Liang concluded. This was indeed troubling. The elite jounin from Kawaguchi had personally come to subdue a bandit, only to leave with a frail girl. Was there no one else in Kawaguchi? Liang recognized that the girl was not as simple as she seemed. At that moment, the girl, finally regaining some breath, looked towards Team 7 with pleading eyes. Please, save me. I am not from Kawaguchi. With an anxious tone, she had yet to finish her sentence when the two burly men knocked her unconscious. I apologize for the inconvenience. We shall take our leave, one of them said. Upon hearing the girl speak, the men's expressions shifted to one of tension before they hurriedly vanished into the woods. Team 7 clenched their fists. After all, this was their family matter, which was beyond their jurisdiction. Kakashi sighed in resignation. How infuriating, Naruto exclaimed, striking the nearby tree trunk with his fist. As ninjas, obeying orders was an inevitable outcome. The actions of the other party were reasonable, and even if the situation was fraught with hidden truths, it was not their place as outsiders to intervene, unless, of course, Team 7 wished to declare war. After resolving the matter, Kakashi and the others prepared to depart. However, at that moment, Liang's figure vanished. In the distance, the two jonin from the Chuan ninja village hurriedly navigated through the trees. Damn it, I didn't expect to encounter a jonin from Konoha here, one muttered. Fortunately, they didn't team meddle, or we would be in serious trouble. Indeed, but this time, successfully bringing back Princess Fujiwara should please Lord Chuaning. Haha, it seems we will have extra funds to indulge in some drinks. As they conversed in the forest, they remained blissfully unaware of a golden figure trailing closely behind them. Liang cast a keen glance in their direction, though they were several dozen meters apart. Their dialogue reached his ears with perfect clarity. Princess Fujiwara? That little girl is the princess of the land of Chuan? The Fujiwara surname was exclusive to the military lineage of the land of Chuan, thus revealing the implications of their situation. The audacity of the Chuan ninja village to capture their own lord's princess was tantamount to rebellion. Realizing this, Liang promptly followed them. Though this matter had no bearing on him, his inherent curiosity as a traveler compelled him to intervene. How could he possibly ignore the unfolding events, especially when there was a chance to acquire valuable equipment? Following closely, Liang soon arrived at the banks of a small creek alongside the two men. One of the jonin from the Chuan ninja village glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then retrieved a whistle from his pocket and blew into it. Before long, an elderly man wearing a conical hat emerged from the water like a catfish. Though his features were indistinguishable, It was evident he had surfaced from the water without a single drop on him. He was a shadow-level powerhouse, Liang deduced. The old man exuded an aura of authority with every movement, although he did not reveal his strength. The expressions of the two Jonin indicated he was indeed the Chuaning they spoke of. Who would have thought that a casual outing would lead to encountering a shadow-level expert? Could this be the so-called Traveler-S theorem? The Traveler-S theorem states, travelers always encounter trouble, they are always ridiculed, and they must never make bold declarations. For instance, Liang mused as he observed the conversing individuals. Surely they won't notice me? In such circumstances, even if Liang were a super shadow-level expert, he could easily be spotted by these weaklings. He tilted his head slightly when a shuriken whizzed past his neck. Who goes there? The river ninjas immediately spotted Liang. The elderly man, wearing a conical hat, failed to notice Liang and instead seized Princess Fujiwara, plunging her into the river. Two Jonin swiftly approached Liang. It was indeed a bizarre encounter. Liang, bewildered, felt as if an invisible force had taken hold of him, compelling him to utter a flag declaration. And then he was discovered. Although he had never seen this person before, their demeanor suggested they were not feeble. The two river ninjas scrutinized Liang cautiously. Had it not been for the hidden river leader tossing a shuriken at Liang, they would have never noticed him. This attested to his formidable strength. Liang furrowed his brow. These two must have been dispatched to obstruct his path. The old man was undeniably cunning. Upon realizing his shuriken had missed its target, he promptly dove into the water. Despite being a shadow-level powerhouse, he exhibited none of the arrogance typically associated with such rank. Are you certain you wish to impede my progress? Liang inquired succinctly. The two Jonin exchanged glances and charged at Liang. Their ignorance rendered them fearless. Before they could close the distance, Liang effortlessly incapacitated them with a swift chop of his hand. After a prolonged chase, Liang paused within a cave. The elderly man, a master of water techniques, had utilized the river to escape rapidly, yet ultimately, he could not evade Liang. Liang surpassed him in strength. In terms of water techniques, Liang's affinity with chakra had long surpassed that of ordinary shadow-level warriors, although he may have been slightly lacking in physical combat. He positioned himself at the cave's entrance, blocking the old man's escape. Who are you? Why do you pursue me? The old man regarded Liang with a puzzled expression. To be frank, while the hidden river leader was not a virtuous character, he was exceedingly timid, having never provoked anyone throughout his life. Have I crossed paths with him? I don't believe so. The hidden river leader had lived much of his life like a mouse, never daring to challenge the strong. Yet now, as he prepared to embark upon a significant endeavor, he encountered Liang, the coup in the land of rivers. Little did he expect to be targeted. Old man, you might be mistaken. I am not pursuing you, but rather the young lady in your possession. You desire her? The hidden river leader's brow furrowed. He glanced at Princess Fujiwara in his grasp, realization dawning upon him. I see now. You are the reinforcements sent by the Fujiwara clan. The old man was reluctant to comply, and thus, he warned Liang not to expect mercy. The hidden river leader then charged at Liang, a stream of water coalescing in his hand, swiftly transforming into a blade of ice. Water release, ice blade. The weapon formed from water flowed with speed far surpassing that of a true sword, its edges sharper and its weight significantly lighter. Appearing as a mere illusion in the hands of the hidden river leader, Liang found himself hesitant to engage. Truly, he was a shadow-level powerhouse. Liang's heart sank. Although the old man was not as formidable as the elite shinobi of the great ninja villages, his skills were certainly beyond those of ordinary ninjas. After exchanging a few blows, Liang found himself at a disadvantage in close combat. He felt utterly at a loss. The old man, I merely desire a young girl. Must you be so excessive? Enough with the trivialities. If you wish for someone, then tread over my head. Damn, how infuriating. Liang felt communication had become futile. His presence here was solely prompted by witnessing a young girl being captured. Although numerous subsequent events ensued, his purpose remained singular, to rescue her. The internal strife of the land of rivers was of no concern to him. Stubborn and unyielding. Sensing Liang's diminishing speed, the elder finally resolved to strike with lethal intent. With a subtle hand gesture, he summoned an ice sword, now enveloped in a chilling blue aura. As Liang's arm brushed against it, his blood was instantaneously frozen by this icy breath. This is cold air. Liang comprehended the situation. The elder's mastery of water manipulation surpassed ordinary limits. He could not only solidify water into ice, but also wield cold air that was frigid yet non-cohesive. The vaporous cold air was not only more potent than the ice sword, but it also posed a greater challenge to counter. Since you seek confrontation, do not expect me to hold back. Secret technique: Ice Dragon Ball. A colossal ice dragon erupted from the small river behind Liang, its formidable presence sending a shiver through him. He swiftly employed the technique of instantaneous movement to evade the dragoness assault, yet the subsequent water techniques offered no respite. Water release, water explosion, water release, water flow technique, water release, water wing. Liang dodged again, but the ice dragon surged toward him once more. The sole distinction between the ice dragon and a water dragon lay in its durability. While a water dragon dissipated after expending chakra, the ice dragon materialized as a solid entity, impervious to sudden vanishing. Failing to land a hit, it was directed by the river shadow to charge at Liang again. Boom! The massive dragon head crashed forcefully against the ground, leaving remnants of ice scattered about. Liang was unwilling to squander more time. Although he hesitated to waste chakra, the young girl trembled slightly from the dragon's presence. The elder, too, did not wish to slay the girl just yet, but her constitution could not endure for long. My apologies. Liang suddenly grasped the head of the ice dragon, leaving the elder in stunned disbelief as the dragon became utterly still. What is happening? The elder mused in suspicion. Then, he observed cracks beginning to appear across the ice dragoness form. Crack, crack, with two resounding booms. Extensive fissures swiftly spread over the body of the ice dragon, resembling shattered glass. In less than half a second, the dragon was reduced to mere shards. How can this be? The elder, as the river shadow, was taken aback. This ice dragon was forged from his unique water chakra, remarkably resilient. Even a standard fire technique could not dismantle it so effortlessly. Yet, Liang merely touched it and accomplished this feat. Your secret technique is indeed formidable, but it possesses a significant weakness. Liang began to explain. Although you can continuously infuse water-based chakra to strengthen your ice dragon, an excess of water chakra may ironically become its Achilles heel. What nonsense are you spouting? The more water chakra I possess, the more formidable my ice dragon becomes. How could it possibly be a weakness? Is that truly the case? Liang suddenly let out a cold chuckle, bending down to pick up a still intact shard of the ice dragon, cradling it in his hand. Observe closely. A stream of crimson chakra flowed from Liang's arm, gradually merging with the shard. The dosage was minimal, yet the fragment of the ice dragon began to melt at that moment. This is fire-based chakra, the elder exclaimed in astonishment, instantly becoming alert. He comprehended the gravity of the situation. Just moments ago, while Liang had been in contact with the ice dragon, he had surreptitiously infused it with fire-based chakra. The ice dragon was saturated with water-based chakra. While powerful, the excess of water chakra led to an internal conflict between the two elements. It is essential to understand that within an extreme being, the presence of another chakra attribute is untenable. Just as yin cannot merge with yang, fire cannot coexist with water, and men cannot become one with women. Once this conflict arises, yin and yang dissipate, water and fire evaporate, and a man may transform into a mere caricature of humanity. It seems that this old man is destined to meet his demise here. A look of desolation filled the elder's eyes. Even his most potent ninjutsu would be no match for Liang. What other methods could possibly prove effective? I never intended to kill you. Do you even comprehend human language? Liang was tempted to rush forward and deliver a resounding slap across the elder's face, facing someone completely oblivious to your words. Anyone would find it exasperating. However, at that moment, a sudden cough resonated from the cave. Ahem. Grandfather Chinhu, where are you? Princess Fujiwara has awakened.